Explosions shatter the air one after another. In a ruined, desolate city, we are completely surrounded by a horde of beasts. Are we really going to die here? No, I can't die. I have to survive and get out of here. Back to the present day, inside the Jiangbei City Detention Center. Zuo fan, you're 18 years old now. You're finally an adult. Our original promise was that once you grew up, I'd tell you the truth. And the real reason why I joined the Beast Army back then. It's time I tell you the truth. Dad, I want to clear your name. 8 years ago, a massive beast tide hit Donghai City, bringing the most devastating disaster in our nation's history. My dad, Zuo Hui, was the only one who stood his ground and fought the beasts alone. But suddenly, on the giant screen in the city square, a shocking news broadcast broke. Following an investigation, during the crisis in Jiangbei City, while beasts erupted everywhere, Zuo Hui abandoned Jiangbei City and deserted his post. This heinous crime has been ruled as high treason. Due to his years of distinguished service, his sentence was commuted to 10 years in prison. Our main character's life was a complete nightmare. Living under the shadow of a traitor's son, he endured endless humiliation for 8 long years. At school, he was expelled under the pretext that the academy refused to train the son of a traitor. At work, people mocked him, claiming his presence brought bad luck and ruined their business, leaving them with 0 customers. Even when trying to donate blood, he was rejected because people feared that accepting blood from a traitor's son would curse them. Through all those miserable years, Zuo fan kept himself going with just one burning desire, to clear his father's name. Zuo Hui sighed and said, Zuo fan, there's nothing left to say. The verdict was clear, and I've already pled guilty. Just let it go. It's best if you leave Jiangbei City, change your name, and start a new life. You'll live a much better life that way. Just pretend you never had a father. Being a traitor's son is a burden you shouldn't carry. But Zuo fan slammed his hands on the table in anger and shouted, I don't believe it. You would never do something like that. Outside, 2 guards were gossiping. Seeing Zuo fan walk out, one whispered, Hey look, there goes the traitor's son. The other guard walked over and said cold-heartedly, By the way, visitation fees are going up. 3 times the usual price from now on. Zuo fan gasped in shock. 3 times? Isn't it already nearly 10,000 a visit? Why the sudden massive jump? The guard shrugged. Orders from above. Letting you see him at all is already a massive favor from the law. After all, your old man is a traitor. Zuo fan fell silent. His father had risked his life countless times for his country, earning endless glory. How could a hero like him ever betray his nation? Clenching his fists, he swore to himself that he would uncover the truth no matter what. Just scraping together 3,000 a month for the visitation fee was pushing his limits, and now they wanted 3 times that. Ever since Zuo fan became a reserve warrior for the Starfall squad, he had survived by taking on dangerous combat missions, constantly risking his life for a bit of extra cash. For a normal, healthy human, all stats averaged around 1, but for an official Starfall warrior, every single stat had to be at least 10. Yet, only Zuo fan's intelligence and agility were over 10. His movement speed and reflexes were barely above average. His stamina and strength stats hadn't budged at all in the past 6 months. But if he wanted to clear his father's name, he couldn't afford to stop his investigation. His dad was clearly hiding so much from him. With all his earnings combined, after basic living expenses, he only had 3,000 left. 3 times the price. What was he supposed to do? He thought for a moment, gently touching the necklace around his neck. Aside from cash, this necklace was his only valuable possession. It was a birthday gift from his mother, rumored to be crafted from a meteor fragment. It was worth a fortune. A thought flashed in his mind. Should he just sell it? But he quickly shook his head. No, what am I thinking? Sigh. I guess my only choice is to work as a mercenary and take on higher-level missions. As soon as Zuo fan stepped into the Jiangbei City Mercenary Guild, the crowd immediately began whispering, Look, that useless kid is back. He's been at it for 3 years, and he's still just the weakest reserve warrior in the squad. He's going to be a loser his whole life. That's karma for being a traitor's son. The mercenaries there were always so venomous. Walking into the office of the fat manager, Zuo fan pushed the door open with a polite smile. Excuse me, uncle. Could you check if there are any E-rank missions available for me? The heavy-haired manager knocked him on the head in annoyance and barked, You brat! How many times do I have to tell you? Call me Uncle Cao. Do you still want to work here or what? Uncle Cao lit a cigar and continued, An E-rank mission, you say? With your current strength, you won't be hunting beasts. They'll be hunting you. Even dealing with F-rank beasts requires an official squad warrior just to survive. Honestly, these days, if you can kill an F-rank beast and return alive, you're incredibly lucky. And you, a mere reserve warrior, want to take on E-rank beasts? You're practically begging for death. Zuo Fan sighed despondently. Uncle Cao. I know, but I don't have any other choice. Uncle Cao looked at Zuo Fan thoughtfully, then slid a document over. Well, there is this E-rank recommendation. The pay is extremely high. They're looking for a scout. The squad's objective is to clear out E-rank monsters, which is highly dangerous. Zuo Fan stared at the paper and stammered, Wait. 20 million in prize money? Zuo Fan immediately clung to Uncle Cao's leg in pure joy. Uncle Cao, I love you. After giving the thick-skinned kid a quick punch, the manager warned, This squad is no joke. You'd better prepare yourself well. Zuo Fan nodded eagerly. At the gathering point, Ta Pham had fully geared up with nothing but long-range weapons. The mission this time was to wipe out rank E beasts, and almost everyone in the team was already past the novice tier. All I need to do is play my part as the scout, and I'll walk away with a massive pile of cash. Looks like I scored a major jackpot this time. As I approached the gathering spot, a girl with a ponytail turned around and asked, Are you the scout Uncle Cao sent over? I'm the captain for this raid. The name's Muk Nan Nguyet. Ta Pham stared in awe at Muk Nan Nguyet's gear. Judging by her weapons and armor, she had to be a mid-tier Starfall warrior, complete with socketed beast cores and full Starfall equipment. If I remember correctly, only mid-tier Starfall warriors can wield Starfall gear. Word has it that only 1 in over 1,000 beasts drops a beast core, which makes them incredibly rare and valuable. Starfall gear is a premium set crafted from these beast cores, capable of giving a Starfall warrior an insane boost in power. To even qualify as a mid-tier Starfall warrior, your stats in spirit, constitution, strength, and agility must all be over 40. She looks about my age. A mid-tier Starfall warrior under 20 is a legendary genius. The gap between us is just way too massive. I wonder how long it will take for me to reach her level. Letting out a quiet sigh, Ta Pham extended his hand. I'm the mercenary, Uncle Cao recommended. My name is Ta Pham. His heart pounded in anxiety, hoping they wouldn't connect his name to his father, Ta Hui, and cause any unwanted trouble. Just as Muknan Nugget and Ta Pham were about to shake hands, a pink-haired youth shoved his way in and grabbed Ta Pham's hand, saying, Pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to meet you. He grinned with squinted eyes. So you're the cannon fodder that the mercenary guild sent over? Hearing those words made Ta Pham feel a sudden sting of annoyance. The guy squeezed his hand with a bit of force, but Ta Pham gritted his teeth, holding back any sound of pain. That's enough, Muk Triet. A middle-aged man stepped in to scold the young man. Muk Triet, have you no shame, bullying a trainee Starfall warrior? Muk Triet let go, laughing sheepishly to play innocent. Just a joke. Don't take it personally, buddy. Oh right, here's your agreement. Take a look, and if everything seems good, sign it. Muk Triet flicked a piece of paper toward Ta Pham at lightning speed. To the shock of all three onlookers, Ta Pham reacted instantly, snapping his fingers shut to catch the paper mid-air. Your alertness and reaction time are excellent. You're definitely cut out to be a scout. Ta Pham had actually struggled quite a bit to catch it. That was close. Is this the true power of a low-tier Starfall warrior? Channeling energy into an object can make even a piece of paper temporarily rock-hard. Muk Nan Nguyet chimed in. He definitely has potential as a scout. Looks like Uncle Cao was right. She turned to the middle-aged man. Uncle Muk, I'll leave the rest to you. Uncle Muk turned to Ta Pham. According to hunting regulations, trainee Starfall warriors aren't allowed to participate in ranky beast nest hunts. Go ahead and read over that agreement, and sign it if you have no objections. Ta Pham scanned the group. These 6 were mostly low-tier Starfall warriors armed to the teeth, alongside 2 mid-tier Starfall warriors boasting full Starfall gear. A squad like this could easily tear through a ranky beast nest. Smiling, Ta Pham signed the agreement. Looks like I get to hitch a ride and rake in some easy money. After a quick gear check, Uncle Muk led the team out, entering the rank E beast nest territory. A beast nest was where the monsters congregated. Ever since the Great Cataclysm, monsters had overrun everything outside human settlements, turning those areas into forbidden zones. Firearms and modern weaponry were practically useless against these mutated beasts. Some could even swallow bullets and poison gas, using them to evolve further. Only weapons forged from the bodies of the beasts themselves could inflict real damage. Because of this, melee weapons and traditional gear made a massive comeback. High-tier monster materials are incredibly precious. That's why high-tier Starfall warriors are the ultimate symbols of wealth and power in this day and age. Ta Phom's squad was heading to the rank E beast nest in Quan City, right next to Jiangbei. This area used to be a bustling district of Quan City, but now it's a hazardous wasteland infested with beasts. Hiding in a corner, Ta Phom observed the area. The noise by the river was coming from none other than rank E scaled fish mutated fish lizards. These amphibious beasts are covered in thick, armored scales, making them immune to ordinary blades and spears, while their razor-sharp fangs can bite straight through metal. Ta Phom drew his bowstring taut, aimed directly at one's eye, and let a shot fly. But the scaled fish quickly shut its eye, deflecting the arrow. Letting out an angry roar, it alerted the other scaled fish, and they all lunged straight at him. Ta Phom's job was only to lure them out, but cold sweat began dripping down his face. Why on earth are these rank E beasts so much faster than what the database said? Ta Phom bolted into a nearby building. Scaled fish are covered in impenetrable armor. Their fangs can crush steel, and their webbed feet make them terrifyingly fast. Without a deep understanding of these monsters and the terrain, any trainee Starfall warrior would definitely not make it out alive. But every creature has a weakness. I just need to find an opening to strike their weak point, Ta Phom thought to himself. Catching the scaled fish with its tongue still extended, Ta Phom immediately drew 3 arrows and shot them straight at its tongue. According to the database, the lizardfish's weaknesses are its eyes and tongue. Thwack! 3 arrows pierce straight through its tongue. Ta Phom shouts in excitement. Direct hit. It looks like even a reserve fighter like me can put up a real fight in an E-rank monster nest, as long as I study their traits carefully. But then, things take a sudden turn. The 3 arrows are pushed right out of its tongue. Ta Phom freezes in shock. Are you freaking kidding me? How am I supposed to fight this? So, normal weapons can't even damage it, even if I hit its weak spot. Ta Phom quickly dodges the lizardfish's counterattack. Panic sets in. Is this really the power of an E-rank beast? It's too fast. I can't even react. If this keeps up, I'm dead meat. Luckily, Ta Phom spots a small opening and squeezes himself through. He really dodged a bullet this time. He almost died in episode 1. Regular arrows can only be used to bait monsters. They don't do any real damage. If I could get some E-rank beast materials to craft arrows, maybe I'd have a shot at solo hunting low-level monsters. But seriously, was this attempt a total failure? Fortunately, Ta Phom finally manages to scramble back to where the team is waiting in ambush. Everyone gears up, ready for battle. Uncle Mok uses his shield to block the lizardfish. Muk Han Ho, age 35, mid-tier Stardust warrior. Muk Guyet draws her sword and effortlessly slices through the lizardfish's defense. Muk Guyet, age 18, mid-tier Stardust warrior. Ta Phom watches in awe. No wonder they can easily clear E-rank nests. This is a walk in the park for them. He completely forgot that he was just running for his life from that very same beast a moment ago. With one clean strike, Muk Guyet slices the lizardfish in half. It's over. Muk Triet brown noses, as expected of Lady Guyet. But the lizardfish isn't quite dead yet. Dragging itself forward, it lunges toward the group. It's the final death thrash of an E-rank beast. Sensing the danger, Muk Triet quickly shoves Ta Phom to the front. This is what a meat shield like you is actually useful for. The lizardfish's mouth hangs wide open, ready to swallow Ta Phom whole. Ta Phom quickly rolls out of the way. He aims his wrist-mounted crossbow and shoots, sending a bolt right through the lizardfish's eye. Seizing the opportunity, Muk Guyet delivers the finishing blow. As Ta Phom sits there, gasping for air, a voice suddenly echoes in his head. First time defeating an E-rank monster. System initializing and merging with host. Please wait. What the heck? Am I hallucinating? Muk Guyet orders. Muk Triet, go harvest the carcass and retrieve the monster core. Muk Triet grumbles. I'm the one who has to clean up the monster? That's not my job. Resting her hand on her sword hilt, Muk Guyet says coldly, don't think I didn't see what you just did. Hearing this, Muk Triet breaks out in a cold sweat. That evening, while everyone is resting, Muk Guyet walks over. These are new military rations. They'll help you recover your strength quickly. Have some. You're actually a really great scout. Ta Phom takes them and says, thanks. It seems this girl isn't as cold as she looks. This meat shield made me look bad. Sporting a fake smile, Muk Triet sneers. Ta Phom, I didn't expect a reserve Stardust warrior like you to be so good at baiting monsters. Too bad with your physical stats, you'll probably never make it to mid-tier Stardust Warrior in this lifetime. If you want to earn money as a mercenary, you'll just have to ride the coattails of other teams and act as their meat shield. Annoyed, Mook Non Nguyen snaps, Mook Triet, shut your mouth. But Mook Triet just shrugs. Sorry. I just couldn't help but speak the truth. Uncle Mock steps in to smooth things over with a smile. Young man, don't take it to heart. The kid is just joking. Ta Pham remains silent. This uncle is actually a nice guy, unlike that other jerk. I know full well what dirty tricks he pulled during the fight earlier. Late at night, while Ta Pham is on watch duty, Mook Non Nguyet walks up to him. He says, Lady Non Nguyet, let me handle the watch duty. You should get some rest. I wasn't of much help during the battle anyway. Mook Non Nguyet replies, according to our agreement, we need 2 people on patrol together. I'm just sticking to the plan. From your accents, I can tell you're not from Jiangbei. You guys are from Binhai City, right? Why come all the way here looking for an E-rank nest? Binhai City is in the north, where monsters first appeared, and has the highest concentration of nests of all ranks in China. Mook Non Nguyet says, it's a requirement for my family's coming-of-age trial. What about you? With your strength, an E-rank nest is way too dangerous. I'm doing this because... Before he can finish, the ground suddenly cracks open. With no time to react, they both plummet into the darkness below. Above them, a mysterious man stands looking down. Below, they land in an abandoned, pitch-black subway station. Ta Pham pulls out a pair of night vision goggles from out of nowhere and grumbles. Seriously? Are we really this unlucky? We stumbled right into a collapsed tunnel, and we just happened to be standing right on top of it. Did you check it thoroughly? Is it really a cave-in? Ta Pham nods. Yeah, it's a cave-in. Probably some geological instability. Ta Pham continues. Since we can't climb back up this way, we'll have to find another subway exit. Mook Non Nguyet asks, do you know where the other exits are? Ta Pham says confidently, more than anyone. I did my homework before coming here. Consider it a professional scout's self-cultivation. Pointing in one direction, he says, if the path is clear, going this way should lead us to an exit in no time. After walking for a bit, the light ahead gets brighter and brighter. Looks like they're heading the right way. Zuo Fan glanced back. With the enhanced vision of a mid-tier Starfall warrior, he could see through the pitch-black darkness as if it were broad daylight, even better than high-tech night vision goggles. Mu Yingyue raised her hand, signaling him to stop. Zuo Fan slid his glasses down and looked at her, whispering that there was movement ahead. It was E-rank monsters, and definitely more than just one. Zuo Fan blinked in confusion and whispered back, wait, how come I can't hear a thing? Meanwhile, Mu Yingyue tightly gripped the hilt of her sword. It's completely normal that you can't hear them yet, she replied. My sword is actually the one telling me. It's an ability called Sword Sense. Starfall warriors who master Sword Sense can fully synchronize with any Starfall sword, allowing them to feel the presence and breathing of nearby beasts right through their weapons. It was a highly advanced technique. They're here, Mu Yingyue warned, instantly drawing her blade. Dozens of glowing red eyes pierced through the dark, and a swarm of vicious lizardfish lunged at them. Mu Yingyue sliced through the first beast in a flash and shouted, get back! Zuo Fan gritted his teeth, thinking there was no way he'd hide behind a woman. Drawing his sword, he said, I can help, but before he could even finish his sentence, Mu Yingyue yelled, get back, now. With your current strength, you'll only get in the way. Her harsh words completely shut him up. Mu Yingyue then immediately activated her ultimate move, Sword Sense Integration. Entering a heightened state of combat, she charged headfirst into the swarm, tearing through the beasts. Zuo Fan could only stand there, completely jaw-dropped. She was incredibly strong. Was this her true power? He thought E-rank monsters were supposed to be on par with mid-tier Starfall warriors. To put it into perspective, standard F and P-rank monsters are usually equal to a low-tier Starfall warrior. E-rank monsters are equivalent to mid-tier Starfall warriors. This meant Mu Yingyue and these lizardfish were technically at the exact same level. Yet here she was, taking on an entire swarm alone. Her sheer combat power easily surpassed that of an advanced Starfall warrior. Was this the legendary ability to fight way above one's rank? In the heat of the battle, Mu Yingyue severed the head of a lizardfish, which by some stroke of terrible luck, flew straight towards Zuo Fan. The severed head clamped its jaws onto his arm, drawing blood. Grimacing in pain, Zuo Fan quickly drove his sword straight through it. For a mere reserve Starfall warrior, trying to survive in an E-rank monster nest was pushing it. Just then, the mechanical voice of his system chimed in again. E-rank monster defeated. System synchronization speed is now accelerating. Again? What on earth was that voice? He shook his head, no time to overthink. He had to focus on staying alive first. Mu Yinye walked over and said, "It's clear. Let's head to the exit." But as Zuo Fan looked ahead, his heart sank. The exit was completely blocked. Talk about worst-case scenario. Pointing at the debris, Zuo Fan said, "What happened here? It looks like it was intentionally blocked from the outside." Suddenly, a cold blade flashed right past his neck. Terrified, Zuo Fan gasped. "Lady Yinyu, what? What are you doing? I should be asking you that," she demanded. Zuo Fan swallowed hard, desperately trying to diffuse the tension. "Wait, what do you mean by that? Was she really going to take out her frustration and end his life just because they were trapped? He was nothing but a meat shield to them anyway." Mu Yinue stared deep into his eyes for a moment before sheathing her sword. "I was just testing you," she said. "These accidents are starting to feel a little too convenient." Zuo Fan's eyes widened. "Are you saying the tunnel collapse and the blocked exit weren't accidents at all, but someone's deliberate doing?" Mu Yinye turned and walked ahead. "Someone is targeting me. I'm sorry, Zuo Fan. You got dragged into my mess." Hearing this, Zuo Fan cursed under his breath. Great. Was this some kind of Starfall family power struggle? Ever since Starfall warriors emerged, powerful clans that controlled a massive number of these warriors were known as Starfall families. And the rules of these clans were just as brutal as the post-apocalyptic world itself. The strong survived, and the weak were discarded. If someone within a Starfall clan wanted to rise to the top, they didn't just have to survive dangerous monster hunts, they also had to watch their back against backstabbing rivals from their own bloodline. Without looking back, Mu Yinue asked, "Zuo Fan, do you know of any other way out of here? Somewhere hidden?" Zuo Fan thought back for a moment, then gestured for Mu Yinue to follow him as he quickly dashed down a side tunnel. "On our way in, even though the subway entrance was blocked off, I noticed quite a few structural cracks," he explained. "I peered through and saw an adjoining maintenance tunnel. I'm sure we can use it to escape." Overjoyed, Yinue smiled. "Thank you so much, Zuo Fan. I'm incredibly lucky to have you with me on this mission." Panting heavily and struggling to catch his breath, Zuo Fan wheezed, "Lady Yinya, since we're being honest, there's something I've been dying to ask you." "Go ahead, don't hold back," she called out, barely breaking a sweat as she ran. Zuo Fan, feeling like his soul was about to leave his body, squeaked out, "Can we, please, slow down a bit? My lungs are literally on fire." Realizing her pace was too fast, Mu Yinue apologized with an embarrassed smile and slowed to a halt. Zuo Fan immediately collapsed onto the cold ground, gasping for air. The air down here was stagnant, making every breath heavy and draining his stamina at an alarming rate. Mu Yinue looked at him with a sympathetic expression. "Yeah, I get it." She paused, then asked, "Zuo Fan, you're still just a reserve. Taking on an E-rank mission is basically suicide. Are you really that desperate for money?" "Of course I need the money," he admitted. "Why else would a low-level reserve like me risk my neck in an E-rank hellhole?" In reality, his father's execution was less than 2 years away. He desperately needed the resources and power to uncover the truth before time ran out. But of course, Zuo Fan only kept those thoughts to himself. There was no way he could share his family's dark secrets out loud. He gently touched the bracelet on his wrist. It brought back memories of his childhood, when he would often see his mother and father standing together by the window, gazing out at the ruined world. His mother had once softly said, "If those monsters weren't out there, I'd love to visit the ocean again, the place where we first met." Zuo Hui had hugged her tightly, promising, "We will go, I promise. Once I wipe out this monster nest, I'll take you to see that beautiful blue ocean again." But his mother passed away shortly after that. Rumor had it she died saving others during a small-scale monster outbreak. He was too young back then to fully comprehend the tragedy, only seeing her name coldly printed on a casualty list. Thinking of the Jiangxing garrison, Zuo Fan clenched his fist and tightened his grip on the bracelet. How could a heroic father like that ever abandon his comrades and flee like a coward through a monster siege? There is definitely a dark secret behind all of this. Seeing Ta Fam remain silent, Nan Nuyet realized he had a painful past, so she apologized. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have pryed into your personal life. Please forgive me." Ta Fam didn't reply. He simply stood up and said, "I'm fully rested now. Let's get moving, Lady Nanguyet." Squeezing through a pathway that wasn't completely buried by rubble, Ta Fam crawled out and sighed in relief. Finally, we're out. But Nan Nguyet's sharp senses kicked in, and she realized a barrage of arrows was raining down on them. Instantly, Nan Nguyet grabbed Tafam and lunged to the side. Being held in the arms of such a beautiful woman made Tafam's face flush red as he asked in a panic, What is going on, Lady Nan Nguyet? Before she could even answer, he noticed Nan Nguyet had been hit. Tafam panicked. Oh no, this arrow is poisoned. We need to pull it out and treat the poison right now. Lady Nan Nguyet, hang in there. Please hold on. Tafam helped her lean against a boulder and quickly handed her a pill. I have some antidote with me. Drink this, quick. Gasping heavily for air, Nan Nguyet glared into the shadows and said, I never would have thought that the traitor was you, Uncle Han-ho. Muk Han-ho stepped out from the darkness with his men, laughing mockingly. Oh, my sweet niece, you're exaggerating. I'm honestly surprised you survived that volley of arrows, as expected of the greatest genius of this generation in the Muk family. Meanwhile, Ta-Fam hid behind a boulder, quietly observing. From the very beginning, this entire suppression mission was a deadly trap set specifically for Muk Nan Nguyet. Is this how the Starfall family operates? Nan Nguyet drew her star sword, struggling to stand up. My father saved your entire family, and he even arranged for my third aunt to marry you. Why would you betray us like this? People die for money, just like birds die for food. In this world, as long as the price is right, there's absolutely nothing that can't be sold. Muk Han-ho sneered viciously. Enough talk, my dear niece. We know exactly how strong you are, and I won't give you any time to recover. So, farewell. He pressed a detonator, and the explosives rigged around the area instantly blew up. Turning to Muk Triet, he asked, Have you lured the monsters from the nearby river over? Muk Triet smirked. Don't worry, uncle. I guarantee those two don't stand a chance of surviving. Muk Han-ho laughed. The son of a traitor ambushing the genius of the Muk family. Who wouldn't believe that story? The entire group burst into evil laughter. At the very last second, Ta-Fam and Nan Nguyet managed to scramble back into the tunnel. But to their horror, a pack of lovely lizard fish was already waiting for them. Nan Nguyet gasped in terror. Oh no, the scent of the poison on the arrow is mixed with a lure for the lizard fish. Ta-Fam spat in anger. Those bastards, they went through all this trouble just to make sure you die. To make matters worse, Nan Nguyet added, they don't just want me dead, they want to frame you for my murder too. Hearing this, Ta-Fam felt as if he had been struck by lightning. If both Nan Nguyet and I die here, won't I end up taking the fall for their crime? When that happens, the Muk family's wrath will definitely put my father's life in danger too. No way, I have to make it out of here alive, no matter what. Suddenly, a lizard fish lashed out with its tongue. Nan Nguyet sliced it clean off with her sword, turning back to say, I can still fight. Meanwhile, Ta-Fam racked his brain trying to remember if there was any other escape route. Suddenly, Ta-Fam shouted, Wait, there is one place that most likely leads outside. Ta-Fam turned and ran ahead, explaining, I surveyed this place before. Even though that path is blocked, there are plenty of cracks where you can see the foundation. If we can just break through that pile of rubble, how far is it from here? Nan Nguyet asked. Ta-Fam replied, We have to cross 3 more intersections. He glanced back at Nan Nguyet's arm and realized the poisoned blood had already turned black. If she kept fighting, the antidote wouldn't work anymore. Damn it, I'm so useless. Arriving at a narrow gap, Ta-Fam yelled in excitement. I feel a breeze. Lady Nan Nguyet, this path definitely leads outside. We're going to make it. Nan Nguyet looked back, her face falling as she said weakly, I'm afraid. We won't make it, Ta-Fam. Ta-Fam spun around in shock. Behind them, a massive horde of lizard fish had completely blocked the way. Nan Nguyet stood in front of him and said, I'll hold off these monsters. See if you can break through and escape. Lady Nan Nguyet, you can't. Ta-Fam tried to object, but she cut him off. This is my burden to bear. The poison in my body will keep attracting the lizard fish anyway. There's no escaping for me. With resolve in her eyes, she said, Don't hesitate. Saving at least one of us is the best outcome we can hope for. With that, she charged straight into the swarm of beasts. Ta-Fam gritted his teeth and rushed forward, desperately digging through the rubble with his bare hands. I have to clear this path first if I want to get her out of here. Faster. I have to move faster. After a frantic struggle, a small opening was finally cleared. Quickly, Ta-Fam set up some steel wires around the gap to hold back the monsters and yelled, Lady Nan Nguyet, get over here, quick! Nan Nguyet scrambled past the steel wires and ran toward him. The lizard fish tried to pursue them, but the steel wires held them back. The pressure caused the surrounding rocks to collapse, burying the beasts underneath. With the tunnel on the verge of collapsing, Ta-Fam urgently pushed Nan Nguyet forward. Running out into the open, Ta Pham bent over, gasping for breath, and said happily, "Lady Nananguyet, we made it. We're out." Nananguyet smiled weakly. "Yes, thank goodness for you, Ta Pham." Suddenly, the sword in her hand vibrated violently. Without them realizing it, countless lizard fish had already gathered all around them. Ta Pham's face went completely pale. "Are you freaking kidding me?" Again, Nananguyet, having pushed past her limits, dropped her sword and collapsed to the ground. Using the last of her strength, she cried out, "Run! Just run!" Ta Pham rushed over, grabbed the sword, and pulled her up. "Run where? There's nowhere left to go. I've never actually faced an E-rank monster before, but even if I die, I'm taking as many of these bastards down with me as I can." He roared, "Bring it on!" As a lizard fish lunged at him, Ta Pham swung the sword in a flash, clean decapitating it, but suddenly, the tongue from the severed head shot out, piercing straight through Ta Pham's chest. Ta Pham collapsed, utterly helpless. "I'm sorry, Dad. I can't come back to clear your name anymore. I really don't want to die, if only I were a little bit stronger." Suddenly, the system notification chimed. Requirement met. Defeated 3 E-rank spinefish beasts. Gathering energy. God of War system activated. System warning, host is in critical, near-death state. Emergency treatment required. Am I really dying? Why am I seeing this? God of War system activated. Allocating 100 accumulated energy points to the host at once. Host's consciousness is fading. Initiating auto-allocation. Mental. 40. 1 points, Constitution. 28 points, Strength. 28 points, Agility. 40. 6 points. Initial attribute allocation complete. Host, please check your status. Ta Pham suddenly bolted upright in shock. What just happened? Was that a near-death hallucination? I was just dealt a fatal blow by that spinefish. Ta Pham instinctively touched his wound. Wait, why doesn't it hurt? The wound is completely healed. What on earth is going on? Ta Pham turned his head toward Nananguyet. Sensing his movement, the spinefish spun around and lunged at him. Ta Pham executed a few quick backflips, dodging them with ease. When did my body get this agile? And it's not just agility, there's an endless surge of energy flowing from this sword. System appraisal. Mortal grade Starfall sword. Weight. 20 kilograms. Crafted from rare metals and embedded with a high-grade E-rank beast core. Equipping this increases strength by 45 points. I had no idea Lady Nananguyet's sword was made from a high-grade E-rank beast core. No wonder she could slice through those spinefish so easily. It feels like I can completely control this Starfall sword now, unleashing its full potential. Whatever happened, I need to deal with the threat in front of me first. Ta Pham dodged the tongue-lashing attacks of 2 spinefish, using his sword to impale both of their tongues at once. With a steel wire attached to the hilt, Ta Pham yanked the 2 spinefish toward him. With a single slash, he cut both of them clean in half. Ta Pham's excitement surged. My current power has easily reached the top tier of a low-level Starfall warrior. And with the extra power from this Starfall sword, taking down these E-rank spinefish is going to be a walk in the park. A system prompt popped up. Host is currently in battle. Please focus on the enemy. Ta Pham smirked. Alright then, let's focus on butchering these beasts first. Holding his sword in one hand and a dagger in the other, Ta Pham grinned. Hey, don't think running away is my only move. With that, he charged forward and clashed with the monsters. Ta Pham slashed through them in a frenzy. I can't believe I can actually fight these beasts head-on now. From now on, I won't have to hide behind my teammates. I can finally take control of my own destiny. Ta Pham plunged his sword into the ground, catching his breath as the corpses of spinefish lay scattered all around him. A system notification flashed. Host has 21 unallocated attribute points. Unallocated attribute points? Wait, thinking of Nananguyet's condition, Ta Pham realized he had to prioritize the urgent task at hand. Earlier, the collapse of the subway tunnel had dragged countless spinefish underground. But on the bright side, the tunnel is relatively safe for now. With spinefish corpses piled high at the cave entrance, no other monsters would disturb them for a while. As Ta Pham bandaged his wounds, he thought to himself, the most urgent task right now is neutralizing the poison in Lady Nananguyet's body. The beast attracted on her is the real threat. Looking at the beautiful girl lying unconscious, Ta Pham gulped. Gently removing Nananguyet's outer jacket, he whispered apologetically, "To get us both out of here alive, please forgive me for this." The spinefish attractant was a liquid, with a very distinct scent. It could drive spinefish into a wild, obsessive frenzy. Since the apocalypse, countless things on Earth had mutated, not just animals, but plants too. These mutated plants could be refined into various potions, with the beast attractant being one of them. Her wounds are easy to treat, but having this lingering attractant scent on her is way too dangerous. Looks like I'll have to mask it with another scent. Out of nowhere, Ta Pham pulled out a small vial of foul-smelling yellow liquid. It was a repellent made from skunk beast feces, emitting an incredibly repulsive odor that kept most monsters far away. It had been Ta Pham's trusted lifesaver for the longest time. Once he finished applying it, he breathed a sigh of relief. But looking at Non Nyet lying there, his nose suddenly started bleeding like a fountain. He sat down in a corner to rest. Now that Lady Non Nguyet's wounds are treated and the attractant smell is taken care of, we should be safe for the time being. Since the spinefish lure changed their hunting grounds, and Mu Kan Ho is likely still up there waiting, we're basically surrounded on all sides. But before making any plans, I need to figure out exactly what happened to my body. Ta Pham suddenly realized his meteor fragment necklace was gone. The God of War system. Did it transform from that? He brought up the system interface. Name, Ta Pham. Status, minor injuries. Rank, novice starfall warrior. Mental, 41. Constitution, 28. Strength, 28. Agility, 46. Unallocated attribute points, 21 points. Right after activating the God of War system, my physical stats shot up instantly. Even my previous wounds are starting to heal up. Am I really a low-tier Nebula warrior now? Gaining power this fast is straight-up cheating. In a video game, they'd call this a dirty, broken exploit. But wait, only mid-tier Nebula warriors are supposed to be able to use Nebula gear, so how am I equipping this? Welcome to Professor Ta Pham's crash course. Stamina represents your physical endurance and how well you adapt to your environment, while strength dictates raw muscle power and attack damage. Agility governs speed and perception, while spirit is basically your brain capacity. The spirit stat has always been shrouded in mystery. Could it be that my spirit stat breaking past 40 points is what allowed me to use Nebula gear? The system prompts again. Host Ta Pham still has 21 unallocated attribute points. Please distribute them quickly to boost your stats. Ta Pham stares at the system panel and says, "Please explain how to use the War God system." There is zero response. Annoyed, with a vein throbbing on his forehead, Ta Pham points at the floating screen. "You're a pretty irresponsible cheat system, you know that? If you're going to give me a hack, at least give me a user manual on how to use it." The system panel breaks into a sweat, then shifts again, adding little red plus signs next to his 4 stat lines. Do I control this with my mind? Ta Pham tries thinking about adding 2 points to strength. The strength stat on the screen instantly jumps from 28 to 30. No way, it really is mind-controlled. Ta Pham swings his sword around a few times. It feels noticeably lighter. Is this really the difference just 2 points of strength can make? The War God system is absolutely insane. Ta Pham immediately dumps his remaining attribute points into stamina and strength. His final stats now read: Spirit 40, 1, Stamina 37, Strength 40, and Agility 46. Deep in the dark tunnel, a stray fish lizard catches the scent of a dead rat and rushes over to tear into it. Ta Pham, already lying in wait, tosses his dagger to the side to create a distraction. Then, with a swift sidestep, he drives his blade clean through the fish lizard's skull. 1 shot, 1 kill. I can't believe how easy that was. This is an E-rank beast. Before this, even with a razor-sharp Nebula sword, I'd have struggled to pierce its hide. So, this is what it feels like to have real power. Killing 1 fish lizard gets me 3 attribute points. If I wipe out every single one of them down here, won't my strength absolutely skyrocket? There are still about 50 of them lurking underground. Ta Pham practically drools. 150 attribute points. I could jump straight to high-tier Nebula warrior. Ta Pham rubs his chin, coughing to clear his throat. Okay, calm down. Gotta stay focused. It's better to break through to mid-tier Nebula warrior first. Right now, my stamina is the only thing left. I just need 3 more points to hit 40. The chance to become a mid-tier Nebula warrior is right in front of me. The stat panel pops up. Name, Ta Pham. Status, minor injuries. Rank, mid-tier Nebula warrior. Spirit 41, Stamina 40, Strength 40, Agility 46. Even though I only gained 3 stamina points this time, breaking into the mid-tier Nebula warrior rank means I've surpassed the E-rank ceiling. My overall power has surged by over 50% compared to before. And right above Nebula warriors are the Nebula generals. As long as I get strong enough, no one will be able to stop me from saving the old man. Now, let the hunt begin. A short while later, in the cargo train yard, the carcasses of fish lizards are scattered everywhere. If I harvest the materials from a single fish lizard perfectly, they can sell for more than 5,000 yuan. Too bad I can't carry all of this. I'll just have to harvest their fangs and scales. Man, this is literally free money. Ta Pham smiles, tapping his blade against the wall to make some noise. Immediately, a pack of fish lizards scrambles toward the sound. Damn, they got here fast. Just as I thought, their hearing is way sharper than their eyesight. Ta Pham lunges forward and quickly dispatches the two beasts, then immediately starts carving out their fangs and scales. In just one short day, this is already my 16th or 17th fish lizard. When I started, I had to rely on sneak attacks, but now I can easily handle two at once. With the nebula sword backing me up, my combat power is definitely nothing to sneeze at among mid-tier nebula warriors. But there's a catch based on my initial calculations. Killing 40 fish lizards should have netted me 150 attribute points, but now that I've leveled up to a mid-tier nebula warrior, I'm only getting 1 attribute point per kill. This system isn't just a dirty cheat, its point counting system is stingy as hell too. I guess getting 3 points per kill earlier was only because I was punching above my weight class? Even though I can't level up to high tier just yet, based on my current strength alone, getting Lady Ren Yue out of this subway tunnel shouldn't be much of a problem. The real issue is that there are no higher ranking beasts around. Suddenly, Ta Pham notices water under his feet. Following the stream, he spots a crimson, two-headed monster. This is a mutated beast, a fusion of two different monsters. Its combat strength is through the roof, and it's several times more dangerous than a normal one. Watching the mutated beast effortlessly tear through 3 fish lizards, Ta Pham breaks out in a cold sweat, killing 3 fish lizards in the blink of an eye. Its power easily rivals a high-tier nebula warrior. I have 0 chance of winning this. Time to get the hell out of here and regroup. Returning to where Ren Yue is, the scent of the beast-attracting medicine on her has faded significantly. But her injuries are too severe. Without her combat support, how am I supposed to handle that mutated monster? That twin-headed crocodile is blocking our only way out, and it's super close to the exit of this E-rank beast nest. If we try to find another way out, we might run straight into Muk Han Ho and his goons. Before he even finishes wiping her wounds, she opens her eyes and wakes up. Zuo Fan said with a totally innocent face, "I'm just tending to your wounds, okay? You believe me, right?" Mu Yinyue pulled out her dagger, held it right to his throat, and coldly replied, "Oh, I believe you." Zuo Fan panicked. "Lady Yinya, wait, let me explain first." After getting a thorough beating from Yinya, she sat back and asked, "So, you defeated all those lizard fish and carried me all the way here?" She glared at him. "You sure know how to hide your true strength. Like I can just tell her I have a broken cheat system. Even if I did, nobody would believe me." Zuo Fan sighed. "Actually, my father is the former military commander, Zuo Hui." Mu Yinyu gasped. "The commander tied to the monster outbreak in Donghai City? Zuo Hui is your father?" Yinyue stared closely at Zuo Fan. So that was it. As Zuo Hui's son, standing out too much would only put him in grave danger. Keeping a low profile was definitely the smart move. "I'm sorry for dragging you into the Mu family's civil war," she said. Zuo Fan replied, "Lady Yinyue, our immediate goal is to figure out how to kill that two-headed crocodile and escape this place. You need to get back soon to handle the Mu family's affairs. And I have to survive this to clear my father's name." "A two-headed crocodile, huh?" Yinyue mumbled while eating. At the subway entrance, Zuo Fan and Yinyue peeked out to observe. The danger level of a two-headed crocodile was far beyond that of a normal E-rank monster. The lizard fish has incredibly sharp hearing and acts as a lookout, while the crocodile head handles the attacks. The lizard fish's long tongue acts as a long-range weapon, and the crocodile's bite force is strong enough to crush ordinary metal. Its skin is as tough as iron armor, completely impervious to regular blades. Merely relying on the sharpness of the Starfall sword wouldn't be enough to break through its defense. Plus, the two-headed crocodile doesn't share any of the lizard fish's weaknesses. Yinyue explained. To penetrate its hide, you must unleash the true power of the Starfall sword. Humanity's greatest asset against monsters is their Starfall gear. The true strength of Starfall equipment lies in the massive energy stored within the embedded monster cores. Yinyue cut through one of the monster scales Zuo Fan had collected, and continued. With its natural sharpness, Starfall gear can easily slice through the skin of an E-rank monster. However, When facing a mutated monster like the two-headed crocodile, a blade's raw sharpness alone will never be enough. A mutated E-rank beast is basically a monster that has evolved a second time. Its defense is boosted by at least 50%. Zuofan stared at the sliced monster scale, his heart bleeding. He had worked so hard to collect that lizardfish skin. My hard-earned money, he cried internally. Yin Yue grabbed both swords and said, "The two-headed crocodile has no obvious weaknesses. If you want to kill it, the most direct way is to decapitate both heads. To do this, you have to unleash the full potential of the Starfall sword." Zuofan was too distracted to care. He just nodded blankly, repeating in his head, "My blood, sweat, and tears, gone." Seeing that Zuofan looked like he was about to burst into tears, Yin Yue asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Staring at Yin Yue's new blade, Zuofan asked curiously, "Lady Yin Yue, where did you pull that knife from? I'm pretty sure you had nothing on you when I was treating your wounds." Blushing in embarrassment, Yin Yue snapped, "We are in a life-or-death situation, and you're still thinking about that? If you want to beat the two-headed crocodile, you have to master the Starfall sword." Zuofan nodded submissively. Yin Yu folded and stacked the monster skins. "Watch closely. I'm going to show you the true power of Starfall gear." Zuofan focused on the stacked hides. Sure, stacking them would increase their defense, but with a Starfall blade, he could probably cut through them if he put enough strength into it. Yin Yue focused her energy, channeling it directly into the edge of the blade. With a swift slash, she sliced clean through the stacked hides. Zuofan gasped in shock. Just like that, one smooth cut. That was the true power of Starfall equipment. The wielder must create a resonance with the E-rank monster core inside the sword, she explained. This generates a sword aura that multiplies the blade's sharpness. Unfortunately, this peak state doesn't last long, and after a few uses, the core will completely shatter. Zuofan thought, no wonder people don't use Starfall swords for practice. This is definitely a trump card meant for critical moments. Yin Yue pointed at Zuofan and said, "With my current injuries, my body can't handle the backlash of fully unleashing the Starfall sword's power. That's why you must master activating the gear yourself, and you only have 3 days." With no other choice, Zuofan went on a wild monster hunting spree, racking up combat experience and grinding for attribute points. Watching from a distance, Yin Yu muttered to herself, "To resonate with a Starfall core, one usually needs to slay beasts for a very long time, gradually grasping the feel of it through countless life-or-death battles. Even the most outstanding geniuses take half a year to master it, while many can't even achieve it in their entire lifetime. Zuofan, you're just built different. To be an intermediate Starfall warrior at such a young age, you are an absolute prodigy, so I'm sure you can do it." But after half a day, Zuofan felt completely exhausted. Raising his sword, he grumbled. Yin Yu said that fighting monsters non-stop makes it easier to trigger the resonance. But I don't feel a damn thing. Behind him, Yin Yue watched in disbelief. He had been continuously slaughtering countless lizard fish for half a day. Are you still unable to reach the threshold of resonance? Well, I suppose that makes sense. Even normal geniuses take 10 to 15 days to grasp it. Even with my innate sword sense, it would still take me about 2 days. But right now, we only have 3 days left. If I don't make it back in time for the Mu family's inheritance ceremony, the consequences will be unimaginable. On top of that, his father will be dragged into this too. Renyue muttered to herself, "I'm sorry, Zuofan. Right now, you're the only one I can count on." The system panel pops up. Starfall, sword, status, inactive. To activate this E-tier Starfall equipment, the host's power must reach intermediate level. Additionally, you must have 10 or more unassigned attribute points. Zuofan was stunned. Wait, so by using my attribute points, I can directly trigger a resonance with the Starfall sword's beast core? This system is a total ripoff. I worked so hard to grind for 10 attribute points, and now it's draining me completely. Zuofan spends 10 attribute points to activate it. The sword begins to glow brilliantly. Is this the resonance state of the Starfall sword? The system's voice rings out. Starfall weapon activated. Special trait unlocked. Razor, sharp sword, aura. Zuofan immediately tests it out, easily slicing through the lizardfish's corpse without breaking a sweat. He says excitedly, "So sharp, cutting through this lizardfish feels just like slicing tofu." Renew covers her mouth in shock. He actually did it. It only took him half a day. His talent is absolutely terrifying. Zuofan collapses onto the ground, completely exhausted, and yells, "Help me!" Renyu walks over, rolling her eyes. You idiot! Aside from affecting the beast core, entering a resonance state with a starfall weapon puts a massive strain on the user's body. You don't even know the basics, yet you're already showing off and swinging it around like a maniac. She hands him a healing potion, but a soft smile plays on her lips as she sighs with relief. But, thank you, Zuo-fan. Now brimming with confidence, Zuo-fan charges straight at the two-headed crocodile. It roars in fury, launching its incredibly long tongue to attack. Zuo-fan dodges the attacks one by one, closing the distance. If I can just slice off that lizard head, this two-headed crocodile's combat power will be cut in half. But the crocodile whips its tail at lightning speed. Caught off guard, Zuo-fan is sent flying into the wall, coughing up blood. Renyu gasps in horror. I let my guard down. I didn't expect its tail to be this lethal. It's too fast. I can't even activate sword resonance in time. Terrified, he stammers. This beast. Its power must have reached D tier. The monster lunges forward to bite him. Zuo-fan barely dodges. Its bite force is insane. If I get caught in that, I'm dead. The other head thrusts its tongue at him, leaving Zuo-fan with no choice but to desperately dodge. Slipping up for a split second, the tongue grazes his body. Zuo-fan quickly scrambles for cover. Is this really just a mutated E-tier beast? There are absolutely no openings. Ever since I got the War God system, reached intermediate warrior level, and mastered sword resonance, I've become way too arrogant. Seeing things turn south, Renyu quickly shouts, Zuo-fan, we need to fall back for now. With your current strength, you're no match for this two-headed crocodile. Zuo-fan snaps. Your injuries are still severe, so keep your head down. Zuo-fan forces himself to calm down, his mind racing. Even mutated beasts have their strengths and weaknesses. The key is identifying its mutated traits. The tail handles mid-range attacks, the right head uses its tongue for long range, and the other head attacks at close range. It covers both long and short ranges, and its hide is completely impervious to blades. With perfect offense and defense, it's a boss that easily rivals a D-tier beast. To kill this thing, I either need to master an E-tier martial art or possess an innate talent like Mu Renyue's sword sense. But there's no way I'm backing down here. If I don't get Mu Renyu out of here within 3 days, I'll be framed for her attempted murder. My old man will definitely be dragged into this and face a forced execution. I have to make it back. 12 years ago, during a beast tide in the city, his mother went missing while covering everyone's retreat. A young Zuo-fan cried, "They didn't even find her body. Why is everyone saying she's dead?" "Mom isn't dead." Zuo-hui looked at her portrait and vowed, "Rest in peace, dear. I'll take good care of Xiao Fan. I'll slaughter every beast in this world to avenge you." The two-headed crocodile lunges forward. Zuo-fan dodges and gets into a fighting stance. I must go back, find the truth, and clear my father's name. Even if it costs me my life, I won't have any regrets. The system's voice rings out, host's desperate will to fight detected. Unlocking innate skill. Perception. Basic perception. Sense all changes within a 10-meter radius. This is the view behind me? I can actually see behind myself? The two-headed crocodile's movements seem to slow down. Renyu repeatedly raps Zuo-fan on the head, then blushes as she says, Zuo-fan, thank you for this time. If it weren't for you, I probably would have died back there. With blood still dripping from his nose, Zuo-fan replies, Lady Renyu, you don't have to say that. I was only saving my own skin. Besides, we just went through life and death together. There's no need for all this thanking. It makes us feel like strangers. Renyu pouts. You're still calling me Lady Renyu? Zuo-fan smiles and says, All right, Renyu. While Renyu is lost in her romantic thoughts, Zuo-fan suddenly pulls her back. A barrage of arrows rains down right where they were standing. Muje leads a group of men to surround them, walking up with a smirk. Well, look who we have here. Lady Renyu. Renyu and that little rat. I never expected the two of you to make it out alive. I was just getting ready to come rescue you. Tafam glared at him and spat. Muk Trie, you scumbags really are like leeches clinging on for dear life. But Muk Trie couldn't care less, only letting out a smug sneer. Lady Nan Nguyen, you truly deserve the title of the Muk family's #1 genius. Even while gravely injured, you actually managed to escape that horde of beasts. Uncle Han Ho told me to lead my men and wait at the exit to cut you off. Looks like he knows your true strength all too well. Nan Nguyet's face went cold as she snapped. Just wait until I get back to the Muk family. You'll pay for this when the clan settles the score. Muk Triet spread his arms wide and mocked. Nyan Guyet. Oh, Nan Guyet. You really are naive, aren't you? In your current state, do you honestly think you're getting back alive? Besides, now that I think about it, I've been lusting after you for a very long time. Before you die, why don't you give my boys and me a good time? He waved his hand and barked, "Go! Someone crush that little rat over there. Once I've had my fun, it'll be your turn." His men couldn't wait any longer, drawing their weapons and charging forward. "Don't you dare steal this sweet deal from me. Then let's see who's faster." Ta Fam's eyes flashed as he unleashed a few swift sword strikes, instantly cutting down the lackeys. He smirked at Muktriet and said, "Looks like you idiots still don't realize who's the cat and who's the mouse." Muktriet quickly stumbled backward. How? How could he wipe them all out in an instant? Ta Fam said coldly. "Muktriet, it's time you and I settled our old debt." With that, he gently set Nan-Nguyet down. "Wait here for a second. This will be over in a flash." Meanwhile, Muktriet's remaining men began to panic. How is this possible? Mukliet and Mukte are novice Stardust warriors. Isn't this brat supposed to be just a reserve Stardust warrior? Veins bulged on Muktriet's forehead. That rat is actually wielding a Stardust sword. Who would have thought his mental stats have already reached the level of an intermediate Stardust warrior? He shrieked. "He's only relying on that Stardust sword. Use long-range weapons and gun them down." Arrows rained down relentlessly from all directions. Tafam stood his ground, activating his perception skill. The incoming arrows suddenly slowed down. Tafam easily sliced them to pieces before unleashing a wave of sword energy that wiped out the surrounding lackeys. Tafam walked up to Muktriet, letting out a dark chuckle. "Now it's your turn, buddy." Sweat poured down Muktriet's face like rain. He desperately didn't want to die. The moment Ta Fam made a move, Muktriet whipped around and bolted at maximum speed. Ta Fam let out a mocking "oh," saying, "Pretty fast. Too bad it's completely useless." Ta Fam channeled his perception skill, and everything within 10 meters slowed to a crawl. With a swift flash, one of Muktriet's arms was severed, making him scream in agony. Terrified, he fell to his knees, begging Ta Fam, "I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. I'll give you whatever you want." Ta Fam sneered. "You pathetic bastard. If you had actually fought back with all your might, I might have let you off." Suddenly, Muktriet grabbed an arrow and lunged forward, screaming, "Die, you little brat." Ta Fam ended him in a single strike. He then put Nan-Nguyet back on his back and continued walking out. "Nan-Nguyet, we're finally out of the beast nest." Nan-Nguyet gave a soft nod and muttered, "The Mook family reinforcements should be arriving soon too." An off-road vehicle pulled up, and an elderly butler named Muk and stepped out with his subordinates. Cupping his hands respectfully, he said, "My lady, you've made it out safely. This is truly wonderful." Nan-Nguyet handed a piece of paper with her contact info to Ta Fam. "Here's my number. Next time you come to Tanhai City, make sure to hit me up." Ta Fam chuckled. "Don't worry, Nan-Nguyet. When I visit Tanhai City, I'll definitely squeeze every penny out of you, you filthy rich girl." Nan-Nguyet snapped back playfully. "Who are you calling filthy rich?" Ta Fam burst out laughing. Meanwhile, the old butler glanced at the sword hanging from Ta Fam's waist, thinking, did the young lady actually give her sword to that brat? Nan-Nguyet poked her head out of the car window. "You have to come find me, okay? Don't you dare forget." Ta Fam waved back. The old butler murmured, "My lady, he is the son of a traitor. He's simply not worthy of you." Nan-Nguyet blushed and stammered, "Butler, what on earth are you talking about? Ta Fam and I mean, he and I are just comrades who went through life and death together." The old butler fumed inwardly. "How could I not see it? I'm just afraid the young lady is too naive and will get tricked by that brat. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." Meanwhile, Mukhan Ho knelt beside Muktriet's lifeless body, trembling. "Triet, I'm too late." A subordinate stepped forward with an update, reporting, "Muknan-Nguyet and that kid, Ta Fam, have already been picked up by Mukhanan. They are likely the ones who killed the young master." Mukhan Ho let out a furious roar. "Muknan-Nguyet, Ta Fam, I will make sure both of you pay with your lives." On the roof of Jeongbuk City Prison, a helicopter touched down, and a man and a woman stepped out. The man looked around and remarked, "So this is Jeongbuk City Prison? It seems the inmates get quite the luxury treatment here." The prison guard hurried over and saluted. Reporting, "Sir, our Jeongbuk City Prison always upholds human rights. The inmates are provided with all the standard accommodations." The commander asked coldly, "Does that traitor get to enjoy these comfortable conditions as well?" Reporting, "Sir, the cell of the traitor, Tahui, is naturally the absolute worst place in the entire facility. Inside Ta Hui's confinement area, the commander walked up. "Long time no see, traitor." Ta Hui gasped in surprise. "Why is it you?" The commander let out a sinister grin. "Tonight, some of your old friends and I are going to move you to a much better place." Ta Pham arrived at the prison gates by taxi. "We're here, buddy. Thanks, driver," he thought to himself. "Tonight, Dad will definitely tell me the truth. I finally have the power to clear your name." Suddenly, Ta Pham looked up in shock at a massive, floating fortress hovering in the sky. This was the Sky Prison, the highest security facility in the nation, designed to hold the most heinous criminals. Not a single inmate had ever made it out alive after being thrown into the Sky Prison. Ta Pham couldn't help but wonder why it was appearing here of all places. No way. Ta Pham knew something was terribly wrong and bolted straight into the prison. Outside, his father, Ta Hui, was already being escorted toward a helicopter by the commanding officer. Dodging the guards trying to hold him back, Ta Pham rushed all the way up to the rooftop. He slammed the door open and screamed, "Dad!" Consumed by panic, Ta Pham lost his cool and knocked down the surrounding guards. The commander looked at Ta Hui and burst out laughing, saying, "So, is this that useless son of yours?" "How amusing." Ta Hui remained silent. After taking down the rest of the guards, Ta Pham charged straight at them. "No prisoner has ever made it out of the Sky Prison alive. I can't let my dad go in there. I have to find out the truth and clear his name." The woman accompanying the commander suddenly lunged forward. She was blindingly fast, and Ta Pham could barely track her movements. Activating his sensory skill, he managed to block her strike. She gasped in surprise. "He blocked my handblade?" With a swift motion, she shoved his arms away. She snapped, "Don't you dare take another step." Ta Pham snarled back, "Get out of my way. I just want to say goodbye to my dad." Without a word, she slipped behind him and swung another lethal chop. Ta Pham blocked it with the flat of his blade. Her eyes widened again. He blocked it again? The first time wasn't a fluke. Ta Pham threw himself into a defensive stance, desperately blocking her relentless barrage. This woman is terrifying. Her speed and power are on a completely different level. Is she an advanced Stardust warrior? If it weren't for my sensory skill, I wouldn't even be able to see her moves. The commander patted Ta Hui's shoulder, genuinely surprised. "Is he really your son?" "The kid is just like you, definitely knows how to hide his true strength." Ta Hui was equally shocked. Ta Pham was blown back by a devastating blow. "If this keeps up, I'm done for. I have to activate the Stardust Sword's resonance." Unleashing a sudden burst of power, Ta Pham charged forward and roared, "If you want to keep your hands, get the hell away from me." A violent shockwave exploded. The woman, wearing gauntlets embedded with a star core, easily blocked it, while the star core on Ta Pham's sword shattered into pieces. The commander clapped slowly. "Impressive, kid. So young, yet so talented. It's a shame you're the son of a traitor. Since you fought so hard, I will give you exactly 1 minute to say your goodbyes." Looking at his son, Ta Hui smiled warmly. "You little brat, you've gotten stronger, haven't you? You're a real man now." Sniffling, Ta Pham choked out, "Dad, now, I can finally tell you. I never betrayed our country. The truth behind that disaster is, you must go to the Kim Nin City military base. The evidence is hidden inside a safe in the base's restricted area." Having said his piece, he boarded the helicopter and was taken away to the Sky Prison. Early the next morning, the alarm blared. Half asleep and utterly annoyed, Ta Pham bolted upright and slammed it shut with a loud smack. So freaking loud. Can't a guy get some decent sleep? Then, realizing what he'd done, he winced. "Sorry about that, my dear alarm clock. I just became a mid-tier warrior a few days ago, so I still can't fully control my strength. Don't blame me, okay?" He got out of bed and stretched his limbs. Ta Pham opened his system interface. Name, Ta Pham. Status, bursting with vitality. Rank, mid-tier Stardust warrior. Spirit, 41. Strength, 45. Constitution, 40. Agility, 50. Unassigned attribute points, 3. Oh, wait. Why did I set an alarm last night again? His phone suddenly rang, and Old Sao roared from the other end. "You little brat, where the hell did you vanish to? Your stuff is ready. Get your butt over here and pick it up." Ta Pham quickly threw on his clothes and laughed sheepishly. "Hey, Uncle Chubby, I'm heading out the door right now. I'm almost there. Don't worry so much. If you're hungry, just order your favorite lemon tea, my treat." Old Sao's voice boomed through the speaker. "You little brat, what did you just call me? Say it again, I dare you. If that's how it's gonna be, you can forget about the gear you asked me to make." I'm throwing it straight into the trash. No, wait, I'm sorry. My handsome, dashing, and incredibly charming Uncle Cao. Arriving at the office, Ta Pham scratched his head sheepishly and said, "Sorry, I ran into some famous idol on the way, which is why I'm late." Old Cao, who was taking a sip of water, muttered, "Well, that's a new excuse. I haven't seen this kid in just a few days, and he's already leaped from a mere reserve recruit to a mid-tier Stardust warrior. Has he been hiding his true strength all this time? Well, everyone has their secrets. He finally looks like Commander Ta Hui's son now." Ta Pham scratched his head and smiled. As expected of Uncle Cao, "Nothing gets past you." Old Cao slammed a backpack onto the desk. "I've got everything ready for you. Here are all the documents you'll need to enter Kim Nin City. There's also your low-tier Stardust Warrior certification. Under normal regulations, you have to wait 3 months before you're even allowed to register for the mid-tier exam." Handing over the low-tier Stardust Warrior license, Old Cao continued, "Kim Nin City isn't a small town like Jangbok City. The military base there is heavily guarded, and getting in and out freely won't be easy. You have to be extremely careful with everything you do. This is as much as I can help you with." Ta Pham expressed his gratitude and said, "Thank you, Uncle Cao. I'm so grateful for how well you've taken care of me over the past few years." Old Cao put his hands behind his back and turned away, grunting. "Don't go getting all sentimental on me, kid. Commander Ta Hui helped me a lot when I was young, so I was just looking out for you a bit." Ta Pham bowed his head. "Uncle Cao, once I finish what I have to do, I'll come back and visit you." "I'm off, Uncle Cao." Old Cao stood there, reminiscing about all their past moments. "Uncle Cao, I just awakened my abilities. Can I start taking on missions from the Mercenary Association now? Even making a little bit of money is fine. I'm actually super strong, you know. Uncle Cao, check out my new gear. Doesn't it look awesome? What do you mean it's ugly? What is wrong with your sense of style?" "Uncle Cao, trust me, I know how to stay alive. It's just a scratch, Uncle Cao. I did a great job on this mission. I'm basically a professional scout now, Uncle Cao. Hey Uncle Cao, got any coke? My bad, Uncle Cao, I was just messing with you. Seriously though, cut back on the smoking and switch to vaping." Old Cao sighed. "You kid, you'd better make sure you come back." Ta Pham walked outside and looked at the ticket. Uncle Cao had even booked it for him in advance. The departure date was 5 days from now, giving him plenty of time to get ready. This is the perfect opportunity to hit up the exchange and use the mutated beast core from the two-headed crocodile to reforge my Starfall sword. The military base in Kim Nin City is crawling with elite powerhouses. With my current strength, there is no way I can easily hold my own against them. I have to level up as fast as possible. Besides reforging the Starfall sword, I also need to master mid-tier martial arts. Kim Nin City is packed with monster nests, making it the perfect place to take on E-rank hunting quests and grind some stat points. Suddenly, his phone rang. "Yo, Baldy, what brings you calling all of a sudden? Hey, stop calling me that. Just call me Brother Lai. Where on earth have you been hiding lately, you little brat? I called you a bunch of times and you didn't even pick up. Are you free tonight? You, me, and your sister-in-law should head over to Aeon to grab some food." Ta Pham readily agreed. "You bet, brother. Let's meet at our usual spot. I actually just made some cash, so tonight is on me." Hanging up the phone, he saw it was still early, so he headed straight to the exchange to reforge his Starfall sword. Lai Vai was the only friend Ta Pham had left after his father's incident. Even though Lai Vai was just an ordinary guy, he always stood up for Ta Pham and never hesitated to share whatever good stuff he had. Because of Ta Pham's delicate situation, Levi had even used his own ID to rent an apartment for him. In 5 days, I'll have to leave this place. Arriving at the back Jiang City Exchange, Ta Pham watched 2 people walk past and instantly recognized their strength levels. It turned out his perception skill could actually scan other people's power. Talk about a handy skill. Yet, when I faced that girl earlier, I couldn't scan her at all to see how deep her strength ran. Was it because her level is much higher than mine? In this day and age, the social status of Starfall warriors is skyrocketing. Recent statistics show that when choosing a spouse, the top priority for most people is a Starfall warrior. After all, if a monster tide breaks out, having a Starfall warrior as your partner definitely brings a greater sense of security. Stepping inside, the exchange building was as packed as ever. First, I'll sell off the materials I got from the lizard fish. The area was filled with stalls selling weapons, gear, and core crystals. A G-rank beast core goes for over $1 million. In that case, shouldn't my mutated two-headed crocodile core easily fetch over $10 million? and demand still heavily outweighs supply. If I sold this core, I'd instantly become a multimillionaire. But instead of getting rich, I actually have to pay extra just to use this mutated core to reforge my Starfall sword. Selling the lizardfish materials only brought in 200,000. What a shame about the rest of those lizardfish parts. If I could have carried more back, I would have easily made millions. Well, at least my pockets are full now. Tonight, I'm definitely treating Brother Lai and his wife to a feast. Excuse me, do you need any help? A familiar voice caught Tafam's attention. Name, Luke Gi. Level, low-tier Starfall warrior. Luke Gi, a low-tier Starfall warrior? He recalled when Lai Vi first introduced his wife to him. Back then, he only knew she worked at the exchange, but he'd never heard anything about her being a Starfall warrior. I'll just say hello when we have dinner tonight. Inside the forging department's reception room. I'm very sorry, sir. Since Jiangbak is only a B-tier city, the best blacksmiths at our exchange are only mid-tier. Only a high-tier blacksmith can use an E-rank mutated beast core to reforge a weapon. You will probably have to visit a larger city. Ta Pham replied with disappointment. All right, I get it. I guess I'll just have to wait until I get to Kim Nin City and check out their exchange. Watching Ta Pham walk away, the female clerk sneered. A novice Starfall warrior bringing in an E-rank mutated beast core to reforge a weapon? Talk about completely clueless. Her colleague looked puzzled. How could a low-tier warrior get his hands on a valuable E-rank mutated beast core anyway? He probably got carried. I checked his ID, and he literally just passed his novice warrior exam. Forget about E-rank mutated beasts. Even a regular F-rank monster could easily stomp a guy like him to death. Just then, another woman walked up and asked, an E-rank mutated beast core to reforge a Starfall weapon? The receptionist spun around in shock and cried out, Master! She immediately rushed after Ta Pham, calling out, Excuse me, please wait. Ta Pham turned around, pleasantly surprised. What? Did a visiting high-tier blacksmith just arrive at the exchange? Back in the reception room, the visiting woman approached him. I heard you want to use an E-rank mutated beast core to reforge your Starfall weapon? Ta Pham sized up the girl. She looked incredibly young and beautiful. Is that high-tier blacksmith really that arrogant to just send an assistant to talk to me? Name, Truk Nai Diem. Age, 20. Strength, unknown. Truk Nai Diem held out her hand. Have you made up your mind? Show me the core so I can inspect it. Ta Pham grumbled in his head. How rude. If they want this business, the actual blacksmith should have come in person. Truk Nai Diem stared at him for a moment, then pulled out her professional certification card. A high-tier master blacksmith? Aren't high-tier smiths usually middle-aged guys in their 30s or 40s? She looks around the same age as me. With a totally constipated expression on his face, Ta Pham stammered, my bad. Truk Nai Diem replied, Now, can you show it to me for evaluation? If this E-rank mutated beast core is in perfect condition, I will only charge you for the raw materials and waive the forging fee entirely. Reforging fees for E-rank Starfall weapons easily start at over 100,000, and using a mutated E-rank core makes it insanely expensive. That's a massive amount of money saved. Ta Pham took the core out of his backpack and handed it over. Truk Nai Diem was stunned. It really is an E-rank mutated beast core, and it's in perfect condition. The energy in this core is incredibly abundant. This beast was killed in active combat, not ambushed or poisoned. Ta Pham was also startled. To gather so much information just from a beast core, is this the power of a high-level master smith? Truk Nai Diem placed the core back on the table. I'm highly satisfied with the quality. I'll take this job. However, now that I've accepted the job, the real owner of this core should come and discuss the details in person. Ta Pham scratched his head. Well, that sounds a bit familiar, doesn't it? Truk Nai Diem crossed her arms and said, Earlier, you said the master smith should negotiate this deal in person. Since I'm here, shouldn't the person backing you show their face too? Ta Pham leaned both hands on the table. To be completely honest with you, I was the one who took down that mutated beast. The room went dead silent. Suddenly, Nai Diem burst out laughing, clutching her stomach. You? Killed an E-rank mutated beast? Do you think I'm some 3-year-old child? She slammed her hand on the table and said, Get the real owner of the core here. I don't have the patience to sit here and listen to your nonsense. Ta Pham's face turned serious. I'm telling the truth. You're so young, yet you're already a master forger. So, me killing an E-rank mutated beast shouldn't be that hard to believe, right? Truk Nai Diem stared at Ta Pham for a moment, then walked toward the door. If you're so confident, follow me. I hope you can still talk this big in a moment. With the rise of Starfall weapons, forging workshops began popping up everywhere, and the status of master forgers skyrocketed. However, not just anyone can be called a master forger. Only craftsmen capable of forging Starfall gear can earn that title. With enough materials, reforging the blade's body is incredibly easy. But integrating an E-rank mutated beast core is a whole different story. Ta Pham was truly amazed. Incredible. As expected of a master forger, she finished the blade's body in no time. Nai Diem took off her glasses. Reforging the body is done. Now, we've reached the most critical step of the entire process. And for this, we need you, the self-proclaimed true owner of this E-rank mutated beast core, to step up. Ta Pham raised his hand reassuringly. No problem at all. The moment the beast core fuses with the Starfall weapon, the violent energy inside it will explode outward. It requires a powerful Starfall warrior to suppress it immediately. Of course, the results are best if the warrior who actually killed the beast is the one doing it. Nai Diem continued. The energy sealed inside this mutated core is actually stronger than a standard D-rank beast core. If you fail to suppress it, your life will be in danger. I strongly suggest you don't try to be a hero. Just call your family elders over. Ta Pham smiled and said, I get it, Miss Truk. Please carry on. Nai Diem snorted. Still acting tough? Don't regret this later. She began the process, guiding the beast core into the blade. The sword shook violently as the phantom of a two-headed crocodile materialized. Nai Diem shouted, Now, suppress it, quick. Focus your mind, gather your strength, and visualize yourself fighting that two-headed crocodile. Following her instructions, Ta Pham focused his energy toward the phantom, instantly suppressing it with ease. Thank goodness I learned the willow flicker technique at the last second, or I would have been completely done for tonight. Fatty stood there, completely frozen in shock. As a mid-tier Starfall warrior, Ta Pham had just slaughtered 3 opponents of the same rank. Not to mention, he had mastered the willow flicker the very moment he got his hands on it. Was this the legendary super genius people talked about? Meanwhile, Ta Pham walked over to the 3 corpses and began looting them. Whoa, these 3 were loaded. Fatty said, Brother Pham, you're insanely strong. Have you thought about aiming for the #1 spot in this joint operation? That bastard Lahoang Vu is definitely aiming for first place. He must be the one behind my assassination attempt. Ta Pham turned around and asked, First place in the joint operation? Meanwhile, deep inside Mount Vu Yu, Lahoang Vu had just finished off a 2-headed python. He muttered, So, we lost contact with the 3 men sent to eliminate that Bo Ban kid. One of his henchmen replied, Yes, young Master Hoang Vu, we've lost contact with all 3. However, we're certain that Bo Ban was severely injured. Lahoang Vu waved his hand dismissively. As long as Bo Ban is injured, there's no way he'll make it into the top 10 of this operation. How many points have we racked up so far? Another lackey chimed in, including the monsters hunted by the other 2 teams. You already have over 300 points, young master. Lahoang Vu burst into laughter. Excellent, I'm going to set a brand new record this time. Once I claim that first place reward, who else but me will be crowned the #1 genius of Kim Nin City? Meanwhile, Ta Pham was carrying Fatty on his back when he suddenly came to a halt. Fatty asked, thoroughly confused, Brother Ta Pham, what's wrong? Ta Pham raised his guard and whispered, Something is wrong here, it's too quiet. Suddenly, 2 pythons lunged at them. Vine pythons, E-rank beasts. Ta Pham executed the willow flicker to dodge, effortlessly slicing through the 2 serpents and claiming their cores. A vine python's liver is highly prized in medicine, excellent for improving eyesight and detoxifying the liver, making it incredibly expensive. Their fangs serve as proof to tally points for the joint operation. Now that Ta Pham had fully mastered the willow flicker, dealing with beasts, at E-rank was a walk in the park. Fatty looked at him with sheer admiration. Brother Pham, you're amazing. If we keep this up and aim straight for first place, we'll walk away with so much more, Zuo Fan said. Xiao Pan, why do you care so much about Lahoang Vu taking first place in this joint operation? Is it just for bragging rights, or does the top spot come with some special reward? Xiao Pan grinned and said, Of course there is a difference. The reward for first place in this joint operation is way better than second place. Brother Zuo Fan, have you ever heard of mystic treasures? Zuo Fan asked. Mystic treasures? Xiao Pan explained. Mystic treasures were only discovered within the last 2 years, so it's no surprise you haven't heard of them. Brother Zuo Fan. After the night of Starfall, animals were the first to mutate. Monsters ran rampant everywhere, destroying the world order, and only then did humans begin to mutate. That was how the Starfall warriors came to be. Plant mutations happened much slower, and other than growing more lush, they didn't really show any unique traits. So, most people didn't pay them much attention. That is, until 2 years ago, when a special object was discovered inside a mutated plant. That special object is the Mystic Treasure, something that can rapidly boost a Starfall warrior's strength. These mystic treasures are incredibly valuable, even rarer than mutated beast cores. Among the rewards for first place in this joint operation is a D-grade mystic treasure. Zuofan's interest was piqued. Rapidly boost strength, huh? Do they really have such a miraculous effect? To get first place in this joint operation, you'd need to rack up at least over 1,000 points, right? With less than 3 days left, where can we even find that many monsters to kill? Xiaopan grinned slyly. Brother Zuofan, don't you worry about that. We are almost at our destination. Stepping out of the forest, Zuofan immediately caught the thick scent of fresh blood up ahead. Broken Blade Iron Fur Wolves. E-grade monsters. This is awesome. There must be nearly 100 of them. This many wolves will get us nearly 2,000 points and over 100 attribute points. Winning first place in this joint operation will definitely help me break through to a high-level Starfall warrior. Xiaopan laughed and said, "This is the secret location discovered by the Mercenary Guild. What do you think, Brother Zuofan? Once we wipe out this E-grade wolf pack, first place is practically ours." Zuofan drew his sword. "Then let the hunt begin." Drawing his weapon, Xiaopan said, "My legs might be a bit stiff, but I can still charge in and act as your shield." Xiaopan leaped down to draw their attention, while Zuofan perfectly timed his strikes, rushing out to deliver the killing blows. Their points kept skyrocketing. 124, 134, 144. Suddenly, the alpha wolf roared, summoning the rest of the pack. Seeing this, Xiaopan prepared to flee. "There are too many of them. Let's fall back for now." Zuofan quickly grabbed Xiaopan and sprinted away as fast as his legs could carry him. "Just you wait, you stupid wolves. We'll be back to settle the score with you, small fry, in a bit." Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Le Hoangvu was resting when a subordinate rushed over to report. "Young Master Hoangvu, based on the reports from the other 2 squads, along with your own personal kills, your current score is already 932 points. By the end of the operation, we will definitely surpass 1,000 points." Le Hoangvu said, "Over 1,000 points, huh? Isn't that setting a new record for this joint operation? Sneaking in those 2 squads to secretly farm points for me was a brilliant move." He raised his middle finger and sneered. "Who else could possibly take first place in this joint operation but me? Now, I just hope that little brat Poopan is doing all right. I can't wait to see the look on his face when I claim the top spot. It is going to be absolutely priceless." Ha ha ha. Later that evening, in a secluded mountain corner, the 2 of them were roasting wolf meat. With this, our score should be at 1,004 points. But even if our score just crossed 1,000, first place might not be guaranteed. Xiaopan took a huge bite of meat and mumbled, "Don't worry, Brother Zuofan. Crossing 1,000 points is a guaranteed win. That score is more than enough to set a brand new record." Zuofan replied, "But didn't you say Le Hoangvu had extra squads helping him secure the top spot and farming points for him? If that's the case, is 1,004 points really going to cut it?" Xiaopan scratched his head, feeling unsure. "Well, the Le family probably wouldn't dare to make it too obvious. If they get caught, they'll face severe punishment from the military. But since they're playing dirty, 1,000 points might actually be a bit tight." Sensing something, Zuofan turned around. Through the darkness, it looked like a shadowy figure was sitting and watching them. Zuofan frowned, feeling doubtful. "Is it just my imagination? Why do I feel a sudden chill, like we're being watched?" Xiaopan handed a roasted wolf leg to Zuofan and said, "It's fully cooked and ready to eat, Brother Zuofan. Here, have a wolf leg." Zuofan took the meat. It was firm on the outside but tender on the inside, absolutely delicious. Poopan's cooking skills were actually quite impressive, and his appetite was monstrous. No wonder this kid grew so big. Xiaopan let out a loud burp, tossed the bone aside, and said, "My dream is to eat every single kind of monster in the world. Man, I'd love to try a D-grade Broken Blade Iron Fur Wolf next." Zuofan quietly ate, thinking to himself, "This guy is a bottomless pit." Suddenly, a strange growl echoed nearby. Both of them whipped their heads around, and the wolf standing before them looked incredibly bizarre. Zuofan quickly asked, "Is that a Broken Blade Iron Fur Wolf? Why does it look so different?" Quickly raising his shield, Xiaopan said, "Of course it's different. That's a Moonblade Steel for Wolf King, an evolved form of the Steel for Wolf. It's a B-grade monster, and that silver fur shimmering with gold is a sign that it is about to evolve again," Tafam said in horror. "Holy crap, this is a D-rank king beast. Xiaoban, are you absolutely sure you're not seeing things? Don't scare me like that. A king beast? This is a beast of a certain rank that has evolved to its absolute limit, right on the verge of ascending to a higher rank. It is virtually invincible among beasts of its own level," Xiaoban said seriously. "How could I possibly be wrong? Just look at the aura radiating from this wolf king. Can a normal D-rank beast even compare? Even if it doesn't quite have the power of a C-rank beast, which is on par with a Starfall general, I'm afraid it is extremely close." Seeing how furious the wolf king was, Tafam guessed, "We must have wiped out all of its cubs. Talk about holding a serious blood feud." Tafam quickly grabbed Xiaoban and ran for his life. Xiaoban accidentally dropped his roasted meat leg and screamed, "My meat!" Tafam snapped, "Forget about your meat. With your big mouth, why did you have to go and jinx us by asking to eat a D-rank beast? Now look what you've done, we ran straight into a D-rank king beast." Xiaoban shut his mouth, too terrified to speak. The wolf king chased after them with extreme speed. Tafam looked back and gasped. "Holy hell, that is insanely fast. It's at least twice as fast as those iron-bristled wolves. Damn it, at this rate, we are going to get caught." The wolf king pounced directly at them. Tafam quickly used Willow Drift to dodge, swinging his sword and successfully striking the wolf king in the process. But its body was way too tough. He couldn't even slice through a single strand of the wolf king's fur. Refusing to believe it, Tafam slashed several more times, but still, nothing worked. No damage at all? Bone Piercer can't even scratch its defense. "This is insane," Xiaoban screamed. "Brother Fam, watch out, it's charging." Tafam had originally planned to save the attribute points he got from killing the iron-bristled wolves, wanting to use them later after making a careful plan. But he couldn't wait any longer. Opening his system panel, he used 10 saved points to upgrade Willow Drift from entry level to minor mastery. Tafam barely managed to dodge the Wolf King's deadly charge. Its powerful impact was strong enough to shatter a mountain. The attack power of a D-rank king beast is terrifying. "I can't block this at all. If I get hit, I'm dead for sure. This is bad. My movement technique still isn't fast enough. I have to upgrade it again." Meanwhile, Xiaoban had already passed out, foaming at the mouth. Just as Tafam was about to open the system and upgrade Willow Drift from minor mastery to grand mastery, the system notified him. The mastery of the combat technique Willow Drift has just been increased. It cannot be upgraded again in such a short period of time. Furious, Tafam pointed at the system panel and cursed. "Are you kidding me? What the hell is this cheap-ass system? Why can't I upgrade when my life is on the line? Fine, if I can't boost my movement technique, I will just dump all my points into my agility stat first." But the system notified him again. Agility has reached the limit for an advanced Starfall warrior. It cannot be increased further. Tafam began to panic. "You useless piece of junk. You always let me down at the most critical moments. Does cannot be increased mean I have to break through to the Starfall general realm first? But I don't have enough points for that either." Summoning what little strength he had left, Xiaoban muttered, "Brother Fam, run." Tafam's current status panel. Name, Tafam. Rank, mid-tier Starfall warrior. Spirit, 45. Constitution, 45. Strength, 45. Agility, 99.9. Unallocated attribute points, 21. Weapon, Bone Piercer. Weight, 25 kilograms. Stat bonuses, 40 strength and 40 agility points for the user. Weapon trait, Sharp Sword Energy. New trait unlocked, E-rank penetration. Basic perception, innate combat technique, allows the user to sense all changes within a 10-meter radius. Willow Drift, minor mastery. A movement technique that greatly boosts the user's speed and agility. With my current strength, even though I can't take this beast head-on, keeping myself alive shouldn't be a problem. Tafam declared his intention. "I have to fight this thing, and see what happens." The Wolf King lunged forward. Tafam dodged, aiming directly for the beast's thigh. Activating his Sharp Sword Energy trait, he swung his blade, but still couldn't pierce its defense. Tafam tried activating Bone Piercer's second trait, E-rank penetration. This time, it actually worked, but the wound healed almost instantly. "Oh no." Tafam screamed internally as the Wolf King's claws shredded his shoulder. "Even my full power strike barely scratched this thing." A D-rank king beast is truly terrifying. I'm afraid even using Bone Piercer's Starfall Burst wouldn't do a damn thing. Realizing he was completely outmatched, Ta Pham activated Willow Drift and got the hell out of there. Losing its target, the Wolf King howled in frustration and retreated deep into the forest. Ta Pham finally stopped running, looked back, and breathed a sigh of relief. We should be safe from that Wolf King now. Setting Xiaoban down, the chubby kid said, "You did awesome, brother Ta Pham. Here, have some roasted wolf meat to calm your nerves." Ta Pham's eyes nearly popped out as he yelled, "You still haven't thrown that roasted wolf meat away? Do you want that monster to track us down again?" Xiaoban whined, "But it's so delicious. It would be such a waste to throw it away. Besides, didn't we already escape?" Just then, a group of people approached. Their leader sneered, "Look here, boys, these two kids are injured, and it looks pretty bad. But judging by how stuffed their backpacks are, they must have hit the jackpot on this run, huh? They've probably got tons of valuable materials for points." Ta Pham glared at the chubby kid in anger, thinking, "We just escaped a wolf's mouth only to run straight into trouble. This kid's big mouth must be cursed." The strangers laughed. "You two wet behind the ears punks running into us? Consider it your unlucky day." Ta Pham expanded his sensory perception, observing the 2 mid-tier Starfall warriors and 3 low-tier Starfall warriors. Drawing his blade, the leader barked, "Hand over everything you have got. Otherwise, do not blame us for getting nasty." His lackeys grew impatient and grumbled, "Boss, why are you wasting your breath on these 2 brats? Let's just slice them up and take their loot." "Exactly. One is a bruised-up wimp, and the other is a fat pig with a broken leg. Just looking at them is an eyesore. Let's clean up their corpses and get this over with." Being called a bruised wimp and a fat pig with a broken leg made Ta Pham and Little Ban's faces go cold. The leader sneered, "Since the boys have spoken, you two can blame your own bad luck. Gut them." The lackeys charged forward, screaming, "You unlucky little punks, just die quietly. Do not struggle, or it will only hurt more." In the blink of an eye, Ta Pham dashed forward, shattering their weapons one by one with a single strike. The leader gasped in terror. "What is going on? How is this wimp so strong?" Just then, Little Ban appeared from behind, slamming his shield down. "How dare you call me a fat pig? You are dead meat." Moments later, the gang was on their knees, begging for mercy. "Please, sirs, have mercy, and spare us, just this once. It is our fault for being blind and offending you two. Please, spare our lives." Ta Pham and Little Ban smirked mischievously, then proceeded to ruthlessly stomp on them. "Who is a wimp? Take that, you bastard. You dare call me a fat pig? I will beat your face until you actually look like one." After stripping the thugs of all their belongings, Ta Pham put Little Ban on his back and continued their journey. Little Ban pouted and said, "I cannot believe how pathetic this team was. 3 days. And they only got 150 points. Talk about dirt poor. But adding their score loot to yours, you have definitely secured the top spot in this joint operation." Ta Pham replied, "A team with 2 mid-tier and 3 low-tier warriors is actually considered decent in this joint operation. So how did they only get 150 points in 3 days?" Finishing off a piece of wolf meat, Little Ban replied, "That is not surprising. Although there are many beasts outside Vuyu Mountain, they are unevenly distributed. If you are unlucky, you might not even reach 100 points in 3 days. Some stronger teams will claim territories, rob others like those guys just did, or even use secret squads to farm points. In a joint operation, secretly deploying point farming squads is considered cheating. If caught, they would face severe military punishment. But to make it into the top 10 for those massive rewards, some factions will definitely cheat under the table. Especially since the first-place winner of this joint operation gets a rare mystical treasure as a reward. Suddenly, Ta Pham noticed bodies scattered everywhere ahead, both humans and monsters. Could this be a mutual destruction scenario? Ta Pham searched the bodies but found nothing. They had already been looted. Looking around, Little Ban suddenly warned, "Brother Pham, this is a trap." Right as he spoke, 2 figures ambushed them. Little Ban immediately recognized them as the Lei family twin serpents. Spotting Little Ban, the twin serpent smirked. Well, if it isn't young Master Boban, we were just waiting around for random prey. But we ended up catching a fat pig instead. 2 high-tier Starfall warriors. Is this the secret point farming squad deployed by the Lee family? This is going to be trouble. Wait, if they are farming points, there must be others nearby. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a hail of arrows came flying at them. The shots were incredibly fast and powerful, piercing straight through the ancient trees. Activating his willow glide, Tafam easily dodged the onslaught. Perched on the branches were 3 crossbowmen waiting in ambush, along with 2 high-tier Starfall warriors acting as assassins. 3 crossbowmen with devastating firepower. This lineup is terrifying and extremely dangerous. Only now did Little Ban react, sticking close to Tafam. He glared at the La family members and snapped. Did the La family send you here to secretly farm points and steal the top spot in this joint operation? How shameless. You people have no honor. The one in green sneered. Shameless? No honor? Thanks for the compliment, you fat pig. Leaping forward, he roared. Let me show you what shameless really means. He circled to the side and slashed his blade. The man in green launched a barrage of attacks to keep Tafam pinned down, but luckily, Little Ban blocked them with his shield. The man in red, along with the 3 archers in the trees, rained down a barrage of arrows to finish them off. Tafam quickly activated his sensory perception, using his willow glide to carry Little Ban to safety at lightning speed. The man in red commended. Impressive. You actually managed to dodge our coordinated attack. You have got some skill. The man in green added, I was wondering how that brat Bo Ban survived the previous assassination attempt. It turns out his old man, Bo Hao, sent this kid to protect him. Hiding in a corner, Tafam quickly analyzed the situation. The situation is bad. The green and red-clothed fighters coordinate flawlessly. Just dealing with these 2 is already a massive headache. On top of that, we have 3 mid-tier Starfall crossbowmen. This is highly unfavorable for us. Suddenly, a devious idea popped into Tafam's head. Wait, what about the Moonblade Iron Bristle Wolf King? Just you wait, I'm going to play you guys to death. Glaring toward Tafam's hiding spot, the man in red tried to drive a wedge between them. Hey kid, you are pretty strong. Why waste your life protecting Bo Ban and dying for nothing? Just hand over that fat kid, and we swear on the La family's honor that we will let you go. Knowing they meant it, Little Ban urged. Brother fam, you are no match for them. Just give me up. This has nothing to do with you. Do not throw your life away for me. Tafam clenched his fists tightly. The La family was complicit in framing his father, making them his mortal enemies. How could this have nothing to do with him? Tafam leaned in and whispered his plan to Little Ban. After a moment, Little Ban asked nervously, is this really going to work? Tafam let out a cold sneer. Relax, bro. I've got this. Tafam glared at the Lei family members and scoffed. The honor of the Lei family? You guys cheated to steal extra points during a joint operation, and you actually have the nerve to talk about honor? Who do you think you're fooling? A 3-year-old? Furious, Red snapped. You insolent brat. It's time to teach you a lesson you'll never forget. The twin snakes charged from both sides. Tafam dodged to the side and went head-to-head against Red. Little Ban took on Blue. Since defense was Little Ban's specialty, Tafam wasn't too worried. With his hands free, Tafam immediately used his crossbow to take down the 3 snipers hiding in the trees. Then, he suddenly activated the piercing skill of Bone Piercer, slashing right across Red's arm. Red gasped in shock. Does this brat's weapon have an E-class mutant beast core? Having landed a successful strike, Tafam immediately turned and bolted. Red licked the blood from his hand and grinned. An E-class mutant beast core? Damn, that thing is way more valuable than a regular D-class beast core. A lucky windfall just dropped into our laps. We can't let him escape. The group immediately gave chase, but Red grew suspicious. How the hell is his speed so fast? Blue looked worried. If we keep chasing him like this, we might miss the final point tally for the joint operation. What if young Master Hoangvu blames us? But Red refused to give up the chase and let Tafam go. Seeing them lagging, Tafam threw something back at the group. Thinking it was a hidden projectile, Blue slashed it to pieces with his knife. The liquid inside the vial exploded, splattering all over the 5 men. A revolting, unbearable stench filled the air, instantly infuriating Red. He growled in rage, I'm going to tear Tafam to shreds. Meanwhile, Tafam was curious. What on earth did Little Ban hand him to make them this angry? Little Ban giggled and said, That's skunk monster dung, bro. 1 drop gets you hooked, 2 drops knock you out. Tafam grimaced in disgust. Why would you carry something so repulsive around with you? Little Ban grinned. Brother Fam, you don't get it. Even though this stuff stinks horribly, other monsters avoid it like the plague. When you're venturing out in the wild alone, it can really save your life in a pinch. Tafam was completely speechless. By now, the group had arrived at the ravine where the Wolf King resided. Unaware of the impending danger, Red secretly rejoiced. There's only one way out of this ravine. Even if they grew wings, they couldn't escape now. Blue agreed. Perfect. Little Band's head, plus that mutant core weapon. We're hitting the jackpot today. Just ahead, Ta Pham suddenly turned a corner. The pursuing La family members came to an abrupt halt. The Wolf King was standing right there, blocking their path. Only then did Red realize he had been set up. He stared at the Wolf King and stuttered. This aura belongs to a D-class king beast. Damn it, that brat lured us into a trap. The Wolf King pounced, and in an instant, the roles of hunter and prey were completely reversed. Dust and rocks flew everywhere as the twin snakes struggled to block the Wolf King's assault. Blue cried out in terror. It's too strong. This Moonblade Ironmane Wolf King is about to evolve. It really is a D-class king beast. He glanced at the three archers and barked, "Aim for its eyes." That was the weakest spot of the Moonblade Ironmane Wolf King, but the Wolf King whipped its rear around to block, causing the incoming arrows to bend and shatter against its hide. The Wolf King let out a deafening howl, forcing the twin snakes back. Since it was now blocking the only exit, the group had no choice but to fight for their lives. Seething with rage, Red swore that once they got out, he would make Ta Pham and his friend pay dearly. They began to spread out, taking up defensive positions. Meanwhile, Ta Pham and Little Ban were lying up above, enjoying the show. Ta Pham was surprised. Wow, they transitioned into a defensive formation so quickly. Well, they are an elite hunting squad, Little Ban explained. The Lee family's twin snakes are considered top-tier experts among high-level Starfall warriors. Since they're identical twins, their coordination is absolutely flawless. With 3 high-damage archers backing them up, taking down normal-tier monsters is a piece of cake. But this is the Moonblade Ironmane Wolf King. Even though it hasn't evolved into a class beast yet, it's virtually invincible among D-class beasts. It's more than enough to give them a hell of a hard time. Ta Pham scoffed. Those La family dogs brought this upon themselves. Suddenly, the Wolf King charged forward with blinding speed. The two brothers poured all their strength into blocking, but it was useless. The sheer force of the impact blasted them backward. Ignoring the two leaders, the Wolf King rushed straight toward one of the archers. Panicking, the archer frantically fired arrows that did absolutely nothing to the beast. With 2 swift slashes, the archer was torn to shreds, leaving nothing behind. Blue cried out in horror. This monster is too smart. It knows to target the ranged attackers first. Red shouted, "Big brother, we have to use that item." As the Wolf King charged, Red pulled out a gleaming golden rope. Meanwhile, Ta Pham entered the passcode Ta Hui had given him. "It's open. The evidence inside can finally clear my father's name." "Wait, why is it empty?" Ta Pham gasped, completely stunned. "How can this be? Did my old man lie to me? No, that can't be. Dad always keeps his word. He would never lie to me. Someone else must have taken the contents of this safe. But who?" Ta Pham spun around in shock. "Talam, when did you wake up? What are you doing here?" Talam replied urgently, "Now is not the time to talk about this. Do you know where the base's treasure nursery is?" Ta Pham grew suspicious. The treasure nursery was a highly classified facility. How did she know about it? Talam urged him, "Hurry, take me there. The main target of the monsters outside is. It's the treasure nursery. That's also the Le family's true objective. The nursery is in grave danger." Ta Pham said, "No way I'm taking you there. You and that flat-headed boss of yours should take my dad instead. We're not friends, and I don't trust you." Talam said, "If we don't lock him up in the Sky Prison, he'll be in real danger. What does a brat like you even know anyway?" Ta Pham quickly asked, "What do you mean by that?" Suddenly, a giant lizard poked its head out from the roof, putting Ta Pham on high alert. "A Class D beast, a giant lizard." Talam shouted, "Get out of here, I'll hold them off." But with a single swipe, the beast sent Talam flying back. Ta Pham rushed over to catch her and said, "Leave this to me." With that, he plunged right into the chaotic brawl with the lizards. Talam was stunned. How is this kid so strong? Just a few days ago, he was only an advanced warrior. Once Ta Pham finished off the beasts, Talam said, "Do you believe me now?" Ta Pham nodded and replied, "All right, let me take you to the Mystic Treasure Nursery." After listening to Talam's information, Ta Pham said furiously, "So that's how it is. The Le family has been secretly breeding these beasts all along, and they want to seize the entire Mystic Treasure Nursery. With that, they'll have an army of general-rank beasts at their command. The Le family is absolute trash, doing such twisted, insane things." Talam replied, Some people will do absolutely anything to satisfy their own selfish greed. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. Ta Pham opened the door and saw Kui Qian and his men fighting desperately against the lizards to defend the mystic treasure nursery. Hundreds of them kept crawling out from the ceiling. Exhausted, Kui Qian screamed, "Hold off these damn giant lizards. Don't let them set foot in the mystic treasure nursery. There are too many of them, and we don't have enough troops. We can barely hold the line. These beasts are targeting the mystic treasure nursery. If they consume the treasures, they'll mutate even further. The fallout won't just hit this base. It will destroy the entire city of Kim Nin. We can't let them have their way. Now is the time to fulfill our duty as soldiers. Protect this place. Fight to the death and never retreat." The soldiers shouted in unison, "Fight to the end, never retreat." Suddenly, a giant Class D alpha lizard emerged. Kui Qian felt a wave of hopelessness. This was it. They were finished. But right at that moment, Ta Pham burst in, launching an attack that knocked the alpha flat on its back. Kui Qian breathed a sigh of relief. "Pham, you got here just in time." Ta Pham glanced around, ordered To Lam to back up the other side, and then went back to farming attribute points. To Lam thought to herself in annoyance, "This brat actually thinks he can order me around? Who does he think he is? Even if he's a prodigy who broke through to general rank, fighting 7 of these massive beasts at once should drain his energy. Besides, there are way too many beasts here." But her thoughts were instantly cut short. Ta Pham unleashed his perfect floating light step and perfect shadow blade flowing light sword, embarking on a frenzied slaughter. To Lam stood frozen in shock, and the soldiers' eyes nearly popped out of their heads. The way he was slicing through the beasts was like a hot knife through butter. Is this the power of Kim Nin City's youngest general rank warrior? Kui Qian thought with deep admiration. Looks like we're gonna be fine. I'd expect nothing less from young Pham. Looking at Ta Pham, To Lam wondered. That night, when he saved me, was this kid actually holding back his true strength? She then turned to Kui Qian and asked, "How did Pham get this strong in just a few short days? Did something crazy happen to him?" Kui Qian said, "We can talk about the details once we survive this mess. All you need to know is that Pham practically killed Letrung himself. His power is already at the peak of low-tier general rank." To Lam's voice trembled slightly as she asked, "He actually defeated that old monster Letrung? Talk about like father, like son." Ta Pham felt incredibly relaxed. "Haha, this is a breeze. With my current strength, slaying anything below Class D is completely effortless. I've cut down nearly 100 lizards, and my stamina has barely dropped. Most of the energy loss is just from using the floating light step in bursts. But now that I look around, where the hell did that alpha slip off to? Worse, the number of these lizards isn't going down at all. In fact, they keep multiplying. This isn't good." Suddenly, 2 lizards lunged down from the ceiling. Another sneak attack? A sneak attack failed earlier, and they're trying it again? Beasts really have no brains. Ta Pham suddenly noticed bombs strapped to both of them. Boom! The explosion shook the room. The soldiers panicked. What happened? They have explosives strapped to them, just like that night. Were these lizards actually trained by humans? Completely unharmed, Ta Pham charged out from the smoke to resume his slaughter. "You think you can hide? I've been tracking your every move," he thought to himself. "There are 3 Class C beasts. If I can't kill them all at once and they scatter, Kui Qian and To Lam will be in serious danger. I need to wait for the perfect moment." Seeing 2 of the Class C lizards fleeing, Ta Pham sensed something was off. Suddenly, an axe came swinging at him. Ta Pham could feel that the raw power behind this strike was easily at the general rank. 3 masked figures emerged. "Not bad, kid. You actually blocked a full-strength strike from me." The soldiers gasped in terror. All 3 of them are general rank elites? Where on earth did the Le family find this many general rank fighters? Ta Pham eyed the 3 of them. Did that last strike come from the mysterious axe wielder on the left? Even among low-tier generals, that kind of destructive power is top tier. It's on par with Letrung. These 3 might be far more dangerous than ordinary general rank fighters. The flute-holding man spoke up. "Stop wasting breath on these weaklings." "Hey, what are you doing? Let me control the beast horde to slaughter every last one of them. Clearing out the mystic treasure nursery is our top priority." Kui Qian broke out in a cold sweat. A beast pack coordinating their attacks like this was absolutely terrifying. Ta Pham knew things were looking bad. He had to save the others first. But the axe-wielding guy anticipated his move, lunging forward with his weapon. "Save yourself first." "Ha!" Ta Pham ignored him. Saving the others was his top priority. He couldn't afford to waste time with this mysterious guy. Thankfully, My glimmering steps has reached perfection, which is more than enough to easily slip away from him. The swordsman lunged at him, yelling, "You think you can run? Not on my watch." Ta Pham found the voice familiar, but the impact of the attack was devastating, making him cough up a mouthful of blood. I couldn't even block a single hit. This guy is a mid-level war general. The man pulled off his mask and sneered, "So you're Ta Pham? You're the one who killed Muk Chiet, aren't you? I am Muk Han, Long of the Muk family." Ta Pham recognized the face and gasped, "Are you that despicable bastard Muk Han Ho?" "No, wait. Muk Han Ho isn't this strong." Ta Pham asked, "You're not Muk Han Ho. You're that bastard's brother, aren't you?" Muk Han Long laughed. "Quick-witted, aren't you? That's right. Muk Han Ho is my younger brother, and I am Muk Han Long of the Muk family, so he's the brother of that absolute scumbag. You two really are cut from the same cloth." The old man barked, "Shut your mouth, you little trash. Answer me. Did you and Muk Han Nguyet team up to kill Muk Chiet?" Ta Pham sneered, "Did you seriously think a useless piece of trash like Muk Chiet required me to team up with someone else? It took me just one blow to put him in the ground. Why the long face anyway? You look like your own son just died." Furious, he roared, "You little brat. How dare you kill a member of the Muk family? I am going to tear you limb from limb." Kwai Chian looked at Ta Pham, asking, "Little Pham, do you know these guys? Aren't they from the Lei family?" Ta Lam broke out in a sweat. "They're elite fighters from the Muk family. We're doomed." This scheme didn't just involve the Lei family and the major forces behind them. The Muk family had their hands dirty in this too. The flute player said, "Boss, why are you wasting your breath on this brat? The kid is speaking in riddles. He's clearly trying to buy time." Realizing his cover was blown, Ta Pham shot a glance at Kui Chien, signaling him to get ready. Muk Han Long lunged forward, yelling, "Let me kill this brat first. Xiao Qing, deal with those other pests." The man acknowledged with a nod and began playing his flute. Kui Chien shouted, and Ta Pham instantly got the message, tossing out a poison bomb. Kui Chien pulled out gas masks and shouted, "Quick, retreat into the sacred treasure nursery." Muk Han Long warned, "Watch out, everyone. This smoke is toxic." Ta Pham, "You cowardly rat. Is playing dirty the only thing you know how to do?" Ta Lam didn't have a gas mask, so she desperately covered her nose with her hand. Ta Pham rushed over and handed her one, allowing everyone to safely escape into the protective barrier. We should be safe for now. That was way too close. If the commander-in-chief hadn't set up defensive measures beforehand, we would be history. The defensive measures of the sacred treasure nursery were the strongest barrier within the base's forbidden zone. Commander-in-Chief Nui had issued orders beforehand that this final line of defense could be activated in case of an extreme emergency. Ta Lam stared at Ta Pham, deeply moved. In less than a short 6 months, he had grown to such an unbelievable level. He truly is his father's son. Muk Han Long glared furiously at the barrier, growling, "You think a pathetic gate like this can stop me?" He slashed his sword with immense force, but jolts of electricity surged straight into his hands. He cried out in pain. How is this electric defense grid so powerful? Can this barrier actually block a mid-level war general? Ta Pham and Kui Chien let out a huge sigh of relief. The commander-in-chief once said that unless all the strongest experts of Kimnin City joined forces, this defensive shield would remain completely unbreakable. Even if a mid-level war general went all out, they would be completely helpless in the short term. Ta Pham said, "As long as they can't break in, we'll be fine." Kwai Chien nodded. "Once the commander-in-chief deals with the enemies outside, we can round up all these bastards in one fell swoop." Muk Han Long burst out laughing. "Ta Pham, hiding in there just makes you a sitting duck. Are you seriously waiting for Nuithan Sun to bail you out? Let me tell you, keep dreaming. Nuithan Sun can barely even save his own skin right now." Kui Chien refused to believe it. "Cut the crap and stop trying to scare us. Let me tell you, even against a massive beast tide, this defensive shield, the base can still hold out for a few days. Besides, did you really think Commander Nui is the only mid-level battle general in this entire military base?" Hearing this, Muk Han Long asked, "Your base actually has other mid-level battle generals? Ever since it was built, the Mount Vuyu military base has faced countless beast attacks, yet it has stood strong. The military base's current defenses can only be described in one word: rock solid. Furthermore, noticing that things have been off lately, Nuithan Sun set up extra layers of defense just to be safe. Meanwhile, over at Nuithan Sun's location, the old man was fighting another masked man. You cowards who hide your faces, we've been fighting all this time and you still don't dare reveal the origin of your battle skills?" This speaker was Captain Fo Truong of the Special Forces. Fo Truong said, "Old Nui, you really know how to play people, don't you? When you invited me over, you never mentioned it would be this dangerous. Old New replied, plans can't keep up with changes. Once we beat these bastards, I'll treat you to the good life for a whole year. The masked man backed away and said, as expected of the commander, sensing danger so early on, I didn't expect you to invite Captain Foe, one of the mid-level battle generals, to back you up. No wonder the Mount Vu Yu military base has managed to stand strong for years under Commander Nui's leadership, Old Nui declared. In this entire city of Kim Nin, the military is the strongest force. Any suspicious move is immediately detected. You outsiders sneaking around Kim Nin, did you honestly think you could keep it completely secret without anyone noticing? Although our plan wasn't entirely seamless, we've ultimately made it to the final step anyway. Of course, Commander Nu only recently found out and prepared for it, but unfortunately for you, you crossed paths with our grand plan and dragged Captain Foe along. Now, both of you will have to make an early sacrifice. Nui then Sun sneered, if you want our lives, then come and try. Let's see if you can even make it out of here alive first. Fo Trong scoffed. Today is my death day? You think you can manage that with just your pathetic group? Latrong rushed in, riding a giant rat, shouting, my children, charge, tear down and devour this entire base. Old Nui looked over. Who is that? That aura is incredibly violent. The masked man replied, of course, just us alone couldn't do anything to you. But what if we add one more? Actually no, make that two. Latrong laughed hysterically. Commander Nua, it's been a long time. Now, let me send you to heaven. Old Ni recognized Latrong and was shocked. How did you turn into this? 3 people and 1 beast rushed toward Ni then Sun. Nui then Sun intercepted Latrong, while Fo Trong used his dual swords to slash off 2 legs of the dog-faced rat. Having dealt with the leader beast, Nui then Sun and Fo Trong backed away. I was wondering who it was. Isn't this the head of the Li family? How did you end up looking so hideous? It seems your strength hasn't increased by much either. Latrong stuck out his sharp tongue and licked his wound, which immediately healed rapidly. Old Ni was stunned. What? How did the wound heal so fast? The masked man muttered to himself, incredible recovery ability. It seems the potential from the head of the Li family's transformation is even more terrifying than I thought. Nui, I've wanted to kill you for a long time, and today I finally get my wish. Nui then Sun felt a sense of impending danger. If it was just the masked expert in armor, he and Fo Truong could still hold their ground. But with the sudden addition of Latrong and that general-level beast, things were looking bad. He said, Fo Truong, it's my fault for dragging you into this mess this time. If we survive, I'll make it up to you. Fo Truong swung his dual swords. What are you talking about? I'm a soldier too. The base is a critical location, so of course it's my duty to protect it. Cut the chatter. Let's kill these scumbags first. Nui then Sun yelled and charged forward first. Latrong unleashed a terrifying energy that caused a massive shockwave. The restricted area of the base is open. My children. Charge in and hunt. Devour everyone inside. Ha ha. There's also the rare treasure nursery, which is the key to making you all even stronger. Old Nui turned his head to look. We're doomed. Their target is the rare treasure nursery. We can't let them get what they want. Over on Ta Fam's side, he felt it too, wondering what was happening outside. What's going on? It feels like an earthquake. Mu Han Long grinned. It looks like the plan is going perfectly. Ta Fam, now I'm going to tell you something that will make a worthless beast like you taste true despair. For this operation, we have 4 mid-level battle general experts. On Nui then Sun's side, they are facing off against 3 mid-level battle generals. The soldiers panicked. Not only that, but the situation in Kim Nin City right now isn't any better than here. In fact, it's even worse. Outside the city, there are too many beasts here. Call for backup. Fall back and tighten the defense line. Don't get surrounded by the beasts. Long-range snipers, cover the civilians as they evacuate. Damn it. Why are there so many beasts? We can't let them breach the city area. Cover the civilians' retreat. Protecting the lives of the citizens is our duty. Back at the base, Han Long continued. Once this base is breached, and the power system is cut off, you all will just be sheep waiting for slaughter. Be smart, open the gates right now, and I might consider sparing your lives. But that little brat Ta Fam is absolutely dead meat. Kui Qian asked Ta Fam, what's the situation on? Is it really as bad out there as that old man said? Sulan asked. I'm afraid the situation out there is even worse than we imagined. This entire mess doesn't just involve the Li family. Forces from the imperial capital are in on it too. On top of that, the Mu family of Jinhai is breeding monsters. They've essentially made themselves enemies of the entire world. They won't let anyone who knows the truth leave here alive. Qizhan asked in shock, "Aren't these major Starfall families supposed to be the guardians of our nation? Why on earth would they commit such an atrocious act? It shouldn't come as a surprise. People will do absolutely anything for personal gain. This isn't even the first time something like this has happened." After discussing for a moment, Qizhan spoke up. "Zuo Fan, this plan of yours is absolutely insane." Zuo Fan simply turned his gaze toward the greenhouse. "No matter how crazy the plan is, we can't let these bastards get what they want." Hearing this, Qizhan immediately agreed. Zuo Fan walked up to the nursery and said, "Mu Hanlong, your ultimate goal is to get your hands on these exotic fruits, isn't it?" The old man barked, "Zuo Fan, what do you think you're doing? What am I doing?" Zuo Fan sneered, "Why don't you open your damn eyes and watch closely?" With that, Zuo Fan crushed the crystal casing surrounding the exotic fruit. Mu Hanlong shrieked, "You brat! What the hell do you think you're doing? A D-rank exotic fruit. Well, don't mind if I do." Zuo Fan shoved it straight into his mouth and started chewing. "Why on earth should we save such good stuff for bastards like you?" Mu Hanlong was fuming with rage. "Zuo Fan, how dare you? I will chop you into a million pieces. The last time I ate a B-rank exotic fruit, I swallowed it whole and didn't taste a thing. Who knew these actually taste pretty good? It's nice and crunchy, just like real fruit." System notification. D-rank exotic fruit successfully converted at 100%. You have gained 10 agility points. Note, once a D-rank exotic fruit is consumed, the effectiveness of the second one will be cut in half. Ah, so it doesn't just get cut in half. Last time, I also unlocked a passive recovery rate of 10%. Let's eat another one and see what happens. This one looks exactly like the reward from that joint operation. System notification, 100% conversion. You have gained 5 strength points. No other attributes have been added. Let's try another one. Zuo Fan kept stuffing his face with more fruits. Not only are there no special effects, but the benefits are cut in half again. Looks like these will become completely useless to me very soon. Qizhan and the others stared in absolute disbelief. He's actually eating them? Eating D-rank exotic fruits like they're just pieces of candy? Mu Hanlong and his 2 companions stood there frozen like statues, watching Zuo Fan devour the fruits one by one. The old man roared, "You little brat, stop right now. Do you have any idea how much money you've literally swallowed in just a few seconds? Do you want to die?" Zuo Fan held up another exotic fruit and smirked. "What am I doing? I'm eating the very thing you guys have been scheming so desperately to get. Aren't these the exotic fruits you wanted so badly? Here, watch this." Zuo Fan stuffed it into his mouth and chewed loudly. "Man, this is delicious. What are you guys just standing around for? Rather than letting this place fall and having these treasures end up in the hands of those bastards, we might as well eat them ourselves." The soldiers didn't need to be told twice and immediately rushed over to grab the fruits. Brother Fan is absolutely right. Instead of leaving them for those scumbags, we might as well devour them ourselves. If we can trigger a breakthrough, that would be amazing. Such priceless treasures. And we get to feast on them like kings today. Qizhan picked one up and took a bite. Brother Fan is right. The taste of this exotic fruit is actually incredible. Listen up, comrades. Be careful when eating these. Anyone below the rank of Advanced Starfall Warrior should not consume a D-rank fruit. Your bodies won't be able to handle the energy. Don't worry, we got it. Man, these taste amazing. If we make it out of here alive, we'll have one hell of a story to brag about. Zuo Fan then tossed a few fruits over to Sulan. "Why are you throwing these to me? I'm not part of this military base. Eating them would be a serious violation of military discipline." Zuo Fan shrugged indifferently. "Who cares about military discipline? Once you're dead, none of that matters. You're already so close to reaching the warlord rank. Consuming a D-rank fruit will give you a much higher chance of breaking through. If these fruits can help you break through to the warlord rank, our chances of survival will skyrocket. It is absolutely worth it." Sulan stared at the exotic fruit in her hand. "The kid has a point. If I can successfully break through, it'll make a massive difference." Zuo Fan held a fruit, feeling a bit disappointed. "Since I've eaten D-rank exotic fruits so many times, they've completely lost their effect on me. Otherwise, I'd just keep eating until I broke through to intermediate warlord. Then, I wouldn't have to fear Mu Hanlong at all." Mu Hanlong, standing outside, bellowed in rage, "You worthless trash. Wasting precious treasures like this is a goddamn sin. Just wait until we break in there. I will grind you all into mush." Zuo Fan sneered. "You're nothing but an old dog barking from the sidelines. If you actually had the power to break in, would you have waited this long? If you've got what it takes, then bring it on. Meanwhile, the soldiers' stomachs began to rumble violently. One by one, they rushed behind the greenhouse to relieve themselves. Ah, that feels so much better. One of them suddenly realized with joy that he had broken through. Zuo-fan watched them, thoroughly confused. Is this some kind of detoxifying reaction after consuming the exotic fruits? Why didn't I experience that? Could it be because my system completely converted the fruit's energy with 100% efficiency? Noticing Sulan's face turning slightly red, Zuo-fan hurried over and whispered, "Do you need to use the bathroom? Want me to cover for you?" Sulan glared at him. Who said anything about using the bathroom? Don't get any weird ideas. Only people with an absorption rate of less than 50% have that kind of reaction. Besides, I feel like I can break through if I eat just one more. Can you give me another one? Zuo-fan smiled. Ah, so that's how it is, Sister Lan. We might be short on other things, but we definitely have more than enough exotic fruits to go around. Some of the soldiers rejoiced over their breakthroughs. I've been stuck as a mid-level Starfall warrior for 5 years. I can't believe I broke through in the blink of an eye. Others, however, looked utterly depressed. I swallowed the exotic fruit and felt absolutely nothing. Guess I'm destined to never break through in this lifetime. There's hope for a breakthrough. Tafam brought this exotic treasure over. It's okay, let's try another one. If I eat a bit more, maybe I can actually break through. One of the soldiers says, "Fam, it's no use. Consuming exotic treasures depends on your absorption rate. For people like us who get 0 results after eating them, it just means our absorption rate is too low. For people like us, eating any more of these might kill us. We can't take another bite." Another person says, "Fam, you've got high talent, so you should eat a few more of these exotic treasures. Who knows, you might break through after eating some more." Tafam looks at the exotic treasure. His attributes only increase by 1 point now. Oh well, whatever. If I don't eat it, it'll just fall into the hands of those bastards under Mukhan Long anyway. Mukhan Long roars, "Tafam, you ruined my plans. I'll make sure you die for this. Just you wait. Once the exotic treasure nursery is breached, I'll carve every single piece of flesh off your bones." Tafam flips him off and says, "Get inside first, then we'll talk, you bastard." He's just like that old bastard Letrung, a despicable hypocrite who only knows how to play dirty schemes. One of the soldiers shouts, "Don't you bastards want these treasures? Then wait a bit and eat what I crap out." The crowd bursts into laughter. "Yeah, come get it. You can eat our crap later. My stats aren't changing anymore. Have I reached my limit? I'm still a bit away from becoming a mid-level war general. What a shame. If I could break through to mid-level war general, I'd be able to fight that dog Mukhan Long face to face." To Lam feels a surge of overwhelming energy. Did I just break through to war general? The crowd cheers. This is amazing. Now that she's a war general, our combat power is going to skyrocket. It'd be even better if Kuai Chin could break through too. Mukhan Long glares in fury. Damn it. These weaklings dare to swallow all of our exotic treasures. Unforgivable. I will slaughter every single one of them. Tafam laughs out loud. "Lieutenant Lam, you've broken through to war general? If that's the case, even if the nursery is breached, we can still hold our ground and fight back." Another violent tremor shakes the ground. Letrung urges, "Hurry up, my children. We're almost at the nursery." Mukhan Long looks up and shouts, "Patriarch Lei, quickly cut off the power supply here. Let's breach the nursery." Tafam says anxiously, "Now we're in real trouble." Letrung smashes through the wall and roars, "Finally, I've made it to the nursery. As for you, Tafam, today I will rip your head off to avenge my son." The crowd looks on in sheer terror. "That's Letrung! He's still alive? Why does he look like that?" Lam says. Letrung must have undergone beastification modifications to his own body. That's why he turned into this monstrous form. His strength has dramatically increased. I'm afraid he's easily on par with a mid-level war general now. Hearing this, Tafam is stunned. Then we're in deep trouble. We actually had a chance to turn things around and escape when Lieutenant Lam broke through. But with that old monster Letrung here now, we don't stand a single chance. Mukhan Long yells, "Patriarch Lei, hurry up and smash this place open, or those pests will eat every last one of the treasures." Letrung calmly replies, "Even if they eat them all, it doesn't matter. They've just consumed those exotic treasures, so their bodies are packed with pure essence. Once we breach this place, I'll let my children tear them apart and feast on them. None of it will go to waste." The horde of beasts begins charging furiously. We're doomed. The main gate's defense barrier is about to collapse. Once they break through, we'll all end up as monster food. We have to find a way out. We can't just sit here and wait to die. A warning siren blares inside the nursery. Alert. Power core damage detected. Activating nursery self-destruct sequence. All personnel, please proceed to the emergency exit immediately. Qiqian says in disbelief, a self-destruct sequence? So destroying the power system automatically triggers self-destruction. Ta Fam quickly asks, where's the emergency exit? One of the soldiers waves his hand. Everyone, over here, hurry. This must be the emergency exit. Oh no, it won't open. The biometric scanner probably only grants access to Commander Ni. Then we're done for. The crowd panics. Are we going to be buried alive in here? Actually, thinking about it, being buried alive is still way better than getting torn apart by those beasts. Ta Fam says to Talam, since you've reached the war general rank, your power has skyrocketed. Let's combine our strength and see if we can force this door open. Just as Ta Fam is channeling his energy to try, the door slides open automatically. What the heck? The sensor actually opened for little Fam? Could this be Commander Nui's doing? Ta Fam explains, the commander has never even contacted me, and this is my very first time visiting this nursery. If I knew I could open the emergency exit, I would have gotten us out of here a long time ago. The system announcement begins the countdown. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Meanwhile, Letrung is about to break through the protective barrier. Qiqian quickly directs everyone to escape. But this emergency slide is so weird, all these twists and turns are making me extremely motion sick. Just then, Letrung smashes his way inside and roars, Ta Fam, you're dead meat. He looks around only to find the room empty, while the self-destruct sequence has already activated. Mu Kan Long and his men scream in pure terror. Ta Fam's group slides down the pipe, landing in a forest not far from the military base, piling up on top of one another as they fly out. Only then does Ta Fam breathe a sigh of relief. We're safe for now. Qiqian, my brother, where are we? Is it far from the military base? Qiqian? What's wrong? Seeing no response, Ta Fam turns his head and stands there completely speechless. Sorry, I'm just so dizzy. I couldn't hold it in and threw up. Luckily, the exotic treasure he ate was already fully digested, but the poor guy underneath Qiqian still ended up with puke all over his head. Stop puking, you're ruining my hair, one soldier cried out, while another mocked, seriously? You're throwing up over this? Qiqian, your perfect image in our minds is officially shattered. Getting sick like this, what a joke for someone known as a top-tier Starfall warrior. Looking pale and exhausted, Qiqian replied, my motion sickness is genetic, okay? That's why my agility has always been my biggest weakness. Ta Fam asked, where exactly are we? Are we far from the military base, buddy? Qiqian said, the base isn't far, let's go reinforce them. Wait, what's that sound? Oh my god, is a beast horde about to strike? With this many monsters, it's definitely a beast tide. A literal wave of beasts. This is always the warning sign before a massive outbreak. Everyone was consumed by panic. So many monsters are flooding into Kim Nin City. Why on earth are the beasts from Mount Vu Yu rushing out like this? What the hell is going on? Suddenly, the radio crackled to life. Attention all units. The outskirts of Kim Nin City are facing a massive beast tide. Vu Yu military base. Take note. The route to the base has been completely blocked by the horde. Backup is temporarily unavailable. Qiqian cursed. A beast-calling device? These monsters are being lured there. Those scumbags from the Lei family actually dared to pull a stunt this insane? Talam said, does this mean they want to completely wipe out Kim Nin City? Could the beast tide in Donghai City years ago have been caused by the same thing? Ta Fam was furious. Is the Donghai City tragedy about to repeat itself here in Kim Nin? I won't let such a nightmare happen again. General-class beasts are joining the fray. Qiqian broke into a cold sweat. With a horde this powerful, I'm afraid Kim Nin City won't stand a chance. If this many general-class beasts breach Kim Nin City, it will be an absolute catastrophe. Even the military base is in deep trouble. If this keeps up, we're all going to be wiped out, Qiqian added. An apocalypse of this scale is unprecedented in the entire history of Kim Nin City. Faced with a disaster like this, human strength is just too insignificant. Even general-class power can't handle this many monsters. Unless a war god-level expert shows up, we are doomed. What on earth do we do now? Ta Fam thought to himself, if Dad were here, facing a crisis like this, what choice would he make? The commander of the Donghai military, Commander Tahui, was known back then by another legendary name, the Beast Slayer. Throughout countless beast tides, Ta Hui always relied on his brilliant tactics to secure legendary victories. Fam, remember this. Beasts have very low intelligence and are extremely easy to lure. If you ever face a beast tide in the future, never forget this. With a cold expression, Ta Fam said, maybe this tactic will actually work. Hearing Ta Fam's plan, Kui Qian initially thought it was impossible. But even though the strategy was a bit insane, it was the only thing that had a shot at working. In a life or death moment like this, did they really have a better option? Kui Qian agreed. Alright, let's do it. Listen up, everyone. This is a matter of life and death. We have a plan, and I need everyone to execute it perfectly. After a brief silence, the group steeled their resolve. Let's do it. For the base, and for the people of Kimnin City, move out. Kui Qian led Ta Fam to the base's secret military depot. He had no idea they kept so many supplies hidden here. Kui Qian said, Mount Vu Yu has the highest concentration of beast nests in the entire nation. These supplies were prepared for a massive beast tide, but I never expected we'd use them for a crazy plan like yours. Kui Qian gave a solemn salute. Brother Fam, your side is much more dangerous than ours. Watch your back. We'll meet back at the base when it's over. Make sure you come back alive. Once everyone had driven off, Ta Fam suddenly spun around in shock and asked, wait, why are you still here? Did you seriously only just notice me? And here you are, a powerhouse who can beat a peak low-tier general. Blushing to her ears, Ta Lam lied. Kui Qian's mission isn't that hard, but your side is way too dangerous. I'm a general-class warrior now too, so of course I'm going to share this burden with you. Ta Fam didn't push any further. Let's go. We need to move fast. Let's hope this works. The beast tide had already fully formed, pouring directly into the city. Stopping the car, Ta Lam asked, are you still not done? You're so slow. Do you even know how to set this up? All done. After mounting the device on a tree, Ta Fam hopped back into the car. Look, sis, this is my first time setting one of these up. I'd say that was pretty fast. You keep holding me to military standards, but I'm not a soldier. I'm a mercenary. By Mercenary Association standards, this speed is actually impressive. Ta Lam rolled her eyes at him. Stop bragging. Just then, the device Ta Fam set up began emitting a signal. The combination of the beast-calling device and the beast-attracting lure immediately drew the monster's attention. This was Ta Fam's master plan, using a beast horde to fight a beast horde. Awesome, it's working. Though the plan was off to a good start, it was too early to celebrate. They were still a long way from victory. Relying on this single horde wouldn't be enough. Ta Lam agreed. Even if this horde charges in, they'll only cause a temporary distraction. It won't actually turn the tide of the battle. Exactly. We need at least a B-grade king beast to join the fray if we want to truly flip the script. Ta Lam asked curiously, a regular B-grade beast is already on par with a mid-tier general. If it's a B-grade king beast, it'll be practically unstoppable. Fighting a mid-tier battle general? But a beast like that is incredibly rare. Where on earth are you going to find one in such a short time? Ta Fam recalled the Fox Eagle leader, but they hadn't just crossed paths once before. Back then, my strength was still too weak, and I was so short-sighted that I thought it was just a class leader beast. But thinking back on that terrifying, suffocating pressure, even with my current strength, which is almost at mid-tier battle general, I still feel completely powerless against it. It is definitely a B-class king beast, no doubt about it. Surviving our encounter back then was a miracle. After some time, the two of them had successfully set up multiple beast-attracting devices. The next step was to lure that monster out. Ta Lam asked in disbelief, are you really going to lure out a B-class king beast? I know you're incredibly strong for a low-tier battle general, but honestly, even a mid-tier battle general wouldn't stand a chance against a B-class king beast. Trust me, I've got this under control. Ta Lam stared at him, saying nothing more. The two of them hid near the cave entrance, peering inside. What on earth is that? A mutated giant tree? How is it so massive? Wait here, sis. I'll go ahead and scout things out. Be careful, and don't push yourself too hard. Ta Fam leaped onto the tree trunk. It looks like this tree is withering away. Is it because I took the class exotic treasure fruit? If the Fox Eagle leader spots me, will it hunt me down like crazy? Back then, that Fox Eagle was fast asleep, so it probably had no idea I stole its class treasure. After consuming all those exotic fruits, all my attributes have skyrocketed to the 300 mark. Even if I face a mid-tier battle general, I can still put up a fight. If the Fox Eagle leader comes after me, I should at least be able to protect myself. Suddenly, the Fox Eagle leader caught Ta Fam's scent. The aura on him smelled exactly like the stolen exotic fruit. "He's the one who stole my treasure, you filthy human." Ta Fam gasped in shock. How did this beast detect me? The Fox Eagle lunged at him with blinding speed, leaving Ta Fam with no choice but to draw his sword and block. Is this the power of a B-class king beast? Truly terrifying. Thank goodness my strength increased so much, or that single strike would have ended me. Realizing he couldn't win this fight, Ta Fam immediately took off. The furious Fox Eagle chased after him, roaring, "You thief! You stole my evolution catalyst! You're dead!" More and more Fox Eagles joined the pursuit. Ta Fam nimbly darted between the tree branches. Having all my attributes reach 300 gave me a bigger boost than I expected. If this massive flock of Fox Eagles crashes into the base, Mukhan Long's soldiers are going to get quite a show. With quick reflexes, Ta Fam dodged a blast of energy fired by the leader. Good thing my glimmering step is fast enough. Otherwise, I would have been severely injured, if not dead. Ta Fam hid in a corner, hoping to remain undetected. The leader immediately blasted the spot where Ta Fam was hiding. How is it still tracking me? Ta Fam wondered, thoroughly confused. If this keeps up, once my stamina runs dry, I'll be cornered and ripped apart by the flock. The Fox Eagle leader is relentlessly hunting me. It must be because of that exotic fruit. Ta Fam urgently spoke into his walkie-talkie. "Sister Lamb, turn on the beast calling device. Now. Are you okay? Do you need backup?" Meanwhile, the beast attractor at the cave entrance started emitting a signal that drew the leader's attention. Ta Fam seized the moment to crush a vial of skunk extract. No longer able to sniff out his scent, the leader led the entire flock rushing out toward the cave entrance. Just as I thought, the leader was chasing me because I ate that class exotic fruit. That pressure was absolutely terrifying, way stronger than any mid-tier battle general. Well, at least my distraction tactic worked. Ta Fam was about to head back to Tulam, but a faint glow from a distance caught his eye. I felt a strange resonance coming from this exact spot. Don't tell me there's another Fox Eagle hiding in here? Walking deeper inside, Ta Fam stumbled upon what looked like an egg. This was exactly what he had sensed earlier. Suddenly, Tulam's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. "Are you all right? Is there any danger over there?" "I'm fine. I'm on my way back. Whatever it is, I'll take it with me first and figure it out later." "What took you so long? I thought something happened to you." As soon as she finished speaking, she pinched her nose and quickly backed away from Ta Fam. Skunk extract is practically chemical warfare to humans. Smearing it on your body keeps everyone at arm's length. And to women, it is an absolute nightmare of a scent. Ta Fam explained. "You know how terrifying a B-class king beast is. To escape its pursuit, using skunk extract was my only option." Tulam quickly replied, "I get it. You've had it rough. But, could you please not stand so close? Get in the back of the truck. Don't sit in the cabin." Sitting in the truck bed, Ta Fam stared at the bag holding the egg. It didn't look like a Fox Eagle egg at all. What kind of beast is this? Well, no point dwelling on it now. I need to head to the base quickly and see what's going on. Meanwhile, inside the base, everyone was locked in a brutal battle against an endless swarm of lizards. New Ethan Sun's group was not faring any better. He shouted, "The monster swarm is growing by the second. If this keeps up, we're in deep trouble." He's right. We're dead meat if this continues. We have to find a way to break through. Mukhan Long and his goons stood aside, enjoying the show, as expected of Kim Nin City's two top military powerhouses. "But do you really think you two alone can stand against us? Surrender and put your hands up, and I might just consider letting you live." The flute player relentlessly blew his flute, driving the lizards to attack as they morphed into even more grotesque forms. He sneered. "Kill them all," Nuethan Sun declared. "You will be severely punished for the atrocities you've committed today." Ha ha ha. Punished? Who's going to punish us? And with what power? Who cares about you guys? So what? We aren't the first ones to do this. Look at how incredibly prosperous that ancient family is today. Divine punishment? What a joke. In this post-apocalyptic world, it's eat or be eaten. The strong survive, and the weak die. All of you pathetic trash are going to die. Mukhan Long growled to the man beside him. "Leave no survivors. Let the beasts loose on them, and don't leave any trace of what we did." Meanwhile, Kuai Qian and his crew were leading the mountain beast horde right toward the restricted zone of the base, tightening the defensive line. The beasts from Mount Vuyu charged in, tearing the lizard monsters to pieces. Latrung gasped in shock. "What's happening? Why on earth are the beasts from Mount Vuyu here?" Don't tell me the entire Mount Vuyu horde was lured right into Kim Nin City? Mukon Long barked in anger. How the hell did your side screw up the plan like this? The other man replied, my plan is absolutely foolproof. Could this be a beast calling device? Did someone use the exact same strategy as us to lure the horde over here? Kuai Qian ran over as Old Wei shouted, Commander Wei, fall back this way. Everyone immediately followed until every last person was inside. Commander Nui said, you managed to preserve most of our forces. Outstanding job. Now, tell me, what's the situation? After hearing the full report, Old Nui praised them. Excellent work. Kui Qian, you've proved that my high opinion of you was well deserved. This isn't my credit, sir. It was actually Brother Fam's strategy, Kuai Qian replied. Old Nui patted his shoulder and said, an outstanding achievement like this isn't just one person's work. You all did an amazing job. My old comrade, are you watching? Your son is even more outstanding than you were back in the day. The lieutenant asked, Ta Fam, I really want to meet that kid. Where is he now? Didn't he come back with you guys? At that moment, Ta Fam was standing on the mountain peak, looking down. The plan was a success. Now, it's time to settle the score with Mukon Long and his goons. Meanwhile, the elder was struggling in his fight against the beasts. We need to work together, break through their ranks, and escape first. Ta Fam scoffed. Those bastards probably never expected that they, the hunters, would end up becoming the prey. Ta Lam pulled out her sniper rifle. It's our turn to strike back. Firearms might be useless against powerful beasts, but they're still highly lethal against humans. It's time to hunt. Ta Fam was deeply impressed. Not only can you drive like a pro, but your shooting skills are top-notch too, Sister Lam. Hold on. Ta Lam looked at him, confused, as he added, it's here. We don't need to make a move just yet. The Ho-Du leader, a B-rank king beast, has arrived. At the same time, Mukon Long and his men were running for their lives. This beast horde is completely insane. Thank God we made it out. One of them said, let's get out of the base, find a place to regroup, and wait for these beasts to take over. Then, we can use their momentum to launch a counterattack. Exactly. If we let Nui and Sun's people survive, we're going to be in deep trouble. Meanwhile, Letrung was still desperately searching for Ta Fam's whereabouts. Where's that little brat? Where did he hide? Wait, that's a flock of Ho-Du. Aren't these feathered monsters supposed to be deep within Mount Vuyu? Why are they appearing here, and in such massive numbers? The leader let out a deafening roar. Despicable humans, die. A powerful shockwave exploded outward, throwing Mukon Long's group back. Such immense energy. Is this Ho-Du leader a B-rank king beast? The other man cried out in terror. What did you say? A B-rank king beast? No way. But the leader didn't stop. Continuing its relentless onslaught, the destructive power is terrifying. It really is a B-rank king beast. And a winged one at that. We're screwed. Winged beasts have an incredibly wide field of vision, and their destructive power multiplies when they dive bomb from the sky. The leader continued to unleash blasts of energy. Mukon Long blocked with his shield, yelling, what the hell are you guys staring at? Do you want this monster to pick us off one by one? Finally snapping out of it, the group shouted, let's work together and take down this Ho-Du leader first. With so many experts here, we stand a good chance against a B-rank king beast. Watching from afar, Ta Fam chuckled quietly. Mukon Long's group was completely surrounded. I'll let you bastards taste the true terror of being cornered by a beast horde. It's time for them to understand exactly how it feels to go from being the hunters to being the prey. Sister Lam, you handle the sniping from here. I'm heading over there. Ta Fam, the base is too dangerous right now. Mukon Long has many high-level experts with him. A single B-rank king beast might not be enough to hold them back. Plus, there's someone else who caught my attention. Over there, a man playing a flute produced a sound that temporarily paralyzed the beast's movements. Rice Cooker seized the opportunity, throwing a butcher knife that pierced right through the leader's wing. He sneered, that strike probably dealt some serious damage to this damn beast. Our chance has come. Even the mighty Ho-Du leader can't escape the influence of my flute. Mukon Long praised, well done, Tuthan. As expected of a genius who can control beasts with a flute, I'll use my beast-controlling flute to disrupt the Ho-Du leader. Everyone else, take this opportunity to finish off this B-rank king beast. The leader roared, despicable humans, I'll slaughter all of you. The flute player smirked to himself, thinking, if we can slay a B-rank king beast today, my status in the family will skyrocket. Once that happens, actually, there is no once that happens. Ta Lam shot his flute to pieces before putting another bullet right through his skull. dropping him dead on the spot. Mu Hanlong rushed over in a panic. Who's sniping us? Is it Nithan Sun's people? Over the comms, Ta Pham cheered. Amazing shot, Sister Lamb. Just a walk in the park, little bro. Ta Pham explained. His flute was controlling the beasts. Now that he's dead, the lizard monsters have lost their handler. By that point, Mu Hanlong also realized what was happening, and sheer panic set in. The roles of hunter and prey had completely flipped. Now, Mu Hanlong and his men were cornered from all sides. They started pointing fingers at each other. That bastard Mu, how could you fail to protect someone as vital as the beast tamer? You even let him get assassinated. Now even the divine lizards have turned on us. This is all your fault. Shut up. If we start fighting among ourselves now, we are all dead. We must work together to break through. The leader beast charged forward, screeching, despicable humans. Kill them all. Mu Hanlong was constantly harassed by Su Lan. Forced to deflect her incoming gunshots, he was distracted for a split second and took a direct claw strike from the leader beast. Su Lan clicked her tongue in frustration. Ch, that damn old man managed to dodge it, Zuo Fan replied. Well, Mu Hanlong is a mid-tier war general after all. It is only natural that his senses are sharp. But after taking a heavy hit from the Hodyu leader, he is probably severely injured. Zuo Fan took the initiative to step out of the shadows. One of them yelled, I see that bastard Zuo Fan. Hearing the name Zuo Fan, Li Zhong whipped his head around. Hey there, look who it is. How are you guys doing? Mu Hanlong turned red with rage. Zuo Fan, you little bastard, how dare you ruin our plans? Losing his mind, Li Zhong lunged at Zuo Fan. You finally showed your face. I will rip you apart with my own hands to avenge my son. You old geezer, you want to avenge your useless son? Then try and catch me. You little brat, do not run. One of Mu Hanlong's men tried to stop him. Do not chase him. The kid is trying to lure you away to split our forces. Mu Hanlong spat in frustration. That madman has completely lost his mind. Meanwhile, Li Zhong rode his beastly rat in hot pursuit, shouting, Zuo Fan, you brat, you cannot escape. Just accept your death. Zuo Fan sneered back. You know, your current look really matches your inner self. Li Zhong charged forward on his giant rat, and Zuo Fan met him head-on, leaping into the air, but the rat swung its massive claw, swatting Zuo Fan away. Is that all you have got, you little brat? I bet you did not expect this. In just a few short days, my power has completely surpassed yours. And by power, do you mean turning yourself into a hideous monster and borrowing strength from these beasts? Li Zhong roared. What does a brat like you know? As long as I get what I want, the methods do not matter. Your foolish father, Zuo Hui, did not know how to adapt, which is exactly why he ended up in that miserable state. If only back then. What happened back then? Zuo Fan demanded. Li Zhong channeled his energy into his palm, yelling, You have no right to know about what happened back then. You can die in ignorance, you little piece of trash. I will tear you to pieces. Zuo Fan sighed in disappointment. He had hoped to trick the old man into revealing the truth about the past. Time to end this. Zuo Fan dashed forward, activating phantom steps, as the flowing light sword style erupted. With a single strike, Zuo Fan instantly finished Li Zhong off. The old man shrieked, How is this possible? You were hiding your true power, you little monster. I should have never spared you back then. Zuo Fan looked down at him. My father treated you well back then. Since you are about to die, why not show some gratitude and tell me what happened? It is better that you do not know. You have no idea what kind of terrifying enemy you are up against. Keep growing stronger, but once they find out about you, your days will be numbered. Haha. As Zuo Fan turned to leave, he thought, there really is a conspiracy behind what happened back then. Suddenly, the dog-headed rat, which was not quite dead yet, lunged at him out of nowhere. Su Lan screamed, Watch out, Zuo Fan. With a swift slash, he finished it. Su Lan ran over, asking, Are you all right? I am fine, Su Lan asked in disbelief. Did you really just break through to the war general realm recently? Li Zhong was so powerful, yet you killed him with a single blow so easily. While it is true that Li Zhong had the raw power of a mid-tier war general, that was all he had. His speed and reaction time were far inferior to my current cultivation and agility. One strike was more than enough to take him down. Now, it is time to settle the score with Mu Hanlong and his men. Back in Jining City, with Li Zhong dead, the dog-headed rats lost control and began to riot. Mu Hanlong broke into a cold sweat. What is going on? The dog-headed rats are attacking us. Did that brat Zuo Fan actually kill Li Zhong? The man beside him said. After all, His power was artificially boosted by drugs. He was nowhere near a real mid-tier war general. That old fool Li Zhong. We cannot waste any more time with these monsters. Focus on breaking through. Wei Chenshan and his men also noticed the commotion outside. Why are those dog-headed rats attacking the divine lizards? Are the beasts tearing each other apart? This is our chance. Follow me and fight our way out. We cannot let them retreat safely. Fu Zhong grinned. Exactly. We cannot let them escape. We need to capture at least a few of them to secure some solid evidence. The group rushed to the armory. Moments later, Wei Chenshan ordered the attack, and everyone drew their weapons to strike back. A sword suddenly pierced straight through the axe-wielding man. Mu Hanlong roared, "Who is that?" Fu Zhong raised his custom crossbow, boasting, "When it comes to marksmanship, Commander Wei is no match for me," Wei Chenshan retorted. "That sword of yours was not cheap. It was quite expensive. Watch out, or you might not be able to find it later." Hearing that, Fu Zhong panicked. "Please help me search for it later. If we find it, I will reward you handsomely." The rice cooker brothers, realizing their plan had failed, immediately turned to flee, throwing explosive bombs behind them. Wei Chenshan could not believe his eyes. To save their own skins, they even blew up their own men. Only scum like them could devise such a cruel plan. Wei Chenshan ordered everyone to follow the Hodiu leader in pursuit, while Zuo Fan searched for Mu Hanlong. Over there. Just like that, his entire body vanished. Mu Hanlong was desperately running for his life, swearing under his breath, "That damn bastard." Luckily I reacted fast, otherwise I would have been blown to pieces. This is all because of that damn brat ruining my plans. Once I get back and get fully prepared, I am absolutely going to tear him apart. Ta Pham blocked his path and smirked, "Sorry, but you are not getting out this way. It is a dead end." Ta Pham, I was just thinking about how to hunt you down, and here you are, delivering yourself right to me. You really have a death wish. Ta Pham raised his Nanfang blade. A death wish? I should be saying that to you. You just survived a brutal battle, and you are already severely injured. How much fight do you even have left? I am taking you down while you are weak. Mu Hanlong laughed maniacally. You want to kill me, brat? How naive. He threw a few grenades, triggering a massive explosion. You little bastard, you are too green. You only know how to show off. Why would I ever fight you head-on in my current state? You didn't even use your brain. As he spoke, he suddenly froze. Ta Pham was gone. Suddenly, a sword blade thrust up from the ground, piercing right through his thigh. Mu Hanlong stomped the ground with all his might, forcing Ta Pham to jump out. Ta Pham smirked. You old bastard, did you really think I wasn't prepared for your tricks? I know exactly what kind of scumbags you and your brother are. Meanwhile, Mu Hanlong struggled to prop himself up against the ground. My attack earlier was just a distraction. Why so surprised? You and your useless brother, Mu Hanhu, have used cheap tricks like this plenty of times. Ta Pham had anticipated this, so the moment the grenades were thrown, he quickly burrowed underground. This is the Mount Vuyu military base. I know this terrain a hell of a lot better than you do. All is fair in war. If you understand that, what makes you think I don't? Mu Hanlong realized he had completely underestimated the kid. His entire plan had been ruined by him. What a terrifying brat. I cannot let him live. He is too dangerous. Ta Pham swung his sword forward. Now, it is time to end this once and for all. Mu Hanlong quickly raised his hand to stop him. Wait, Brother Pham. Let me speak. I can see that both your wits and strength are incredibly outstanding. Why don't you join our Mu family? All our grudges will end right here. Besides, aren't you very close with Nan yet? Hearing this, Ta Pham recalled the girl from the Mu family. He chuckled and continued, Exactly. As long as you join us, your talent will make you worthy of standing by Nan Ngyet's side. Otherwise, the family will never allow her to be with someone who has absolutely no background. Ta Pham sneered. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Nyan Nguyen's side of the Mu family and yours are in opposing factions, aren't they? Did you really think I would fall for that? Stop trying to buy time. Let me put you out of your misery. Mu Hanlong stopped playing nice. You are sharp, brat. But the time we just spent talking was more than enough for me to kill you. Even if I am injured, I am not someone a little punk like you can handle. Taking your life is as easy as snapping my fingers. Otherwise, things would have gotten really ugly. Talam was deeply impressed. The beast-piercing crossbow was designed specifically to fight monsters, but it was notoriously difficult to use. An average low-level warrior commander couldn't possibly fire it continuously, let alone maintain any kind of accuracy. Ta Pham, your strength is growing insanely fast. Ta Pham then suggested, the beast horde's momentum has been suppressed. Sister Lam, Should we charge in and back up the others? The two of them dashed straight down, tearing through the beasts. Captain, Fong, I am here. Hearing the familiar voice, both of them looked back. Ta Pham, was that you back there? Tu Ban and Tu Nu were also shocked by Ta Pham's sudden appearance. The beast wave had only just begun, yet the city was already in complete ruins. Scenes like this were playing out all across the city. They had to drive these monsters back. Tu Nu, guide everyone to the safe zone. The military has already started entering the city. As the beast horde began to thin out, they hurried toward the exit. Hurry! We are almost at the exit. Once outside, the radio picked up a signal announcing that a rescue team had arrived. Are those rescue helicopters? Is that the military rescue team? We are saved. We are finally saved. The military quickly spread out to cover the citizens evacuating onto the helicopters. A little girl cheered happily. Sister, we are saved. Yes, we are safe now. Tuban looked at Quat Fong, still catching his breath. Man, I almost ended up as monster food back there. Tan Kiem looked confused. Why is the military rescue team here? It should have been our mercenary association's rescue team. A soldier walked up, saluting sharply. Mr. Ta, upon receiving your distress call, we deployed immediately. Ta Pham thanked him. Don't mention it. Saving civilians is our duty as soldiers. Compared to what you have done, Mr. Ta, our efforts pale in comparison. Your contributions are truly admirable. Tu Ban thought he was hearing things a colonel was treating Ta Pham like a high-ranking commander. Quat Fong put the pieces together. Had something happened while Ta Pham was at the military base? The soldier continued. Commander Din asked me to deliver a message. Once the beast wave in the city clears out, he would like to invite you over for a chat. Tan Kiem gasped in shock. Commander Din? He is the strongest fighter in all of Kim Nin City. Seeing their expressions, Ta Pham asked, why is everyone looking at me like that? Chuban immediately rushed over and hugged his leg. Big brother Pham, I am following you for the rest of my life. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Let go of me. A while later, Ta Pham stood on the rooftop of a building, quietly observing the beast wave sweeping through Kim Nin City. Kim Nin has been saved from the brink of destruction, but other cities are still at the mercy of the devastating beast horde. When will this endless nightmare finally end? Tan Kiem looked grim and said, that is the brutal reality of our world now. Ever since the night of Starfall, the hard truth is that we humans must fight tooth and nail just to survive. Suddenly, Ta Pham's strength completely vanished, and he collapsed. That's weird. My head suddenly feels so heavy. Everyone rushed over to catch him. I'm fine, just a little tired, Ta Pham muttered, his vision fading to pitch black. The next morning, inside his villa, Ta Pham slowly opened his heavy eyelids. Did I pass out? I just remember my head spinning, and then everything went completely blank. He suddenly bolted upright in bed and gasped, Sister Lamb, why are you in my house? Before you start asking questions, Pham, do you mind actually putting some clothes on first? Stunned, Ta Pham quickly pulled back his blanket and looked down. What on earth? What did you do to me? Ta Lam slammed the door shut behind her, shouting, put some clothes on first, then we'll talk. Soon after, Ta Pham sat down at the table to grab a bite while tuning into the news. According to a live report from the front lines by Kim Nin News, the operation to drive out and eliminate the beasts within the city limits has been successfully completed. Ta Pham stuffed his face, praising her. Wow, sis, your cooking is absolutely incredible. This is so delicious. I didn't expect you to sleep like a log for 3 whole days. We were all scared out of our minds at first. But after checking you over, everything seemed perfectly fine. It was probably because you consumed way too many rare treasures, combined with non-stop intense fighting, causing your body to trigger a self-preservation mechanism. Hearing this, Ta Pham immediately opened his cheat system. So it was a safety mechanism triggered by the God of War system. To his surprise, during those 3 days, his stats had shot up significantly. Was it the lingering effects of those rare treasures he consumed? Seeing that Ta Pham was completely fine, Tu Lam prepared to head out. But suddenly, a shocking news broadcast caught Ta Pham's attention. All members of Kim Nin's powerful La family had been officially declared dead in the tragedy. We offer our deepest condolences. Ta Pham frowned, utterly baffled. Wait, the La family was literally behind the beast tide, and now they're being painted as victims? What kind of sick joke is this? Ta Lam sighed. It's not just the Lei family. The entire beast tide is officially being blamed on a natural riot of beasts from Mount Vu Yu. This is a direct cover-up order from a high-ranking official in the imperial capital. Do you realize now just how terrifyingly powerful the enemy you're facing is? Ta Fam's blood boiled. Was the injustice his father suffered also the work of these high and mighty hypocrites? He slammed his fist on the table. The Lei family committed heinous crimes, and they just get to be written off as tragic victims? Is there no justice left in this world? Then why didn't Commander Din and Uncle Bohao speak up? Talam replied grimly. If Commander Din and President Bohao stood up for the truth, they would be putting their own lives in extreme danger. You've already witnessed what happens when someone defies them. Your father, Ta Hui, is the perfect example. Ta Fam looked down, his fists clenching. Right. Back then, my dad stood alone, and everyone turned their weapons against him. Because the shadows controlling these events are far too powerful, the commander had no choice but to protect your father in secret. In fact, transferring your father to the Sky Prison was actually a desperate move to keep him alive. A wave of relief washed over Ta Fam, and he softly muttered his thanks. Talam continued, I'm telling you this, first, so you don't have to constantly worry about your father's safety. And second, I want you to understand the sheer magnitude of the enemy you're up against. Ta Fam nodded, his eyes burning with resolve. I understand. I'll play it safe, but I will get stronger, fast. I'll become so powerful that even they will tremble in fear. I will strip away their power to do whatever they please. Talam stared at him, realizing that this young man might actually possess the power to change the world in the future. She turned toward the door with a faint smile. Well, I'm heading out. Take care of yourself, and try not to get killed. Oh, and I put your belongings in the room next door. No one touch them. Hearing this, Ta Fam rushed straight into the room. Whew, thank goodness, the egg is still here. I was seriously worried it would hatch some terrifying beast while I was out cold and cause a massive disaster. This egg was found deep inside the fox eagle's nest. Could it be the offspring of the fox eagle leader? No, that doesn't make sense. Even though the fox eagle is technically a bird type, they're not egg-laying beasts. So what on earth is inside this thing? Ta Fam lightly tapped on the shell, but to his shock, it immediately cracked wide open. Ta Fam panicked, totally unsure of what to do. If some tiny, vicious monster pops out, how am I supposed to deal with it? Wait, should I just hand it over to Boban? That guy loves eating exotic beast meat anyway, so he'd probably be thrilled. As the shell crumbled away completely, Ta Fam leaned in, utterly bewildered. Wait, is this really a monster? No matter how I look at it, this looks exactly like a puppy. If I give this to Little Ban, he might actually eat it. Suddenly, the little creature slowly opened its eyes, looking incredibly weak and fragile. Worried, Ta Fam immediately rushed it to a vet clinic. Doctor, this little beast is incredibly weak. I'm not sure if something's seriously wrong with it. Could you please check it over for me? The vet glared at him. What do you mean, beast? This is clearly just a newborn puppy, and it's severely malnourished. As its owner, you are incredibly irresponsible. If you don't know how to take care of a pet, you shouldn't have one. Knowing for a fact this thing wasn't just a regular pet, Ta Fam asked. Are you absolutely sure about that? Is this really just a puppy? Yes. It's a puppy suffering from severe neglect. If you had brought it in any later, it wouldn't have made it. Just look at its vital signs. With that, she handed the medical report to Ta Fam. Ta Fam stared at the paper in complete disbelief. Is this tiny thing actually just a dog? But it literally hatched from an egg. Besides, that fox eagle leader guarded it with its life, so it should be some legendary beast, right? Feeling awkward, Ta Fam scratched his head and stammered, Oh, right. Well, to be honest, I'm not actually its owner. I just found it abandoned on the side of the road. The doctor's expression softened. You're a really good person. Its original owner probably met a tragic end during the beast tide. Ta Fam couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, but looking at the vitals, it really was just a puppy. Oh well, I guess I'll raise it for now and see what happens. At least it doesn't seem dangerous at the moment. Suddenly, Little Ban's voice crackled through his communicator. Hey, Brother Fam, you're finally awake. Where are you right now? Hey, I've got something for you. Zuo Fan gave a quick shout in response and hurried over. Oh my god, it is so adorable. But why is it so incredibly skinny? You're lying, Zuo Fan. I found it on the side of the road when I was heading to the association earlier. It is so pitiful. Let me take care of it from now on. What is its name anyway? The name tag I found with it says Gray Egg. What kind of name is that? Reusing its old name is so boring. Since when did I become a boring guy? Zuo Fan laughed and scratched his head. That is just what was written on the name tag. But this puppy is so cute. Let's just call him Gray Egg then. Everyone, please don't touch it. It is still very weak. Zuofan couldn't help but feel uneasy. There was definitely something unusual about it. I need to keep a close eye on this beast. How could I leave it around ordinary people? With that thought, he said, if its condition stabilizes, just let me take care of it. After that, Pu Pan led him downstairs, where Tianjian and Ku Feng's car was already waiting. What's the big emergency, guys? Tianjian replied. Commander Ding Ling personally called the president and invited you over to his place. Why is the commander in such a hurry to see me? At the Jining City military headquarters, Old Wei was already waiting, his arm wrapped in bandages. Zuofan, you're here. Seeing Old Wei's state, Zuofan and Pu Pan asked with concern, Commander-in-Chief Wei, are you all right? Uncle Wei, are you badly hurt? It is just a minor scratch, nothing to worry about. Deputy Zhang crept up from behind and slapped Old Wei hard on the shoulder. Old Wei shrieked in pain. Deputy Zhang laughed and said, didn't you say it was nothing to worry about? Why are you screaming so loud? Old Wei snapped. Even if it is a minor injury, hitting the wound is going to hurt like hell, okay? Zuofan and the others were completely speechless. Seeing them still having the energy to bicker like this, it seemed the injury really was minor. A soldier approached and invited him in. The commander would like to speak with you in private. Watching Zuofan walk away, Pu Pan grumbled. What the heck? I really thought I'd get to meet Commander Ding Ling. What a waste of excitement. Tianjian warned him, keep your voice down. This is the military headquarters. A powerhouse like Commander Ding isn't someone you can just meet whenever you want. 1 year ago, Commander Ding Ling had already reached the absolute limit of an intermediate warlord. He is only one step away from becoming an advanced warlord. For someone as close to the limit of an intermediate warlord as him, even though he's technically still in that rank, his actual combat power is leagues ahead of President Pu and Chairman Lin. It is precisely because of Commander Ding's presence that the Jining City military can suppress all other factions. He is truly the #1 expert in Jining. Commander Ding Ling personally inviting Zuofan like this is a massive exception, even though Zuofan indeed played a massive role in stopping this monster tide. Old Wei remarked, perhaps Commander Ding Ling has his own plans. Greetings, Commander Ding Ling. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Zuofan asked, you went through the trouble of inviting me formally. Is there something you need? It is nothing major, really. It is just that some higher-ups are pressuring me to eliminate you immediately. Zuofan instantly went on high alert. What? Eliminate me? So you're in league with them after all. Ding Ling lunged forward. It is too late for regrets now. Die. Zuofan raised his blade wind to block, but his opponent's raw power was overwhelming. He could not hold it back at all. Zuofan immediately threw himself out the window. I can't take him head on. I have to run. Trying to flee? I figured you would try that. With a single strike, Ding Ling sent Zuofan crashing hard into the wall. I am sorry. You are a rare talent, but unfortunately, I have no other choice. Zuofan spat in disgust. To think the highly respected Commander Ding is actually working with those scumbags. You are far too young, and you completely fail to understand how this world really works. What is good and what is evil are always dictated by the strong. The ones who survive and have the last laugh are the strong, and whatever they do becomes justice itself. Enough talk. Die. Zuofan dodged the incoming strike. A peak intermediate warlord's strength is terrifying. Just blocking the blade of his flying wheels is already pushing me to my limit. And this guy Ding hasn't even unleashed his true power yet. Using glinting light steps at such high intensity drains too much stamina. If this keeps up, the moment my stamina runs dry, I am dead meat. Ding Ling watched as Zuofan was backed into a corner, yet the kid showed no signs of despair and kept searching for a counterattack opportunity. In this regard, he is exactly like his father, Zuo Hui. Let us see just how long you can hold out, kid. The flying wheels came charging in for another strike. Suddenly, the system interface flashed. Warning, host is in a high danger state. Would you like to use 50 attribute points to upgrade glinting light steps? Do you even need to ask? Yes, absolutely. Otherwise, I am a dead man. Upgrade successful. Glinting light steps has been promoted from rank C- to rank C. Upon activation, movement speed is increased by 50%, consuming 1% stamina per second. Zuofan stared in disbelief. Are you kidding me? What kind of joke is this? How is this any different from before? The only difference is going from C- to C. The system chimed in with another notification. Sub-skill unlocked. Glinting light shadow step. Once activated, on top of the base glinting light steps, movement speed increases significantly by 100%, consuming 2% stamina per second. Duration, 10 seconds. Reading this, Zuo fan grinned with joy. Adding 50% on top of my base speed is already incredibly strong. Thank goodness I have a habit of saving my attribute points. Zuo fan crouched low, activated glinting light shadow step, and leaped straight into the ventilation shaft. Ding Ling gasped in shock. How did his speed suddenly skyrocket like that? Impressive. It turns out he was hiding his true strength all along. Inside the ventilation shaft, Zuofan thought he had successfully escaped, but a crackling grid of electricity suddenly appeared ahead, blocking his path. Ta Pham gasped for breath. His stamina was completely drained, and with no way out, he thought, "Is this really the end for me?" Din Lin muttered to himself, "To escape my attacks like this, he's already way stronger than his old man. Alright, this kid passes." Ta Pham forced himself to calm down. The more critical the situation, the calmer he had to be to find a way to turn the tables. As long as he could escape this place and report to Commander Ni, he could expose Din Lin's true colors. Din Lin shouted, "Alright kid, stop running and come on down, the test is over." Before Ta Pham could even process what was happening, he suddenly free fell and landed flat on his butt. He muttered, "I can't believe even the ventilation shaft was rigged. My office is the most heavily guarded place in Kimnin City, so isn't it only natural to have things set up like this? Now stop sitting around, kid. Go tend to those wounds, and then we'll talk." Ta Pham stared at the medical kit beside him, but didn't budge. Din Lin smirked. "Pretty cautious, aren't you? Well, that's actually a good trait to have." He tossed something over. "Take a look." In the photo were Ta Hui and his wife, alongside Din Lin and Nguyen's son. Ta Pham opened the accompanying letter. It was his father's handwriting. "Brother Din Lin, if my son ever comes to find you in the future, you must put him through a rigorous test. If he doesn't measure up, do not let him get dragged into this. Signed, Ta Hui." Ta Pham looked up. "Commander Din Lin, my father. What happened to him?" Din Lin cut him off. "Quiet down, kid. Bandage your wounds first, and we'll talk afterward. Or do you want to bleed to death right here in my office?" Only then did Ta Pham start groaning in pain. Din Lin scoffed. "What are you crying about now, brat? Weren't you acting all fearless of death just a moment ago? Why are you grimacing and whining in pain now?" Ta Pham winced. "It's only natural to feel pain when you're hurt. Commander Din, you went way too hard on me." Din Lin laughed. "Ha ha, I was only keeping my promise to your father. I actually held back quite a bit. By now, you should understand the relationship between your father and me, right?" "Yes. I never expected that you and my parents were classmates," Din Lin explained. "Most of the high-ranking commanders in the southern military region went to school together, so it's actually quite common. Not only that, but both my office's security system and the defense system at the Mount Vuyu military base were co-designed by your mother." Ta Pham recalled his time back in the laboratory. "So that means the emergency exit in the treasure nursery was activated because it recognized my identity?" Din Lin nodded. "Your mother was an absolute genius in that field. Years ago, if it weren't for your father, she probably would have taken a position at the National Supreme Research Institute. Honestly, your father marrying her was definitely marrying up," Ta Pham murmured. "So mom was that incredible. If only she hadn't gone to Donghai City, maybe things would have been different." Din Lin looked at him softly. "You resemble your mother a lot. Anyway, enough dwelling on the past. Since you've passed the test, I will fulfill my promise to your father. But before we do that, you must understand one thing. Pursuing the truth of what happened to Ta Hui means stepping into a terrifying vortex. The enemies you will face aren't just mid-level battle generals like Mukhan Long, but also high-level quasi-battle generals, and even battle god-level elites. And beyond that, the ultimate peak of the battle god realm, the Starfall class. Facing powerhouses like that, are you prepared, kid? Prepared to face certain death, that is." Ta Pham smiled confidently. "Certain death? I've never been afraid of that. Besides, after everything that happened in Kim Nin City, even if I wanted to back out now, it's already too late. Am I right, Commander Din Lin?" Din Lin grinned. "Well said. That was a fantastic answer. You passed this test with flying colors." Ta Pham blinked in confusion. "Wait, didn't you already say I passed earlier?" Din Lin burst out laughing. "Don't complain that the test was too brutal, kid. Going by your father's wishes, he probably didn't want you getting caught up in all of this. Only by proving how truly outstanding you are would you be deemed qualified." Din Lin then pulled out a box. "Here, take it. This is the real reason you came all the way to Kimnin City, isn't it? This is the contents of the safe your father hid back at the Mount Vuyu military base." Ta Fam's eyes lit up with joy. So you were the one who took it, Commander. I honestly thought it was lost forever. Dinlin chuckled. Your father thought he hid it perfectly where no one would ever find it, completely unaware that others had been eyeing that spot for a long time. If I hadn't retrieved it in time, it probably would have fallen into enemy hands and been completely destroyed long ago. I'm handing it over to you now, but don't get your hopes up too high. This is merely a clue, and getting your hands on concrete evidence won't be easy at all. Inside the box lay a mirror and a rolled-up scroll of paper. This is Donghai City. Right now, Donghai City is the largest beast nest in the Hua Nation, and even on the entire continent. After that massive beast tide, all of Donghai City was devastated and turned into this massive beast nest. For the leaders of the Hua Nation, the collapse of the Donghai defense line, which was supposed to be rock solid during that beast tide attack, was considered an absolute humiliation. Because that incident had such a devastating impact, and with seemingly concrete evidence against him, my father's sentence was made exceptionally harsh. Din Ling nodded. Normally, based on Ta Hui's track record and contributions, his sentence should never have been that severe. But the Donghai beast tide caused such a massive catastrophe that they felt they had to make an example of him. Right now, the Donghai beast nest is a total dragon's den and tiger's lair, where even battle-class experts. Going in there is incredibly dangerous. To think my father would hide the evidence proving his innocence in a place like that. Ding Ling explained, the most dangerous place is often the safest. Besides, Zuo Hui told me before that the vault protecting the evidence was built by your mother. Once it is sealed, only you can open it. It couldn't be any safer. I'm sure you understand what I mean, right? Zuo Fan nodded. Ding Ling continued, now you know why I had to test you like that. Entering the Donghai monster lair requires immense strength. Commander Ding, I understand. To clear my father's name, I don't care if it's a dragon's den, I have to go. If you've made up your mind, I will do everything in my power to support you. Go get ready and head out. Let me know if you need anything, and keep a low profile, I'll handle covering your tracks. Zuo Fan bowed. Thank you, Commander. Ding Ling said, given my history with Zuo Hui, do you really have to be so formal with me? And here I was, just praising you for being a smart kid. So, what should you call me instead? Zuo Fan smiled. Thank you, Uncle Ding. But suddenly, Zuo Fan felt a sudden surge of killing intent. From above, hundreds of arrows rained down on them. The explosive-tipped arrows hit the ground and instantly blew everything to pieces. Reporting, ma'am. Mission accomplished. The target has been eliminated. Inside an office, a short-haired woman gave a cold nod before turning to the girl sitting across from her. Sorry about that. I need to take this call. Now, Yinyu, where were we? Yinyu asked. Cousin, did the people you sent find anything? Did they catch that bastard from our family? Or maybe evidence of his involvement in triggering the Jinning monster outbreak? By the time our people arrived, Mu Hanlong and the others were already dead. That side of our family is extremely cautious. They didn't leave a single shred of evidence behind. Yin Yue sighed in disappointment. So those scumbags get away with it again. Exactly. That branch of the family is just as powerful as ours. Only with concrete proof can we ask our great-grandfather to step in and punish them. Suddenly, Yin Yue's phone rang. I have to go. I'll go handle this first. I'm leaving the search for evidence on Mu Hanlong's crew to you, sister. Don't worry, you can count on me. She sneered to herself. Haha, Yin Yu. As long as I'm in charge, I'm afraid you guys will never find a single clue. In fact, you might not even be able to save your own skin. Meanwhile, Yin Yue went to meet one of her subordinates. Did you find out where he went? What? He went to the Donghai monster lair? Is he crazy? On top of that, he's being tailed. Does Zuo Fan even realize how incredibly dangerous his situation is right now? And to run straight into a death trap like the Donghai monster lair just to find evidence to clear his father's name? He really has a death wish. After the monster outbreak in Jinning, you should have come to see me first. You promised you would visit me, after all. Yin Yue blushed as she recalled Zuo Fan saving her life. No, he risked everything to save me. I can't just sit back and let him die. She quickly changed, hopped into her supercar, and sped off. Watching from above, the short-haired woman muttered, Yin Yu, I knew it. You really went to the Donghai monster lair for that brat. But what you don't know is that the kid is already a corpse. Don't worry, you'll be joining him in the afterlife soon enough. Meanwhile, the assassins who had ambushed Zuo Fan were searching the area for his corpse. Suddenly, a terrifyingly powerful aura erupted nearby. This energy. Could the monsters from the demon well be breaking out? Forget it. It's not safe to stay here any longer. Stop looking for the kid's body. We need to leave right now. Those custom incendiary bombs were designed specifically for general class martial artists. They would have killed that brat 10 times over. Deep inside an underground tunnel, Zuo-fan and the little girl took a moment to catch their breath. Hey, kiddo, it's a good thing you knew about this underground passage, or we'd be blown to pieces by now. The little girl glared at him. Who are you calling a kid? I already told you, I'm a grown-up. My name is Fu Ren. Fu Ren? Like a rich lady? That's a pretty weird name. She snapped. Not a rich lady, it's Fu Ren. Fu as in symbol, Ren as in task. Suddenly, the entire tunnel began to shake violently. What's going on? What is this terrifying pressure? The little girl's expression turned dead serious. Don't tell me, that thing has actually shown up? We need to get out of here, now. Zuo-fan quickly scooped Fu Ren up. Wait, we have to swing by this spot first so I can grab my gear. Looking at her backpack, Zuo-fan asked, Wait, did you seriously steal their bag? Who are you calling a thief? Even if I were starving to death, I would never stoop that low. I'm a professional guide for Dark Star. This is just the payment I'm owed. Oh no. Monster gas is leaking through the cracks. Monsters are going to overrun this place any second now. Stop talking and let's get out of here first. Fu Ren kept explaining, those bastards hired me to guide them near the demon well. That place is a death trap. Without a pro like me, they'd be completely lost. But once we got out, those cheapskates refused to pay me. This bag is just my rightful compensation. You can try to justify it all you want, kid, but you still stole that bag from them. This stuff isn't even worth half of my actual fee. Professional guides don't come cheap. Don't look at me like that. Once we reach Darkstar, you'll see I'm telling the truth. Fine. Just come with me to Darkstar, so you don't end up getting framed as my partner in crime. Zuo-fan smiled to himself. Going to Darkstar was exactly what he planned to do next, so this worked out perfectly. Seriously, this girl is still just a kid, getting tricked so easily. Deep inside the East Sea Beast lair lies the base of a mysterious organization, Darkstar. Is this really the Darkstar base? To think they have a special material that can block the beast's toxic gas. It looks like this Darkstar organization is far from simple. The little girl ran over and hugged her. I'm back, Sister Da'an. You have no idea how dangerous it was being a guide this time. I was framed as a thief, and I almost didn't make it back to see you. Shh, don't cry. I understand what happened. I'll make sure you get justice. Is this woman the leader of Darkstar? She looked at Ta Pham and said, Thank you for saving Fu Nyem, an adventurer from the southern city. Ta Pham was taken aback. You know I'm from Kim Nin? You recognized me? There's no need to be so surprised. Darkstar is the largest Starfall warrior organization in the entire East Sea Beast lair. An expert like you has been here for 3 days already. If Darkstar didn't know about it, I wouldn't deserve to be the leader. Not to mention, I also have a rough idea of why you came to the East Sea Beast lair. We can help you. Ta Pham broke into a cold sweat. And what price do I have to pay? Well, if you had asked before today, the price wouldn't have been cheap. Including confidentiality fees and everything else, it would easily cost you 10 million. But the situation is different now. You don't have to pay a single cent. No fee? Do you know where this beast's toxic gas actually comes from? Ta Pham shrugged. How should I know? The source of the toxic gas in the western region of the East Sea Beast lair mainly comes from a rift in the center of the western zone. We at Darkstar call that place the West Demon Realm Well. The toxic gas erupts from these demon wells in regular cycles. As for what actually causes the toxic gas to form in the first place, that remains a mystery for now. The concentration of the gas erupting from the well has spiked dramatically, and inside that highly concentrated toxic gas, the strength of the beasts multiplies. Can you imagine how terrifying it is when Class A beasts, already monstrously strong, have their power multiplied? Ta Pham gasped. To humans, Class B beasts are already an absolute nightmare, capable of wiping out an entire town in a matter of minutes. But in front of a Class A beast, even a bird-type Class B beast, like the leader of the Hou Dieu, is completely outmatched. They look like mere babies in comparison. A Class A beast possesses enough power to go toe-to-toe with the high-level generals of the past. One of the main reasons the East Sea City was destroyed so quickly was because the enemy's main force consisted mostly of Class A beasts. Ta Pham spoke up. If Class A beasts get their strength multiplied, then I'm afraid their combat power could threaten even a war god. Exactly. I'm sure you've already felt it during your last few days in the East Sea Beast lair. Today, the demon well erupted again. Sister Da'an, why are you telling me all this? What is it you want me to do? Da'an smiled in approval. You're very sharp, Ta Pham. Each toxic gas eruption lasts for at least a month. If we just let those powerful beasts run wild and destroy everything in their path. Setting other areas aside for now, we must at least protect the western region. Darkstar's base is right here, so we can't afford any losses. Having operated in the East Sea Beast Lair for years, we have successfully developed a preliminary method to suppress the toxic gas. Ta Pham was amazed. Darkstar is incredible. They even figured out a way to suppress the toxic gas. We've deployed several gas-repelling devices, but we need people to go and activate them. These red marks show where the devices are located. However, because they all need to be activated at the exact same time, we are short on manpower. And going deep into the beast lair requires someone exceptionally strong. Your goal here is likely to head deep into the West Demon Realm. Well, anyway, isn't it? That means our paths align perfectly. We can provide you with our absolute best guide. In return, your payment will be protecting one of our devices to ensure it gets activated safely. What do you say? It's a very fair deal. On top of that, we will ensure your movements remain completely confidential. Ta Pham thought to himself, this woman is terrifyingly sharp. She's basically using me as a weapon. Still, if I want to find a reliable guide right now, Darkstar is my best bet. Ta Pham reached out his hand. All right, Miss Da'an, we have a deal. Pleasure doing business with you. And by the way, I'd prefer if you called me Sister An. Afterward, Fu Niem led Ta Pham outside. Once they left, Da'an asked, what do you think of that adventurer from the southern city? A figure formed from pure energy, materialized and spoke, an incredibly outstanding kid. And to think he is, actually what? Da'an asked. The figure faded away, replying, it is nothing. That kid is the perfect choice. Meanwhile, Ta Pham and his two companions began to make their way into the toxic beast fog. With an operation this critical, having only two companions, can I really trust them? And then there's this girl. I can't believe she's the technician responsible for activating the gas-repelling device. Is she really up to the task? Then he glanced over at Fu Niem. Is this little brat really Darkstar's best guide? Well, whatever. As long as I can find the location, I'll have achieved my goal for this trip. As for clearing the toxic gas outside the lair, I'll do my best if I can. After all, this place was once my home. The three of them reached a bridge. Back to this place again. For the past 3 days, I've been constantly. This river is blocking our path. Crawling beneath it are C-rank gray-scaled venom eels. While C-rank monsters aren't that hard to deal with, this river's water is highly toxic, and those gray-scaled venom eels are everywhere. If I want to cross this river, I guess I'll have to wait until I break through to mid-level battle general first. Ta Pham asked the girl. Wait, no, their guide, Fu Niem. How do we get across this? The little girl stared at the gray-scaled venom eels, her eyes sparkling. Ta Pham gasped. Don't tell me this kid wants to eat venom eels? Can you even eat something that toxic? What a bizarre palate. The other girl stepped up and tapped Fu Niem on the head. Stop staring. Even if you keep looking, you won't be able to catch and kill any of those venom eels. Even a mid-level battle general might not be able to pull it off. Fu Niem rubbed her head. But the materials on those venom eels are worth a fortune. Selling them on the black market could easily fetch a few 100,000. Yeah, but you need to be alive to spend it. Stop being so greedy and keep leading the way. Ta Pham was completely speechless, so she wanted to hunt the gray-scaled venom eels just to sell them for cash. She is so young, yet so obsessed with money. Fu Niem's eyes lit up as she said, this toxic river keeps leaking out. After a short while, all the paths we used before become completely unusable. But the toxic river doesn't just stop humans, it blocks the monsters too. This way. Fu Niem took the lead and dashed off. Ta Pham was puzzled. This girl's presence completely changed in an instant. Fu Niem pointed at a hole. We go through here. After a while, the three of them crawled out of a sewer manhole, successfully making it to the other side of the river. The other girl warned, don't let your guard down. The deeper we go, the more dangerous it gets. My job is to start the machine and protect this little kid. As for you, you're on your own. Just don't become a burden to me. Suddenly, Ta Pham sensed something and called out a warning. The girl asked, did you hear wrong? But then, an explosion echoed in the distance. She was stunned. Is this kid's hearing really that sharp? Didn't she say he was just a low-level battle general like me? Ta Pham muttered. Strange. Something isn't right. What could be wrong? There are countless monster hunting squads here in the East Sea Beast Nest. Even the thick toxic fog can't stop people who value money over their own lives. After all, people will do anything for wealth. Ta Pham disagreed. It doesn't sound like warriors fighting monsters. It sounds like monsters fighting each other. Over at the battle zone, a hooded man looked down at the beasts below and muttered, "Slaughter each other. Go wilder. Monster mutation and evolution." This looks like a monster coliseum. A brutal clash between monsters is the perfect catalyst to trigger their evolution. And inside this toxic beast fog, monster evolution gets even more bizarre. Sometimes, unexpected mutations occur, creating far more terrifying monsters. A brand new kind of monster, a mutated B-rank winged claw beast. The hooded man grinned. A mutation triggered during the evolution. Just as I predicted, monsters, evolving under the influence of the toxic fog during combat, have a much higher chance of spawning a completely new species. A few steps away, another group was also looking down. Awesome! A brand new B-rank monster has been born. If there's a monster core inside this thing, it'll easily fetch an astronomical price. He turned to the hooded man and asked, "Brother, your plan actually worked. If we get that monster core, according to our agreement, you will get 40% of the profits." The hooded man chuckled. "Oh, it's nothing. We all came to the beast nest to strike it rich. If there's money to be made, we should all make it together." But deep down, he was sneering. "It's a good thing I have you idiots cooperating with me. Once the plan succeeds, I can pin all the blame on you. Now, let's just wait for the prey to walk in." Hearing the commotion, the girl said, "It's probably just people hunting monsters." Ta Fam didn't buy it. Hunting monsters while the toxic fog is spreading? Are they out of their minds? Well, people die for wealth, so it's not that surprising. Every time the toxic fog spreads, there are always hunting squads that venture deep into the West Demonic Abyss, well, hoping to hunt the monsters there. But as for how most of them end up, Fu Niem said wistfully, "If I were strong enough, I'd go deep into the West Demonic Abyss, well, to hunt high-level monsters and make tons of money too." The girl tapped her head again. "You money-grubbing brat, if you dare set foot in the West Demonic Abyss, well, see if I don't break your legs." I won't. Sister Hong, stop hitting me." Suddenly, Ta Fam sensed danger and shouted, "Watch out!" With a loud bang, a massive monster appeared. What a terrifying presence. What kind of monster is this? "I don't know, I've never seen this kind before." The girl dashed forward to test its strength, but she was instantly sent flying. "This power. It's too strong." The girl yelled urgently, "This is bad. It's a B-rank monster. Take the kid and run. I'll hold it off." Ta Fam replied, "Don't forget, my job is to protect both of you. Stand aside and watch the kid." The girl gasped, "It's a B-rank monster. Can you really handle it alone? We'll only know if I try." Ta Fam lunged forward to attack. The girl watched in disbelief. How is this guy so powerful? But as more monsters rushed in from the distance, Ta Fam realized something was off. "Don't tell me it brought backup? Dealing with one was already a hassle. If more are coming, I need to wrap this up fast." Ta Fam unleashed his power, slicing the B-rank monster in half with a single swing. Fu Niem broke into a cold sweat. That guy is insane. Holy crap, he's strong. He actually slaughtered a Class B beast all by himself. The girl thought to herself in disbelief. Is he really just a novice war general? He's even stronger than some mid-tier war generals. No wonder the leader wanted him on this mission with me. Just then, a beast lunged at them. She quickly grabbed Fu Ran and bolted. "Fu Ran, show me where to go. There are beasts right on our tails." The girl panicked. How are these beasts so fast? Fu Ran cried out in terror. "Oh no, they're catching up." Suddenly, Zuo Fan appeared and scooped both of them up. "Hold on tight," he yelled before dashing away in a blur. The girl was stunned. His speed is even crazier than I imagined. Seeing their prey vanish, the beasts stopped chasing. Zuo Fan finally had a moment to take a closer look. These beasts are mutating. Does the spread of beast poison really trigger mutations this easily? This was a first for the girl as well. Yes, when the beast poison spreads, the mutation rate increases, but a mass mutation like this? I've never seen anything like it. Will this situation affect the Dark Star organization's base? We can't worry about that right now. Our main mission is to start up the poison disperser. The three of them then made their way to a park. You couldn't tell from the map, but now that we're here, is this the West Suburban Park? When Zuo Fan was a kid, his mother used to bring him here. He asked, "So, where exactly is the poison disperser?" The girl pulled out a mirror that looked identical to the one in his father's chest. She smiled and asked, "Do you know what this does?" "Well, you're about to find out." She aimed the mirror at a spot, and a hidden basement immediately appeared below. Zuo Fan's mind drifted back to a childhood memory. "Little Fan, want to play hide and seek? If you find me, I'll take you to a restaurant. And if you don't, I'll still take you out for a delicious treat this afternoon. Okay, you're the best, Mom, Zuofan had thought. Either way, I get delicious food. She's way better than Dad. But in his memories, he had never managed to find his mother even once. Ah, so that's why. The girl grinned proudly. Surprised, aren't you? I was shocked the first time I came here too. Who would have thought a place like this existed amidst the ruins? The poison disperser is kept right here. Zuofan was puzzled. Why would Darkstar put it here? If this place gets discovered, won't it be extremely dangerous? It's a secret, but since you're part of this operation, I'll tell you. Darkstar didn't invent this disperser. They stumbled upon it during an expedition. Based on our theories, this facility was fully built even before the beast tide ever struck. According to the Darkstar experts, this was a research facility focused on dealing with beasts. Unfortunately, very little data was left behind. Their only and greatest discovery was this poison disperser. Zuofan stared at the machine, wondering, can this device really clear out the beast poison? Back then, whenever I played hide and seek with Mom, I could never find her. Was it because she was secretly coming down here? The girl used the mirror to prep the machine for startup. Fu Ran asked excitedly, Sis, is this how you turn it on? This thing looks so magical. The girl smiled and replied, it doesn't just look magical. Clearing out beast poison is practically a miracle in itself. Was my mom really the one who built this machine? Can I find any useful clues here? Zuofan thought as the machine began to hum to life. The real function of this machine wasn't just to disperse the beast poison, but to completely purify it. Checking the poison level indicator, the girl said, it's working. We can take a quick breather now and patch up our wounds while we have the time. Zuofan asked, are you hurt? Well, obviously, she retorted. I'm just a novice war general. I'm not some crazy powerhouse like you. I had to take a direct hit from a Class B beast earlier. Of course I got injured. If I were as strong as you, I would have carried out this plan all by myself without needing your help. By the way, shouldn't you turn around for a second? Blushing, Zuofan quickly turned his back. She could have at least given me a heads up. The girl glanced at him with a sly grin. What an interesting kid. Deep within the demon well, a low, ominous voice rumbled. The beast poison is being purified. Find the source of this purification for me. Track down the threat and destroy it. With that, crimson snakes began slithering out from the depths. Looking at the poison indicator, it would probably take another 2 to 3 days before the spread of the beast poison completely stopped. Fu Ran asked curiously, this machine is so amazing. I wonder who made it. It's incredibly powerful. You're right, the girl agreed. Whoever built this must have been an absolute genius. Unfortunately, our organization's experts believe that brilliant mind likely perished during the East Sea beast tide, Zuofan thought. But my mom didn't die in that disaster. She passed away even earlier. Just then, an alarm blared. Zuofan and the others stared at the monitor. Beasts are invading? How on earth did those mindless brutes find this place? This is bad. If this keeps up, all our progress in dispersing the poison will go down the drain. We have to go stop them. Zuofan cut her off. You're badly hurt. Going out there now is basically suicide. Leave this to me. Outside, the beasts were relentlessly battering the entrance. If they keep this up, they're going to tear down the doors. We cannot let them breach this place. The girl warned him over the comms. Be careful out there. Those beasts are strange. They're a species I've never seen before. On top of that, they can spit deadly venom, which makes them extremely dangerous to handle. Don't worry, Zuofan replied. I know what I'm doing. After unlocking the secret mechanism, the hidden gate finally swings open. As Ta Pham steps through the wall, the mirror in his pocket suddenly reacts, casting a bright reflection. Ta Pham looks back and notices a beam of light from the mirror pointing directly at the wall. But with the situation being so critical, he decides to deal with the snakes first and figure this out later. Ta Pham charges forward, ready to slaughter. You damn beasts, die. He easily slices through the pack of snakes with zero effort. Is killing them really this simple? These monsters are way too weak. Ta Pham takes a closer look and realizes that these snakes have absolutely no eyes. Inside the bunker, Hong An asks, Fu Niem, are there usually monsters like this around here? No, I've never seen anything like them before. Maybe they crawled out of the West Abyssal. Well, due to the spreading beast miasma, Ta Pham says over the walkie-talkie, these monsters look weird, but their actual strength is pathetic. For now, they don't seem like much of a threat. But Hong An has a bad feeling, so she warns him. No matter what, you have to be extremely careful. She thinks to herself, what is going on? Why do I feel like a massive danger is about to strike? It feels like something is right next to us, watching this entire place. Tafam slays the remaining snakes. Alright, that's pretty much all of them. This was way easier than I expected. Looks like you and I were worrying over nothing. Hong-an lets out a sigh of relief. You're right, maybe we were just overthinking it. Those monsters might look freaky, but their combat power is pretty average, barely even C rank. Suddenly, Funyem notices something off and screams, "Wait! Something's wrong with those monsters. They aren't dead." Look out! A massive snake lunges, snapping its jaws right at him. Tafam quickly retreats. Could all those snakes just be clones of a single monster? Looks like I have no choice but to test out the technique I recently mastered. An AoE attack developed from the foundation of the Shadow Blade Streaming Light Sword. This vortex-style strike is enough to unleash a hurricane of sword chi, shredding every single target at once. You damn beast, let's see you survive this. But moments later, Tafam gasps, "What? This monster doesn't have a physical form?" The shredded snake dissolves into tiny serpents, which immediately begin fusing back together. Fu Niem and the person beside her watch in utter shock. What kind of monster is this? He clearly tore it to pieces, yet it's regenerating? This is bad. You need to pull back right now. This creature is way too bizarre. The snake spits out a wave of venom, trapping Ta Pham inside. Ta Pham says, "This beast isn't letting me leave. I have no choice but to fight it head on." Ta Pham shatters the venom cage and charges. This power is way beyond a typical B-rank beast. But, unleashing the power of the beast core inside Bladewind, Ta Pham slashes forward in a wild frenzy. Fu Niem gasps in awe. "Sister Hong-an, he's incredible. That monster is a B-rank." Hong-an replies, "That beast isn't just a simple B-rank. It's far stronger than that winged monster we faced before. But what really surprises me isn't the monster, it's his stamina. His breath is incredibly steady, which means he hasn't even unleashed his full power yet. So, can he actually kill it? It's hard to say. This monster is anything but ordinary. Did you forget how it appeared in the first place?" As Ta Pham severs the snake's tail, it instantly regenerates. Hong-an is stunned. What kind of creature is this? Suddenly the snake speaks. "Are you the source purifying the beast miasma?" Ta Pham is startled. "This monster can talk?" Hong-an is equally shocked. "I can't believe it can actually converse with humans. With intelligence this high, could it be an A-rank beast?" Outside, the beast miasma begins swirling into a massive vortex in midair. Ta Pham thinks, if it can communicate with humans, it must be an A-rank monster. Beasts from F-rank to D-rank correspond to Starfall warriors, acting purely on instinct and bloodlust. Those at C-rank and above possess basic intelligence. B-rank beasts, whose power matches a mid-level battle general, possess logical thinking, and can even speak a few human words, just like the Lake Eagle leader. But A-rank beasts have strength on par with an advanced battle general, boasting near-human intelligence and full conversational skills. Ta Pham breaks into a cold sweat. If this is really an A-rank beast, with my current strength, I don't stand a chance. Wait, that's not right. At my current battle general realm, even if I fight above my rank against mid-level battle generals or B-rank beasts, I still have a fighting chance. But if this were a true A-rank beast, I wouldn't have lasted a single second. I'd be dead by now. This means that although this monster is incredibly powerful, it can't be considered a genuine A-rank beast. Maybe it's more of a pseudo-A-rank? The snake hisses. The plague purifying the beast miasma must be eliminated. It lunges forward once again. Ta Pham is horrified. How did its power skyrocket so much in an instant? Hong-an is about to rush out to help. No, at this rate, he's going to die. Fu Niem tries to follow her, but Hong-an stops her. "Stay right here. You're too weak. Following me out there is suicide. Your amateur skills will only drag us down." Fu Niem says resolutely, "Nothing you say will stop me. In your current condition, going out there is also a death sentence. You saved me from that beast pack years ago. I'm not letting you face death alone." Hong-an walks over and gently pats her head. "You stubborn girl, just listen to me and stay here. Once we're done, I promise to bring that kid back with me." Fu Niem cries out, "You adults only know how to lie." That's exactly what Dad told me back then. Suddenly, the alarm blares. Intruder alert, intruder alert. Oh no, how did these monsters even get inside? A snake spits a stream of venom, barely missing Hong-an's shoulder. Hearing the commotion, Ta Pham quickly calls out, "What's happening inside the research facility?" Hong said that beast just broke into the research lab. We have to get back there and back them up, now. Its target is the beast repeller. The massive snake lunges forward, snapping its jaws. "Oh, You want to go help them? In your dreams? Ta Pham feels completely powerless. This beast is reading my mind. It's insanely tough to deal with. I can't keep this up forever. I have to go all out. Ta Pham activates the core on his blade, unleashing all his skills at once. Swift light steps, shadow edge, and flowing light sword. In a flash, Ta Pham slices right through its body. Did I do it? It looks like this beast isn't quite at Class A yet. If it were a real Class A, there's no way I could have handled it. The snake turns into liquid, slipping right through the cracks and sliding inside. This thing is way too sneaky. Even if it's just a pseudo Class A, it's still terrifying. Gray pops his head out and chirps. Hey little guy, what's wrong? Are you hungry? I'm sorry, but I can't feed you right now. Just hang in there until we wrap things up here. By now, the snake has already appeared right in front of the sisters. Hong gasps in terror. The black snake. Rescue missions are tiered based on the client's status and the payout. This time, we were lucky enough to pull off the highest tier request, and we even helped take down a Class A beast. Getting a reward like this is only natural. Ta Pham can't help but feel a little embarrassed. I mean, sure, but the person I saved was Non-Nguyet, and I even secretly swiped that Class A beast's core. Now I'm taking another reward from Dark Star? Isn't this a bit too much? Sister Hong, could you exchange my reward for cash and keep it for me? Just 2 more years. Once I save up enough, I can hire someone to search for my parents. Sure, when the time comes, I'll go with you. Ta Pham looks at Funyem with a sympathetic gaze. If only the little girl knew her parents sacrificed themselves during the EC Beast Tide. I have to find out what really happened back then, for those who passed away, and to clear my dad's name. But the clues on that map probably point deep into the beast nest. With my current strength, I'm still nowhere near ready. Facing a terrifying monster like the black giant serpent, I'm just completely outmatched. Ta Pham makes up his mind to get stronger as fast as possible. Noticing him space out, Shi Chong asks, "Still haven't decided on your reward? You should also choose the bidding rights for a Class B combat technique. But it's going to be a while before the auction actually starts." Yeah, the bidding rights for high-level combat techniques. Once I get back from the ruins in the western suburbs, I'll join the auction, and I'll have that Class A beast core ready too. Hey, handsome, I heard you did amazing out there. A group of girls crowds around Ta Pham, starting to flirt with him. A total rookie like Ta Pham had never experienced anything like this before, and his face instantly flushes red with embarrassment. Muknan Nguyet is sitting in Da'an's room. Ugh, I really didn't want to meet this woman under these kinds of circumstances. Miss Non-Nguyet, are you satisfied with the rescue service provided by our Dark Star? Non-Nguyet offers a polite smile. Thank you, Miss Da'an. I truly appreciate Dark Star's help. But in her mind, she wonders. From her attitude, does this woman know about me and Ta Pham? Miss Non-Nguyet, this is our follow-up service. I hope you're satisfied. Non-Nguyet takes the paper and opens it to read. What a meticulous plan. I'm afraid we even have a mole on our side. Who could it be? Muknan Nguyet suddenly thinks of her short-haired cousin. Miss Non-Nguyet, as your host, I'd love to have you stay at the Dark Star headquarters for a few days. But speaking as a friend, I highly suggest you return to the Muck family as soon as possible. Your identity is just too sensitive, and staying here isn't safe. The elder of the Muck family strokes his beard and says, My lady, Miss Da'an is right. Since things here are resolved, staying any longer will only put you in danger. We should head back to the family immediately. Uncle Hong, with you by my side, nothing's going to happen to me. Mook Hong breaks into a cold sweat. You might be relaxed, my lady, but I'm absolutely terrified. What if we run into another Class A beast? Non-Nguyet suddenly turns her head and spots Ta Pham surrounded by a crowd of girls. Overwhelmed with jealousy, she snaps. What is that crowd doing buzzing around Ta Pham anyway? Well, Ta Pham, you sure are popular with the ladies? Mook Hong is taken aback. He never expected that young master to be Ta Pham. His actual strength is way beyond what was in the reports. Still, between him and the young lady, Ta Pham flushes red and calls out Non-Nguyet's name. Non-Nguyet walks over. Ta Pham, it's been a while. The girls look at Non-Nguyet's gorgeous face with envy. Oh, so he actually knows that rich beauty. No wonder he went all out during the rescue. Wow, look at him and that gorgeous rich girl. If only I could land a guy who's handsome, cool, and super loaded. Shi Chong taps her on the head. Wake up, kiddo. Stop daydreaming. Non-Nguyet stares at Ta Pham, thinking, it's been a while. He's gotten so much more handsome. No wonder all those girls were throwing themselves at him. She covers her blushing face. What on earth am I thinking? Shouldn't I be demanding to know why he was flirting with so many women instead? Wait, why should I care if girls like him? We're just friends anyway. It's been so long since they last met. Non-Nguyet's hair has grown out, making her look even more stunning than before. What is this feeling? I don't even know what to say. The two of them speak in unison. It's been a while. How have you been? Meanwhile, the Muck family members scream internally. Our lady with this brat? No way in hell we're approving of this. Ta Pham scratched his head. Non-Nguyet, it's been so long. You've changed so much. I almost didn't recognize you. What do you mean by that? Are you saying I got uglier? Ta Pham quickly waved his hands. No, absolutely not. You're way more beautiful than before. Well, that's better, she huffed to herself, thinking he at least had some taste. He used to be as stiff as a block of wood. What in the world am I thinking? Why am I bringing up those things the moment we meet? Nyan Nunguyet cleared her throat softly. Ta Pham, how long do you plan to stay with the Dark Star organization? Where are you heading next? My next journey? I want to infiltrate the Donghai Beast Nest. Just as I expected, you have a purpose for going to the Donghai Beast Nest. But do you even know how dangerous it is to infiltrate the Donghai Beast Nest? There are plenty of A-rank beasts in there, just like that giant serpent. Even if your true strength is on par with an intermediate battle general, I'm afraid that in the West Devil Realm campaign, there are beasts even stronger than the black giant serpent. Not to mention, the deepest part of the Donghai Beast Nest houses creatures far beyond A-rank, S-rank beasts with power equal to a battle god. Ta Pham replied solemnly, I'm well aware of the dangers in entering the Donghai Beast Nest. My current strength isn't enough yet, but Nguyet, I've discovered a clue regarding my father's wrongful accusation deep within the Donghai Beast Nest. He added with absolute determination, that's why I must go. A clue to clear the name of your father, Commander Ta Hui? I understand. In that case, Ta Pham, I'm coming with you. Ta Pham and Muk Hong blurted out at the same time. No way. Absolutely not. But why? The screen locked, displaying the text. Classified files initiating, identity verified. Countless images and reports flashed across the screen, including the dog-headed rat that once caused chaos in Jinning City, the beast-taming equipment research project, and the beast-taming reagents. Why are these classified documents here? Are the beast-taming flute and the beast-taming reagents both products of this research facility? This is unbelievable, Non-Nguyet thought to herself. If these top-secret research breakthroughs originated here, how were they leaked to the outside world and ended up in the hands of those madmen? His mother's goal in researching these things must have been to fight the beasts and counter the beast tides. Which means those villains stole her research, and to cover up their tracks, they framed Commander Ta Hui. There's no way Ta Pham's mother would have willingly handed over these breakthroughs. Could she? Nyan Nguyet suddenly realized a terrifying possibility. Was she murdered? Ta Pham slammed his fist on the table and roared, how could my mother's research have been leaked to the outside? Knowing my mother, she would never hand this research over to those bastards. How did she really die? If this secret ever gets out, the entire Great China region will be shaken. Thinking of this, Muk Hong said, Indeed, your mother was a great scientist. She would never hand over her life's work to those wicked people. Kid, don't let grief consume you, at least your goal in coming here. Ta Pham, filled with rage, kept slamming his fist onto the table. Gray Egg sensed Ta Pham's emotions and poked its head out, staring closely at the screen. Behind them, Muk Hong said, Miss, let's leave him alone for a moment. But, Muk Hong stroked his beard and said, at times like this, he must overcome the pain on his own. That's the only way he can grow stronger. The tragedy surrounding Ta Pham's parents involves too many factions. If he wants to clear his father's name and find his mother's killer, he needs an iron will to face the storms ahead. Ta Pham pulled himself together. Right, I need to snap out of it. Let's copy these files first. He glanced at the chest nearby. What's this? Opening it, he found a bracelet. A wrist guard? He slipped it on. This might be something my mother left behind for me. Ta Pham, you're out? I'm sorry. Non-Nguyet, I made you worry. He turned and bowed to Muk Hong. I'll be in your care for this journey deep into the Donghai Beast Nest, Elder. The old man smiled. Since I'm already protecting the young lady, of course I'll give it my all. He thought to himself, this kid recovered from his grief incredibly fast. Like father, like son. Actually, compared to Ta Hui, he's... Let's get out of here. Non-Nguyet acknowledged and followed. Outside the ruins of the western suburban park, a pack of beasts had set up an ambush. The target our leader spoke of, that menace has appeared. Kill, eliminate the threat. Sensing something off, Ta Pham shouted, Wait! There are beasts. An unusually large swarm of beasts rushed out. There are quite a few of them. Let's finish this quickly, Mukong suggested. Fight while retreating back to our car. This isn't even the deep zone of the beast nest. How did so many beasts appear in an instant? Fortunately, these beasts are only C rank. Otherwise, we'd be in serious trouble. Just as they approached the vehicle, Grey Egg poked its head out and shrieked a warning. Ta Pham yelled, "Watch out! Stay away from the car!" A giant scorpion erupted from the ground, crushing the car as its stinger whipped toward them. Mukong unleashed his ultimate technique and shouted, "Something is wrong with this beast. Kid, take good care of the young lady. Don't let anything happen to her." With that, the old man threw a devastating punch. Staring straight at that massive scorpion tail, feeling its terrifying surge of power, his face went completely pale. This thing is a Class A beast. The scorpion's stinger sprayed out deadly venom. Oh no, there's no time to dodge. Ta Pham and the others gasped in horror. Mukong quickly conjured a barrier to block the poison. The tail immediately retracted. "It's too dangerous. Stay back." "This is a Class A beast. Don't get involved," Mukong shouted. Ta Pham gasped in surprise. Class A? Indeed, that crushing pressure from earlier was definitely that of a Class A beast. However, as they closely observed the monster, Mukong instantly recognized it as a blue-armored winged scorpion. Why is it here? According to Dark Star's intelligence, wasn't it supposed to be in the eastern part of the beast nest? Why on earth is it here now? This is bad. Among the Class A beasts across the 5 major regions of the Donghai beast nest, the blue-armored winged scorpion is the one that has attacked human strongholds the most. The blue-armored winged scorpion is not only a flying beast with insane speed, but its outer shell is also like a suit of impenetrable armor. On top of that, it can release a deadly, highly lethal venom. But that's not even the scariest part about them. The most terrifying thing about this Class A beast is its extreme cunning. It stalks its prey like a seasoned hunter. Even an advanced martial general would be ambushed and taken down if they let their guard down for even a second. The blue-armored winged scorpion spoke. "A disaster for us beasts? Let me handle this. Is this some kind of beastly etiquette? It is highly likely that this blue-armored winged scorpion is even smarter than the giant black python. Wait, is disaster referring to me or humanity? Or is it?" Suddenly, the blue-armored winged scorpion unleashed a violent gale. Mukong yelled, "Get back, kid! Make sure you protect the young lady." "Humph. You foolish humans fell right into my trap. Did you think we stayed out here for so long just waiting for prey without setting anything up?" Beneath the soil, spherical pods exploded, releasing thick green toxic gas. The blue-armored winged scorpion is truly cunning. Who would have thought it had set up such a deadly trap beforehand? Even a mid-level martial general wouldn't be able to dodge it in time and would likely be in grave danger. Mukong looked around frantically and shouted, "Young lady, are you all right?" Stepping toward Mukong, the blue-armored winged scorpion sneered. Even an ordinary martial general could hardly escape that trap unscathed. You humans might be strong, but as for the 2 weaklings you want to protect, they won't meet a good end. Mukong roared, "Blue-armored winged scorpion! Today, only one of us leaves here alive. Uncle Hong, we're fine." Carried on Ta Pham's back, Nyan Unguyet stood up high and shouted, "Don't let us distract you. That tiny trap earlier couldn't scratch us at all." Ta Pham was dumbfounded. A tiny trap? That sounds so easy. If I hadn't mastered the mirror light shadow flash, how on earth could we have gotten out of there without a scratch? Mukong turned his head to look. Is the young lady really okay? Is this kid actually that strong? Even the blue-armored winged scorpion was shocked. How is this possible? How did those 2 weaklings manage to escape my trap? Kid, take the young lady and get out of here. Given the current situation, we should abort the mission for now. We'll meet back up at Dark Star. Be careful, Uncle Hong. Without a second thought, Ta Pham took off immediately. The blue-armored winged scorpion thrust its stinger forward. Does this old geezer really think that holding me back will guarantee their safe escape? He has no idea that he isn't holding me back. I am the one keeping him occupied. Worried, Nan Nugiet asked Ta Pham, "Uncle Hong won't be in danger, right?" "Don't worry. Uncle Hong will be fine." Although the blue-armored winged scorpion is incredibly powerful and stands at the top of the Class A beasts, and is extremely cunning, making it very hard to defeat, with Uncle Hong's strength, he can definitely get away safely. I have a signal flare in my pocket, so I'll fire one off in a bit to let Uncle Hong know we're safe. Nan Nugiet let out a soft cry, "Ta Pham, your hand." "Huh, what's wrong?" Both of their faces instantly flushed red. Wait, What is this soft, squishy feeling? Do I really have something like this in my pocket? I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. It's fine. Ta Pham suddenly froze. Wait. Something's wrong. Enemies. To think the blue-armored winged scorpion had set up so many ambushes along the way. That beast is seriously cunning. The scorpions hissed. The threat is here. Kill them right now. Looks like I won't be able to leave without dealing with you guys first. Perfect timing. I'll use you bastards to test out my newly mastered technique. So many blue scorpions. Are we surrounded? Non-Nguyen scanned their surroundings and suggested, Ta Pham, I have a high-grade beast-repellent bomb with me. Hold them off for just a moment, and once I detonate the bomb, we'll make a run for it. Non-Nguyen, no need to go through all that trouble. I'll handle them. By yourself? These are all Class B flying beasts, and they're highly toxic. Full of confidence, Ta Pham replied, I know. Non-Nguyen, just trust me. I can definitely handle them. I believe you. I'm counting on you then. She had witnessed Ta Pham's strength before. As a late-stage, low-level martial general, he could easily defeat Class B beasts, making him even stronger than many mid-level martial generals. But these blue scorpions are different. They share the same bloodline as the blue armored winged scorpion, making them extremely formidable, even among Class B beasts. If 7 or 8 of them attack at once. Ta Pham has always been careful, so he must be well aware of this. Could he have another ace up his sleeve? No matter what, I should trust him. Ta Pham taunted the beasts. What's wrong? Are you bastards just going to stand there and not attack? What a bunch of freaky-looking mutts. Suddenly, the beasts lunged forward. A swarm of poison stingers rains down on Ta Pham. Perfect. Let's see how powerful this movement technique is after its evolution. As the stingers strike, Ta Pham activates his phantom shadow flash and instantly vanishes, reappearing right beneath a blue scorpion. With a single slash of his sword, Non-Nguyen covers her mouth in shock. What? How did he kill a B-rank beast so fast? I couldn't even track his movements. Ta Pham weaves through the swarm of blue scorpions as if they aren't even there. Even he is a bit surprised. He didn't expect that with just the basic mastery of Phantom Shadow Flash, he could so easily deal with being surrounded by these blue scorpions. As expected of a God of War level movement technique, no wonder the legendary God of War, Tietsu, could wade through a beast tide as if nobody was there, fighting relentlessly until his very last breath. With my current strength and this Phantom Shadow Flash, even if I go up against an A-rank beast, I definitely won't lose. Non-Nguyen clenches her fists in excitement. Ta Pham is progressing so fast. For an intermediate battle general, this level of combat power is absolutely mind-blowing. Ta Pham is a true genius. Maybe one day, he'll become a God of War level powerhouse, just like my grandfather. When I first met him, I thought he was hiding his true power. But maybe he never was. It's just that he grows stronger by the second. Suddenly, Ta Pham shouts, Non-Nguyen, look out! Non-Nguyen snaps back to reality. A poison stinger thrusts toward her, and because she was so distracted, she can't dodge this surprise attack in time. Fortunately, Ta Pham reacts instantly. Rushing over, he swings his sword down. Did you really think a cheap shot like that would work on my watch? Go to hell. With one clean slash, he splits the blue scorpion in two. The system chimes in. B, rank beast, slain. Attribute points +3. Another blue scorpion spits venom from a distance, but Ta Pham quickly pulls the beauty into his arms and leaps aside. Feeling guilty, Nguyen says, I'm so sorry, Ta Pham. I always thought being an advanced Starfall warrior made me a genius among my peers. But now, I realize my strength is still far too weak. I'm just holding you back. Their faces are so close that Ta Pham's cheeks flush red. Don't worry about it. Dealing with these monsters doesn't take much effort at all. It's just that the venom of these blue scorpions is pretty nasty. I was a bit careless earlier. What are those blue scorpions doing? Are they eating their own kind? Seeing them swell in size, Ta Pham shouts in shock. Are they actually evolving by cannibalizing each other? No, their mutation isn't over yet. After devouring their fallen comrades, the remaining blue scorpions turn on each other in a brutal frenzy. Before long, only a single survivor remains, evolving into a B-rank blue-armored Scorpion King. The two watch in utter shock as the Scorpion King takes flight, letting out a deafening roar. It starts firing a relentless, endless barrage of strange energy spheres. Ta Pham quickly grabs Non-Nguyen and dives into a subway entrance for cover. Luckily, the path we blew open earlier isn't blocked. This mutated blue scorpion's strength is leagues above the others. It must have broken through to become a B-rank king-tier beast. Ta Pham replies, Not only that, its toxic bomb attacks have a massive area of effect, raining down from the sky. A flying B-rank king-tier beast is really a pain to deal with. Overhead, the Scorpion King opens its maw, preparing for another volley. Did it spot us? Damn it, did its vision get a massive buff after mutating too? Ta Pham sweeps Non Nuyet into his arms again and runs for his life. We can't fight this thing out in the open. The spot where Ta Pham was hiding is instantly blown to pieces by the Scorpion King's barrage. Meanwhile, in another part of the ruins, a group of hunters is slowly making their way deep into the beast den, led by a red-haired girl wielding a bow. Her name is Ko Phi Truk, an intermediate battle general. A short-haired hunter mutters in confusion. We're deep inside the den, almost at the border of the demonic realm. But the detector still isn't showing anything. Captain, did we get the wrong location? Ko Phi Truk replies, no way. It has to be around here somewhere. Suddenly, the detector starts beeping loudly. A lap points in a direction. The detector picked up a signal. Over there. The entire team immediately follows a lap toward the location pointed out by the device. Yes, this is definitely the place. We actually found it. I can't believe the legendary treasure is real. The group stands excitedly in front of a cluster of glowing purple crystals. Ko Phi Truk's eyes widen as she whispers, all that effort was totally worth it. With this treasure, my strength is going to skyrocket. Once I absorb it, I'll become an advanced battle general, the youngest one in the country. A lap picks up a shard of the purple crystal to examine it. Captain, is this thing really that magical? Ko Phi Truk screams in panic. A lap, don't touch it, drop it right now. A lap panics as it vanishes. It evaporated. Captain, is it dangerous? I'm not poisoned, am I? A hooded hunter snaps at him. We are in the East Sea Beast Den. How could you be reckless enough to touch random things? Dowsat adds, one of these days, your own stupidity is going to get you killed. Ko Phi Truk tries to calm them down. The crystal isn't toxic, but it evaporates upon physical contact. The real issue is that the scent it releases will draw monsters right to us. But since it was only a tiny shard, we should be fine. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Scorpion King catches the scent. This smell. It's a treasure. I can level up yet again. It eagerly charged toward Gufeiju's group. Who knows, maybe capturing a prize of a person like this would let it surpass the chief and become the new king of their tribe. Meanwhile, that giant beast had finally flown away. Ren Yue guessed that since it had been tailing them for so long, it was probably exhausted. But honestly, it was still full of energy, so how could it be tired? Either way, shaking it off was definitely a win. Now, we can finally go meet Uncle Hong. Grey Egg let out a soft yip, raising its paw to point in the direction the Crane King had flown. Ren Yue stared at the puppy with curiosity. Honestly, at first I thought I was seeing things, but it really was just a little pup. Ren Yue scooped Grey Egg up in her arms. Aw, it's so cute. Zuo Fan, why did you bring it along with you? It's way too dangerous. Zuo Fan scratched his head, struggling to find an explanation. Grey whimpered again. Zuo Fan looked down. What's wrong, buddy? What is it now? Right then, a massive rumble shook the ground. Countless monsters were stampeding in the exact same direction. They seemed to be heading straight toward the Crane King's territory. What on earth was going on over there? Grey barked eagerly. What's that, buddy? You want us to go there too? Zuo Fan asked. Surprised, Ren Yue asked in disbelief. Zuo Fan, can this puppy actually understand us? Does he know what we're saying? Zuo Fan scooped up Ren Yue and rushed after them. Let's move first. I'll explain how special this little guy is on the way. Believe it or not, he actually hatched from an egg. Ren Yu gasped in shock. What? An egg? Meanwhile, back with Gufeiju's squad, they were getting completely surrounded. There are more and more of them. We can't keep this up, Captain Feiju. Stop beating yourself up, Ali. Everyone makes mistakes. Besides, even if you hadn't touched it, mining this stuff would still vaporize some of it, and the scent would have drawn the beasts here anyway. The squad members quickly looked to their captain for orders. What do we do now? Should we fall back? No way. If we retreat and leave this treasure for the monsters, we'll be in deep trouble. To monsters, this treasure is incredibly vital for their evolution. If they get their hands on it, we might end up with an army of A-rank monsters. If that happens, we'll be responsible for a catastrophe. One of them asked, what on earth is this crystal anyway? Even if we have to pull out, we cannot leave this treasure for the beasts. Initiate Plan B. Blow up this rock formation. The mines planted around the amusement park detonated instantly. Watching from above, Gu Fieju gasped in horror. How is this possible? The raging pack of monsters was completely unscathed, roaring in fury. Just then, the Crane King swooped down. No, that evolution treasure must not be damaged. I must have it, Zuo Fan said. I know the layout here. This path leads straight to the Donghai amusement park. Why would there be such a massive explosion over by the amusement park? What on earth is happening? Hurry, we need to go check it out. I have a bad feeling that something highly unusual is going on over there. Deep inside the abandoned section of the amusement park, in the train tunnel, this is the shortest route to the amusement park. The explosion must have occurred just up ahead. Zuo Fan suddenly came to a halt. Right in front of them was a mutated monster core crystal. Ren Yue asked, "What is this? What is that crystal coating the rock formation?" Zuo Fan opened his system panel to run an analysis. Is it really taking this long to analyze? I've never seen the War God system struggle like this before. Gray stared intently at the monster core crystal on the rock formation. Suddenly, 2 arrows shot down at them. Who's there? Zuo Fan barked. Ali sneered. You're asking who we are? Tell us where you came from, and make it quick, or else. Gu Feizhu locked her eyes on Ren Yue. Zuo Fan replied, We just heard the explosion and came to see what was going on. What happened here? These guys are all elite fighters above warlord level, and some are even novice Starfall warlords. On top of that, their gear is incredibly advanced, and they're highly disciplined. Especially that red-haired woman, her aura is that of an intermediate warlord. How can someone so young be an intermediate warlord? And she's definitely not a weak one, either. Ali scoffed. As if a couple of weaklings like you have any right to ask questions. This is deep inside the Donghai monster lair. You 2 kids shouldn't be wandering around here. Go back home before you get yourselves killed. We have no intention of interfering, Zuo Fan said. But let me give you a fair warning. Among the monsters heading this way, there's a B-rank king, tier beast. Feizhu's squad gasped in shock. What? A B-rank king tier beast? Ali laughed mockingly. A B-rank king tier? That's hilarious. If there really were one, how could you possibly know? Don't tell me you ran into it and lived to tell the tale? That's a B-rank king tier monster. It would have swatted you like a bug. Gu Feizhu muttered quietly under her breath. Ali turned to Feizhu. Captain, don't you find his little joke funny? Feizhu raised her hand to silence him and asked, Is there really a B-rank king tier monster coming? Captain, you can't be serious. Ali stammered. Ren Yue added, It's not just any B-rank king tier, it's a flying type. Gu Feizhu chose to believe them and immediately ordered, Listen up, everyone. Prepare for a life-or-death battle against a B-rank king tier. Secure the perimeter. Do not let the monsters get their hands on this treasure. Move, move, move. Roger that, Captain. As they prepared for battle, the Crane King swooped down from above, unleashing a devastating sonic attack. What is that horrible noise? My ears are splitting. Is that Shadow a flying-type monster? The rest of the monster pack launched an all-out assault. A flying monster that can command other beasts. Is it really a B-rank king tier? B-rank king tier monsters can do more than just lead their own kind. In certain situations, they can even command beasts from entirely different species. Gu Feizhu drew her bowstring taut, aiming carefully. Don't just stand there. Give it everything you've got. Do they really think they can send a bunch of beasts to wipe us out? Ren Yue muttered to Zuo Fan. Those squad members might be a bit rude, but they're seriously skilled. They're definitely a top-tier squad. Yeah, none of them are ordinary. Especially their captain. Not only is she an intermediate warlord, but her archery skills are absolutely terrifying. But this can't go on. The monster horde is only growing, all drawn here by the mutated monster core crystal. These minor beasts don't matter. The real danger is that creature up there. Die, all of you. That treasure belongs to me and me alone. The Scorpion King rains down explosive pods with a deafening blast, and one of the fighters gets hit by the poison. His entire arm starts mutating, and he screams in agony. This poison is lethal. Don't let it touch you. How are there so many of them? We're completely done for this time. Ta Pham refuses to just stand by. He charges straight at the Scorpion King. Is this kid insane? Get back here. Ta Pham wears a confident smirk. On his way here, he had already figured out how to counter the beast's blue poison explosives. He slashes at one of the bombs, and seeing it works, he quickly slices through the surrounding ones. It worked. This is how I deal with them. The crowd below looks up in utter shock. What on earth is happening? Those blue poison bombs. Go right back where you came from. Ta Pham uses his sword to deflect the poison bombs back at the beasts. Just like that, Their relentless onslaught is completely shut down. A lap's jaw drops. What in the world is this? Deflecting every single poison gas bomb from a B-rank king-tier beast. How is that even possible? Those poison gas bombs are supposed to detonate on contact. How can he just bat them away? No, it is possible. Ko-Fi Truck analyzes the situation. The moment the blade makes contact, he uses a gentle, sweeping motion to redirect the blue poison bomb. In theory, it works, but it requires an incredibly master-level control. To think such a sword technique is being used by someone so young. He doesn't even look like he's 20 years old yet. A general-tier powerhouse at such a young age, and his raw strength is way off the charts. What's the connection between a young prodigy like him and her? Ta-Fam leaps back and says, I've neutralized the B-rank king-tier beast's attack. Why are you guys still standing around? This beast is incredibly agile, and it can snipe us with blue poison bombs from a distance. Staying here just makes you all sitting ducks. Sure, treasures are valuable, but you need to be alive to use them. We should get moving. Everyone turns to Fi Truck, waiting for her decision. I'm sorry, but we can't leave. Didn't I tell you all already? Do you have any idea what kind of treasure this crystal is? This is a mutated beast core crystal. This crystal only forms under the highly unique conditions of the East Sea beast nest. It's an extremely rare treasure forged from a mass of mutated beast cores. Once absorbed through a special technique, the mutated beast core crystal provides massive benefits to Starfall warriors, making it much easier to break through their cultivation bottlenecks. It is especially effective for general-tier fighters, as their physical vessels can absorb its energy far more efficiently. It's true that the mutated beast core crystal is incredibly beneficial to general-tier fighters. For any general-tier expert, this is a treasure they'd die for. But to aid a breakthrough, this treasure has another key property. It works the exact same way for monsters. It is a massive catalyst for their rank advancement and evolution. What? Doesn't that mean if the Scorpion King gets its hands on the mutated beast core crystal, it will evolve again? There's a high chance an A-rank beast will emerge, Ta-Fam says in a low voice. If an A-rank blue-armored winged scorpion really shows up, things will get extremely dangerous. I only meant to blow up this artificial hill earlier, but I didn't expect the treasure to remain completely unscathed. That's why we can't leave. The Firefox squad caused this mess, and we will take full responsibility for it. We stand and fall with our captain. Ta-Fam looks at them and thinks to himself, this team has an incredibly strong bond. Rather than saying the team is strong, it's more accurate to say that as their captain, this woman's leadership skills are truly exceptional. Nan Nguyet looks at Ta-Fam and asks, Ta-Fam, are we really unable to leave too? That's right, we can't leave. Especially me. I have an even greater responsibility to stop this from happening, because I am the son of Ta-Hui. The Scorpion King roars in fury. Damn humans, anyone who stands in the way of my evolution must die. It fires off a massive volley of poison bombs, while simultaneously lashing out with its tail stinger. Oh no, there are too many blue poison bombs. Watch out for the beast's tail strikes. Ta-Fam looks at Fi Truck and suggests, this Scorpion King is a tough nut to crack, but I have a battle plan. Since the two of us have the highest combat power here, I'll take care of those blue poison bombs, and you. Fi Truck chimes in, I'll handle restraining the B-rank king-tier beast from a distance. Get ready. Ta-Fam leaps into the air. These blue poison bombs are indeed a real pain. Fi Truck looks up, eager to see exactly what kind of technique this kid is about to pull off. But she is instantly left dumbfounded. She watches Ta-Fam move, with the reflected force shadow flash, using his sword chi to generate a vacuum, sucking in the poison bombs before swinging his blade with a shout, get back to where you came from. How does this kid feel even stronger than before? Or was he not even using his full strength earlier? Fi Truck thinks to herself. His movement technique seems even more terrifying than his swordsmanship. Seeing Fi Truck frozen in place, Ta-Fam yells, don't just stand there dazed, make your move. Fi Truck unleashes her archery technique, the triple splash shot, firing 3 infused arrows that strike the Scorpion King with 3 loud explosions. The Firefox squad cheers. The B-rank king-tier beast must be injured this time, right? As expected of our captain. She's still the coolest and most beautiful captain ever. Nan Nguyet clenches her fists. This woman is so powerful. Damn it, why am I still just an advanced elite warrior? Man, if only I were a general class warrior too, then I could actually stand shoulder to shoulder with Ta-Fam. Even if that monster isn't dead, it must be severely wounded, right? But out of nowhere, the Scorpion King appeared right behind Fi Truck. With a furious roar, it lunged forward with its tail stinger. Ta Pham quickly yelled, "Watch out!" He grabbed Phi Truk in his arms and leaped out of the way. She blushed slightly as he held her close, while the giant stinger slammed harmlessly into the cliff wall. The Firefox squad rushed over in a panic, crying out, "Captain, are you okay?" Ta Pham asked. "Are you all right?" She stammered. I'm fine. You can put me down now." Embarrassed, Ta Pham scratched his head and quickly let her go, her entire body erupting in flames. Nan Nguyen glared at the Scorpion King and spat. "So the source of this disaster is right here too. Perfect. Every single one of you is going to die. The pressure is suffocating. This monster is way more trouble than any B-class king beast we've ever faced before." Flapping its wings, the Scorpion King unleashed a barrage of sharp spikes at the group. The shield bearer screamed, "I can't hold on much longer." Caught completely off guard, Ta Pham cursed, "Damn it, there are too many of them. I didn't expect it to have a move like this." Phi Truk immediately unleashed her 3-shot combo, the water flower technique. 3 arrows pierced through its carapace, sinking deep into its flesh. But just moments later, the armor began to stitch itself back together. Alap gasped in shock. "What the? How is that possible? The armor on this thing's wings can actually regenerate." Leaping down, Phi Truk warned, "If we keep this up, we're going to die of exhaustion. We have to find a way to take it down." An idea flashed in Ta Pham's mind. "I guess I have to try that move." He turned to her and asked, "Can your archery skills suppress this beast and keep it pinned down, even if it's just for a moment?" "I can, but what's your plan?" "Just focus on keeping it pinned. Leave the rest to me." Phi Truk felt a flicker of doubt. What is this guy thinking? Fine, desperate times call for desperate measures, no matter what his plan is. I've just got to trust him. Leaping into the air, Ta Pham yelled, "Now's our chance." Knocking 6 arrows, Phi Truk shouted, "Water flower, fire." 6-shot rapid fire. The 6 arrows pinned themselves around the Scorpion King's body, forming glowing chains of energy that locked it tightly in place. "I've got it pinned down, the rest is up to you." Slamming down with all his might, Ta Pham executed his shadow blade, flowing light, slash, blocking the strike. The Scorpion King roared, "Insolent human, do you really think you can kill me with this? Get back, Ta Pham." Phi Truk cried out in panic, instantly regretting her decision to trust him. Sure, he was talented, but at the end of the day, he was only a low-level general-class warrior. How could he possibly defeat a B-class king beast? But as she watched, her eyes widened in shock. Ta Pham was focusing an immense amount of energy into his blade. Now, Phantom Shadow Flash. A devastating vortex of sword energy slammed directly into the Scorpion King. But Ta Pham wasn't done yet. He spun around, unleashing another skill. Butterfly Sword Dance. After executing the dual technique, Ta Pham quickly retreated. That was too close. I don't have a single drop of energy left to attack again. He recalled the words of Mac Lin, "Your talent is unmatched. I have no doubt that before long, you'll fully master the Phantom Shadow Flash footwork and the God of War level sword style, the Butterfly Sword Dance. But you must remember, since you're only a low-level general, using this combo even once will completely drain your stamina. As long as you remain at this rank, never use it unless it is absolutely necessary." He stared at the Scorpion King, whose green blood was now spilling everywhere. "It looks like we actually did it. We actually succeeded. This B-class king beast just took a fatal blow, but what on earth was that attack he just used?" Ta Pham collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. The Butterfly Sword Dance really lives up to its reputation as a God of War level skill. It's just a shame that with my current strength, I can only pull it off once before completely running out of juice. Nhan Nguyen rushed over and helped him up. "Ta Pham, are you hurt?" Her sudden closeness caught him off guard, causing a massive nosebleed. I'm fine, just a little tired, but please, not so close. I don't even have the energy to plug my nose right now," a spectator wondered. Who in the world is this kid anyway? To think he could take down a B-class king beast when his cultivation level isn't even at mid-level general yet. Seriously, a prodigy of this level should have been famous across the country by now. How have I never heard his name before? Meanwhile, Phi Truk stared at Ta Pham, her mind racing. I can't believe he actually defeated a B-class king beast in a single blow. And if my eyes didn't deceive me, that technique he just used was definitely a God of War level sword skill. A genius of his age, mastering a God of War level skill, and being so close to a princess of a major family. What is his true identity? Suddenly, the mutated beast core crystals began to vibrate violently, and the entire stone mountain started to crack apart. The Scorpion King opened its massive maw and began sucking them in. The crowd cried out in panic. What's happening to the mutated beast core crystals? The Scorpion King sneered triumphantly. You foolish humans fell right into my trap. Now prepare to die. Oh no, that monster was just playing dead. Its real goal all along was the mutated beast core crystals. It's starting to evolve. We can't let it complete the process. If it succeeds, we'll be facing an A-class monster. The consequences would be absolutely catastrophic. The Scorpion King lunged straight toward Tafam, roaring, I'll finish you off first. Tafam was too exhausted to even dodge. Brandishing her sword, Nan Nguyet stepped in front of him to block the attack. I'm sorry, Tafam. You've saved me so many times. This time, let me protect you. Tafam yelled out in panic. Nan Nguyet, get out of there, quick. Firing an arrow from above to deflect the beast, Truk shouted, get him out of here. Leave the rest to the Firefox squad. Firefox squad, engage. We caused this mess, and we're going to be the ones to end it. Show me what you've got, everyone. Understood, Captain. Our Firefox squad's goal is to become the strongest team in the nation. There's no way we're backing down now. Firefox squad, charge. The furious Scorpion King roars. Insolent humans, don't you dare stop my evolution. It fires another barrage of sharp spikes, blocking the team's advance. This is bad. If this keeps up, that beast is going to complete its evolution with ease. Damn it, why is my stamina recovering so slowly? If only I could unleash the butterfly sword dance one more time. If only I were stronger. Right then, the system finally kicks in, detecting energy vaporizing from the mutated beast core crystal. Do you want to absorb it? Zuo Fan snaps in frustration. What? I can directly absorb mutated beast core crystals? Why the hell didn't you tell me sooner? Was the war god system too busy scanning the crystal before? Or did this notification only trigger because the core crystal started vaporizing? Whatever, there's no time to overthink this. If I can absorb it, I'm taking it all. I need to get stronger right now. As absorption begins, streams of crystal energy start swirling and condensing around Zuo Fan. It's already starting? I wonder how my stats will change. Mind, 330. Physique, 340. Strength, 350. Agility, 416. Unallocated attribute points, 32. The system alerts keep ringing. Mutated beast core crystal absorbed. Gained 1 attribute point. Before long, his unallocated attribute points skyrocket to 99. Zuo Fan feels an incredible surge of energy rushing through his entire body. These points are climbing so fast, it literally feels like a cheat code. I had no idea a mutated beast core crystal would be this much more powerful than a rare treasure. Whatever, let's assign these points first. First, I'll boost my physique to 400. This should get me to intermediate general rank and speed up my recovery. Next, let's bump strength up to 400 as well. As for the remaining mind points, if I can break through to intermediate general in one shot, that would be freaking awesome. Sensing the shift, the Scorpion King panics. What's going on? Why is the energy I'm absorbing dropping? There is clearly so much of it left. Is someone over there actually competing with me for it? Unforgivable. I don't care who it is. You're all going to die. Suddenly, a brilliant sword beam flashes across the battlefield, severing one of the Scorpion King's massive claws. Everyone stands frozen, their eyes wide in disbelief. What on earth is happening? Didn't Zuo Fan run completely out of energy? Bring it on. Let's see if you can still stand after taking one more slash from me. The enraged Scorpion King beats its wings and charges straight at him. So you're the pest trying to steal my evolution treasure. Die, you miserable brat. Zuo Fan sneers. Come on then, let's see how much stronger I've gotten. He swings his sword head-on against the incoming claw. Yes, now that I've reached the intermediate general rank, my power has surged so much that I can actually go toe-to-toe with a B-rank king-tier monster. The Firefox squad watches in absolute shock. He could barely even stand a moment ago, so how the heck is he suddenly trading blows with a B-rank king-tier beast? To think he suddenly became this powerful. Could he have been holding back his true strength all along? Feiju mutters, no, he wasn't holding back. He really was completely drained earlier. The sheer energy cost of unleashing a war god sword technique is simply too much for any low-level general to handle. The only reason his combat power suddenly spiked is because he just broke through to become an intermediate general. That's how he has the strength to fight a B-rank king-tier monster. Feiju shivers with fear, thinking, he looks so young, probably only around 20 years old. An intermediate general at only 20, and wielding a war god sword technique? Just who on earth is this guy? Zuo Fan lands multiple heavy strikes on the Scorpion King, causing its thick armor to crack. The beast channels its energy to rapidly heal and seal up the wounds. This isn't good. Both the beast and I are actively absorbing the mutated core crystal's energy. Even though I'm absorbing it faster, if it manages to break through and reach A rank, I'll be in serious trouble. The system warns that my stamina is flashing red. With my current strength, taking down this blue-armored scorpion entirely on my own is going to be near impossible. Zuo Fan shouts to Feizhu, "What are you standing around for?" Wasting no time, Feizhu immediately unleashes her 6-shot water splash to cover him. Zuo Fan seizes the opening and cleaves off the remaining claw. Realizing it's losing the upper hand, the Scorpion King retreats into the air, screaming, "Curse you, wretched humans." In a fit of rage, it rains down a deluge of toxic venom and sharp spikes, triggering a chain of deafening explosions. Watching from a distance, Yinyue tightly clenches her fists. I'm just too weak. As a mere high-level Starfall warrior, I can't even think about interfering in a high-caliber fight like this. If I could just break through to the general rank, I'd be able to use that special combat technique and actually be of some help to Zuo Fan. "Hey there, little guy," Yinyue says, scooping up Grey Egg. "Don't go running off. You need to stay right by my side, okay? I might not be able to help Zuo Fan, but the least I can do is keep you safe." Grey Egg directly absorbs the mutated beast core crystal, acting as a channel to pump the refined crystal energy straight through its paws and into Yinyue's body. What on earth is happening? I can feel a massive surge of power flowing from this little guy's claws, instantly merging with my own energy. Surprisingly, my body isn't rejecting this foreign power at all. Alright, Renyue pumped herself up. Maybe I can use this power to break through. After sitting cross-legged for a moment, Renyu successfully broke through to Junior Warlord. She felt the surging power inside her body. Yes, she had definitely made it to Junior Warlord. If I relied on my own strength, it would have taken at least a year. This is absolutely unbelievable. Too bad my body has reached its limit and can't absorb anymore. I'll just have to let the rest of this energy go to waste. Little guy, your power is truly magical. Renyu cradled the Grey Egg in her arms. Thanks, buddy. You did great. Zuo Fan was right. This little guy is so mysterious. Keeping it with her was definitely the right call. Renyu gripped her sword and stood up, her entire body bursting with power. Now that I've broken through, it's time for me to join the fight. The battle was currently locked in a stalemate. Feizhu thought to herself, this isn't good. If this keeps up, we're in trouble. This beast is just too agile. If things keep going this way, and that monster regains its composure to target the other members, we will definitely suffer casualties. The Scorpion King turned toward Ali and his team, thinking, time to crush these ants first. Shoot, what we feared most is happening. Watch out, this B-tier king beast is targeting everyone. As expected of a B-tier beast, it knows to take out the weak links first. Is now really the time to be saying things like that? Suddenly, a brilliant golden light flashed from the side. The Scorpion King turned around, startled. What's that? What is this light? Everyone turned around to look. Where is this blinding light coming from? This blinding light. It looks just like the Mew family's heirloom sword technique. But that can only be used once you reach the warlord level. Renyu stepped forward, holding her sword. Ali asked, what on earth was that light? It's her. That blinding light came from her. What's going on? It looks like this gorgeous lady has actually become a warlord. Zuo Fan asked in excitement. Renyu, was that you? Zuo Fan, I've officially become a warlord. I'm here to back you up. The little princess of the Mu family has become a warlord already? That's way sooner than anyone expected. But only with this kind of power can she carry the heavy responsibilities of the future. So the Mu family can finally stand on equal footing with us. Stop blabbering, and let's work together to take down this beast once and for all. Charge, let's work together to slay this B-tier king beast. 9-shot barrage. Feizhu unleashed her archery skill, firing 9 arrows simultaneously. Blooming water splash. The 9 arrows formed a tight net, pinning the Scorpion King down. It struggled violently to break free. You think you can trap me? Trying to run? Let me show you the Mu family's heirloom sword technique. Solar flare, slash. A blinding beam of golden light erupted from her sword. The Scorpion King screamed, ah, my eyes. This blinding impact successfully helped lock down the beast inside the net. Feizhu quickly shouted, we've got him trapped. What are you waiting for? Don't rush me. I need a moment to prep this move. Now, get ready to taste my butterfly sword dance now that I've reached mid-tier warlord. A terrifying wave of sword energy surged forward. The Scorpion King let out an agonizing, resentful cry. No, I was just one step away from a complete evolution. Even if I die, I'm taking you all down with me. This butterfly sword dance was definitely powerful enough to finish off the blue armor scorpion. The Scorpion King's entire body began to glow. Oh no, this B-tier king beast is going to self-destruct. Self-destruct? Run everyone, this place is about to collapse. Zuo Fan quickly scooped up Renya and ran. Renyue suddenly glanced back at Fiju. Fiju's entire body was trembling. I can't move. I really shouldn't have forced myself to use the 9-shot barrage. That was an ultimate move only high-tier warlords could execute. Renya whispered, Zuo Fan, quick, go save her. Zuo Fan looked at Feiju. She must have exhausted herself by using a skill way beyond her current tier. Without a second thought, Zuo Fan scooped up both girls, one in each arm, and yelled, Hold on, let's go. A terrifying explosion erupted behind them. Someone shouted, There's a door over there. Quick, get inside to take cover. The walls here are completely made of metal. This must be the amusement park's safe room. We should be safe in here. Fiju blushed slightly and said, You can put me down now. Thank you for saving me, again. I still don't know your names. First, let me introduce myself. I am Gu Feiju, leader of the Firefox Squad. Zuo Fan and Renyo then introduced themselves as well. Feiju thought to herself, so she really is the jewel of the Mu family. But, does she not recognize me? Well, I can't blame her. The last time we met, she was still just a little girl. Feiju then explained her purpose for coming here. We ventured deep into the Donghai monster nest to find mutated core crystals. I never expected us to face so many obstacles. In the end, we couldn't even get a single piece of mutated core crystal. After all their hard work searching, everything ended up benefiting Zuo Fan and Renua instead. Zuo Fan asked, Captain of the Firefox Squad, is this the only place in the Donghai monster nest where mutated core crystals can be found? Fiju shook her head and was about to speak when Ali interrupted her. Captain, hurry, come over here. Look what we found inside. It's an abandoned biological research lab. This wasn't a safe room at all. Everyone's jaws dropped. Why on earth would a lab be built underneath an amusement park? Zuo Fan thought to himself, could this lab have been set up by my mother too? But why would she build it here of all places? Was it to avoid drawing attention? To research these things in secret? Zuo Fan said, this is a research report on mutated core crystals, and the test subjects were monsters and children. What? Human experimentation? On children? Ta Fam stared in horror at the pile of child skeletons. Could his own mother really be the monster who built this lab? No way. There is no way my mom would ever do something like this. Experimenting on children. How could anyone be that evil? Seeing his distress, Nunguyet gently held his hand to comfort him. Ta Fam, please, don't jump to conclusions. Your mother would never build a horrific place like this. Don't forget that her research was stolen from her. The ones who built this lab are probably the very people who robbed her. Captain, is it possible that this lab was built by the Donghai military back in the day to conduct these cruel experiments? Yeah, back then, the Donghai commander was severely punished. Maybe he was secretly involved in this lab, and it just never came to light. Ta Fam immediately snapped back. The Donghai commander would never do that. Phi Truck looked up from a research report and said, the creator of this lab had nothing to do with the Donghai military. Look at this research log. Because the Donghai military increased patrols around the amusement park, the experiments had to be suspended. If that's the case, then this lab was built completely in the shadows. As expected, our captain is sharp as a tack. Not only is the creator unrelated to the Donghai military, but I'm afraid they might even be connected to the enemy faction. And as for the charges against the Donghai commander, there is a lot more to it than meets the eye. Let's not make wild guesses. What do you think? Ta Fam and the others were completely blown away by Phi Truc's sharp analysis. This girl was incredibly impressive. Suddenly, a lap shouted out, Captain, we have a major find. Get over here. I just checked, and these machines are still working. This equipment is designed to absorb mutated beast cores, and it's several times more efficient than any method we know. We just gathered some mutated beast cores. Once things quiet down outside, who knows, we might even find a few more. A lap grinned. If we use this machine to absorb them, then this trip won't be a total waste after all. Phi Truc turned to Ta Fam and said, let's negotiate how we're going to split the loot. You two, Our Firefox squad's goal for this mission is to collect mutated beast cores so our team can break through and join the top ranks of the Hua Nation. Since you two just broke through, you don't really need mutated beast cores right now. How about you let our Firefox squad have them? You can keep the blue armor scorpion carcass. Besides, you must have your own reasons for venturing so deep into the Donghai beast nest. The Firefox squad is more than happy to help you with whatever you need. What do you think? We don't mind. Honestly, since they had already absorbed the core essence of the mutated beast core, and the blue armor scorpion only showed up because of them, Ta Pham felt like he was getting the better end of the deal anyway. But of course, Ta Pham only kept those thoughts to himself. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the tunnel, the shrunken Scorpion King was desperately fleeing, clutching its core. I finally escaped. I have to report back to the leader immediately and wipe out those pests. Suddenly, a shadow loomed behind it as Trung Zam sprang out. Using its special ability, it pinned the Scorpion King down with its paws. What on earth is this? Why can't I move? Trung Zam dug out its core and swallowed it whole. A sudden evolution swept through Trung Zam's body as a tiny horn began to sprout from its forehead. It casually licked its paws, looking completely satisfied. Elsewhere, Muk Hong was struggling. This A-rank monster is a real pain. I can't shake it off, and I'm practically running on fumes. If this keeps up, I'm going to die of pure exhaustion. The winged blue armor scorpion hissed, "You're strong, human, but to think you can escape me in the heart of the Donghai beast nest? How utterly naive. Besides, did you really think those other two would be safe just because I'm busy with you?" Muk Hong gasped. Wait, the lady and that kid? Did something happen to them? Suddenly, the winged blue armor scorpion froze. What? The minions I sent are all dead? Those were some of the strongest in my clan. Fine, playtime is over. I'll finish you off first, then head over there. The winged scorpion flapped its wings and charged. Muk Hong cried out in shock. How did this A-rank monster suddenly get so fast? Was it holding back this entire time? Oh no, I can't dodge this. From a distance, a figure aimed a bow directly at the winged scorpion. Facing those razor-sharp fangs, Muk Hong braced himself. Even if I die, I have to cripple this thing. I can't let it hunt down the young lady. Blooming water burst, 9 consecutive shots. Just then, a loud shout echoed as a barrage of arrows rained down from the sky, forming a massive net. The winged scorpion flinched. A human powerhouse? Muk Hong snapped his head around. Who is that? The sheer power of those arrows is almost at the level of an advanced battle god. Vines and energy threads tightly bound the winged blue armor scorpion. With a sharp screech, it shattered the bindings using shockwaves and sneered. You think a pathetic trick like this can hold me? Over there. To dodge 2 stages of blooming water burst so easily. This really is an A-rank monster. What a shame. Even though I have plenty of mutated beast cores, my absorption rate is just too low. I could only push my cultivation to the peak of mid-tier battle general. I'm still a hair away from breaking through to high-tier battle general. If I had made it, there's no way this A-rank beast would have dodged that so easily. Another volley of arrows whistled through the air. You're not even a high-tier battle general, yet you dare try to kill me? It used sound waves to shatter all the incoming arrows, then whipped around to face Muk Hong. Take out this old geezer first, then deal with the rest of them later. Muk Hong's eyes widened as 2 figures suddenly appeared. Are you two out of your minds? Why on earth would you come here to throw away your lives? Uncle Hong, don't worry. Since we came back, we're absolutely sure we have this victory in the bag. The Lam Kai-Du cat was thrilled. This is perfect. I didn't expect that little pest to just hand himself over. I'll wipe him out along with the rest. Throwing your lives away like this, you humans really are foolish. Ta Pham called out. Nan Nguyen, get ready. Sunbeam sword flash. Nan Nguyen raised her sword, and a blinding light burst forth. The winged scorpion gasped in shock. How can there be such an intense light? Muk Hong shielded his eyes. I can't believe the young lady can actually use our Muk family's heirloom sword technique. When did she advance to a battle general? Nyan Nguyen is only a low-level battle general, so the sunbeam sword flash she's using is barely a scratch to an A-rank beast. Ta Pham shouted. All right, let's run, the 3 of us. The Lam Kai-Du cat roared in fury. How dare you make a fool out of me? Unforgivable. You all will die. It flapped its wings and chased after them. From a distance, Kofi Truk shot an arrow to slow it down, but the webbing was easily shattered by the Lam Kai-Du cat. Phi Truk yelled, Hey, A-rank beast, come and get me. Your kind all died by my hands. No wonder my minion went completely silent, so it was you. That was my top lieutenant. You miserable brat. Furious, it lunged toward Phi Truk. But then Ta Pham called out from the side, "Hey, you ugly scorpion. Weren't you the one who wanted to kill me? Hurry up and get over here, or we're leaving." The Lam Kai Dukat swung around toward Ta Pham again. "That's right. The first one I must eliminate is this little pest." Suddenly, Nyan Nguyet spun around and unleashed her sunbeam sword flash, blinding it for a moment. The winged scorpion shrieked, "Ah, my eyes." For the leader of the Lam Kai scorpions, this beast is pretty stupid, falling for the same trick again. Feeling humiliated, the Lam Kai Dukat roared, "You dirty, underhanded pests. Unforgivable. Utterly unforgivable. You all must die." It fired off a barrage of projectiles that exploded into a thick blue mist. "With this blue toxic mist blocking the way, that blinding light won't work on me again." Ta Pham smirked. As expected, the beast has completely lost its mind. Time to move on to the next phase of the plan. Only then did Mukong manage to ask, "Kid, why did you two come back here? And young lady, how did you break through so quickly? Uncle Hong, let's not worry about that right now. Hurry and take these high-grade recovery potions to restore your strength. We're still relying on you to take down this Lam Kai Dukat." Mukong's jaw dropped. "What? You still plan on fighting this beast? Do you think stalling it means you can actually kill it? Those are two completely different things. The Lam Kai Dukat is a flying A-rank beast, giving it a massive advantage in speed. And this is the East Sea Beast Lair, its home turf. Trying to defeat it here is like a human fighting a shark in the middle of the ocean. There's virtually zero chance of winning. Even though they are both A-rank, this Lam Kai demon scorpion is far more terrifying than the giant black snake we faced before. The old man yelled in anger, "If you want to throw your life away, I won't stop you, but don't drag the young lady down with you. If you want to die, then go." Ta Pham cut him off. "Uncle Hong, you have to trust me. As long as you restore your strength, we will definitely win. Killing this A-rank beast isn't as hard as you think." "Where is this kid getting all this confidence from?" Mukong asked. "Have you already advanced to a mid-level battle general?" Non Nuyet answered, "Yes, Ta Pham and I broke through together. The young lady and this kid broke through at the same time, in such a short period of separation. What on earth happened?" Ta Pham lured the Lam Kai Dukat toward a ruined building. Inside, there were massive mirrors. Ta Pham said, "We're here, the perfect battleground. Uncle Hong, how is your recovery going? The potion I took was a special formulation from the Muck family, so of course I've fully recovered. But why did you bring us here? What exactly is your plan?" Ta Pham calmly replied, "This will be the grave of that Lam Kai Dukat. You just need to keep the beast busy. As for the rest of the plan, I can't explain it all just yet." The winged scorpion arrived, roaring, "I can't believe you actually dared to stop. Perfect timing. Prepare to become target practice." Just then, an arrow soared in, hydro burst. The arrow suddenly detonated. The winged scorpion gasped in shock. How could this arrow pierce through my protective armor? As expected, as long as I get a bit closer, hydro burst can still wound an A-rank beast. No matter what, even though I haven't broken through yet, I'm just a step away from becoming a high-level battle general. Mukong stared intently at Phi Truk's back. Piercing through the armor of the Lam Kai Dukat with a single arrow? Why does this girl's archery skill look so familiar? I feel like I've heard of it somewhere before, that strange lightning and the sheer power of that arrow. Fighting in the air is too dangerous. Do these humans think they can win just by forcing me to the ground? The Lam Kai Dukat confidently touched down. Phi Truk landed nearby. "Step back a bit, but don't go too far, or that beast might ambush you." Ta Pham and Mukong called out at the same time. The winged scorpion's eyes gleamed. "Do you honestly believe you can defeat me just by taking the fight to the ground and relying on numbers? It looks way too calm." "What does it mean by that?" The winged scorpion roared. "Do you think defeating those minions means you've figured out my weakness? How can you fools be so naive? I am the leader of this tribe, one of the supreme overlords of this entire beast nest. Prepare to open your eyes and witness my true, terrifying form." With those words, sharp, jagged spikes began erupting all over its body. My combat power on the ground isn't a single bit weaker than when I'm in the air. Who would have thought it could actually shift its form to optimize for ground combat? This was the second form of the blue-armored winged scorpion. Old Man Mew turned to the others and asked, "Are you seeing this? You thought you had everything planned out, but you didn't expect an A-rank beast to have its own trump card, did you? If anything happens to the young lady, I will never forgive you. Meanwhile, the monster sneered. So, who should I start with? I've decided. You're first. The winged scorpion lunged straight at Phi Truk, roaring, I'll eliminate you, the hidden threat, first. You're not the only one who knows how to create a distraction. Now, die. It unleashed a thick cloud of toxic fog, completely swallowing Phi Truk. But she calmly murmured, an A-rank beast is truly terrifying. Luckily, suddenly, her entire body vanished into thin air. The winged scorpion gasped in shock. What is this? Just then, Phi Truk materialized right behind it, holding 6 arrows. Gotcha. Waterflower, heavenly tomb. The arrows flew out like lightning, pinning the winged scorpion firmly to the ground. It panicked. How did her speed suddenly become so incredibly fast? Ta Pham rushed in, shouting, Don't just stand there dazed. Die, you miserable beast. Unleashing his fully mastered Shadow Blade flowing light sword, he swung a devastating slash downward. But the wind blade couldn't sever its massive claw. He thought, its carapace is way too hard. Even with all my strength, I only managed to leave a tiny crack. The winged scorpion sneered in contempt. I thought a pest like you would be somewhat capable. Turns out, you're nothing but a weakling. Just accept your death. As Ta Pham quickly leaped backward, Mu Hong channeled his inner power and roared, the only one dying today is you. He unleashed a barrage of explosive punches directly at the winged scorpion. As expected of Uncle Hong, a peak-tier advanced general is truly on another level. Mu Hong snorted and muttered, Cut the flattery. Your battle strategy was decent, but it's still far from enough. Our battle with this blue-armored winged scorpion has only just begun. As the dust cleared, the blue-armored winged scorpion stood there completely unscathed. It thought, of all these humans, that old man is definitely the biggest threat. Observing the scene, Nan Nguyen gasped. He took a direct hit from Uncle Hong and didn't even flinch? Is its shell's defense really that terrifying? You foolish humans. Did you think my ground combat form was just for show? The real battle starts now. Spotting the rope wrapped around Phi Truk, the blue-armored Scorpion King immediately realized what had just transpired. So that's how it is. You underhanded, devious pests. Ta Pham thought to himself, the defensive power of its second form is insane. I poured everything I had into that last attack, but at least my fully mastered Shadow Blade flowing light sword is capable of cracking its shell. The blue-armored winged scorpion's eyes gleamed with malice. Alright, let's begin. It's my turn to attack now. Old human, you're the first one I'm going to take out. Let's see if your pathetic human eyes can even keep up with my speed. Moving faster than the naked eye could track, the winged scorpion circled behind Mu Hong and lunged with its jaws wide open. Mu Hong swung his fist and barked, Is sneak attacking all you know how to do? With a single powerful punch, he sent the winged scorpion flying. The beast was dumbfounded. Impossible. How can this old geezer keep up with my speed? No, wait. It's not that his reaction time is that fast. These humans must be using some kind of underhanded trick, just like that rope from earlier. Realizing Mu Hong was too tough to crack, the beast shifted its target to Phi Truk. I'll deal with you first. Immediately, the rope tightened, preparing to yank Phi Truk out of harm's way. The winged scorpion snorted coldly. The exact same trick? You fools really think that will work twice? It fired off a barrage of sharp spikes, aiming to slice the rope in half. Suddenly, Ta Pham materialized in front of the attack, blocking the sharp spikes. He smirked and retorted, Are you sure the same trick won't work twice? The winged scorpion couldn't believe its eyes. This annoying brat is clearly just an intermediate-tier general. How on earth is he keeping up with my speed? Mu Hong landed another heavy punch on it, shouting, Did you honestly think you were fast? The blue-armored winged scorpion roared in fury. Damn it. I can't believe I'm being played like a fool by these pathetic humans. What kind of sick trick is this? As it slowly fell back down, something suddenly caught its eye. It muttered, What is this? Ah, I see. That arrow net was used to leave these tracking marks. You devious, underhanded bastards, Ta Pham sneered. Looks like this monster figured it out even faster than we expected. Mu Hong nodded. A-rank beasts are incredibly smart, especially the scorpion types, which are famous for their cunning. After all, this is the supreme leader of the Donghai beast nest. But that relentless barrage of attacks we just landed must have drained a massive amount of its energy. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. I have to admit, this kid Ta Pham's plan was a massive success. If we had just one more advanced tier general, we might have actually killed this A-rank monster just now. But there are no what-ifs in reality. Our current plan alone isn't going to cut it to put down the blue-armored winged scorpion. It can fly, meaning it could escape at any moment. But catching the slight smirk on Tafam's face, the old man thought to himself, could it be? This kid still has an even bigger card up his sleeve. Flapping its massive wings, the winged scorpion soared into the air. I admit, I underestimated you pests. I was trying to conserve my energy, but from this moment on, I am going all out. Let's fight face to face. That way, none of your pathetic little tricks will work on me anymore. Save your breath. We'll be sending you to join your dead pack in no time. Ta-Fam shouted back. Enraged, the winged scorpion charged at them, roaring, "You slaughtered my kin and my followers. Every single one of you will die." Working in perfect unison, Mu Hong and Ta-Fam closed in from the left and right, completely halting the winged scorpion's ferocious onslaught. Nhan Nguyen watched closely. Fighting an A-rank beast was already rare, but completely overpowering one? This was absolutely insane. Looks like I don't even need to step in for the final phase of the plan. Phi Truck, draw your bow and keep it pinned down. Mukong gave a shout of agreement. The 9-shot waterflower combo was ready to close the trap. Time to finish this in one shot. The winged scorpion suddenly pivoted, lunging at the isolated Nhan Nguyen. Did you honestly think I'd just fight to the death? You fools are so incredibly naive. I held back my tail, my deadliest weapon, just so you idiots would lower your guard. Ta-Fam only sneered in response. He didn't move to help at all. Just as expected, everything was going according to plan. Suddenly, the ground beneath the winged scorpion collapsed. A massive net dropped from above, trapping it instantly. What is this? Oh no, the ground is collapsing? It's a trap. I'll finish you first. The winged scorpion thrust its venomous stinger straight at Nhan Nguyen, piercing right through her body. But when it looked closer in shock, it realized it was only an illusion. The winged scorpion plummeted. You shameless cowards! You think cheap tricks like this can trap me? Wait. Oh no. What are these things? A mirror maze? Behind those reflective surfaces, the Firefox squad was already in position, locked onto their target. Nhan Nguyen muttered. Finally, we've reached the final phase. Flashback to earlier, when Ta-Fam had said, "This is our battlefield. The place where the blue-armored winged scorpion will draw its last breath." Nhan Nguyen and Phi Truc asked at the same time, "Is there something special about this place?" Nhan Nguyen, you are the key to taking down the blue-armored winged scorpion. We're going to use the mirror reflections to amplify the power of your solar sword flash. Even an A-rank beast will be temporarily blinded for a short period. Right on cue, Nhan Nguyen leaped into the air, unleashing the solar sword flash. The mirrors caught and amplified the blinding light, completely scorching the winged scorpion's vision. It shrieked in agony, "Damn it, I need to get out of here right now." It tore through the net and took flight. Muk Hong charged forward, yelling, "You think we'll just let you run? You're not going anywhere." With a massive punch, he sent the winged scorpion reeling, coughing up blood. I'm completely exhausted. After fighting for so long, keeping up the butterfly sword dance was just too much. As he stumbled, Nhan Nguyen rushed over to support him. What is this feeling? It's so soft and bouncy. Suddenly, Grey Egg popped out and ran off to the side. Hey little guy, where are you going? Grey Egg dived straight into the winged scorpion's body. We actually did it. We finally killed the blue-armored winged scorpion. Yeah, we actually took down an A-rank beast together, Mukong said, letting out a long, relieved sigh. I never would have believed a squad with only one high-tier warrior like me could take down an A-rank beast. But honestly, it's pretty humbling. I wasn't even the backbone of this fight. The real backbone was this kid, Ta Pham. Compared to his father, Ta Hui, the legendary tiger of the East Sea military back in the day, this kid might actually turn out to be even more terrifying. Phi Truc walked over with a smirk. Hope I'm not interrupting you two? Ta Pham had fulfilled the first of the two favors he owed. Now, it was time for the second one. Let's move out. It's time to head deep into the East Sea beast nest. The winged scorpion, now shrunken to a fraction of its size, was trying to slip away. Just you wait, you shameless human pests. I will crawl back to the depths of the nest and report this to the king. He will personally tear you wretched humans to pieces. Although the king is still slumbering and disturbing him means severe punishment, with that harbinger of disaster here, he will definitely wake up. When that time comes, we will unleash another beast tide just like back then, doubling our territory. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Grey Egg bounded out, blocking its path. The winged scorpion gasped in absolute terror. You're the real calamity. Before it could scream, Grey Egg opened its massive mouth and swallowed the beast whole. Deep inside the East Sea beast nest, at an abandoned train station, Ta Pham studied his map. The marked location is right here. Mukong shook his head. That path won't be easy. Yeah, that's likely the core zone of the nest. It's incredibly dangerous. Even if it's the most dangerous place on Earth, I have to go in. That's the only place I can find the evidence to clear my father's name. Ta Pham, I'm coming with you. We literally just killed an A-rank beast like the blue-armored winged scorpion. Facing the core zone shouldn't be that much harder. Phi Truk watched them, thinking to herself, they really are close. But will the Muck family actually let them stay together? With Ta Pham's family background, those hypocritical Starfall clans in Tanhai City would probably avoid him like the plague. Phi Truk walked up and said, I gave you my word. The Firefox squad promised to help you with 2 things. So of course we're going with you into the depths of this nest. Deep beneath the station, a massive, glowing red eye stared up at them. Suddenly, a colossal serpent emerged, releasing an overwhelming, suffocating pressure. Everyone panicked. What is this terrifying aura? Why do my legs suddenly feel like jelly? Realizing the danger, they quickly scrambled to retreat. Ironhead panted, What the hell was that? Mukong looked grimly at Ta Pham. Kid, our journey into the East Sea nest has to end here. That aura belongs to an S-rank beast. Its destructive power is easily on par with a nuclear warhead. It is the king of all monsters. An S-rank beast? Alap trembled from head to toe. So that was the presence of an S-rank monster. No wonder I couldn't even stand straight. The gap between a warrior-level master and an S-rank beast is an insurmountable abyss. Fighting one of those is like a sheep walking straight into a tiger's mouth. Ta Pham clenched his fists, completely unwilling to accept this. I can't believe the location on the map is home to an S-rank beast. Damn it, I was so close to finding the evidence to clear my father's name. We will clear your father's name. Phi Truk comforted him. Don't be so pessimistic. Once you get stronger, you can always come back and settle this. To be honest, even if you could get the evidence to clear his name right now, it wouldn't change a thing. From what I've gathered, the mastermind behind your father's case back then is nearly as terrifying as an S-class beast. Even with proof in hand, do you honestly think the world would believe you? Ta Pham had to admit she had a point. Phi Truk was right. Ever since the chaos in Kim Nin City, it was clear that his father's old case involved far too many powerful players. The shadow organization pulling the strings was way more terrifying than he had ever imagined. Even if I clear my dad's name and break him out of prison, I won't be able to keep him safe. I have to get stronger. Strong enough to defeat S-class beasts and crush those shadow masterminds once and for all. Once they reached a safe distance, the group came to a halt. Well, I guess this is where we part ways. The Firefox squad always keeps its word. Since our second task isn't finished yet, if you ever run into trouble, just come find me. Non Nguyen pouted and snapped. If Ta Pham is in trouble, why on earth would he go to you? Phi Truk ignored her. Turning to Muck Hong, she asked, Uncle Hong, the Muck family's rules are incredibly strict, and you guys have always remained strictly neutral. Will the Muck family really allow Non Nguyen to be with him? After all, the Grand Marshal himself once predicted that you, Muck Hong, would become the next Marshal of the Hua Nation. Yes, back then, I had a way to clear my name and walk free. But Dong Quian, have you ever wondered why I chose to do absolutely nothing? At the military tribunal, I didn't defend myself. I willingly accepted my imprisonment. It wasn't because of the immense power of the masterminds, but because I actually was guilty. Dong Quian's voice sank. Ta Hui, what are you talking about? What do you mean, guilty? That's complete nonsense. We've gathered tons of evidence regarding the Donghai beast tide from back then. You weren't the one who triggered that beast tide. You're only saying this because the masterminds are too powerful and you don't want us getting dragged into this, right? What do you take us for? We are comrades who have gone through life and death together, so don't you dare talk like that. You were the absolute best of our generation. Back then, you were always so calm, visionary, and brilliantly strategic. Ta Hui sighed softly. Dong Quian, you've got it all wrong. Even though I didn't cause the Donghai beast tide, that doesn't mean I am innocent. You're right. Back then, everyone praised me for being calm and always steps ahead of any situation. I was incredibly confident myself. But because of that arrogance, I overlooked so many critical clues. The death of my beloved wife. With my abilities, I might have actually been able to stop that Donghai beast tide. But because I relied too much on my own arrogance, I let this tragedy happen. Can a man like that truly be called innocent? Dong Quian patted his shoulder reassuringly. Just then, Lieutenant Colonel Tu Lam walked in. General, here is the latest intelligence report, including news about Ta Pham at the Donghai Beast Nest. He teamed up with Dark Star, a local faction, neutralized an A-class monster, ventured deep into the Donghai Beast Nest, and has now safely returned. Ta Hui, your boy is a spitting image of you in your prime. At the rate Ta Pham is growing, he'll break you out of here in no time. Ta Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? How could little Pham's strength be skyrocketing so fast? When my wife was pregnant with him, she was severely injured. He shouldn't have had this kind of hidden potential. Ta Hui recalled his pregnant wife. My love, are you watching over him? Are you protecting our son? Fine, I'll let him forge his own path. A fledgling must eventually spread its wings. Whether he falls or soars high in the sky, let him live his life exactly how he wants. On the map of the Hua Nation, the capital, Tanhai, and Trung Lam form a powerful tripod defense line, famously known as the Imperial Tangent Trung Defense Ring. Trung Lam City houses the headquarters of the Mercenary Association. Situated right on the front line closest to the monster dens, it is proudly called the Shield of the Empire. Inside the forging room of the Trung Lam Exchange, Truktan, what the hell do you mean by this? The family rules clearly state that if I obtain my forger certification by the age of 20, I get to choose my own marriage. On what grounds are you forcing me to marry that scumbag from the Trung family? Truktan casually sipped his tea and smirked. Truk Nai Diem, why are you getting so worked up with me? I'm just delivering a message. This is the family's decision. Whether you like it or not, you are going. Sure, those are the rules, but are you even a real member of the Truk family? At best, you're only half-blooded. If you really want to rebel, you can always choose to leave the family, but you might want to think about your lowborn mother first. Standing up, he sneered. Of course, there is one more way. If you can become a master forger, you can completely ignore the family's rules. But can you? In the entire Hua Nation, there isn't a single master forger who is only 20 years old. As soon as Truktan left, Truknai Diem slammed her fist on the table in rage. That bastard! They must be playing dirty tricks behind my back. Those scumbags have been tormenting my mother and me for years. What on earth should I do? Meanwhile, outside the headquarters, is this the Trung Lam Exchange? One of the most famous trading posts in the entire Hua Nation is located right here. As expected of the Imperial Tangent Trung Defense Line, there are so many powerhouses here. High-level astral warriors are absolutely everywhere. Such a lively place, it's a pity Bo Ban couldn't make it. Grey Egg poked its head out to sniff around, triggering memories for Ta Pham. Back then, Poo Pan was crying his eyes out, begging, Brother Fan, let me come with you. I'll be just like Sulan, a quiet, handsome guy who doesn't cry or cause any trouble. Poo Hao scolded him. You brat, stop yelling. Zuofan isn't going to Zhonglin City to play around. Dad, don't stop me. I want to go out and have fun. Poo Hao lost his temper, gave his son a smack, and then said, Safe travels, Zuo Fan. Chairman Poo Hao was right. I'm not going to Zhonglin City to play around. Back then, Poo Hao also told me, Zuo Fan, your strength is growing too fast. Staying in Jining City won't do you any good. You need high-intensity training and harsher challenges. Take this recommendation letter to the headquarters of the Mercenary Association. At the headquarters, you might even get guidance from a war god-level expert. A war god-level expert, huh? But before that, I need to be fully prepared. The rank on my certificate hasn't been updated yet. That's fine, there's no rush for me to get re-evaluated. My profile still lists me as a low-level battle general. Becoming a low-level battle general during the Jining Beast Tide, and then breaking through to a mid-level battle general just a few months later. If that news got out, it would draw way too much attention. Right now, my enemies are watching me closely, not just the traitors from the Mu family, but also those lurking in the shadows. They're in the dark while I'm in the open. If they figure out my true strength, I'll be in deep trouble. Being a mid-level battle general is strong, but it's still not enough. I need to get to the Mercenary Association headquarters and get guidance from a war god as soon as possible. But first, I need to forge a weapon. It's a real shame about my Windslasher. It fought by my side for so long, but during the fight with Lan Kai, the blade was severely damaged, and its monster core is almost completely drained. Fortunately, I have the A-rank monster core from that giant black hydra, along with the materials I took from Lan Kai. That should be enough to forge an A-rank weapon. But how much will that cost? Even if I provide the materials myself, it'll probably still cost tens of millions. First, I need to find an advanced blacksmith. As expected of Zhonglin City, there are so many advanced blacksmiths here. The Jinning Trading Center only had a handful of them. But for an A-rank weapon, even an advanced blacksmith can't guarantee a 100% success rate. To be safe, I should go with the best. Jushin charges 12 million or more. With prices that high, his success rate must be excellent. Zuo Fan walked up to a room door and said, "Hello, I'm here to see the blacksmith, Zhu Xin, to get a weapon forged." The guy with the buzz cut rubbed his chin. "If you want Master Zhu Xin to forge a weapon for you, the requirements are extremely strict. First of all, have you reached the Battle General level yet? Master Zhu Xin's clients are all Battle General level and above." Zuo Fan held up his card. "I believe I meet your requirement?" Buzzcut's eyes widened. "You're a Battle General at such a young age? Your talent is pretty impressive. But Zhonglin City isn't short on people like you. You've met the first requirement, but there is still a second one." He sneered, rubbing his fingers together. "What is that supposed to mean? An entry fee? What's the deal here?" "What's the deal? An entry fee, of course. I need to be paid for my trouble of going inside to announce you, right?" Zuo Fan glared at him. A mere doorman. And yet he's collecting fees so shamelessly? Buzzcut urged. "Hurry up. The entry fee is 10,000. Master Zhu Xin's time is extremely valuable. If you're late, you won't get to see him. You must know that here at the Zhonglin Trading Center, Master Zhu Xin is the #1 advanced blacksmith. What a greedy punk. I shouldn't waste time arguing with him. Forging my A-rank weapon is more important." Zuo Fan reached out. "Fine. Take it." Buzzcut smugly accepted the money, then opened the door to report. "Master Zhu Xin, there's a low-level battle general out here who wants you to forge a weapon. What do you think?" Zhu Xin was sitting and talking with Zhong Chen, who was the arranged fiancé of Zhu Nian. Zhu Xin snapped in annoyance. "Insolent. Can't you see I'm hosting an important guest from the War God family? A low-level battle general wants me to forge a weapon? Tell him to get lost. Unless a mid-level battle general or higher comes today, turn them all away." He turned and smiled at Zhong Chen, saying, "Young Master Chen, I'm terribly sorry. That doorman really has no manners. Let's continue discussing the marriage contract between my younger sister and you." Buzzcut walked out looking annoyed. What terrible luck. To think I'd run into Master Zhu Xin hosting an important guest. That 10,000 entry fee is down the drain. See that? Today, Master Zhu Xin is hosting an important guest from the War God family. He's not taking any requests today, so scram. Zuo Fan glared at him, cold eyes piercing through. "You arrogant lapdog." Buzzcut was instantly left speechless. Just as Zuo Fan was about to teach this guy a lesson, he overheard the conversation coming from inside. "Zhu Xin, why are you rushing this marriage contract between me and Zhu Nian so much? Our Zong family has our own rules. A marriage contract is not something to be taken lightly." "Young Master Chen, I'm only rushing because I have your best interests at heart. Zhu Nian's blacksmithing talent is simply too outstanding, which is why she's so against this marriage. If we drag this out for another 2 years, and she becomes a master blacksmith, even our family won't be able to control her anymore. If this marriage contract falls through, it will be a massive loss for you." Zuo Fan realized that these two were talking about Zhu Nian, so he stopped to listen. Truk Tan, don't act like you're doing this for my sake. Isn't your branch of the Truk family just terrified of her potential? That's why you want to kick her out of the family and have me control her for you, right? You're a smart man, young Master Shen. It's a win-win for both of us. Hearing this, Ta Pham basically got the gist of what was happening. He didn't linger any longer and turned to leave. The buzz-cut guy broke into a cold sweat, trembling all over. He actually thought that punk was going to beat him up. Even if you paid him, he wouldn't dare. After all, you have to look at the master before kicking the dog. Who would dare cause trouble right in front of someone from the War God clan? Standing in front of the blacksmith directory, Ta Pham looked down at the very last name. Found her. Truk Nai Diem is here too, forging room 16. Inside, Truk Nai Diem was wallowing in self-pity, slumped over her desk. Can't I even decide my own fate? Am I really going to let those bastards dictate my entire life? No, my life belongs to me. Even if I have to give up being a blacksmith, I'll take my mother and escape this city of Trung Lam. A staff member entered the room and asked, "Miss Diem, there is someone here to request a weapon forge. Do you want to take the commission?" In no mood to take on any work, Truk Nai Diem waved her hand dismissively, saying, "I'm not taking any orders." Ta Pham walked in with a wave. "Truk Nai Diem, didn't you say I should come to you if I ever needed to forge a weapon? Why are you turning people away now?" Truk Nai Diem was slightly taken aback. "Oh, it's you, Ta Pham? It seemed her situation within the family was far from great. He smiled and said, "We haven't seen each other in a while, so why do you look so down? I actually came to have you forge a weapon for me and maybe get a little discount." Truknidium quickly wiped her eyes and scoffed. "Who's looking down? Ta fam, you little brat. You start talking nonsense the moment we meet. Speaking of forging, I haven't even scolded you yet. Didn't I tell you before to come find me to forge a weapon once you hunted a high-grade beast core? It's been so long since then, and you haven't even shown your face." Ta fam held up his hands innocently and said, "You can't blame me for that. Trung Lam is so far away. Look, the moment I arrived in Trung Lam, I came straight to find you. So, what grade of weapon do you want to forge this time? Show me the materials first so I can take a look." She silently made up her mind to forge one last weapon before leaving Trung Lam, as a final farewell to her favorite craft. Ta Pham placed 2 boxes on the table. "Here are the materials. See if you can work with them." Nidium felt a bit insulted. "See if I can work with them? What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? Just because my rank in the blacksmith quarter is low, you're doubting my skills? To tell you the truth, my skills easily rank in the top 2 among all the advanced blacksmiths in this trading house. Even if it's an A-rank beast core, I can still forge it without a problem. I'm only 1 A-rank weapon away from becoming a master blacksmith." But the moment she opened the box, a bright green light flooded the entire room. Truknidium gasped in shock. "This is the carapace of an A-rank beast. Little fam, where on earth did you get this? Don't tell me you stole it." "Stole it? Sister, you really underestimate your little brother. Take a look at the other box. Do you think there's a beast core in there? Don't tell me it's also from an A-rank beast? No offense, but there's no way you could get your hands on an A-rank beast core. With your current strength, you wouldn't even be able to wield a weapon embedded with an A-rank core anyway." Opening the lid, Truknidium froze in utter shock. "This is an A-rank beast core. What is going on? Didn't you just say it wasn't an A-rank core in there?" Ta Pham smiled and replied, "What I meant was, this A-rank beast core indeed doesn't belong to that beast. It actually belongs to a completely different A-rank monster." Truknidium stared at him intently. Last time he brought a mutated beast core, and this time he has an A-rank core and A-rank materials. Even for a high-level general, taking down an A-rank beast is extremely difficult, let alone 2 of them. Could Little Fam be a genius from some war god clan? But I've never heard of a war god clan with the surname Ta. Maybe Little Fam brought these priceless materials and beast core to forge a weapon for an elder in his family. Truknidium sighed. "Little Fam, I'm sorry, but I don't have the ability to take on this forging request." Ta Pham was puzzled. "Sister Nidium, didn't you just say you could forge it even if it was an A-rank beast core?" "I did say that, and I wasn't lying. But the catch is, the forging process requires the master who killed those 2 A-rank beasts to assist by my side, to suppress the feral energy within the core and materials." Ta Pham felt a wave of relief. "Ah, I thought it was something actually difficult. Isn't this exactly like the forging process we did last time? Little Fam, I appreciate your kindness in bringing these A-rank materials and core to me. But if the elders in your family find out you brought these priceless treasures to an advanced level blacksmith, you'll definitely get punished. Let me introduce you to a master blacksmith who can forge it for you instead." She weighed her options. If she successfully forged a weapon using A-rank materials and an A-rank core, she would instantly be promoted to a master blacksmith. But relying on her own strength, the success rate would be incredibly low. She couldn't bring herself to harm Little Fam. "Little Fam, even though my forging skills are decent and I'm confident I can make an A-rank weapon, I still need the expert who killed the A-rank beasts to assist me. Otherwise, it's highly likely that there's a high chance of failure, and if that happens, these expensive materials and the beast core will go to waste. You should really hire a master weapon blacksmith instead. It's much safer. Sister Nyan, since I brought these materials and the beast core to you, did it never cross your mind that I was the one who killed those 2 A-grade beasts?" Zhu Nyan gasped in shock. "How is that even possible? Why wouldn't it be? If an A-grade beast was hunted by my family's seniors, would they just let me take the materials and the beast core? You have a point. Even a war god clan wouldn't let their descendants just run off with the materials and the beast core of an A-grade beast. But Xiaofan, how old are you? How could you possibly slay an A-grade beast?" Zuofan let out a sigh. "Well, I didn't kill it alone. I teamed up with some others to bring it down. But as a key member of the team, I should be able to suppress the aura of this A-grade beast core." Hearing this, Zhu Nyan was even more shocked. "Xiaofan is so young, Yet he can hunt A-grade beasts and even act as a key member of the squad? This is unbelievable. A young genius like him should have been famous all over Huaxia by now. How have I never heard of him? Could it be that the clan backing Xiaofan has been keeping his achievements hidden just to protect him? If the person I'm being forced to marry were Xiaofan, that wouldn't be such a bad thing after all. Seeing Zhu Naiyin staring at him in silence, Zhuo Fan called out softly. Snapping back to reality, she scolded herself. Zhu Naiyin, what on earth are you thinking? Seize this chance to break through and become a master blacksmith, Zhu Naiyin then said. Since you put it that way, I'll take the job. Letting out a soft sigh, Zhu Naiyin led Zhuo Fan to forging room number 48. Zhuo Fan scanned the room. As expected of the Zhonglin Exchange's forging room, the facilities and equipment here were far superior to those in Jiangbei City. Is this where you forge weapons, Sister Naiyan? Placing her hand on a protective cover, Zhu Naiyan replied, Yes, but you can't use an ordinary anvil to forge an A-grade weapon. You have to use this. Zhu Naiyan pulled off the cover. Behold, the anvil for forging A-grade weapons. Zhuo Fan touched the anvil. Incredible. I can almost feel the residual warmth of past forges radiating from it. This is the anvil my father used when he was alive. Was your father a master blacksmith too? Zhu Naiyan recalled the time her father fell ill. I'm sorry. I was always so consumed by my work that I failed to take good care of you and your mother. Little Naiyan, your father has nothing to leave you but this. Little Naiyan, you have a greater gift for forging than I ever did. With your passion, you will surely far surpass my achievements one day. This anvil is the only valuable thing I can leave you. It's just a shame I won't be there to see the day you become a master blacksmith. My father was the most outstanding blacksmith and the youngest master in our clan, but unfortunately, he passed away from a sudden illness when I was still a child. This anvil is a precious heirloom. I'm counting on you, sister. Zhu Naiyin cheered up. Leave it to me. I'll give it everything I've got. Now, let's prepare the blade blank first. Zhuo Fan drew out Renfeng. Speaking of blanks, Sister Naiyin, can you smelt this sword into the new blank? It's heavily damaged, and the energy in its beast core is completely drained. Xiaofan, did you use this sword to fight that A-grade beast? Zhuo Fan sighed. Yes. Ever since I became a battle general, this sword has always been by my side. I want to integrate it into the new blank so it can keep fighting alongside me against powerful beasts and enemies in the future. Alright. Then we'll use this sword as the core template for the blank. The forge fire flared up as Zhu Naiyan began reforging Renfeng. She was struggling. She hadn't expected forging an A-grade weapon blank to be this grueling. Her hand was growing too weak to even hold the hammer. Sister Naiyan is sweating so much. Reforging this starfall weapon was vastly more exhausting than her previous attempts. Zhuo Fan asked in concern, Sister Naiyan, you're sweating bullets. Do you need to take a break? No. This is the critical moment for the blade to take shape. And it's also my defining moment. I must push through, praying in her heart, Father, please give me the strength to forge the blank for this A-grade starfall sword. A moment later, Zhu Naiyan raised the blade blank, shouting in pure joy, I did it, an A-grade starfall sword blank. With her arm trembling violently, she urged, Xiaofan, insert the A-grade beast core now, hurry. Zhuo Fan rushed forward and quickly inserted the beast core into the blank. A violent surge of power erupted, knocking Zhu Naiyan off her feet. Zhuo Fan caught her just in time. Sister Naiyan, let me suppress the energy inside the beast core. Step back. Don't get hurt. The phantom of a giant black serpent materialized, roaring furiously. This is terrifying. Is this the sheer, violent energy contained within an A-grade beast core? Did Xiaofan really fight a monster like this? I hope he can suppress it. Having done this before, Zhuo Fan moved with practiced ease, unleashing his power to suppress the phantom black serpent. Witnessing Zhuo Fan's power, Zhu Naiyan's jaw dropped in disbelief. Such a powerful aura. Is this really Xiaofan? So this is the energy of an A-grade beast core? It's absolutely insane. With my current strength, facing an A-rank monster on my own might be a bit too much. But keeping the wild, raging energy of an A-rank monster core under control? No sweat. Zhuo Fan pulled back his hands and roared, Suppress! Watching this, Zhu Naiyan clenched her fists tightly. He actually did it. Wait, is Zhuo Fan's aura that of an intermediate warlord? How is that even possible? Back in Beijiang City, he was only an advanced Starfall warrior at best. It hasn't even been that long, and he's already reached the intermediate warlord rank? No wonder he could join the battle to take down that A-rank monster. Look, The A-rank Starfall Divine Sword is almost complete. Zuo Fan gripped Windslasher, letting his power erupt. But suddenly, another massive wave of energy surged out. Zhu Naiyin gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Another violent A-rank monster aura? How is this even possible? The phantom of the blue-armored winged scorpion materialized right alongside the giant black hydra, both roaring furiously. Zuo Fan reached out to suppress it, utterly confused. What on earth is going on here? Standing behind him, Zhu Naiyan muttered in disbelief. The power of these two A-rank monsters. They're actually fusing together. I know why this is happening. My dad used to talk about things like this. At that, Zhu Naiyan blushed, whispering, Zuo Fan, I never expected you to have. Meanwhile, outside the exchange, the warriors threw themselves into a panic. What's with this sudden earthquake? Is it an earthquake? No, wait. This pressure. It's a monster. An incredibly powerful one. Don't tell me monsters are invading the city? Why wasn't there any warning? Did something happen at the Yunbi monster den? Has the defensive line collapsed? A bearded, middle-aged man stepped forward to calm them down. Everyone, quiet. Don't panic. This isn't a monster attack. Please, calm down. If it is not an attack, then what the hell is it? This monster energy is insane. There's no mistake. This is definitely the aura of an A-rank beast. A master blacksmith must have come to the exchange to forge an A-rank weapon right here. To think they'd choose the forging area of the Zhonglin exchange. This is a once-in-a-century event. Never mind that. If that's true, doesn't it mean we're about to witness the birth of an A-rank weapon with our own eyes? Excitement instantly rippled through the crowd. Quick, to the forging area. Seeing an A-rank weapon being born is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Inside Zhu Xin's room, both of them felt this immense pressure and blurted out in unison, "This is an A-rank monster's aura." They quickly rushed outside. Zhu Xin muttered, clenching his fists. Is someone actually forging an A-rank Starfall weapon right now? When a weapon is nearing completion, the power within an A-rank monster core erupts. Zhong Chen said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. An A-rank Starfall weapon is about to be born. If only I could get my hands on it. Everyone had gathered at the forging area. Meanwhile, inside Forging Room 16, the two monsters were still roaring like mad. Die! We will slaughter you, you bringer of ruin, Zhu Naiyan explained. If an A-rank monster harbors a bone-deep hatred for the person who killed it, its internal power will violently erupt when used as a forging material. Back when he was alive, my dad encountered this rare phenomenon once. He said the conditions required for this to happen are incredibly precise. Zuo Fan, just what kind of hell did you go through? Powerful A-rank monsters are incredibly proud and usually hate each other. Yet now, out of sheer hatred for you, their souls would rather fuse together just to tear you apart. The erupting power of these two beasts is fusing, condensing into an even stronger monster phantom. Zuo Fan replied, Ah, so that's what's happening. You had me worried there. I thought something had gone wrong with the forging process. If that's how it is going to be, Zuo Fan slammed Windslasher into the ground and raised both hands, roaring, Then I'll just suppress you completely. Zuo Fan unleashed his full power, desperately pushing back against the combined might of the two beasts. His entire body shook violently. Damn, this is too strong. I can barely hold them back. If I fail to suppress them now, I'm history. Not only will these incredibly expensive A-rank monster cores go to waste, but the resulting explosion could level the entire exchange. If that happens, I'll be in deep trouble. I have to go all out. I must suppress the rampaging energy of these two beasts, no matter what. Gritting his teeth, Zuo Fan bellowed, I'm taking you bastards down with me. Just then, Grey Egg popped its head out, activating its ability as its front legs and horn began to glow. The violent aura of the two monsters rapidly dissolved, leaving Zuo Fan utterly stunned. Wait, the rampaging energy is already suppressed? Staring at Zuo Fan's back, Zhu Naiyin whispered to herself, Zuo Fan, you actually did it. He actually managed to suppress the explosive energy of two A-rank monsters all by himself. He's not even 20 years old yet, but he already possesses this kind of power. At this rate, Zuo Fan might very well become the youngest war god in Huaxia. Zuo Fan stared at Grey Egg in disbelief. Did this little guy seriously just suppress the fused aura of two A-rank monsters? This is absolutely insane. Windslasher has been completely reforged, looking sleeker and more menacing than ever. Zuo Fan had successfully finished crafting his A-rank Starfall Divine Sword. The elderly manager of the Zhonglin Exchange walked over with his hands clasped behind his back. The violent aura that comes with forging an A-rank weapon has completely vanished. Does this mean the A-rank starfall weapon is finished? Knocking on the door from outside, the old man called out, "Pardon me, but is Master Blacksmith Zhu Nian in the middle of forging an A-rank starfall weapon? As expected of an A-rank weapon, it's almost like it has a life of its own. The raw power sealed within it completely dwarfs the old Windslasher. Of course it does. But once a Stardust weapon reaches A-rank, it undergoes a complete qualitative change. On top of that, two frenzied A-rank beasts actually fused together right when this sword was being forged. Its power is way beyond any ordinary A-rank weapon. Honestly, if you hadn't hunted those materials and monster cores yourself, there's no way you could control its power with your current strength. Zuo-fan, give this sword a name. An A-rank weapon has a soul of its own. It will only truly belong to you once its master names it." Zuo-fan smiled, looking at the sword. "I get to name it? In that case, let's call it Retribution." The moment he spoke those words, the violent energy instantly calmed down. Nian explained, "A-rank weapons really do have souls. It looks like it has already accepted its new name." The system screen popped up. A-rank sword, Retribution, special effects, extreme sharpness and toxic corrosion. One day, I will use this sword to take back justice from those pulling the strings in the shadows. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the door. "Excuse me, is Blacksmith Nian currently forging an A-rank Stardust weapon in there?" Nian glanced toward the door and said, "The exchange market's manager must have sensed the commotion from forging an A-rank weapon, so he's here to inspect and appraise its rank. If the appraisal is successful, the Blacksmith Association will officially award me the title of Master Blacksmith. When that happens, I can finally break free from those bastards in my family." She turned her head to look at Zuo-fan. "Zuo-fan, there are a few things I haven't told you yet." Knowing what Nian was about to say, Zuo-fan cut her off. "Sis Nian, there's no need to explain anything. You forged an A-rank weapon for me completely for free, and I haven't even thanked you properly yet. Just tell me what to do next, and I'll do whatever it takes to support you." "Wait, what's going on? Why are there so many people here?" The old manager called out. "Blacksmith Nian, there was some strange activity in the exchange market earlier, making us suspect a master blacksmith was forging an A-rank weapon. May I ask where that master blacksmith is?" Nian replied, "There is no other master. I was the one forging the A-rank weapon." Someone in the crowd gasped in disbelief. "No way. How could such a young blacksmith forge an A-rank weapon? Some legendary master must have borrowed room 16 to forge it." Juxin marched over and yelled, "That's a flat-out lie. She's nothing but a low-level, nobody blacksmith from our Jew family, and she doesn't even have pure bloodline. How could someone like her ever forge an A-rank weapon? She's definitely lying." Zhong Chen chimed in. "Exactly. She's absolutely lying. Where is the market security team? Grab her, and get to the bottom of this." Nian sneered. "Whether I'm lying or not is none of your business. You don't have the right to question me. The appraisers from the Zhonglin exchange market will make the final call. Manager, let's go inside and begin the appraisal now." The old manager stroked his goatee. "Indeed. Whether Blacksmith Nian is lying or not will be clear once we test it. Our appraisers here at the Zhonglin exchange are the best in the country." 6 appraisers gathered around Retribution, examining it closely. "This forging technique is top tier. I haven't seen anything like this in a very long time. Indeed, this is the exact same forging technique that Nian's father, a legendary forging genius, used to employ. The appraisal is complete. This is indeed an A-rank weapon, and it was undoubtedly crafted using Nian's unique forging style. Blacksmith Nian, congratulations on inheriting the very essence of your father's legendary craftsmanship." The old manager chimed in. "What do you mean, blacksmith? You should call her master." "I officially announce that the Zhonglin exchange has birthed a new master blacksmith, Master Nian, and she is very likely the youngest master blacksmith in our entire nation." The crowd erupted in cheers. "Oh my god, a master blacksmith this young, and she's such a gorgeous woman too. I hope this beautiful master blacksmith notices me for my handsome face." Meanwhile, Juxin and his partner stood in the corner, burning with jealousy. Nian said, "Jushin, go back and tell that scumbag father of yours to stop acting all high and mighty just because of his age. If he ever bothers me again, I'll take my mother and leave the Zhu family for good." Zuofan walked over to Zuxin with Retribution in hand, mocking him. "Ah, so you're Zuxin, the supposedly top-ranked advanced blacksmith of this district? I actually owe you a thank you. If your gatekeeper hadn't kept stopping me and trying to scam me out of my money, I might have actually hired you to forge my weapon. Honestly, it's a good thing I didn't. With your pathetic skills, I doubt you could have ever forged an A-rank weapon like this anyway. Seeing Juxin's face turn completely pale, the buzzcut guard broke out in a cold sweat and quickly stammered, "Mr. Juxin, you said earlier that you were busy hosting an important guest, which is why I turned down his request. Shut your damn mouth." Juxin roared, slapping him so hard that teeth flew everywhere. "I'm going to lose my mind. Damn that Nyan, and damn that little bastard too. We spent so much time planning this, and it all went down the drain." Zhongchen sneered. "What's the point of taking your anger out on a useless guard, Juxin? If you want payback, you need to go after the main target." Juxin gritted his teeth. "How the hell am I supposed to go after Nyan? She's a master blacksmith now, and under 30 at that. Not just in the Jew family, but even within the Blacksmith Association. A master of her caliber is highly respected. She's simply not someone we can mess with anymore." Zhongchen's face darkened with a sinister smile. "Of course I wasn't talking about Nyan. I'm talking about that little brat who ruined our plans. That kid has an A-rank weapon in his hands. If we can get our hands on it, not only is it worth a fortune, but we can also use it to pull off so many other things." Truktan finally had some sense knocked into him, looking a lot more relaxed now. "But seriously, who told me to be the main character? I never get a single second of peace. I don't go looking for trouble, but trouble always has a way of finding me." Outside the trading post, Truk Nai Diem looked a bit apologetic. "I wanted to treat you to a nice meal, but..." Realizing Truk Nai Diem had urgent business to take care of, Ta Pham gently interrupted. "Sister Nai Diem, why are you being so formal with me? I'll be staying in Trung Lam City for a while anyway, so we can catch up whenever you're free." Saying goodbye to Truk Nai Diem, he turned and walked away alone. "It is getting dark. I should head over to the elite training camp headquarters in Trung Lam City first. Going through the park's west gate should be a shortcut, right?" Little did he know, someone was tailing him from the shadows. The mercenary training camp in Trung Lam City. If I remember correctly, Brother Ha Dan mentioned wanting to train at the Mercenary Guild headquarters. I wonder if he meant this elite training camp in Trung Lam City. If Brother Ha Dan is really there, then training won't be boring at all. I wonder if he has already made it to War General. Suddenly, a noise rustled behind him. Ta Pham whipped his head around. A barrage of arrows came flying straight at him. "Turn this brat into a pincushion. A sneak attack. Who goes there?" The arrows rained down right where Ta Pham stood. The kid is dead meat. But in a split second, Ta Pham completely vanished into thin air. Where the hell did he go? Ta Pham ducked behind a massive boulder. "Man, I just got to Trung Lam City, and they're already giving me such a warm welcome. Who are these guys?" Ta Pham activated his perception skill to scan the area. There were more than 10 of them, and every single one was a high-tier Stardust warrior. Any faction capable of mobilizing a squad like this is no joke. On top of that, they actually have the balls to launch an open attack right inside a public park. Fine then. Did you think you could just push me around because I'm young? Let me teach you a lesson in manners. Besides, you guys will make the perfect test subjects for my new blade. Ta Pham unwrapped the cloth around his weapon and made his move. Activating his afterimage flash, he swept past them one by one like a ghost. Before these guys could even register what was happening, they were already dead. A Class A weapon is truly on another level. Just its innate sharpness trait alone can slice through targets effortlessly. I barely had to break a sweat. Watching the carnage unfold from a higher vantage point, Truk Tan and his men looked on. "You absolute useless trash. Why are you still standing in the woods like sitting ducks waiting to get slaughtered? Fall back now." Getting chewed out like dog food, the high-tier warriors scrambled out of their hiding spots. Ta Pham looked at the chaotic mob and scoffed. Truk Tan let out a cold sneer. "You're trapped, kid. There's no escape." "Huh. I was wondering who was behind this. Turns out it is the esteemed high-tier blacksmith, Mr. Truk Tan, along with our distinguished guest from the War God clan. Sending a whole squad of Stardust warriors to assassinate a law-abiding citizen like me right in the middle of the city? The Truk family of blacksmiths and the great War God clan, sure, are incredibly powerful and prestigious. Law-abiding citizen? How dare you keep barking like that? You barged into the Trung Lam trading post and ruined my entire plan, yet you still claim to be innocent? Your death is long overdue." Trung then sneered. "Listen up, kid. If you know what's good for you, hand over that Class A weapon right now. And maybe I'll show some mercy and leave your corpse in one piece." "Show some mercy and leave my corpse in one piece, huh? And here I thought members of the War God clan were supposed to be role models for Stardust warriors. Turns out you're all just a bunch of pathetic garbage who only know how to abuse your power to rob others. Truckton lost his patience, screaming, "Cut the chatter! Everyone, ready your weapons and kill him! With the top experts from my family backing us up, you are nothing but a fish in a barrel. Let's see where you can run now." The mercenaries loaded their custom-made heavy arrows and unleashed a relentless barrage. Die, you brat! Faced with an overwhelming assault like this, even a powerful Stardust War general would struggle to escape unscathed. This miserable brat dared to come to Trunglam City and screw up the plans of both our Truk and Trung families. Tear him to shreds. Burn him. Burn him to a crisp. Reduce that bastard to ashes. Once he's dead, we can take our sweet time retrieving that Class A weapon. Suddenly, a brilliant flash erupted from the middle of the raging fire. An arrow shot backward with extreme force, skewering two Stardust warriors in an instant. Truk Tan and Trung Than stared in utter shock, stammering, "How can this kid be this strong? We completely underestimated him." Emerging from the blazing fire, Ta Pham sneered, "So, you guys really thought you could just silence me and steal my weapon, huh? Well then, are you prepared to be slaughtered by me instead?" Trung Than clenched his fists tight, shouting, "You three, get in there and kill him. Bring me his corpse." Three elite assassins, armed to the teeth, materialized and knelt down. "Young Master Than, our sole duty is to protect you and guarantee your safety." Trung then roared in fury. "Protect my safety? Do I look safe to you right now? He almost took my head off just a second ago. If you guys don't take him out right now, when the hell are you planning to?" The three assassins exchanged quick glances, nodded in unison, and lunged straight into the raging flames. Target locked. Moving in for the kill, Ta Pham remained completely unfazed. Ever since leveling up to an intermediate-tier war general, even standing inside a raging inferno barely felt warm. "The only issue is that my clothes aren't fireproof. I really don't need to look like a complete mess just to deal with a bunch of weaklings." Suddenly, two chain spears flew right at him. Ta Pham's reflexes kicked in, and he quickly dodged. His eyes widened in shock. "Is that weapon? The twin serpent chain spear? I was planning to settle down in Trunglam City first before starting my search for you guys, but I never expected you to deliver yourselves right to my doorstep. Talk about a stroke of luck. I saved myself a whole lot of searching." This weapon instantly reminded Ta Pham of that buckethead guy he once fought back in Kim Nin City. One of the attackers, who seemed to be the leader, spun his twin serpent chain spear menacingly. He looked exactly like a panicked rat scrambling to escape. Finding an opening, he hurled the spearhead with all his might, screaming, "Die, you filthy rat! So you finally couldn't hold back and had to make your move? Do you really think surrounding me like this is enough to even scratch me? What? This kid? What's with this crushing, mountain-like pressure? This isn't the aura of a low-tier battle general. He's an intermediate battle general. This brat is an intermediate battle general? How can someone so young have this kind of power?" Snapping back to his senses, he quickly spun around, yelling, "Run! We need to retreat, now! Young Master Chung, run! This kid is a monster." As three spears thrust toward him, Ta Pham activated his reflecting shadow flash to close the distance. "So you finally realized something was off? Don't you think it's a little too late for that? I'll use the blood of scum like you to consecrate my divine weapon." Ta Pham unleashed several slashes of sword energy, shattering the iron chains into pieces. One down, two down, leaving the remaining ones trembling in fear. This kid is way too powerful. A regular intermediate battle general wouldn't stand a chance against him. Without a second thought, they spun around and bolted, but Ta Pham appeared right behind them like the Grim Reaper itself. "Running? Where do you think you're going? Just die already, you sinful scumbags." Terrified screams echoed through the air. Trukton turned to Chung Thon and asked, "Did you finish off that brat yet? He's definitely dead. Those are the armor guardians my family sent to protect me." Trapped in the serpent spear formation, even an advanced battle general would fall for it. Trukton flattered him, saying, "Young Master Chung, you truly deserve to be a candidate to inherit the War God clan, having such powerful armor guardians by your side." Chung Than said smugly, "Oh, it's nothing. Just wait until I secure that rank A weapon and present it to my grandfather. My status in the family will soar even higher. Once I become one of the official heirs of the Chung family, if I want to marry Truk Nidium, she won't be able to say no. Both her and that damn brat dared to humiliate me in front of everyone. I'll make sure they pay for it 100 times over." Suddenly, a spear flew right past them, impaling a man standing behind. The crowd panicked. "Wait, isn't that serpent spear from the armor guardians?" Ta Fam emerged from the flames, looking apologetic. My bad. It's my first time using a serpent spear, so my aim was a bit off. I'll do better next time, so bear with me. Truktan, Chungthan, these two serpent spears will be piercing through both of you very soon. Chungthan didn't seem to be the sharpest tool in the shed. Instead of running, he demanded, You were surrounded and attacked by 3 armor guardians. How the hell are you still alive? This is impossible. What dirty tricks did you use to ambush them? Ta Fam smirked. Dirty tricks? An ambush? You brought a whole crowd and used every cheap trick in the book to ambush me, and now you have the nerve to accuse me? In that case, let me show you what a real ambush feels like. Ta Fam spun his spearhead and began skewering them one by one. The two absolute fools, Truktan and Chungthan, finally realized what was happening. They tried to turn and run, but it was already too late. Ta Fam thrust the spears straight into their legs. Ah, arg. My leg, it's been impaled. Ta Fam pulled back his spearhead and casually walked over. The two stammered in terror. This kid, he's a monster. So many of you, yet you were beaten to this pathetic state by just one guy? Is the Truk family really a prestigious blacksmithing clan? And is the Chung family really a legendary war god clan? Or are you guys just complete frauds? Truktan and Chungthan immediately groveled, begging for mercy. Sir, please forgive us. We were blind. We will compensate you hundreds of thousands of times over for our offense. Ta Fam didn't waste any breath. With a single, swift thrust, he drove his spear straight through Truktan's head. Chungthan's face went completely pale as he stared at Truktan's lifeless body. Ta Fam cold-eyed him. Did you really think I'd just accept your apology? But as for you, a member of the Chung family. Chungthan trembled violently, begging, Sir, I keep my word. Just spare my life, and I'll do absolutely anything to compensate you. You only need to answer one question. Are the armor guardians secretly raised by your Chung family? Yes. Yes. They were secretly trained by our Chung family. Before he could even finish his sentence, Ta Fam wrapped a heavy chain tightly around his neck. Gasping for air, Chungthan choked out. No, you said. I never said I'd spare you if you answered honestly. What? Did you think only you rich heirs are allowed to go back on your word? The Chung family, the legendary war god clan. They are definitely one of the masterminds behind my father's ruin. I should be able to dig up more clues from what the Chung family members know. But right now, I'm still not strong enough to take on the war god clan. I should head to the Mercenary Guild's elite training camp first. I need real strength. The Mercenary Guild's elite training camp is where I'll get it. Standing at the base of the massive building, Ta Fam sighed in awe. Wow, the elite training camp at the Mercenary Guild's headquarters is absolutely massive. It's way bigger than the headquarters back in Kim Nin City. If I didn't know better, I'd think this was the main national headquarters of the entire Mercenary Guild. I can't believe it's this late, and there are still so many people here. Sensing the surroundings, he was surprised. Wait, are all of them battle general level experts? As expected of the Mercenary Guild's elite training camp, everyone who makes it here is a top-tier powerhouse. Ta Fam walked up to the reception desk. Good evening. How can I help you tonight, sir? I'm here to register for the elite training camp. Here are my credentials and documents. Of course, please wait a moment while we verify your information. It should only take a few minutes. By the way, I have a friend who should also be in the elite training camp. Could you help me look them up? Could you help me find someone? My friend's name is Ha Dan, and he is from Jongbok City. The receptionist opens her laptop to search. Sure, let me look that up for you. Found him. Yes, your friend has been training here at the camp, but just tonight, Ha Dan left for the Grey Beast Nest. It is located north of Trunglam City to take on the elite trial. For now, you won't be able to see him. Ta Fam scratches his head in disappointment. What? Really? He just left tonight? Man, what terrible timing. Well, you can take this time to get familiar with your surroundings here at the training camp and check out the programs we offer over the next few days. Oh, by the way, would you like me to put you and Ha Dan in the same group? Being in the same group would be perfect. No wonder this is the Mercenary Guild's elite training camp. The staff is so friendly and professional. Ta Fam's profile pops up on the screen. The receptionist smiles and asks, Your name is Ta Fam, right? Your application has been approved. You were recommended by the Kim Nin City Mercenary Guild. The receptionist looks at his profile, her eyes widening in shock. Wait, you're a novice Starfall General? The Kim Nin City Mercenary Guild recommended a novice Starfall General? Her words catch the attention of someone nearby. Whoa, you're so young, yet you're already a novice Starfall General? Is she seriously this shocked over a novice Starfall General? If she knew I'm actually a mid-tier Starfall general, with combat power almost matching a high-tier one, I wonder how jaw-dropped she'd be. The receptionist quickly straightens up. I'm so sorry. Please excuse my bad manners. Her heart races. My goodness. A novice Starfall general under 20 years old? There are barely any people like him in this entire country. To think I'd actually run into one. I hope my makeup still looks good. If I could get a boyfriend who is this young and powerful, my friends would be so incredibly jealous of me. Actually, since you're certified as a novice Starfall general, you don't even need to join the elite training camp anymore. But with how young you are, you're definitely going to become a war god in the future. You should really consider taking the Reserve War God trial. If you become a Reserve War God, the Mercenary Guild will pour all their resources into cultivating you. Tafam smiles and asks, So, does that mean I can't be in the same group as Hadan anymore? What exactly is this elite trial he's taking on, and what is the Reserve War God trial anyway? The receptionist explains, the trials are hunting missions assigned by the base, tailored to match the rank of each mercenary. Completing these trials earns you points. Here at the elite training camp, points act just like currency, which you can use to request guidance from high-tier generals or even war god-level powerhouses, or exchange them for powerful combat techniques. But you're a special case. With your talent, once you pass the Reserve War God trial, you'll get free guidance from a war god-level master. There's actually a benefit like that? Tafam says excitedly. Well, what are we waiting for then? I want to sign up for the Reserve War God trial right now. The receptionist looks apologetic. I'm so sorry, but the registration for the Reserve War God trial closed today. If you want to sign up, you'll have to wait until next month. Tafam frowns. Next month? That's way too long. If only I had arrived a bit earlier, I could have registered for the trial and met up with Hadan too. He grumbles to himself. It's all because of those two punks from the Ju and Zhong families. If not for them, I would have been here ages ago. What seems to be the problem here, receptionist? A voice calls out from behind. It's Truong Fan, a Class 1 instructor at the elite training camp. Is there an issue with this kid's admission into the camp? Good evening, Instructor Truong Fan. No, there's no problem at all, it's just. Tafam looks at the man, carefully sizing him up. This aura. He's a high-tier general. So strong. After hearing the receptionist's explanation, Instructor Truong Fan speaks up. Ah, I see. You're Tafam from the Kim Nin Mercenary Guild, right? Already a novice Starfall general at such a young age. Truly, a young hero. You just got here and already want to take the Reserve War God trial? Aren't you going to rest first? I haven't had a chance to stretch my muscles since leaving Kim Nin City. Isn't a Starfall warrior staying out of battle already considered resting? Besides, just the thought of getting guidance from a war god-level master makes it impossible for me to sleep. Well said. That's exactly how a Starfall warrior should be. Now, that is the attitude of a true mercenary. Use my instructor pass to issue a permit for this kid, so he can join this round of the Reserve War God trial. Tafam quickly cups his hands in respect. Thank you, Instructor Truong. It's nothing, just make sure you give it your all. Just remember to help out outstanding juniors in the future if you ever get the chance. Instructor Truong. The paperwork is all set. The Reserve War God trial is also held deep inside the Grey Beast Nest, starting at 10 tomorrow morning. You must be very careful. Oh, and you can hitch a ride with Class 1 to the camp on the outskirts of the Grey Beast Nest first. That will save you a lot of trouble. A short while later, Truong Fan watches the car carrying Tafam drive away. The Kim Nin Mercenary Guild. A novice general under 20 years old. What an absolute prodigy. Haha, perfect timing. Inside the car, Tafam smiles, feeling incredibly lucky. Meeting Instructor Truong was such a stroke of good luck. Once I pass the Reserve War God trial, I'll be getting guidance from a war god level master in no time. It seems like the people at the elite training camp are actually pretty cool. I'm really starting to like the vibe here. Ah, here we go. Little Gray poked his head out just now. Hey there, little buddy, you awake? Hungry, aren't you? Stop scratching my shirt. Let me grab some food for you. This little guy reminds me I need to check out the situation at the Grey Nest first. The Grey Nest is the largest monster lair on the outskirts of Trung Lam City. This place used to be a beautiful valley and a popular tourist spot for the residents of Trung Lam City. After the Starfall Night, the forest here mutated into a dark, gray woodland. Most monsters in the Grey Nest have gray fur. The lowest among them are D rank, and they usually live in the same cave, preferring to move in packs. That is how the Grey Nest got its name. At the mercenary camp, 4 people are gathering together. Even now, they still do not have a full team of 5. Anyway, based on the past records of you three, trying to take it a step further and become a quasi-commander is going to be incredibly difficult. I think you should just give up. Ha-Dan, Advanced Starfall Warrior. Dong-Sak, 26 years old, Advanced Starfall Warrior. Huang Ham, 24 years old, Advanced Starfall Warrior. Kong Ta, 22 years old, Quasi-Commander. Huang Ham says, Kong Ta is a Quasi-Commander. Since you are our main attacker, you get a 50% bonus on points when we hunt monsters. Not only did you not help us find a fifth member, but you are also standing here making snide remarks. What is your problem? Dong-Sak pulls her arm back, saying, Huang Ham, cool it, will you? The priority right now is finding our fifth member. Kong Ta replies, I am just speaking the truth. The three of you have mediocre talent, and your performance at the training camp is awful. Can't handle some honest advice? How pathetic. Ha-Dan raises his hand to stop them. Look, there's a car coming. Stop arguing. Our fifth member is here. Ta-Fam steps out of the car, offering a quick word of thanks. These guards are all advanced Starfall warriors, and this is just a camp on the edge of the Grey Nest. The Mercenary Guild's strength is truly remarkable. Now that I have arrived at the camp, my next move is to get ready to set out. Ta-Fam looks up at the map of the Grey Nest. I actually managed to gather a lot of information on my way here in the car. The Grey Nest is no joke. Deep inside the lair, there are even A-rank monsters. For now, just getting to the exam site is going to be a real challenge. It is already close to 12 midnight, and the Reserve God of War exam officially starts at 10 tomorrow morning. Which means, over the next 10 hours, I absolutely must cross the lair and reach the deepest part, which is over 100 kilometers away. Still, there is no need to rush too much. Ha-Dan runs over shouting, Are you Ta-Fam? Ha-Dan, is that you? Ha-Dan flashes a bright grin. I asked the receptionist at the elite training camp, and she told me you signed up for the elite exam challenge. I didn't think I would run into you so soon, but here we are. Young fam, are you taking the elite exam challenge too? Do you have a team yet? An elite exam challenge team? No, I do not. In his head, he thinks, I am here for the Reserve God of War exam, so obviously I do not have an elite challenge team. Right. Since you made it to the elite training camp, you must be an advanced Starfall warrior by now, right? Of course. Whatever, I will keep it a secret for now. If I just blurt out that I am already a commander, it will probably hurt Ha-Dan's pride. That is perfect. Our team is short by one person. Why don't you join us? The two of them begin whispering to each other. After a moment, Ta-Fam says, So, your elite exam challenge task is to go deep into the lair, hunt monsters, and rack up a certain amount of points? Exactly. All the tasks are the same. Did you not know? How could I not? It is just that, as far as I know, there is no rule forcing us to form a 5-person team. True, but the lowest level monsters in the lair are D rank, and there are plenty of C rank and above monsters with strength on par with a Starfall commander. It is extremely dangerous. For advanced Starfall warriors like us, a 5-person team is the bare minimum. Any fewer, and we would basically be signing our own death warrants. Ta-Fam agrees without a second thought. If they are heading along the outskirts to go deep inside, it is the exact same direction as his Reserve God of War exam. Besides, I still have plenty of time to spare, so helping Ha-Dan along the way is no trouble at all. Ha-Dan pulls Ta-Fam by his sleeve and calls out to the group, Hey everyone, weren't we short by one member? This is young Fam, my little brother. He can join us. Come on, say hello to our team. Huang Ham pats young Fam on the shoulder. Hey there, you are quite the handsome one. Welcome to the team. Don't worry, big sister here will take good care of you. Dong-Sak bursts out laughing. I will call you little fam then. Just make sure to stay behind me later. Ta-Fam scratches his head sheepishly. Thank you, everyone. It seems the people Ha-Dan found are actually pretty decent. Ha-Dan puts an arm around his shoulder and introduces him. Do not underestimate little fam. The last time he left Jongbok City, he was only an intermediate Starfall warrior. Yet, in just a few short months, he has already become an advanced Starfall warrior and qualified for the elite training camp. At this rate, he will probably become a commander before he even turns 20. Haha, you are exaggerating. I only became an advanced Starfall warrior recently. For now, I should keep a low profile and hide my true strength so I do not disrupt their exam. If things really get dangerous, it will not be too late for me to step in. Kong Ta looks at them with disdain. Is becoming an advanced Starfall warrior before 20 really that impressive? Most of us did that too, and plenty of others have done the same. Aren't you three the perfect example of people who've been stuck at the high Nebula warrior level for 5 or 10 years? Besides, at the end of the day, this kid just became a high nebula warrior. For our team, he's basically just dead weight. Ha Dan fired back at Kong Ta. Just a moment ago, you were complaining that we were short a member, and that any random high nebula warrior would do. Now that my friend joined, you're suddenly being incredibly picky. If you don't want to be in the same group as us, you can leave right now. Huang Hem also glared at him. Exactly. The four of us can just find anyone else, and we won't have to worry about failing the trial. At most, it'll just be a little tougher. Angry already? Is what I said not the truth? Fine. I was officially assigned here, so leaving the group now would cost me points. I just hope this kid doesn't drag us down when things get tough. Deep in the forest, Dongsoch said. Ta fam, if you're tired and need to rest, just let us know. Don't push yourself too hard. Thanks Dongsoch, I got it. Ta fam thought, I need to watch my pace. If I lose focus for even a second, I'll end up running way ahead of Ha Dan and the others. Nearby, a beast was lurking, eyeing the group. Using his perception, Ta Fam immediately pinpointed its location. Its aura doesn't seem that strong. Suddenly, two beasts leaped out to block their path. These were twin-tailed ashblade tigers, the strongest among Class D beasts, with power nearly reaching the semi-commander level. Ta Fam glared sharply at the two tigers, and they instantly began to tremble under the pressure. Ta Fam cursed silently. Crap, I accidentally let a bit of my aura slip and terrified them. Raising his battle axe, Ha Dan swung it down. Ta Fam, watch out. Wait, what? How did that land so easily? The tiger didn't even resist, letting Ha Dan easily wound it severely. Seeing a perfect chance to show off, Kong Ta rushed forward to strike. You two beasts, die. Did you see that? I took down two twin-tailed ashblade tigers in just 2 strikes. This is the true power of a semi-commander. Huang Ham scoffed at Kong Ta. What exactly did you want us to see? These two ashblade tigers were already on their deathbeds because of us. Your ability to steal kills is truly impressive. Ta Fam stared at Kong Ta's smug face, thinking, this guy is only a semi-commander. Yet he's already acting so high and mighty. With a mindset like that, he'll never get past the novice commander level. Not wanting to make a scene, Ha Dan stepped in to play peacemaker. We're a team. It doesn't matter who got the kill. Wait, that aura over there is at least Class C, if not stronger. Suddenly sensing something, Ta Fam looked toward a certain direction. Everyone turned their heads to look. That roar. Oh no, it's the Ash Nest giant bear. A King Class D beast. How can a bear be this massive? Get ready to fight with everything we've got. Ta Fam, stay sharp. The Ash Nest giant bear was unlike other King Class D beasts. Its sheer size was absolutely overwhelming. Ta Fam smirked and said, yeah, you're right. Even though it's technically a King Class D beast, its massive size gives it power rivaling a Class C beast. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a commander-level beast. Huang Ham didn't miss the chance to mock Kong Ta. Hey, Kong Ta, now is the perfect time for a grand semi-commander like you to show off your power. Without a second thought, Kong Ta immediately slipped away, shouting, have fun dying, because I'm out of here. Kong Ta, I can't believe you're running away like a coward, you bastard, Ta Fam calmly said. Forget about that hypocrite. Let's focus on the beast. We have to give it everything we've got, Dongsoch yelled, using his shield to block the giant bear's brutal attack. The Ash Nest giant bear, a King Class D beast, was the most terrifying monster in the outer region of this beast nest. Huang Ham screamed, Kong Ta, you absolute coward. How could you run away? Haha, I'm not dying with you guys. Back at the fight, Dongsoch roared. I'll hold it back. Everyone, run. Dongsoch thought, it's too strong, my shield almost shattered. Wait, that's not right. How did the Ash Nest giant bear not blow me away? A single strike from the Ash Nest giant bear was comparable to a commander's attack. Even if a high nebula warrior blocked it with a shield, they should have been sent flying with their arm bones shattered. Ha Dan and Huang Ham were stunned. What is that? They saw Ta Fam tightly binding the bear's legs with a glowing rope. The Ash Nest giant bear is tied up. Awesome job, Ta Fam. You should have brought out a secret weapon like this sooner. Ta Fam pretended to be surprised. I didn't expect the beast binding lock to actually work so well either. While it's trapped, we're all high nebula warriors. Let's team up and take it down. Meanwhile, he was secretly channeling his inner strength through his hand to restrain the giant bear, thinking, there's no way a simple beast binding lock could hold this bear on its own. I have to physically hold it back. It's seriously strong. But this prey is actually perfect training for Ha Dan and the others. Ha Dan yelled, hell yeah! Let's take advantage of this golden opportunity and give it everything we've got. And so, with Ta Fam's secret assistance, The three of them coordinated their attacks to fight the giant bear. Still, the Ash Nest giant bear was incredibly powerful, and fighting it was still pushing Ha Dan and the others to their absolute limits. Ta Pham thought, I need to find a way to weaken this bear. Just then, Gray Egg popped its head out. Ta Pham whispered, Hey little guy, did the noise wake you up? Perfect timing. Is there any way you can weaken this bear's power? If you do a good job, I'll give you an extra treat later. Excitingly, Gray Egg used its horn to emit a wave of energy that blasted directly into the giant bear. Ha, Dan gasped. What's happening? The Ash Nest giant bear's speed is dropping. Never mind that, let's finish it off. Meanwhile, the auras of Hadan and the other two were steadily rising. Ta Pham smiled to himself. Facing extreme danger has pushed Ha, Dan, and the others to break through. Their energy is constantly skyrocketing, and they're so close to reaching the semi-commander level. Keep going, just a little bit more. Dong Soch muttered in disbelief. Wait, am I actually getting stronger? Wait, did I just become a pre-battle general? And not just me, everyone else did too. Ta Pham was incredibly pleased with Gray Egg's performance, so he quickly issued an order. All right, little buddy, freeze it in its tracks. Gray Egg once again unleashed the power of its horn. Seizing the opening, Ha Dan swung his battle axe, delivering the final blow to the giant bear. We actually took down the gray giant bear. Staring at the massive bear's corpse, the three of them still couldn't believe what just happened. Did we really just kill a D-rank king-class beast? I mean, even if we all leveled up to pre-battle general, fighting a gray giant bear should have been a desperate struggle. Ha, Dan, you guys are insanely strong. You actually defeated the gray giant bear. And did you guys just have a breakthrough too? Congratulations, that is amazing. Ha, Dan replied with wild excitement. That is right. Every single one of us broke through, and we even put down the gray giant bear. This elite trial has been a total jackpot. Everyone, look, it is a D-rank king-class beast core. We hit the motherlode, Ha Dan said. Let's split the spoils evenly, and that includes Little Pham. As for this beast core, once we get back, I will buy it at the exchange market price and split the cash evenly among everyone. What do you say, brother Ha Dan? I didn't really do that much to help anyway. Tu Pham, don't reject it. If you hadn't tied down that armored giant bear with your rope, I would have been seriously injured. It seems like you guys forgot I was the one leading this squad when splitting up the loot. Kong Ta glared coldly. A coward who ran away during the fight like you actually has the nerve to show your face back here? Not only does he have the nerve to come back, but he also wants a share of the loot. Get lost. Kong Ta sneered. Why wouldn't I come back? Besides, I never said I wanted to share the loot. What I meant is, this entire armored giant bear belongs to me. Dong Soch barked in anger. Kong Ta. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Stealing prey that belongs to other members for training camp points is a direct violation of the camp's rules. Do you even know what the consequences are? Kong Ta's expression turned sinister. Of course I do. Stealing prey that belongs to other members will get your mercenary status revoked at best and get you executed at worst. But as long as all of you die here, who is going to find out? Do you even have any strength left to fight back after that battle? Damn it, you absolute scumbag. Kong Ta rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. Looks like I was right. Actually, that's not quite right. Slaying a D-rank king-class beast like the armored giant bear with 0 casualties is already a miracle. How could you possibly have any strength left to keep fighting? Now, die. Ta Pham stepped forward and said, I just arrived at the training camp and I really like this place, so I would rather not kill someone from my own camp on my very first day. I'll give you one chance. Leave this instant. Ha Dan and Huang Ham quickly shouted out, Young Pham, what are you doing? Get back here right now. You are no match for him. Kong Ta felt utterly insulted. Give me a chance to leave? Who do you think you are, some kind of battle general? I've hated the sight of you for a long time. Now, die. Young Pham, get out of the way. I'm sorry, I never should have dragged you into this group. Kong Ta slashed wildly at Ta Pham. Ta Pham's eyes flashed, leaving Kong Ta stunned. What? Where did he go? Ta Pham suddenly appeared right behind him. Are you looking for me? Kong Ta's face went pale, and he whipped around to slash behind him. But Ta Pham vanished once again. Ha Dan and the other two were completely dumbfounded. That's an afterimage. Ta Pham appeared behind him again, mocking him. Where exactly are you swinging that sword? Ta Pham threw a punch, sending him crashing to the ground in a single blow. Kong Ta trembled as he struggled to stand up. How is this possible? Defeated in one shot. Aren't you just an advanced Starfall warrior? Are you actually a battle general? How could there be a battle general this young? Ta Pham walked right up to him. Abandoning your teammates and fleeing from battle was bad enough, but you actually came back to steal their hard-earned spoils. You deserve to die for this. Kongta's face turned completely pale. Are you really a battle general? He quickly fell to his knees, begging for mercy. I was wrong, Brother Ta Pham. I was possessed by greed to do something so stupid. Please, spare my miserable life. Ta Pham sneered. Miserable life? You think you even deserve to be compared to a dog? Don't insult dogs like that. Ta Pham swung his sword, finishing him off. Kongta barely had time to let out a shriek before dropping dead. Ta Pham turned around and asked, Why is everyone staring at me like that? It's getting kind of embarrassing. Young Pham, are you really a low-level battle general? And when we took down that armored giant bear so easily earlier, was that also because you were secretly helping us out, Tu Pham? Ta Pham scratched his nose. Sorry, Brother Hadan. I didn't mean to keep it a secret. I just wanted you guys to push your limits and achieve a breakthrough during battle, so I didn't say anything. There's absolutely nothing to apologize for. We should be thanking you, Hadan said. Young Pham, I told you that you were a genius, but I never expected you to be this incredible. After chatting for a bit, Ta Pham waved goodbye and headed out. Huang Ham watched Ta Pham's retreating figure and said, So it turns out Tu Pham came to the Grey Nest Lair to take the Reserve Battle God assessment. Hadan said with emotion, I can't believe it's only been a short 6 months since we last met, and young Pham is already a battle general. Dong Sakh suggested, All right, we've been busy for so long, it's about time we head back. Once Tio Pham gets back, let's all get together for a big feast. Deep inside the forest, Ta Pham glanced at the white plants beneath his feet. Is the jagged grass here really this sharp? The Grey Nest Forest is completely different from any beast lair I've been to before. The rustling leaves and the howling wind. It's like they're conveying some kind of information. Little guy, you've noticed something too, haven't you? Ta Pham opened his system interface and checked his stamina bar. Can my stamina really recover this quickly inside the Grey Nest Lair? This valley truly deserves its reputation as one of the first places to mutate after the Starfall Night. To think it has such a miraculous effect. There are 4 figures up ahead. Ta Pham dashed forward. Have I arrived? This is the location for the Reserve Battle God assessment. Oh, the 5th candidate is here. No way, right? He's that young? He looks like he's not even 20 yet. Is this my teammate for the assessment? He looks even younger than I imagined. You must be Ta Pham, right? I'm Tu Kai, the leader for this assessment. Tu Ki shook hands with Ta Pham and introduced himself. Instructor Trung Fan already informed me. He mentioned a young genius would be taking the assessment, but I never expected the young man he spoke of would be a genius under 20 years old. Ta Pham felt a bit apologetic. I'm sorry. I arrived late and kept everyone waiting. Instructor Truong Fan is leading us. So Tu Kai is the student of Instructor Truong Fan. Tu Kai continued with the introductions. This is Than Tu, the main vanguard of our Reserve Battle God squad. His weapon of choice is the cross spear. Than Tu smiled and said, Just call me Senior Tu. The blonde introduced herself. I'm Din Uk An. You're Ta Pham, right? You're definitely under 20, aren't you? This is great. Finally. Looks like there's finally someone here younger than me. Zuo Fan quickly replied. Yes, I'm not even 18 yet. Cheng Shu teased him. Little Fan, I'm warning you don't get too close to Yi Ying. She's mine. Ding Yi Ying shoved him behind her and said, Little Fan, don't listen to his nonsense. During the exam, we all need to look out for each other, okay? Zuo Fan quickly agreed. But in his mind, he thought, I know you said to look out for each other, but you don't have to stand this close. Nice to meet you, I'm Zhu Liao. Shuji quickly explained. Zhu Liao isn't exactly a people person, Zuo Fan asked. Ah, so, like a mild case of social anxiety? Cheng Shu and Yi Ying both nodded and said, Yup, pretty much. I always figured everyone taking the Reserve War God exam would be arrogant geniuses. Turns out, they're completely different from what I imagined. Shuji took the lead, shouting, Let's move out and wrap this exam up early. But man, it's freezing deep inside the Grey Nest. The temperature dropped so fast, it's gotta be close to 0 by now. Who knew there would be so many cold iron trees growing deep inside the Grey Nest? How strange. The cold iron plant is a mutated species that appeared after the night of Starfall. It actually absorbs freezing air to grow, making its branches as tough as solid iron. Yi Ying asked, Captain Shuji, since we've made it this far, aren't you going to tell us what this Reserve War God exam is actually about? Shuji replied, Honestly, these exams are all pretty similar. We just need to head deep into the lair and take down a B-rank king beast. What? Slay a B-rank king beast? With our current strength, how are we supposed to pull that off? If it were easy, it wouldn't be a Reserve War God exam. Besides, I'm a mid-level battle general, and all of you are already low-level battle generals. You guys are the absolute best in your rank. As long as we work together and stick to a solid plan, we can definitely pull this off. Zuo Fan thought to himself. While Suji has a point, a B-rank king beast is definitely no walk in the park. Of course, that's only for them. With my current strength, a B-rank king beast is nothing. I'll just play it by ear and see how things go once the fight starts. Up ahead, glowing red eyes pierce through the dark. Shuji quickly yelled, "Heads up everyone, we've got company. C-rank flying beasts, sawtooth eagles. Watch out guys, those sawtooth eagles don't just have razor-sharp beaks, their talons are poisonous too. Get ready to fight. Damn it, the cold is numbing my limbs, slowing down my movements. There are too many C-rank flying beasts, I can't dodge them all." Yi Ying drew her dual blades and shouted, "Cheng Shu, just focus on the two furthest ones. Leave the two closest eagles to me." Cheng Shu was instantly touched, crying out, "Yi Ying, you came to back me up right away. I knew you actually cared about me." "Shut up, how can you be cracking jokes at a time like this? Focus on the fight." Zhu Liao swung his massive axe in a wide arc, roaring, "Get the hell back." Shuji barked out orders. "Everyone, stay tight. Maintain your distance, and don't give these beasts any openings." Zuo Fan was highly impressed, thinking, as expected of the Reserve War God candidate squad. Their combat skills are absolutely top tier. Even though this is their first time working together, their coordination is practically flawless. This is the true power of A-rank geniuses. Battle General Shuji leaped high into the air, unleashing his C-rank battle skill, Spike Hammer Tornado, creating a massive vortex of swirling energy. His mastery of the Spike Hammer Tornado has reached absolute perfection, as expected of our squad leader. Meanwhile, Zuo Fan kept slicing through the eagles, taking them down one by one. The system chimed, slayed 3 C-rank, Grey Nest, Sawtooth Eagles, plus 1 attribute point. Huh? I'm already a battle general, but killing C-rank monsters still gives me stat points? Is it because they're flying beasts? No, that's not it. It's probably because of the unique environment here in the Grey Nest. Even though it takes 3 kills to get 1 point, I can't complain. With teammates this strong around, I can just coast along and leech some easy points. Zuo Fan suddenly sensed something and thought, who is secretly watching me? Just then, Cheng Xiu spoke up from beside him. Hey, I just noticed. Is your weapon actually A rank? Yeah, you've got a sharp eye, brother Cheng Xiu. But inside, Zuo Fan thought, they're already in the Reserve War God squad. Surely they wouldn't be greedy enough to steal an A rank weapon, right? Cheng Xiu said enviously. Man, I'd love to have an A rank weapon. If I sold that thing, I'd instantly be a millionaire. Shuji warned him. Cheng Xiu, watch your mouth. You're a member of the Reserve War God exam squad, for crying out loud. In the future, you'll be a high-level battle general at the very least. Yi Ying added. Besides, if you just save up your money, you can eventually afford an A-rank weapon of your own. But Cheng Xiu's expression turned slightly dark as he muttered, but I don't want to save up. I want to get an A-rank weapon handed to me on a silver platter. Does this guy seriously expect to get something for nothing? Well, this squad was just thrown together, so there's no guarantee that Cheng Xiu is the only one with shady motives. I'd better keep a low profile and hide my real strength for now. If anyone decides to start trouble, it won't be too late to deal with them then. Captain, what exactly is our exam objective? Well, now that we've run into those Grey Nest Sawtooth Eagles, you guys can probably guess the general idea. We have to eliminate the leader of the Grey Nest Sawtooth Eagles inside the Extreme Cold Tree Hollow. It's bound to be a B-rank king-tier flying beast, surrounded by a whole swarm of its underlings. Wait, what? We have to deal with a B-rank king-class flying beast, plus a whole swarm of C-rank monsters guarding it. The difficulty of this exam is literally hell tier. Is this really a trial we can actually complete? This was the result of the draw. Who was the one who pulled this ticket anyway? Yi Ying chuckled sheepishly and said, Oops, I think that was me. Well, I believe that under our captain's leadership and with everyone's combined strength, we will definitely pass this exam. But seriously, why is it getting colder by the second? This is no place to talk. We need to get inside the Extreme Cold Hollow, now. Deep inside the Grey Nest, the freezing environment of the Extreme Cold Hollow severely impairs combat performance. It's a massive headache for any combat general squad. But because the gray nest saw-beaked eagles nesting here yield extremely rare materials, Stardust combat generals have a major love-hate relationship with this place. Rumor has it that the hollow doesn't just house the flock's leader, but also a mystical spring with legendary healing properties. Of course, up until now, this magical spring has been nothing more than a myth. No one has actually laid eyes on it. Standing at the cave entrance, Yi Ying shivered, clutching her chest. Is this really the extreme cold hollow? It's freezing. I should have worn more layers. It's ridiculously cold in here, so we have to watch our step if we end up fighting. Is this chill messing with my head? Why do I keep feeling this bizarre presence? Sichi shone her flashlight ahead. This must be the way. Startled, Zuo Fan quickly pulled Yi Ying close, swinging his sword downward in the same breath. The others panicked. What's wrong? Is it a trap? This is a claw from a gray nest saw-beaked eagle. Zuo Fan picked up the claw to examine it. Wait. No, this didn't come from a normal eagle. Judging by its size, this has to belong to the flock leader. Sichi tensed up. We just set foot in this hollow. Are we already being targeted by the boss? If we run into the leader, everyone needs to be extremely careful. Our strength is enough to clear this trial, so prioritizing your safety comes first. Zuo Fan felt a sudden wave of unease. The deeper they went, the stronger that strange presence became. Was it really just the flock leader? Suddenly, the ground exploded and collapsed beneath them. Sichi shrieked. Why did the ground just blow up? Zuo Fan quickly fired his beast-binding chain to hook onto a thick branch. Got it. It's secure. But then, the chain snapped with a loud crack. Yi Ying screamed as they all plunged into the darkness. Is everyone okay? Zhu Liao replied. I'm fine, but we've been separated from team leader, Sichi and Cheng Shu. I seriously thought I was a goner. Thank goodness we slid down that slope. But who on earth set up that trap? Zuo Fan examined the snapped beast-binding chain. This clean cut, it was made by high-grade Stardust gear. Is someone else ambushing people inside this hollow? Yi Ying suggested, well, there's no way we're climbing back up that slope. We have to keep moving forward. Every path in this hollow eventually leads to the leader's nest. Let's make our way there and wait for team leader Sichi and Cheng Shu. Just then, blood-curdling screeches echoed from all directions. What was that? Don't tell me. Oh crap! This was indeed the nest of the flock leader, a B-rank overlord beast. Zhu Liao gasped in horror. We're toast. How are 3 low-rank combat generals like us supposed to take on a B-rank overlord? The giant eagle thrust its razor-sharp beak right at them. Seeing this, Zuo Fan immediately lunged forward and blew the beast back. Zuo Fan smirked. So what if it's a B-rank overlord? We're supposed to be elite prodigies taking the Reserve War God trial. Are you really going to chicken out before we even start? How are you ever going to reach the War God realm with that attitude? Besides, we're inside a tight hollow. Their flying advantage is completely useless here. If the 3 of us work together, we can definitely hold our own. Hearing his words, the other 2 snapped out of their panic. Zuo Fan was right. If they backed down without even trying, they'd never stand a chance of becoming true war gods. Plus, the tight terrain was definitely working in their favor. Zuo Fan quickly formulated a plan. He had to clear out these smaller eagles first, then they could gang up on the boss. If he could use his own strength to keep them at bay, he yelled, "You two, distract the boss. I'll wipe out these minions first. Once they're down, we'll take on the B-rank overlord together." The 2 nodded in unison. Got it. We'll give it everything we've got. Yi Ying quickly coated her blades with paralytic toxin. Zhu Liao charged forward to draw the boss's attention. Yi Ying, now's your chance. Yi Ying leaped into the air, slashing her poison-coated blades across the boss's wings. The toxin immediately kicked in. Watching this, Zuo Fan let out a small sigh of relief. They really deserved their titles as Reserve War God candidates. Once they focused and made use of the terrain and their tools, they could actually hold down a B-rank overlord. Now, he could fully concentrate on slaughtering the minions. Still, just to be safe, Zuo Fan decided to give Yi Ying and Zhu Liao some extra backup. He threw his beast-binding chain to restrict the boss's movements even further. This should buy them a bit more time. The chain was already on the verge of breaking, so he might as well get some final use out of it. He dashed toward the flock. I need to end this as fast as possible. Time to make this quick. One by one, the eagles were effortlessly sliced to pieces. His attribute points kept ticking up. +1, +1, +1. An A-grade Stardust sword really was in a league of its own. Relying purely on its razor-sharp edge, Retribution easily shredded the class flying beasts. In fact, the monsters died so quickly that Retribution's passive effect didn't even have time to trigger. If this weren't an official trial, this would be the perfect spot to farm attribute points. Yi Ying and Zhu Liao should be able to hold out a bit longer. Meanwhile, the other two were struggling hard to keep the boss at bay. Ah, that hurts. As expected of a B-rank overlord. It's too strong. Yi Ying, hurry! Watch out, I can't dodge. Am I going to die? Wait, the leader is being held back by the beast binding lock. This beast's legs are bound by ropes. Did Xiao Fan do this? But the leader snaps the beast binding lock with its beak, screeching in rage. It charges. Humans, die. Just in time, Zuo Fan scoops Yi Ying up and leaps aside. Yi Ying asks, Xiao Fan, did you already take care of those sawtooth eagles? I have an A-rank weapon. While it might not be enough to go toe-to-toe with a B-rank king-class beast, its sharpness makes slicing through the— That's why I told you to let me handle those flying beasts earlier. It looks like Xiao Fan, not even 20 yet, is fully qualified to take the Reserve War God assessment. Not only is his talent outstanding, but his combat instincts are also incredibly sharp. Seeing its underlings completely wiped out on the ground, the leader flies into a blind rage. It charges frantically toward the three of them. Give it everything you've got. If the three of us work together, we can definitely take down a B-rank king-class beast. Zhu Liao shivers violently as he barely blocks its attack. Why did the Sawtooth Eagle leader's strength suddenly skyrocket? Is it losing its mind because its pack was slaughtered? Everyone, watch out. Zhu Liao, hold on a little longer. Yi Ying rushes forward, aiming to slice off the leader's wing. It swings its wing to strike back. Humans, you think you can hurt me with the same old trick? Die. Yi Ying panics. Its speed. It's gotten even faster. Is it really going berserk? This is too fast. A low-level commander like me can't keep up. Zuo Fan unleashes a terrifying killing intent. You filthy beast, stop right there. The leader shuddered in fear. What is this terrifying bloodlust? It seems Zuo Fan's killing intent alone is enough to terrify this B-rank king-class monster. Not bad. Otherwise, I would have had to fully reveal my true strength to put this beast down. Zuo Fan swings his sword downward, carving a deep wound into the leader's body. With a painful shriek, it turns around and chases after Zuo Fan. A full-power strike from an A-rank nebula weapon only left a minor wound. B-rank king-class beasts are truly terrifying. Yi Ying seizes the opportunity and lunges. This time, the anesthetic has to work. The leader groans, despicable humans, using underhanded tricks again. But wait, what's going on with that wound on my body? What is this? The poison injected by Retribution begins spreading rapidly through its entire body. Retribution, A-rank nebula weapon. Sharpness and corrosive poison effects activated. Zuo Fan offers a brief moment of silence. Talk about bad luck. This B-rank king-class beast got hit once, and it triggered two passive effects of Retribution at the same time. Damaged by supreme sharpness and the corrosive venom of the blue carapace scorpion, this beast is in for a world of pain. Watching the leader stumble, Zhu Liao assumes it's all thanks to Yi Ying. Yi Ying, your anesthetic worked. That's incredible. It looks like the Sawtooth Eagle leader is on its last legs. Wait, is my anesthetic really that strong? Yi Ying shakes off her confusion. Don't overthink it. Let's finish it off while it's weak. Press the attack. Let's take down this B-rank king-class beast. Exactly. Strike while the iron is hot. But the leader flaps its wings, trying to escape. Zhu Liao shouts, you two go all out. I can still hold it back. I'm going to hit it with 2 more vials of anesthetic. Zuo Fan lands a few more slashes on the leader. As expected of an A-rank nebula weapon, just relying on its passive effects is enough to push a B-rank king-class beast to its absolute limit. With my current strength, plus having Retribution in hand, even if I run into an A-rank beast, I can hold my own for a while, instead of struggling like last time. Desperate, the leader immediately tries to fly away. We actually forced the Sawtooth Eagle leader to run. Yi Ying, thank goodness for your anesthetic, or we would have been in real trouble. Yi Ying frowns. It still feels weird. Even against C-rank beasts, my anesthetic has never been this potent. Different beasts react differently to anesthetics. Maybe this specific type is just highly effective against the sawtooth breed. Seeing them chatting, Zuo Fan urges them on. Hurry up and chase it. Don't let it escape. We're still in the middle of our exam. If we let it get away, all our hard work goes down the drain. The two snap out of it and quickly give chase. Right. We can't let it escape. Suddenly, the leader lets out a pathetic screech and plummets to the ground. The system chimes. B rank King class beast eliminated. 3 attribute points acquired. Alert. B rank mutant beast core is ready for harvesting. Zuofan is surprised. This B rank King class beast died that quickly? It looks like the corrosive venom of retribution is even more devastating than I thought. Well, that works. Saved me the extra effort, and I got a B rank mutant beast core out of it. This trip is turning out to be quite profitable. But Zhu Liao gasps. Is the Sawtooth Eagle leader really dead? This is bizarre. We didn't even land a fatal blow, did we? Why is its blood turning blue? Is it poison? Zuofan plays dumb and acts puzzled. Could it be that before fighting us, this beast was already lethally poisoned, but was just holding it in? Now that it engaged in an intense battle, the poison inside its body finally took effect. Shining his flashlight inside, Zhu Liao gasps, "What is this? Why are there so many skeletons here? And they're all frozen, solid. Did they all die at the hands of the Sawtooth Eagles? These monsters are brutal." Sensing something is off, Zuofan points out. Haven't you two noticed? These skeletons are clearly frozen solid with no flesh left. Yet there are absolutely no teeth marks from the Sawtooth Eagles on the bones. Their fatal wounds weren't caused by beasts at all. No way. This is definitely a fatal wound. It's caused by a starfall weapon, and only 2 types of weapons can leave a mark like this. Wait, why does this look so familiar? It's almost like, before he can even finish, a spear drives right through his chest. Tuki and Thantu appear, laughing maniacally. Uk-an quickly rushes to support him. "Chulu, hang in there, please." Thantu sneers. "Not bad, Chulu. You've got some tough skin. Surviving a blow like that. Impressive." Uk-an clenches her fists. "Captain Tuki. Thantu. You two. Did all these people die by your hands? Why? You're asking us why we did it? Isn't the situation blindingly obvious by now? Thantu and I set a trap in this Reserve War God exam specifically to wipe out geniuses like you guys. That explosion earlier that lured you into the lair of the B-rank King Beast? Yeah, we did that on purpose. Though, I have to admit, I'm quite surprised. I didn't expect you to survive the Sawbuild Eagle boss. Looks like I underestimated the strength of you 3. But in the end, the result is exactly the same. Your fate is still death. It's just that you're going to die by my hand and Thantu's. What a shame. Why couldn't you just die in the claws of those beasts? I really didn't want to ruin my image as a good captain. Exactly. I wanted to remain the devoted, loving man in your heart forever, Uk-an. But unfortunately, you just refused to die. Well, maybe it's for the best. In a moment, I'll show you some real affection so you can die in pure ecstasy. Uk-an demands, "Why would you do this? Aren't we all comrades in the same training camp? Tuki, your master is Instructor Truongfan. If he ever found out about this evil act of yours, Din Huk-an, you are far too naive. It seems your war god master didn't tell you anything. Why on earth would you think Instructor Truongfan doesn't know what I'm doing? What did you say? Are you telling me that assassinating the geniuses in the Reserve War God exam is actually Instructor Truongfan's plan? Ta Pham looks like he's finally figured it out. No wonder he was acting so enthusiastic. So this whole thing is a targeted conspiracy against geniuses. Thantu throws his spear with all his might. Take my ultimate strike. At the same exact time, Tukai closes in. Killer move. Earth Beast, Dragon Jaw. Ta Pham completely vanishes. How can he be this fast? Where did that brat go? Suddenly, Ta Pham's figure materializes right behind him. Looking right at him, he sneers. "Oh, surprised? Why didn't you just stay dead on the ground, you piece of garbage? At least that way, you would have kept your body intact." Thantu can only let out a brief gasp. Uk-an and Chulu's jaws drop in absolute shock. He killed Thantu just like that? Even with an A-rank weapon in hand, it shouldn't be this easy. Tu Pham can't just be a junior commander. Tukai starts to panic. "You brat. Your strength. You're not a junior commander. You're an intermediate commander." An intermediate commander? But Tu Pham isn't even 20 years old yet. How is that even possible? Chulu coughs weakly and says, "But it's true. Only the power of an intermediate commander can explain this." Tuki's face turns pale. "Don't screw with me. An intermediate commander this young would have been famous nationwide a long time ago. How is it that I never heard a single thing about you before this? You must be." Secretly, he presses a hidden button inside his fist. The ground right where Ta Pham is standing suddenly explodes. "Ha ha ha. Didn't expect that, did you? I prepared for this. So what if you're some peerless genius? Aren't you still?" Before he can even finish his sentence, Ta Pham bursts out from the smoke. "The exact same sneak attack. Did you seriously think it would work? A second time, Tukai? You really are the lowest scum of the mercenaries. Your power is indeed beyond my wildest imagination. In that case, I have no choice but to go all out and kill you. We might both be intermediate commanders, but I've been in this realm for years. A weakling like Thon 2 can't even begin to compare to me. Let me show you the real power of a seasoned intermediate commander. Brat, do you dare block my attack barehanded? Tuki activates his battle skill and charges forward. This brat just fought a B-rank beast and Thon 2. He must be running on fumes by now. An arrogant kid like him. If he tries to block this, he's dead meat. Captain Tukai, what on earth gave you such a wrong impression of my power? Did you think I was just relying on the sharpness of an A-rank weapon? Tafam catches the battle axe barehanded, leaving Tuki wide-eyed. No, that's impossible. Captain Tukai, you've got it all wrong. Did you really think my only advantage was the sharpness of an A-rank weapon? And did you actually think that just because you've been an intermediate commander for years, you're some kind of master? Fool! Tafam slams him down, forcing him to his knees. He then kicks him hard, sending him flying into the cliff wall as he coughs up blood. This power. Is he really just an intermediate commander? To think he could actually. Tuki goes completely silent. Tuki is taken care of. Tufam is amazing. Tafam takes a closer look at him. The War God system hasn't notified him of any attribute points earned from killing the target. This guy is still alive. He's incredibly tough to kill. Bad guys really do live forever. Just then, Chulu coughs up a mouthful of blood, shocking Ukon. Chulu, don't die on me. Hang in there. This is bad. We can't afford to waste any more time. We need to get Chulu back to camp for emergency treatment right now. Just as Ta Fam is about to leave, he senses a violent surge of energy coming from Tuki, who is injecting a strange drug into his own body. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. I can't believe a mere brat pushed me this far. His entire body begins to mutate, transforming him into a wild beast. Ta Fam, I can't believe you made me look this pathetic. I'm going to rip you apart. Wait, what did he just inject into himself? Why is his body transforming like that? Without wasting a single second, Tuki charges straight ahead, swinging his massive axe and sending Ta Fam flying. His power has surged at least 4 times over. I'm afraid he's already close to a high-level battle general. Could the effect of that serum be beastification? Ta Fam suddenly recalls the head of the Li family. This drug is definitely connected to the masterminds behind the scenes. Have those bastards actually managed to infiltrate the mercenary guild as well? You little brat, I'll pay you back 100 times over for the humiliation you put me through earlier. Prepare to be torn into bloody shreds. Ukon and the others shout out in panic. Ta Fam, watch out. But Tuki just sneers. You miserable bitch. You actually have the spare time to worry about this pretty boy. You'd better worry about yourself first. Once I'm done slaughtering this brat, I'll make sure to thoroughly enjoy your sweet little body. Ha ha ha. Ta Fam calmly asks, Hey Tu, where did you get that drug you just injected? But Tukai doesn't answer. You sure are tough to kill. Taking a blow like that and you still have the strength to stand back up? I really did underestimate you. In that case, one more strike should crush you like the dog you are. Let's see you block this one, Tukai roars. I'm the one asking questions here, Ta Fam replies, immediately unleashing his max-level ultimate technique, the Shadow Blade Flowing Light Sword. The blade flashes, slicing clean through the battle axe and carving a deep gash across Tuki's chest. Instantly, the special effect, Corrosive Poison, is activated. Followed by the activation of the Sharpness special effect, Tuki collapses to his knees, gasping, Is there poison on your sword? I'm not a cheap coward who coats his blade in poison like you, Ta Fam sneers. This is just a special effect of a grade A weapon. Consider yourself extremely unlucky that it triggered. Ukon suddenly has a realization. So the poison on the leader of the Saw-Build Falcon wasn't from a potion, but the special effect of a grade A weapon. It turns out Little Fam had been secretly helping us all along when we were fighting that grade B king-class beast. That's why we were able to take it down so easily. But wait. How is he still able to move after being hit by Ta Fam's corrosive poison? The poison resistance of that serum is incredibly high. Tuki trembles as he falls to his knees, begging, Don't kill me. Little Fam, please. We can talk this out. I was wrong. Please spare me just this once. He desperately tosses the pouch hanging from his waist. There is money in my bag, beast cores, and so many other valuable things. As long as you spare my life, everything is yours. If you have any other demands, just say the word, and I will make it happen. Just please spare my pathetic life. You want to live? Ta Pham asks coldly. Then tell me, where exactly did you get this serum? I don't know much about its origin. My master, Truong Fan, gave it to me. Tu Kai stammers. Ta Pham, before long, a massive storm is going to hit the mercenary guild. A talent like you should join us instead. Not just the mercenary guild, but the entire Hua nation is about to undergo a massive shift. You should align yourself with those who can truly let you unleash your potential. An absolute genius like you will get anything your heart desires if you join our side. The blade sweeps across in a flash. If you don't know the details, then you're useless to me. Die. System notification. Mutated mid-level battle general killed. You have received 2 attribute points. Chulu, please hang in there. We're saved. We're heading back to the camp to get you treated right now. Ta Pham steps over and pours medicine down his throat. Chulu's condition is extremely critical, and the camp is too far. I'm afraid he won't survive the journey back. Those 2 bastards, Tuki and Thantu, deserve to rot in hell. Ukan quickly speaks up. Ta Pham, I know a place deep inside the Grey Nest Beast lair. It might be our only hope to save Chulu. With your strength, we actually stand a chance of getting in. Ta Pham asks in confusion. Deep inside the Grey Nest? Is there really a place there that can heal wounds this severe? The Grey Nest, the very first mutated valley on Earth after the night of the Starfall. Aside from harboring beasts far more vicious than any other lair, this place also holds countless ancient secrets. The Grey Nest Spring of Life is the most mysterious zone in this lair. Rumor has it that its water possesses miraculous properties capable of bringing someone back from the brink of death. Is the water from the Grey Nest Spring of Life really that miraculous? Ta Pham asks. Absolutely. My master told me himself, so it must be true. Is your master a god-class warrior? Then it must be true. If so, Chulu has a real chance of survival. Why is little Pham moving so fast even while carrying a whole person? I can barely keep up with him. Ukan speaks up. After the night of the Starfall, Earth's mutation has brought about many miraculous anomalies. My master even mentioned that humanity has only discovered less than 1/10 of the wonders of this world. However, within our mercenary guild, the Grey Nest Spring of Life is treated as an extremely vital resource. Because of that, getting inside is going to be incredibly difficult. Incredibly difficult? Just how hard is it? You'll understand once we arrive. The 2 stop in front of a massive waterfall. The entrance to the Spring of Life is hidden right here. Seeing Ta Pham step forward, Ukan quickly holds him back. Little Pham, wait, don't go in yet. Ta Pham is taken aback. What is this pressure? This terrifying aura feels similar to the monster deep within the East Sea Beast Lair. Could it be a Grade S beast? No, that can't be right. The Spring of Life is under the Mercenary Guild's direct control. There shouldn't be any wild beasts here. This aura belongs to a Starfall powerhouse, someone with the strength to go toe-to-toe with a Grade S beast, a god-class warrior. Ukan shouts out toward the waterfall, O guardian of the Grey Nest Spring of Life, I am the disciple of Master Dich Tron. My companion and I are currently undergoing the Reserve God-class warrior trial. One of our teammates has been critically wounded, and his life is hanging by a thread. That is why I wish to take on the trial to earn entry into the Spring of Life. A deep, echoing voice resonates from within the waterfall. A disciple of a god-class warrior? The war god, Yi Zhen? Come on in. Ding Yi Ying's master is named Yi Zhen. Thank goodness the student of a war god-level expert is here. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't even have been allowed near the entrance. Zuofan wondered. The entrance is clearly not that far, yet I can no longer hear the sound of the waterfall outside. This was originally an ancient cave, but after the anomaly during the Starfall night, everything here became shrouded in mystery. So this is the guardian of the Grey Ancestor Life Spring. His gaze is terrifying, sharp as a sword. Is this really a war god-level powerhouse? The weakest challengers of the Grey Ancestor Life Spring trials are advanced battle generals. You people are far too weak. This trial is a matter of life and death. One careless mistake and you will die. You should turn back. I've only heard my master mention the Grey Ancestor Life Spring. I didn't expect the trial to enter would be this dangerous. Xiaofan, maybe we should head back? Zuofan set Zhu Liao down. We have already wasted too much time. Turning back now is not an option. Zhu Liao will die. Taking the trial is our only chance at survival right now. Xiaofan, don't be reckless. Didn't you hear what the senior just said? This trial is extremely dangerous. You will die. We are comrades who fought side by side and faced death together. How can I stand by and do nothing when my comrade is in danger? Don't worry. I have a plan. If the trial is too difficult, I will back out. For now, I must give it my all. He clasped his hands and bowed. Senior, I wish to take the trial. Oh, you are willing to take on a trial like this for a comrade? Is that injured kid your best friend? No, we have not known each other for long. We are just participating in the Reserve War God assessment together. However, during the assessment, we went through life and death together and became brothers in arms. Just brothers in arms, huh? Zuo Fan felt a powerful force rushing toward him. He gasped in shock. What is going on? The man thought to himself. A mid-level battle general at such a young age with such a strong physical constitution, and he even seems to have cultivated a quasi-war god-level combat technique. He even has an A-rank weapon. Oh, what is inside the secret pocket of his clothes? I cannot see through it even within my own domain. What an interesting kid. Zuo Fan was astonished. What just happened? It felt like I was transported to an entirely different space. Was that an illusion? Did the Guardian create that scene just now? A war god-level powerhouse is truly unfathomable. The man said, these 9 paths represent 9 levels of difficulty for the trial. Choose one. Which difficulty you face depends entirely on your own luck. Luck is also a part of one's strength. Zuo Fan pointed to the path behind the old man and said, I choose that one. Yi Ying looked at Zuo Fan and muttered, Xiao Fan, you must not let anything happen to you. Xiao Fan is so strong, he will definitely pass the trial, and the 3 of us will leave this place together. The man thought to himself, this kid has incredible talent, but his luck is awful. How did he end up choosing the hardest trial? Well, whether he can pass the trial will depend entirely on his own skills. Zuo Fan looked at the winding steps ahead. Where on earth does this staircase lead? The distance I've walked should be enough to reach the peak of the Grey Ancestor Canyon. This place is amazing. Grey Egg peeked out. Little guy, are you awake? Be careful, it is dark here. Do not fall off, or I won't be able to find you. Grey Egg's horn glowed, and the surrounding scenery transformed. Zuo Fan looked around and wondered, is this the trial grounds? What is the challenge supposed to be? Strange. My perception can only detect a wall of mist. What on earth is this place? Grey Egg looked in one direction. Little guy, did you find something? The stone door slid open, and stone pillars suddenly materialized all around Zuo Fan. There were deep sword marks on the pillars. The man from earlier lunged forward, thrusting his sword straight at Zuo Fan. He gasped in shock. What? Is the Guardian my opponent? How am I supposed to defeat a war god level powerhouse? I can't block a war god's sword aura head-on. Zuo Fan immediately backed away. The power of this sword aura isn't as strong as I thought. Could this figure not be the real Guardian? With a swing of his sword, he yelled, show your true form. Just as I suspected, this is not the Guardian. This is just a phantom, created by a single strand of sword aura he left behind. Just one strand of sword aura has the power of a mid-level battle general. As expected of a war god level powerhouse, truly profound. But in the end, a sword phantom is still just a phantom. If it only has the power of a battle general, I can handle it. It seems the trial to enter the life spring is not as hard as I thought. Grey Egg suddenly stirred. Little guy, what is wrong? Is there some hidden danger that I missed? There are 8 more stone pillars with sword marks left by that war god level expert. Don't tell me. 9 sword phantoms. Do I have to fight 9 battle general level sword phantoms all by myself? He instantly regretted his words. Guys, I spoke too soon just now. Can 7 or 8 of you please go back? There is no turning back now. I have to fight with everything I have. The 9 phantoms rushed forward as Zuo Fan swung his sword defensively. I have no choice. I must rely on the sharpness of my A-rank sword to survive this onslaught. Zuo Fan quickly noticed. Why is the attack power of these 9? These sword phantoms are getting stronger by the second. This isn't right. If this keeps up, I'm dead meat. Ta Pham hurriedly backed into the corner. Why did they stop attacking? Ah, I get it. This is the trial to enter the ancestral gray spring of life. Where I'm standing right now is a safe zone. But the moment I step forward, I'll be flagged as a challenger. Ta Pham quickly downed a stamina potion. Each of the Guardian's sword phantoms has the power of a mid-tier battle general, combined with the combat experience of a god of war level expert. 1 versus 9, I literally stand 0 chance. And what was with that joint attack from all 9 of them earlier? It's like with every passing second, their sword energy multiplies exponentially. By the end, it felt like the sword aura intensified 9-fold. Absolutely terrifying. Ta Pham suddenly looked down. Wait, when did this character for fight appear on the ground? This word feels incredibly imposing, as if it hides some kind of profound sword technique, which means there's a strong chance the skill these 9 sword phantoms are using is the Guardian's own sword technique. Each clone is as strong as a mid-tier battle general, and they can even unleash a God of War level technique. Against an opponent like that, I might stand a chance 1-on-1, but 1-on-9? How on earth am I supposed to fight that? No wonder the Guardian said what he did, and now, there's no backing out even if I wanted to. System notification. Unknown sword technique detected. Insufficient information gathered. Host is advised to acquire more data. What does this God of War system prompt even mean? Insufficient information? Does gathering more data mean I have to clash with these 9 sword phantoms? Well, since it's come to this, I've got no choice but to fight for my life. Tafam lunged forward. Meanwhile, outside. Senior, we're almost out of emergency medicine. Do you have any on you? Could you please lend us some? Once we get out, I'll have my master personally come here to pay you back. You're a clever little girl, aren't you? You say you're borrowing medicine, but you actually want me to heal this kid, don't you? Don't waste your breath. His injuries are far too severe. Unless he drinks the water from the ancestral gray spring of life, he won't survive the day. It's not that I want to turn you down. I actually know God of War Yi Zhen, and having him owe me a favor would be great. If I could help, I absolutely would. But the spring of life is a different story. Unless someone passes the trial, even I don't have the authority to use this divine relic. Uk-an wept. True Lu, please hang in there just a little longer. I know Tufam will pass the trial and bring back the spring of life's water to save you. The Guardian suddenly sensed something. He quickly hid Uk-an and True Lu inside a gap in the cliff, whispering, "Stay quiet in there. If you want to live, don't make a sound." A figure emerged outside. "Since you're already here, why bother hiding? Was it really that easy to sense my presence?" As expected of the Guardian of the ancestral gray spring of life. "My respected Guardian." The Guardian roared, deploying his battle domain. Sword domain. The hooded man panicked and cried out, "Respected Guardian, I was wrong. I shouldn't have trespassed without your permission. Please, spare my life. You've got some sense. Don't think just because you've reached the peak of a high-tier battle general that you can barge in here whenever you want. If I weren't showing respect to your master, you'd be dead. Speak. What business do you have trespassing here? My master sent me to ask if you've reconsidered his previous offer. If you accept my master's offer, once we succeed, your status in the mercenary guild will be second only to 1. Inside the hideout, Uk-an listened closely, wondering, what does he mean by that? Is someone planning a rebellion within the mercenary guild? Oh no. Will the Guardian agree to this? Respected Guardian, you were once the youngest God of War level expert in the nation. Yet now, due to your old injuries, you've lost all your prestige and are reduced to guarding the ancestral gray spring of life. This kind of treatment is a sheer insult to someone of your stature. My master has always felt outraged by how the guild treats you. He sent me here to deliver a message. As long as you join our side, once we succeed, my master will mobilize the entire guild's resources to completely heal your old wounds. Uk-an felt a chill run down her spine. Another faction within the guild is planning a coup. They're trying to recruit the senior guardian to their side. If the senior joins them, aren't we as good as dead? You want me to choose? The guardian muttered. The hooded man smirked, thinking to himself, with such a generous offer from master, there's no way this old man will refuse. Once we win over the guardian, along with the master's ongoing plan, the entire mercenary guild will be ours for the taking. Meanwhile, in a secret underground room beneath the mercenary guild's elite training camp, the guildmaster must be at a critical breakthrough point right now. If he successfully breaks through to become a high-tier god of war, he will become the strongest powerhouse in the entire guild. Once that happens, we can completely suppress that rival faction and take the mercenary guild to a whole new level. Suddenly, 2 assassins materialized in the secret chamber, fiercely slashing down with their blades. The old guildmaster snapped his eyes open and threw a powerful punch. A god of war level expert stooping so low as to launch a sneak attack? One of the assassins sneered and leaped backward. The other assassin unleashed a barrage of hidden projectiles. Defensive skill, God of War's invincible steel body. The old guildmaster channeled his energy to deflect the projectiles, but some still managed to. Those slippery rats got away, he cursed silently, realizing things were turning bad. Is the poison on that needle really this lethal? Battle domain, activate, steal. The 2 were terrified and scrambled to escape. Let's get out of here. Don't get caught in this old man's steel domain. he's been poisoned. Our plan is more than halfway done. Hearing the commotion inside the secret chamber, the guard rushed in. President, are you all right? Where are you? Pushing aside the rubble, the old president groaned. Thiet Tai, I'm over here. President, thank goodness you're okay. What happened just now? The president collapsed, and Thiet Tai quickly caught him. President, are you poisoned? Thiet Tai, keep your voice down. Iron finger severance. Channeling his energy, he struck his own meridians to stop the poison from spreading. President, are you all right now? As expected of you, you can actually control such a deadly poison. This is the death beast's fatal miasma. I can only stop it from spreading. I can't purge it from my system. I thought breaking through to the high-level war god realm here would keep me completely off the radar, but I miscalculated. They actually managed to track me down to a place as secret as this. It seems the other faction is getting ready to make their move. What? I can't believe those bastards would play so dirty. President, now that you're poisoned, what are we going to do without a top-tier powerhouse like you? First, calm down. Even though I'm poisoned, Bo Kyofong and his cronies can't be sure how badly I'm hurt. They'll definitely test the waters first. I already anticipated this and made preparations. I just hope I can fully recover before they launch their all-out attack. Let's go. Thiet Tai helped the old president up as they made their exit. Meanwhile, back with Ta Fam. The system chimed, insufficient data collected. War God, level combat sword stance detected. Since learning this within the combat sword chi consumes fewer attribute points, would you like to spend 50 attribute points to master it? Ta Fam grinned. A war god level sword skill like the combat sword stance? Why even ask? Heck yeah, let's do it. War god level combat sword stance acquired. Mastery level, beginner. Ta Fam tested out the skill, and a phantom of himself materialized behind him. So that's how it works. Even at the beginner level, the combat sword stance acts like double swinging my sword, doubling my attack power. Let's test it out on this one. Ta Fam charged at one of the phantoms, unleashing his returning butterfly sword dance. The phantom exploded into nothingness, throwing Ta Fam back from the shockwave. It worked. I didn't just shatter a sword phantom, I actually learned the combat sword skill too. This is awesome. The Guardian glanced toward Ta Fam's direction. One of my sword phantoms was destroyed. Could that kid have done it? No, that's impossible. He's clearly just a mid-level war general, yet he went with the hardest challenge. Ta Fam leaned on his sword, panting heavily. It took everything he had, but he finally destroyed one of the phantoms. With one less phantom to worry about, this challenge should be a lot easier now, but my energy is completely drained. This is a real headache. I already took some recovery medicine, but even the high-grade stuff doesn't restore my energy this fast. This is bad. I just hope Chulu can hold on. Suddenly, a strange mist drifted around him, carrying an indescribable scent. Ta Fam's stamina bar shot right back to full. His state was completely restored. What's going on? Could this be the gray ancient spring of life? Only the aura of the spring of life could have such insane healing effects. If I can get my hands on the gray ancient spring of life, I can definitely save Chulu. Buzzing with energy, Ta Fam pumped himself up. Alright, let's do this. Time to take down the rest of these phantoms. Stacking the combat sword stance with his returning butterfly sword dance, his power multiplied, wiping out the phantoms one after another. The system notifications kept rolling in. Defeated mid-level war general sword phantom of combat. Attribute points +2. War god, level combat sword stance, mastery level, beginner. Wait, did I just pass the challenge? Talk about a massive haul. I actually got a war god level sword skill. Besides, while the returning butterfly sword dance is incredibly powerful, its raw destructive power doesn't quite match the combat sword skill. Even though they're both war god level, the combat sword skill definitely feels a tier above. Grey Egg began licking the cuts on Ta Fam's face. Hey, cut it out, buddy. My whole body is aching here. A passage opened up ahead. Is that the way to the gray ancient spring of life? Not wasting a single second, Ta Fam dashed inside. I need to get that spring water fast. Chulu, please hang in there. Stepping inside, Ta Fam looked around the chamber. Is this really the gray ancient spring of life? The system chimed. S-grade item detected. Gray ancient spring of life. Initiating automatic absorption. Ta Fam panicked. What? You're absorbing the gray ancient spring of life. System, don't you dare do anything stupid. If you absorb it, how am I going to save Chulu? And that war god guardian is going to freaking kill me. Ignoring his protests, the system began the absorption process. Stop. Oh man, I'm so screwed. After a moment, the process finished. Absorption complete. Passive skill. Health recovery speed increased by 40%. Wound healing speed increased by 40%. Obtained 50 attribute points. Ta Pham let out a massive sigh of relief. Oh, so you only took a tiny sip? Man, you scared the absolute crap out of me. Well, that makes sense. I'm only a mid-level war general, so there's no way my body could handle absorbing a whole S-grade treasure anyway. Suddenly, he heard a slurping sound and turned around. Grey Egg was happily gulping down the water. First the system, and now you? Seriously? Hey, stop that. Don't just drink whatever you find. Sure, it's an S-grade treasure, but what if you drink too much and get a massive stomachache? Talk about being greedy, Ta Pham thought with a sly grin. Since he'd already made it this far after busting his tail to pass the trial, is just taking one bottle really going to cut it? Besides, it's not like the Guardian set a limit on how much I can take. He whipped out several empty bottles and chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, outside the passageway, the Guardian stood there in complete shock. My 9 sword phantoms were actually defeated. I can't believe that kid passed the trial, being so young and already a mid-level warrior. This is beyond anything I could have imagined. So, Mr. Guardian, what's your answer? Go back and tell your master that I was dragged into the mercenary guild's internal struggle by accident. I'll fulfill my past promise. No matter who wins between your faction and the guild leader, I am only the guardian of the Grey Nest Spring of Life. I will not take sides. With a single palm strike, he blasted the hooded man right out of the cave. Gritting his teeth in frustration, the hooded man thought, "My master humbled himself and sent me here to ask for your help, and yet you still refuse." He quickly retreated. Once our side wins this war, I'll make sure master sends some elite fighters to wipe this guy out. So what if he's a battle god level expert? Stroking his beard, the Guardian murmured, Bo Q Fong is petty and narrow-minded. Once he becomes the guild leader, he'll definitely try to make my life difficult. But even if Bo Q Fong gets the upper hand, settling the internal conflicts within the guild will take forever. By then, haha. Who knows who'll actually end up on top? I doubt Bo Q Fong even has a clue that there's such an absolute genius in the guild. Who would have thought the kid would beat the hardest trial? As the stone wall in front of Uk-an rotated back, she cried out, "Senior Guardian, my teammate isn't going to make it. Is there anything you can do? What are you crying for, little girl? Hasn't your other teammate already arrived?" Uk-an, I got the Grey Nest Spring of Life. Uk-an ran over, tears still streaming down her face. Little fam, you're back. Boo-hoo. Only now did the Guardian learn Ta Pham's name, realizing he looked like he wasn't even 20 yet. How on earth did he pass my 9 sword phantoms trial? Was it just dumb luck? Suddenly, his brow furrowed. Wait, what is that sword chi radiating from him? This is my battle sword stance. How is that even possible? Uk-an watched as Ta Pham poured the green liquid down Chulu's throat, whispering, "Is this really the water from the Grey Nest Spring of Life?" She clasped her hands in prayer. "Please. The Grey Nest Spring of Life has to work. Chulu is going to be fine. He has to be. The bleeding has stopped, and the wound is actually closing up. It's actually working." Uk-an jumped for joy, celebrating. "This is amazing. The Grey Nest Spring of Life really works." The Guardian calmly chimed in. There's nothing surprising about that. Even if his injuries were twice as bad, the Grey Nest Spring of Life would still heal him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be considered one of the greatest treasures of the Mercenary Guild. Suddenly, Uk-an wrapped her arms around Ta Pham. "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Chulu wouldn't have made it." Stuttering, Ta Pham managed to say, "Hey, that's what teammates are for. Please don't tell my master." The Guardian walked up to Ta Pham. "It will take some time for the Grey Nest Spring of Life to take full effect inside him. Just let him rest there for now. Your name is Ta Pham, right? Follow me. I have something to tell you. Little girl, keep watch here. If anything happens, ring that bell." Uk-an grumbled under her breath. "Little girl this, little girl that. Do I not have a name? You only care to remember little Fam's name because he's some top-tier genius, huh? Come on, this way." Uk-an waved them off. "You two go ahead. I'll keep an eye on things here." You completely erased the 9 sword marks, and even the word battle has been shattered. Ta Pham's heart skipped a beat, thinking, I broke the battle sword array here. Did I take it too far? Is the senior guardian going to make me pay for this? Seeing the guardian raise his hand and channel his energy, Ta Pham panicked. Senior guardian, I didn't mean to destroy anything. Isn't this supposed to be the place where we take the trial? Without saying a word, the old man fired a sharp blade of energy straight at him. Oh crap, I can't dodge this. I have to go all out. Battle sword technique. Dual shadow fusion strike. Boom. Just a simple sword finger possessed such terrifying power. Only one exchange and my limbs are already shaking. Is this the true strength of a battle god level expert? And he wasn't even using his full power. Did this kid seriously learn the battle sword stance? He actually mastered a battle sword technique just from looking at the sword marks on those 9 stone pillars. What's more, he didn't just scratch the surface. He has already grasped the basics of the battle sword technique. Back when I was training in the battle sword stance, even with my master's personal guidance, it took me 3 whole months just to get the basics down. But this kid, Senior Guardian, I really didn't mean to destroy those 9 stone pillars. Your name is Ta Pham, right? Have you ever trained in the battle sword technique before, or practiced any sword style similar to it? I've absolutely never practiced it before. My specialty is the fluttering butterfly sword dance. The Guardian was utterly shocked. To comprehend a battle sword technique and reach the basic level just from a battle sword array, this kid is a once-in-a-generation genius. How is it that there's absolutely no record of an unpolished gem like him in the Hua Kingdom? Seeing that the old man didn't reply, Ta Pham spoke up again. Senior Guardian, I truly didn't mean to destroy those 9 stone pillars. At the time, all I could think about was saving my friend. Stroking his beard thoughtfully, the old man thought, this kid isn't just talented, he's also incredibly loyal. For the sake of his teammate in the Battle God trial, he was willing to take on the hardest challenge, the Grey Nest Spring of Life. With the guild in total chaos right now, I originally didn't care which side won or lost. But it's best if the mercenary guild is guided by a genius like him. With that in mind, the old man spoke up. Ta Pham, right? I have a task for you. Also, don't call me the Guardian, call me Senior Thien Kiem. Yes, Senior Thien Kiem. What is it you require? After a moment. What? Has the infighting within the guild gotten this bad? Right now, in the elite training camp, Vice President Mu Qiufeng must have already set his plan in motion. Ta Pham, which side do you support? I support the guild president. My friends in the Kim Nin City Mercenary Guild also stand behind the guild president. I don't like Mu Qiufeng's underhanded way of seizing power. In that case, head back to the mercenary training camp immediately. Things must be extremely critical over there. I have a general idea of what Mu Qiufeng is planning. With your strength and talent, you might just be the deciding factor in this power struggle. With that, he channeled a surge of sword chi into Ta Pham's body. Battle god level experts cannot get directly involved in this matter. So, unless it is absolutely necessary, do not unleash this sword chi. Ta Pham bowed with cupped hands. Senior Thien Kiem, I will definitely do my best. If you succeed, you can visit here often, and I will teach you the remaining 2 forms of the 3 forms of the heavenly sword. Outside, Chu Lu sat up and asked Uk An, where am I? Chu Lu, you're awake, and your wounds have completely healed. The Grey Nest Spring of Life is truly miraculous. After Uk An explained everything, Chu Lu was left in shock. I can't believe Ta Pham took on the Grey Nest Spring of Life challenge just for me. How can I ever repay him? Just then Ta Pham walked out and asked, Chu Lu, you're awake? Thien Kiem waved them off. Stop chatting around here. Now that your wounds are healed, get moving. Don't disturb my rest. Once outside, Uk An muttered, slightly annoyed. That Guardian is so grumpy. He always looks so stern. I'm never coming back here. It's not what you think. He's actually a really good person. Ta Pham, you're still defending him? Back inside the cave, Mu Qiufeng, you calculated every move, but you never could have anticipated that our guild would have a genius like this, could you? I'm counting on you, kid. I hope you can stop Mu Qiufeng's plan. Senior Thien Kiem, I won't let you down. At the elite training camp plaza, Dong Sash said excitedly, it's finally our turn. Once we hand in this hunting mission, Ha Dan can register to become a low-level battle general. A low-level battle general. I've finally reached the battle general realm. I didn't expect to successfully break through and enter the battle general realm just the 2nd day after returning to the training camp. I have Ta Pham to thank for this. I wonder how Ta Pham's reserve battle god trial is going. He's so powerful, I'm sure he'll ace it. Ha Dan placed the great bear's paw on the counter. The 2 behind him said, he wants to register as a low-level battle general. All right, congratulations. Hold on, a voice shouted from behind. Mak Hai from the disciplinary committee stepped forward and said, Dong Sach, Ha Dan, Huang Ham, I want to accuse you all of intentionally murdering my friend, Kong Ta, and stealing his spoils of war. Huang Ham fought back, you're lying. It was clearly Kong Ta who chickened out and ran away. Mak Hai turned to the crowd and announced, everyone, I am Mak Hai, from the elite training camp's disciplinary committee. A few days ago, my friend Kong Ta, a low-level battle general, accepted an invitation to lead these 3 scoundrels and carry out a training camp mission with them. Now, only the 3 of them have returned. Let me ask you, how could a bounty hunter team consisting of 1 low-level battle general and 3 trainee battle generals suffer a casualty while hunting a gray nest great bear? Kong Ta's whereabouts are still unknown. It's obvious the 3 of them conspired to murder him. Ha Dan and Huang Ham shouted, "You're framing us. You're spitting pure lies." The situation back then. Tru Ong Fan cut them off. Enough. Take them in for questioning first. If they're truly innocent, we'll clear their names. Take them away. Truong Fan and Mak Hai exchanged a sly smile. Even though Kong Ta was dead, he was still of some use. This is the perfect chance to use his death to squeeze some benefits out of these 3. Kong Ta was just a nobody. His death means nothing to me, but I still need to put on a show to win over the subordinates. It's about time, anyway. The reserve battle god trial should be over by now, right? Why isn't Shuji back yet? Lord Mu's plan is about to begin. I still have important matters to instruct him on. Huang Ham struggled, yelling, "It didn't happen the way Max said at all." The truth is, Kong Ta chickened out and fled, and we worked together to kill the Grey Nest Great Bear. We even broke through our limits during the battle. Mak Hai sneered. Still making excuses? If Kong Ta really fled, and you 3 hadn't broken through yet, how could 3 high-level and peak Nebula warriors take down a Grey Nest Great Bear, that monster? An Emperor-class King Beast? Who are you trying to fool? It is obvious you are twisting the truth. I am going to make you pay for Kong Zuo's life. It is true the 3 of us could not kill the Ash Nest Colossal Bear on our own, but we had a very powerful teammate with us at the time. He can testify for us. Making up another teammate as a witness? Then where is this witness? Why don't you tell us? Who can testify for you? I can testify for them, Zuo Fan said, stepping forward. Zhang Pan was startled, thinking, how is he still alive and here? I can testify for them, Zuo Fan continued. Kong Zuo fled the battle, abandoning his teammates to save his own skin. After I helped Xia Dan and the others kill the Ash Nest Colossal Bear, Kong Zuo even tried to murder us to steal our loot. How is this brat Zuo Fan still alive? If he is, then does that mean Shuji? Oh no, this is bad. The crowd began whispering among themselves. Is he telling the truth? Probably. But that Ash Nest Colossal Bear is an Emperor-class King Beast, and he is so young. If even a junior warrior like Kong Zuo was no match for it, what could a kid like him possibly do? Zhang Pan thought, shoot, I cannot let this kid keep talking. If Shuji is dead, then our plot to assassinate the Reserve War God candidates has definitely been exposed. I cannot let this brat get away with this. Zhang Pan yelled, you are the most suspicious one here. I am taking you in myself for a thorough interrogation. He drew his dual greatswords, the howling wolf fangs. The crowd quickly scattered. Why is a level 1 instructor like Zhang Pan stepping in himself? And he is using weapons against a young kid? Zuo Fan looked at him, completely calm. I knew you would pull something like this. Instructor Zhang Pan, you and your disciple really are 2 peas in a pod. But do you honestly think you can just kill me in front of everyone? Zuo Fan lunged forward, unleashing his butterfly sword dance to strike at Zhang Pan. Forced to retreat with every clash, Zhang Pan was shocked. I cannot believe this kid is this strong. No, wait. He is actually a mid-level warrior. Instructor Zhang Pan, do you really want to interrogate me? Or are you just trying to silence the witness in broad daylight? Yeah, why is a level 1 instructor and senior warrior like Zhang Pan trying to kill a young man? He is amazing. He actually blocked a hit from a senior warrior. What he said earlier might actually be true. Damn it, I cannot let this kid live. Zhang Pan ordered. Everyone, charge, capture the suspect. His lackeys began shouting and rushing forward. Before they could even take a step, an overwhelming strange pressure enveloped the area. What is this? This aura is terrifying. Zhang Pan's entire body froze. I cannot move. This pressure, could it be? A deep voice boomed. What is going on here? Why is it so noisy? It is the elite training camp's chief administrator, Du Qing, a war god level powerhouse. Zuo Fan recognized him immediately. Du Qing was the administrator of the elite training camp that Senior Heavenly Sword had mentioned. Ding Yiying shouted, Uncle Du Qing, I want to report a crime. That scoundrel, Shuji, Zhang Pan's disciple, has been secretly assassinating multiple Reserve War God candidates. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Pan's forehead. Ding Yiying, that brat is alive too? This is a disaster. Hearing this, the crowd gasped in shock. What? Assassinating reserve war god candidates? That is an unforgivable crime. Du Qing's aura grew sharp and menacing. Level 1 instructor Zhang Pan, what do you have to say in response to this accusation? Or are you suggesting that Ding Yiying, the disciple of war god Yizhen, is framing you? Zhang Pan quickly dropped to his knees. Chief Administrator Du Qing, I failed to teach my disciple properly. But as for Shuji's assassination of the reserve war god candidates, I had absolutely no idea. Chief Administrator Du Qing, I was negligent and failed as a teacher. I plead guilty to that. Zuo Fan and the other three scoffed inwardly. What a fake. He is quite the actor. Mo Hai, you abused your authority in the disciplinary team to frame training camp members and make unauthorized arrests. That is a major offense. And since you are a member of the disciplinary team, your punishment will be even more severe. Do you have any idea what kind of punishment awaits you? I am doomed. With a crime this serious, they will lock me up in the sky, prison. That place is a living hell. Desperate, he tried to shift the blame. Chief Administrator Du Qing, it was not my idea to arrest Xia Dan's team. Instructor Zhang Pan instigated the whole thing. That is a lie. It was clearly your idea. The crowd watched the two bicker, realizing they were putting on a pathetic show. So Instructor Zhang Pan and Mo Hai really are in cahoots. The two of them were quickly dragged away. As expected of the elite training camp's chief administrator, he exposed Zhang Pan and Mo Hai with just a few words. No wonder Senior Heavenly Sword told me that to crush the opposing faction's plot, we needed Chief Administrator Du Qing's help. Du Qing then looked toward Zuo Fan and his group. I have an announcement to make. There are 3 outstanding geniuses who successfully passed the Reserve War God trial this time. They are Zhu Liao, Ding Yiying, and Zuo Fan, who achieved the highest score in this exam. Furthermore, I am proud to announce that Zuo Fan is now the youngest Reserve War God in the history of our mercenary guild. Everyone's jaws dropped. What? These 3 are way too young to have passed the Reserve War God trial. Especially Zuo Fan. He does not even look 20 yet, does he? He is the youngest Reserve War God in history, and he got the top score on the exam. This guy is an absolute monster of a genius. And here we are, not even knowing if we will ever become senior warriors in our entire lives. What a joke. Comparing yourself to others is just flat out frustrating. A guy hiding in the crowd glared with envy, muttering, "It's all because of Zuo Fan that teacher Zhang Pan got exposed." Zuo Fan, you just wait. Meanwhile, He Tan's crew whispered among themselves. He got the highest score in the assessment. Zuo Fan is absolutely incredible. During this War God assessment, teacher Zhang Pan's student even tried to sabotage him behind the scenes, yet he still passed. Zuo Fan is just too strong. Exactly. Zuo Fan has finally claimed the position he truly deserves. He Tan added, Zuo Fan should have been respected and admired by everyone all along. Zuo Fan shouted to the crowd, "Everyone, listen." At that time, He Tan's team was just short of 1 member. Since we're from the same hometown, I only joined to fill the empty slot. Even without me, his team would have completed the mission successfully anyway. Hearing this, He Tan and his crew felt a wave of warmth in their hearts, while the surrounding crowd felt their blood pumping with excitement. We are all comrades in the Mercenary Association, so why draw a line between us? He's right, we're all comrades who fight shoulder to shoulder. Every member of our Mercenary Association is family. That's right, we're all in this together. Du Qing stared at Zuo Fan and thought, I originally came to the square specifically to rally everyone and boost our unity. I never expected this young man to have already done it. Looks like I'm not needed here anymore. He really is an outstanding genius. But unfortunately, he's still too young. Soon, even with his level of strength, he won't be able to enter that place. Watching from above, 2 figures whispered, Unbelievable. To think the association would produce such an exceptional genius. And he's even on the president's side. He's a major threat. A potential threat? Well, if we just kill him, he won't be a threat anymore. Meanwhile, inside Zhonglin City, Zuo Fan said with a sigh, Zhonglin City is so lively at night. I've been here for 2 days already, but I haven't had a single chance to explore. He Tan smiled and replied, Of course it is. This is one of the most bustling cities in the country, after all. Yi Ying generously raised her hand and declared, This meal is on me tonight, and don't you dare fight me for the bill. Is this really the most high-class restaurant in Zhonglin? Not only is it the most high-class restaurant, but it also serves the finest food. They make dishes using rare parts from D rank, C rank, and even B rank beasts. A meal here must cost over 100,000 credits. Yi Ying, this is way too expensive. Don't worry about it. Members of the Yu Kuei squad, Get an exclusive member discount here. Plus, I used to come here all the time with my mentor, teacher Yi Zhen. Out of respect for him, they give me an extra discount. Everyone happily raised their glasses to toast. Meanwhile, Zuo Fan wondered to himself, why is Yi Ying looking at me like that? Don't tell me she wants to say something to me. Suddenly, Yi Ying pulled his arm and whispered. Zuo Fan blurted out, Yi Ying, what is it? She's sitting way too close to me. No, I have to keep my distance from Yi Ying. If Yin Yue finds out, I'm a dead man. Dongse teased them. Should we find an excuse to beat it? Hitan chimed in. Yeah, looks like Miss Yi Ying is getting ready to use a little liquid courage to confess her love. Zuo Fan, you're really amazing. At this rate, a genius like you will probably become an advanced warlord in less than 1 year. Unlike me, Yi Ying, don't sell yourself short. With your talent, you'll definitely become an advanced warlord in 2 or 3 years. Yi Ying shook her head. No, you don't understand. 2 or 3 years from now is too late. The others asked in confusion. Too late for what? Yi Ying patted his chest and said, don't you know? 1 year from now, the Beast Realm will open. With your talent, you'll definitely be able to reach Advanced Warlord before then. Hearing this, everything clicked for everyone. That's right, the association is scheduled to open the Beast Realm in 1 year. But there's no way Zhu Liao or I can make it to Advanced Warlord before the Beast Realm opens. Zuo Fan thought to himself, could the core of the enemy's conspiracy that Senior Tianjian warned me about be hidden inside the Beast Realm? Yi Ying probably has no idea what's really coming when the Beast Realm opens. Meanwhile, deep inside the Mercenary Association's prison, the echo of footsteps approached a cell block. Zhang Pan turned his head to look. Teacher Zhang Pan, it's me. Zhang Pan gasped in surprise. You guys? What are you doing here? Get out of here, now. I don't need you to rescue me. If Du Qing catches you and starts raising his guard, it'll ruin Lord Bu Chaofeng's plans. Do you even realize the consequences of that? As expected of instructor Zhang Pan. No wonder the master holds you in such high regard. You're always thinking about our grand scheme. Rest assured, we didn't come here to break you out tonight. The moment our plan succeeds will be the exact day you walk out of this prison, instructor. We're here to find out more about Zuo Fan. Du Qing is incredibly sharp. He locked down all of Zuo Fan's records, so we couldn't dig up any data on the kid. Hearing Zuo Fan's name, Zhang Pan's face twisted in rage. You guys came at the perfect time, he hissed. I was just about to find a way to send you this brat's file. We must eliminate him immediately, or he will become a massive threat to us. I suspect Zuo Fan is the trump card the president has been hiding up his sleeve. If we don't get rid of him now, he'll definitely ruin everything. Instructor Zhang Pan, are you sure you're not letting your personal grudge cloud your judgment? Sure, the kid is talented, but he still needs time to grow. Right now, he's nowhere near strong enough to threaten our master. You don't understand. I'm not exaggerating at all. It wasn't until I fell into his hands that I realized just how dangerous he really is. His registered profile at the training camp lists him as a novice warlord. Yet, my student ZG and another helper were both intermediate warlords. I know exactly what Shuji's gang is up to. Dealing with that brat Ding Yi Ying and Zhu Liao should have been a total breeze. Yet Shuji and his men are dead, while those 3 walked away without a scratch. And to make matters worse, Shuji even had beast mutagen on him, just in case things went south. The man gasped in shock. What? Zuo Fan managed to kill Suji even after he used the beast mutagen? They're completely unharmed? Then doesn't that mean? Exactly. Once injected with the mutagen, Shuji's power was close to a high-tier battle general, not to mention his beast transformation. Yet both of them were still wiped out. That brat Zuo Fan is barely 20 years old, yet he already has the power of a high-tier battle general. Tell me, isn't this kid going to be a massive threat to us? His expression darkened as he replied, You're right. Instructor Zhang Pan, this information is critical. We must eliminate Zuo Fan at all costs. I know exactly how to report this to Master. The second our plan begins, we take Zuo Fan out. Floating high above the Mercenary Guild headquarters was a massive airship. Is that vessel really our Mercenary Guild's main headquarters? Look at the emblem on that airship, it's gold. That means a Gold Crest Deacon from headquarters is here. In the entire Mercenary Guild, Gold Crest Deacons are incredibly rare. Their status is second only to the President and Vice Presidents. To even be considered for the rank of Gold Crest Deacon, you have to be a Battle God class powerhouse. Unless it's a matter of absolute gravity, a Gold Crest Deacon rarely leaves headquarters. I wonder what urgent business brings him to our training camp this time. Zuo Fan muttered to himself. A Goldcrest deacon. Is it finally starting? Just then, a group of people emerged from the airship. High-tier battle general Mu Fan. Goldcrest Deacon Qi Zhen, a low-tier battle god. Welcome to the training camp, Goldcrest Deacon Qi Zhen. Du Qing, who was already waiting with his men, stepped forward. Deacon Qi, what wind blows you to our humble camp? Why? Is Chief Du Qing not happy to see me? Qi Zhen scoffed, unleashing his battle god domain, as heavy and immovable as a mountain. Du Qing snorted, unleashing his own domain that surged forward like crashing waves. The two clashed in a silent battle of wills. Oh man, Chief Du Qing and Goldcrest Deacon Qi Zhen have always been at each other's throats. Don't tell me they're going to start a brawl right here? If two battle gods go all out, they'll level this entire training camp. I meant no disrespect, Deacon Qi. It's just that your sudden arrival without any prior notice took me by surprise. Ah, I completely forgot. I indeed failed to give you a heads up. My bad. Internally, he sneered. That old fox Du Qing is as cautious as ever. He's not going to be easy to deal with. However, Qi Zhen pulled out a document. I'm here today to deliver an emergency decree directly from headquarters. Chief Du Qing, take a look at this. Du Qing gasped in shock as he read the paper. Behind him, the onlookers whispered in curiosity, wondering what kind of order could make the famously calm Chief Du Qing lose his cool like this. Qi Zhen's subordinates then brought forward a massive chest. Inside lay the Beast Realm bell. Once struck, the entrance to the Beast Realm would immediately open. This bell was the key to starting the Beast Realm trials. Wait, are they opening the Beast Realm trials a whole year ahead of schedule? The subordinates quickly questioned Chief Du Qing. If the trials are being opened so suddenly, striking the bell a year early is way too rushed. Why on earth did headquarters issue such a command? The old man thought to himself. Opening the Beast Realm early? This has Bu Qiaofeng's faction written all over it. Fortunately, I've already made preparations. Let's hope I can put a wrench in their little scheme, Qi Zhen explained. Due to recent unusual activities in the S-rank beast nests, headquarters made an emergency decision to initiate the Beast Realm trials early. This decision has been approved by a majority vote of the Elder Council. Qi Zhen waved his hand, preparing to strike the Beast Realm bell. As the deep chime of the bell echoed through the air, everyone looked up in disbelief. That's the Beast Realm bell. Why are the trials, which only happen once every 3 years, suddenly starting now? Someone asked in confusion. Wait, what exactly are the Beast Realm trials? Another replied, Ah, you're new to the training camp, so you wouldn't know. The Beast Realm is a mysterious pocket dimension, much like the Grey Nest Spring of Life. It's one of the most precious resources controlled by the Mercenary Guild. Once every 3 years, Guild headquarters rings the Beast Realm bell, summoning all high-tier battle generals under 40 years old to enter the realm for training. The top 5 finishers will receive massive cultivation resources directly from headquarters. With that kind of backing, becoming a battle god is only a matter of time. But there was supposed to be a whole year left before the next opening. Nobody has had time to prepare. This is way too sudden. Just then, the PA system crackled to life. Attention all trainees. The entrance to the Beast Realm is about to open. All eligible participants, please report to the Central Square immediately. Repeating, report to the Central Square immediately. As a massive crowd began pushing and shoving their way to the square, Qi Zhen turned to his subordinates and whispered, In these trials, you guys are easily the strongest. Once you're inside, you know what to do, right? The two of them nodded in unison. Understood, sir. Du Qing glared at them. He was certain this was a coordinated setup, opening the trials a whole year early. Everyone is rushing in unprepared. God knows what dangers they'll face. But then again, it's not like I'm completely unprepared either. Du Qing raised his voice to his team. In this trial, you must give it everything you've got. Leave Mu Fan and his lackeys biting our dust. Look, on the left is the advanced battle general, Hoak Li, and on the right is Lu Hong. Ta Fam. The three of them showed up at the absolute worst time. If the Beast Realm trial had opened just 1 year later, with Ta Fam's insane talent, he probably could have become an advanced battle general. Too bad Nin Lian called out to him, saying, Ta Fam, I heard you're the youngest reserve war god in history. During the reserve war god assessment not long ago, you put on quite a show. They say you're crazy strong, and can even take down opponents way above your level. Do you actually have the guts to enter the Beast Realm trial and test your skills against mine? At that moment, everyone turned their eyes to Ta Fam. Nin Lian drew her sword. Ta Fam, you talk a big game about being a top-tier genius who can fight above your rank. So, do you have the balls to enter the Beast Realm trial and settle this with me? When did I ever brag about being a top-tier genius? Is this girl seriously trying to pick a fight with me? But deep down, he was actually thrilled. He had just been stressing over finding a good excuse to get into the Beast Realm anyway. This couldn't have worked out better. Uk-an quickly chimed in. Little fam, she is obviously trying to provoke you. Don't fall for her trap. She was right. Nin Lian was Truong Fan's former student, and easily his best one. She was Truong Fan's very first apprentice, and possessed the highest natural talent. 4 years ago, right after Nin Lian became an intermediate battle general, Truong Fan brought her to the Mercenary Guild's headquarters. There, she became a personal disciple of the vice president, Bo Q Fong. Now, Nin Lian is already a late-stage advanced battle general, practically on the verge of becoming a full-fledged war god. Little fam, please don't let her get to you. She's provoking you in front of everyone just to drag you into the Beast Realm and get her revenge. I know, Ta Fam sneered. Uk-an, Chulu, I'm sorry, but I absolutely have to join this Beast Realm trial. Meanwhile, Nin Lian scoffed. What's the matter, Ta Fam? Too scared to say a word to my challenge? How could a guy like you even pass the Reserve War God assessment? Did you have to pull some shady strings to get through? Du Thon released a powerful aura. Nin Lian, what the hell are you trying to imply? Are you accusing our elite training camp of rigging the Reserve War God assessment? Tei Chen quickly stepped in to shield Nin Lian from the pressure. Chief Du Thon, though Nin Lian speaks a bit too bluntly, she certainly isn't questioning how your training camp is run. It's just that during the assessment, this young man, Ta Fam, was only registered as a low-level battle general. To pass the Reserve War God assessment on his very first try with that level of strength, well, you can't blame people for raising an eyebrow. Nin Lian might be a little too outspoken, but she is only saying what most of the crowd here is already thinking. The live footage from the Beast Realm trial is broadcasted to everyone. If Ta Fam actually has the skills he claims, why not make an exception and let him join the trial so everyone can see his real strength with their own eyes? Some in the crowd voiced their agreement. Deacon Tachen continued. Exactly. The training camp keeps hyping Ta Fam up, but is he really all that? He's only a low-level battle general, after all. Ta Fam then stepped forward and agreed. Fine. I will join the Beast Realm trial. Let's see if I have what it takes to pass that Reserve War God assessment. He thought to himself, honestly, I should thank Nin Lian and Tei Chen. If they hadn't opened their mouths, I wouldn't have found a solid excuse to get into this trial. Du Thon threatened him, saying, Deacon Tei Chen, remember where you are. This is the elite training camp. If you try to pull any fast ones, don't blame me for getting ugly. Chief Du Thon, you are worrying way too much. I'm just speaking for the people here. He sneered inwardly. So what if I am pulling strings? Once Ta Fam steps into that beast realm, he is as good as dead. After all, a dead genius is no genius at all. He then announced loudly, I declare the Beast Realm trial officially open. The massive gates of the Beast Realm swung open, and the ceremonial bell rang out once more. Standing before the gateway, Du Thon addressed the crowd. The portal to the Beast Realm will remain open inside the trial hall for exactly 7 days. Over these 7 days, anyone who racks up 10,000 points will advance to the next stage. We will select only the top 5 based on their scores, and everyone else will be eliminated. As the portal fully opened, a blinding light burst out. Ta Fam gasped. Whoa, the gravitational pull is insane. Du Thon still felt a bit uneasy about this trial. Well, Hoak Li and Lu Hong are fully prepared, so I don't have to worry about their safety. But as for Ta Fam, he is still so young. If he gets dropped into one of the Beast Realm's deadly zones right at the start, he's in deep trouble. When Du Thon glanced at the surveillance monitor, his heart skipped a beat. What? Why did he land in that part of the Beast Realm? Tei Chen burst into laughter. Talk about terrible luck. That kid Ta Fam got dropped right into a death zone the second he entered. Let's see how our youngest reserve war god handles this mess. High above a massive lake, Ta Fam was shot out of the portal. Looking down at the water, he had no clue what kind of danger lay beneath the surface. To play it safe, he whipped out his beast-binding chain, wrapped it around a nearby tree branch, and pulled himself toward it. Right below him, a rank B monster, a giant croc-headed snake, lunged forward with its jaws wide open. Ta Fam broke into a cold sweat. Phew, thank goodness I reacted fast. The croc-headed snake is a rank B monster, but if I actually fell into that water, there is no way I could survive an ambush from a whole swarm of rank B beasts like that. Perched on a thick branch, Ta Fam looked around. Is this the forest inside the Beast Realm? What kind of place is this anyway? Is it like some massive monster nest? And where exactly am I right now? Looking down from his high vantage point, he realized the scattered lakes below formed a giant, creepy human face. From the shadows, Nin Lian lies in wait, crossbow in hand. Haha, Ta Fam, you only have your own rotten luck to blame. You just stepped into the beast realm, and not only did you land right next to a ghost-face wasp nest, but you also ran straight into me. Ta Fam's sharp senses kick in, and he immediately activates his perception skill to track the incoming arrow. Spotting something rigged to the tip, he quickly rolls out of the way. Good thing I was fast enough, or I'd be in deep trouble. As thick purple smoke begins to billow out, Ta Fam takes a closer look. Wait, is it coming from the cracks in the trees? Oh, crap, these trees leak poison mist. Nin Lian bursts out laughing. The trees in the Ghostface Forest are famous for their deadly toxins. Kid, your luck is absolute garbage. You barely stepped foot in the beast realm and you're already a goner. Master, I've finally avenged you. Watching the screen, Duthan is absolutely furious. Taytron, I can't believe you had the nerve to order Nin Lian to ambush our guild's prodigy. This was your plan all along, wasn't it? Duthan snaps, lunging forward to attack Titron. Chief Duthan, watch your mouth. Nin Lian's beef with Ta Fam is strictly personal. If you have a problem with it, feel free to file a formal complaint with headquarters and take it up with Master Bo Q Fong himself. But suddenly, the monitor shows a shocking turn of events as Ta Fam bursts right out of the toxic cloud. There's the sniper. This ghost-face tree poison is pathetic. It only slightly slows down my health regeneration. Then again, the effects of the spring of life water I drank earlier are insane. It really is a legendary treasure. The system chimes in, notifying him that the ghost-face toxin has dissipated, negative effects are cut in half, and his health is actively regenerating. Ta Fam lands right in front of Nin Lian. So, you're the one who tried to sneak attack me. Ta Fam, you could have run for your life, yet you actually had the guts to hunt down the person who ambushed you? Don't you know that everyone in this trial is a high-tier warrior, and every single one of them is stronger than you? You're practically begging for death. Nin Lian draws her sword and lunges. You bastard, I'm going to make you pay for what you did to my master. Revenge? For a piece of trash like Truong Fan? Let's see if you've actually got what it takes. B-rank blade skill, Bloodwave Slash. Catching her off guard, Ta Fam swings his sword to counter. The blade grazes Nin Lian's shoulder. She gasps in shock. He actually read my Bloodwave Slash, found an opening to counter, and nearly took me out. This little punk Ta Fam really is as strong as a high-tier warrior. Master was right, this kid is a massive threat. I have to put him down, no matter what it takes. Ta Fam clicks his tongue in annoyance, wishing he'd landed a cleaner hit. If I could have just grazed her a bit deeper, the passive effect of retribution would have kicked in and made her life a living hell. Dealing with a late-stage high-tier warrior like Nin Lian is definitely going to be tough. But what if I catch her off guard with my returning butterfly sword dance? Suddenly, Nin Lian hurls a smoke bomb mixed with hidden projectiles, following it up with another explosive arrow. You really think the same cheap trick is going to work twice? You cowardly snake? Wait, what's going on? Why are these trees starting to explode too? This doesn't feel like a trap she set up beforehand. Ta Fam, I know you're incredibly talented and possess insane combat power for a mid-tier warrior, enough to fight way above your level. Knowing what you're truly capable of, did you really think I'd be dumb enough to fight you head-on? Nin Lian turns on her heel and bolts. Everything I did was just to lure you into the Ghostface Forest. Now, you can sit back and enjoy the horrors of one of the 4 deadliest zones in the entire beast realm. Ha ha ha. Ta Fam glares after her in sheer frustration. Damn it, I fell for it. I figured she'd fight me head-on to get her revenge. But I didn't expect her to be this devious. Just what kind of nightmare is this Ghostface Forest anyway? Duthan clenches his fists tightly. The cameras can't feed us footage from inside the danger zones. I'm afraid Ta Fam has little to no chance of surviving this. Damn you, Titran. I will make you pay for this. It's all my fault. I should have stopped Ta Fam when I had the chance. A brilliant prodigy like him is going to die for absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, Ta Fam hears rustling all around him, followed by a barrage of razor-sharp spikes flying his way. Crap, there's nowhere to hide. Battle will sword skill, shatter. Ta Fam lets out a heavy sigh of relief. Thank goodness I had that skill, or I'd be history. Suddenly, a swarm of B-rank monster wasps, the Ghostface Wasps, surrounds him. So these are the beasts of the Ghostface Forest? The wasps unleash another barrage of venomous stingers. Seriously, again, the same trick won't work on me twice. Time to show you bugs the true power of my battle will sword skill. The Battle Will sword skill erupts in a devastating, one-shot strike. It definitely lives up to being a technique passed down by the god of war himself. Its destructive power is absolutely mind-blowing. Even B-rank monsters don't stand a chance. The system chimes in. B-rank Ghostface Wasp defeated, plus 1 attribute point. B-rank material detected, Ghostface Wasp Stinger. Would you like to harvest it? B-rank material detected, Ghostface Wasp Abdomen. Would you like to harvest it? The system spams him with back-to-back notifications. Tafam grins from ear to ear. Look at all these attribute points. If the Ghostface Forest is packed with B-rank Ghostface Wasps, this place is basically a gold mine for farming points. And with all these high-grade materials, I'm going to be filthy rich. Tafam's eyes light up with pure greed. So I can rack up points by slaying monsters and harvesting their materials? My current score is 32, putting me in 19th place. Let's see how the leaderboard looks. Tafam checks his wristband. First place is Mokfam, and second place is Nin Lian. Huo Li is in third place. Mufan and Ning Lian's points have already skyrocketed to first and second. If this keeps up, I'm toast. I need to grind for more points right now. There's no way in hell I'm letting those bastards take first place. I've got to crush their little scheme. Zuo Fan immediately went on a frantic hunt for Ghostface Hornets, harvesting points like crazy. Looking at the leaderboard, Zuo Fan was sitting at 18th place with only 150 points, while Mufan led the pack with 500. Dang it, my points are climbing way too slowly. No matter how I look at it, there's no way I can rack up 10,000 points in just 7 days. This Beast Realm trial is too rushed, and I have barely any resources. There has to be another way to speed up my point grinding. Suddenly, a blue light flashed in the distance, putting Zuo Fan on high alert. What the heck is over there? It's weird. Why do I feel this sudden chill running down my spine? Is there an even more terrifying monster lurking in the Ghostface Forest? Oh crap, I screwed up. These Ghostface Hornets are only B-rank beasts. Since they're swarming like this, there has to be a boss. God dang it, I just had to jinx myself, didn't I? Speak of the devil, and it appears. It was the Ghostface Wasp King, an A-rank beast and the absolute ruler of the Ghostface Forest. You filthy human, how dare you trespass into my Ghostface Forest and slaughter my children? Do you have a death wish? A suffocating, heavy pressure instantly crushed down on the entire forest. Watching from afar, Ning Lian sensed the terrifying presence of the A-rank beast, the Ghostface Wasp King. Ha ha ha. I can't believe that idiot Zuo Fan actually managed to piss off the Ghostface Wasp King. This is perfect. I was actually worried the little rat might slip away from the Ghostface Forest. But now that he's drawn out the Wasp King, he's absolute toast. The Wasp King unleashed a relentless barrage of wind blades, leaving Zuo Fan with no choice but to tuck his tail and run for his life. Damn, just the wind blades generated from its wings are already this freaking powerful. This Ghostface Wasp King is at the peak of A rank. It's just one step away from becoming an S rank beast, a true apex predator. Stopping in his tracks, Zuo Fan decided he couldn't run forever. It was time to go all out. He unleashed his returning butterfly sword dance to strike back. But the Wasp King effortlessly blocked the attack with a single hand, swatting Zuo Fan away. Gasping for air, Zuo Fan couldn't believe how incredibly fast and agile the giant beast was. The Wasp King stared at its arm in disbelief. No way. How could this puny brat actually crack my exoskeleton? But Zuo Fan was equally frustrated. Even with Retribution's insane sharpness, I barely scratched the surface? Is its defense really that impenetrable? If I keep fighting it head-on, I'm basically committing suicide. Right then, the Wasp King aimed its tail and fired its deadly spikes. It was the Wasp King's tail stinger cannon. A 360-degree storm of lethal stingers rained down, leaving absolutely no room for escape. It was determined to leave Zuo Fan no way out. Shoot, I've got no choice but to try that move, the Wasp King sneered, thinking, feeble human, you must have been ripped to shreds by my glorious stinger cannon by now. That's what you get for slaughtering my children and disrupting my forest. Man, that was way too close. The Wasp King's tail stinger cannon is absolutely terrifying. If I hadn't picked up that battle sword skill during this trip, I'd either be dead from the poison or turned into a human pincushion by now. A peak A-rank beast is way out of my league right now, but the problem is, it's completely sealed off the Ghostface Forest. If I want to get out of here alive, I have no choice but to fight my way through. Besides, I absolutely must take first place in this Beast Realm trial. Zuo Fan opened his status menu. He currently had 158 unassigned attribute points. If I want to stand a chance against the Wasp King, my current stats won't cut it. I have to break through and become an advanced battle general to even have a shot at winning. These Ghostface Hornets are all B-rank beasts. If I'm fast enough, I can quickly harvest them to farm more attribute points. The Wasp King frowned in confusion. This makes no sense. With the sheer power of my Stinger cannon, even another A-rank beast would have been obliterated after taking a direct hit. That brat isn't even that strong, so how on earth is he still breathing? The Wasp King barked out an order. All Ghostface Hornets, listen up. Hunt down this human brat. Find his body, and I will handsomely reward whoever delivers his head. Zuo-fan grinned. I was just wondering where I could find a massive swarm of these hornets. And they actually delivered themselves right to my doorstep. Since you guys are offering yourselves up, I'll gladly feast. Zuo-fan immediately went to town, sweeping up points like a maniac. I need to move fast. Before the Wasp King catches on, I've got to slaughter enough of these hornets to force my breakthrough. Let's pump my points into strength and agility first. I'll max both of them out at 699 points, and then I'll worry about the other stats. After a while, the Wasp King realized something was off. Wait, what the hell is going on? How has that brat not been killed yet? Not only that, but my swarm's life signatures are dropping rapidly. Something is definitely wrong here. The Wasp King furiously flapped its wings, blowing away the thick poison fog. Ah. Looks like I've been spotted. Hey, thanks a million, Wasp King. If it weren't for your lovely little children, I wouldn't have been able to level up my power this fast. Despicable human. I'll turn your body into a bloody honeycomb. Enraged, the Wasp King fired off a relentless barrage of stinger cannons. Man, what a terrifying aura. With my current strength, can I actually go toe-to-toe with an A-rank beast? Well, only one way to find out. Just one more step, and I'll officially become an advanced battle general. Let's do this. Zuo-fan dumped his remaining 4 points into his stats. I was only 4 attribute points away from a flat 700, but as soon as I allocated them, they dropped right back to 699. Damn this system. My attribute points were definitely deducted, but my physical stats didn't change at all. Turns out breaking through to become a high-tier general isn't going to be that easy. But hey, even if I'm just a peak mid-tier general, so what? At least I'm way stronger than before. It's not like I can't go toe-to-toe with this beast. Zuo-fan suddenly roared, "Combat sword skill, unleash." The man and the beast immediately clashed in a frenzy. Let's settle this once and for all. With my peak mid-tier general strength, let's see just how devastating my combat sword skill is this time. That pressure, it's a war god tier sword technique. The Wasp King was completely stunned. How on earth did this brat break my attack? Ghostface Wasp King, bring it on. Take this, combat sword skill. Phantom Combat Strike. Zuo-fan merged with his phantom clone to unleash a devastating ultimate move, slicing off one of the Wasp King's arms in an instant. The beast shrieked in horror. What is this? How can his attack be this powerful? It roared in pure agony. Sure enough, the strength of a peak mid-tier general was enough to overpower the Ghostface Wasp King. Yes, now is the perfect time to end its life. Combat sword skill, unleash. The Wasp King let out a furious roar. You're dead meat. The beast unleashed its Ghostface sonic wave attack, desperately trying to stun Zuo-fan. It then lunged with its razor-sharp claws, snarling, "You filthy human, let's see how you like getting outsmarted." Zuo-fan's eyes went vacant. What? Having been momentarily dazed by the sonic wave, he quickly snapped back to his senses and swung his sword. Ghostface Wasp King, go to hell with me. Both of them were wounded at the same time. The passive effect immediately activated, boosting health recovery speed by 40% and wound healing speed by 40%. Zuo-fan chugged down a vial of life water. Thank goodness I prepared in advance and brought a small bottle of the Grey Nest's Fountain of Life. Otherwise, I would have been in deep trouble. Since it got hit by my combat sword skill, as long as just one passive effect of my Retribution Sword triggers, that Ghostface Wasp King is going to be in a world of pain. But just as the words left his mouth, he gasped in shock. The Wasp King was actually pouring honey directly onto its wound. A system notification suddenly rang out. A. Class Mysterious Treasure detected. Ghostface Hive. Zuo-fan felt a headache coming on. An A-class mysterious treasure, the Ghostface Hive? Does this thing have the same healing effects as my Grey Nest's Fountain of Life? I never expected the Ghostface Wasp King to have a healing treasure of its own. This is going to be tough. The Wasp King glared at Zuo-fan, reassessing him. This brat is completely different from the others I've dealt with. I have to be extremely careful. First strike wins. The Wasp King lunged forward with immense force. Again, combat sword skill. The two clashed once more. Another sonic attack? You really think that's going to work on me again? Returning butterfly sword dance. The two traded deadly blows back and forth without stop. The intense shockwaves rippled outward, and the nearby ghost-face wasps shivered in fear as they felt the overwhelming pressure. This monster has way too much honey from that ghost-face hive. If this keeps up, the Wasp King will just keep fully healing itself. And I don't have that much of the Grey Nest's fountain of life left. The Wasp King sneered. I must admit, your resilience is quite impressive. Out of all the intruders who have dared to enter the Ghostface Forest, you are the very first to ever push me this far. To show you my respect, I will use my full power to end your life. Now, die, Zuo-fan spat back. We'll see who ends up dead. Zuo-fan, take this. But then, a sudden shift occurred. Retribution got stuck in the Wasp King's body and couldn't be pulled out. What on earth? Is this the Wasp King's true trump card? I've got you now, the Wasp King roared, launching a point-blank sonic attack. Haha, you're dead meat this time. But suddenly, a massive blast of sword wind slashed forward, blocking the attack. What is happening? How did this brat's attack suddenly get so much stronger? Just as I thought. A life or death battle is truly the best catalyst for a breakthrough. Ghostface Wasp King, I really have to thank you. Thanks to you and your little wasps, I was able to break through to become a high-tier general in such a short time. You bastard, you actually broke through? Thanks a lot, buddy. Without you, there's no way I could have reached high-tier general so quickly. I've finally stepped into the realm of a high-tier general. Now, I can fight this beast head-on, and maybe even kill it. The Wasp King lunged forward in a rage. So what if you broke through? Unless you're a war god tier powerhouse, you don't stand a single chance against me. Combat sword skill, unleash. The two continued to clash fiercely. My injuries are much lighter than this beast's. So what if you're a peak A-class monster? In a direct, head-on clash, I completely have the upper hand. However, this beast's healing ability is truly terrifying. If I want to finish it off for good, my current tactics aren't going to cut it. Looks like I have to take a gamble. Let's see you handle this. Combat sword skill, Phantom Dual Strike. Suffer and die, human. An explosion of terrifying power erupted as their attacks collided. After a tense moment, the Wasp King crashed heavily to the ground. I actually won. But man, that Phantom Dual Strike drains way too much energy. Unleashing that single strike nearly drained me completely. Thank goodness for the Grey Nest's fountain of life, or I would have been in real trouble. While the Ghostface Wasp King is still dazed, I need to finish it off right now. This is my first time slaying a peak A-class beast. I wonder what kind of rare loot I'll get. Just then, Grey Egg popped out, its tiny horns starting to glow. Hey kid, are you hungry already, buddy? Just wait until I finish off this beast, and then I'll find you some food. There's bound to be plenty of good stuff in this Demon Face forest. The honey that the Demon Face Wind King drank earlier is a real treasure. Grey Egg used its horn to stamp a dog paw imprint onto the Wind King. What are you doing, buddy? The Wind King jolted awake, staring at the imprint in shock. What kind of aura is this? How can a peak rank a beast like me feel so completely powerless against it? As expected, this mark belongs to this lord. The Wind King stammered, could it be? Oh no. The Demon Face Wind King woke up too fast. I have to kill it quickly. The Wind King quickly cried out, wait, human, don't kill me. You came to the beast realm to participate in the human trials, right? Let's talk about a partnership. Ta Pham scoffed. A partnership? As expected, you peak rank A beasts are incredibly smart, completely different from those below rank A. When you win, you hunt humans like prey, but when you lose, you beg for mercy and try to negotiate. Do you really think we're fools? Grey Egg let out a bark. What's up, buddy? You don't want me to kill this beast either? Haha, alright, stop bothering me. Fine, I'll think about letting it live. It seems this human is the master of this esteemed lord. I am willing to negotiate a partnership with him, not beg for mercy or play tricks. This is solely out of respect for this lord. The Demon Face Wind King actually addressed the little guy as lord. No wonder. This little guy is definitely no ordinary beast egg. I know that every few years, you humans enter the beast realm for your trials. You need to gather points to win. If you kill me, you will only get some rank A beast materials and a few treasures from the Demon Face Forest. Those points combined won't be enough for you to win the trial. As a peak rank, a flying beast, I know this terrain inside out. I know the exact locations of all the treasures like the back of my hand. I can guide you to those places, making it easy for you to claim victory. Demon Face Wind King, don't you dare try to pull a fast one on me. If we cooperate, what do you want in return? If it's my gray egg, then... The Wind King pointed right at Ta Fam's face, snapping angrily, "Gray egg? What a terribly vulgar name. How dare you give the Lord such a cheap name?" Gray Egg glared at the Wind King in annoyance. Terrified, the Wind King quickly forced a smile. "Well, if the Lord is pleased with this name, then it actually sounds pretty cool. Haha, it looks like this rank A beast is absolutely terrified of the little guy. This is truly bizarre. What kind of existence is this little guy to other beasts? The reward I want is simple. Once you win, one of my descendants will become a follower of this esteemed lord." It let out a soft cry, and a ball of green light quickly flew over, hovering around the Wind King. "Haha, come my child, pay your respects to the Lord." A rank B Wind King larva. The tiny larva bowed and buzzed right in front of Gray Egg. "I didn't expect this. The reward the Demon Face Wind King wants is just for its child to become the little guy's follower? Is that even a reward? Don't let its small size fool you. It is a rank B beast. Furthermore, it excels at tracking, making it an incredibly useful helper for you." Still uneasy, Ta Fam double-checked. "Demon Face Wind King, is this really all you want? Don't you dare play any dirty tricks. Human, you know so little. Do not compare me to those mindless beasts rampaging in your homeland. The beasts in this realm do not stand with them. Stop asking so many questions. Once this lord matures, you will understand everything. For now, you should focus on how to win your trial." Ta Fam reluctantly agreed. "Fine, I accept." The Wind King rejoiced in its heart. "Fantastic. With my child becoming a follower of this lord, there is hope for the future of the Demon Face Wind clan. It's a deal then. Once I finish drinking some of this Demon Face honey, I will take you to find the other treasures." Ta Fam's eyes sharpened. "No need to rush for other treasures just yet. I have something else to take care of first. Since you know the terrain so well, lead me to a certain woman, the Jade Tree, a rank A treasure." Ninian slashed through the trunk, revealing a glowing green crystal. "I did it. The core of a jade tree, and a 100-year-old one at that. I'm so lucky. Hokley has been pushed down to 3rd place again. As long as Mock Fam and I secure the top 2 spots, we will definitely win this Beast Realm trial." She looked around. The Demon Face Forest was extremely dangerous. Even a squad of elite high-level warriors would barely make it out alive. That brat Ta Fam has been in here for so long, he must be dead by now. It's a pity I couldn't end him with my own hands, but at least my teacher and fellow students are avenged. We are definitely going to win this Beast Realm trial. With a genius like Ta Fam dead, Master Qfong will surely unite the Mercenary Guild. In the distance, a shadow rushed toward her. Huh? What's going on? The Wind King used its wind blades to whip up a massive gale. Ninian panicked. This is the Demon Face Wind King, a peak rank, a beast. Why did it leave the Demon Face Forest? I have to run. You lowly human. I, the Wind King, will destroy you. The Demon Face Wind King. The Ghost Face Hornet King is hunting down humans. Could it be that brat Ta Fam? He's been deep in the Ghost Face Forest for so long and he's still alive? He actually managed to escape the Ghost Face Forest too. That brat has some insane luck. Ta Fam stumbled out of the bushes, looking like a total mess. He really made it out of the forest. Oh, Ta Fam, Ta Fam. So what if you were lucky enough to survive the Ghost Face Forest? Didn't you still end up running right into me? Talk about bad luck. You're still going to die by my hands in the end. If I detonate this bomb right next to him, it'll definitely grab the Ghost Face Hornet King's attention. Once the Hornet King kills him, I'll hack his corpse to pieces and bring it back to appease. Master, Ta Fam, die. Nin Lian threw the grenade. Ta Fam sneered internally. The Ghost Face Hornet King had told him Nin Lian was lurking nearby. All he needed to do was play along in this little act with the Hornet King. Once Nin Lian saw him running here, she wouldn't be able to resist making her move. The bomb exploded. Ta Fam turned to look at where she was hiding. Nin Lian smirked, thinking, with such a huge blast, the Ghost Face Hornet King has definitely noticed. Ta Fam, prepare to die. But the Hornet King fired its stinger cannon straight at Nin Lian instead. She screamed, "What's going on? Oh, no. I didn't expect the poison fog from the Ghost Face Hornet King to cover such a massive area. I'm caught in it too. As expected of a peak grade A monster, it's absolutely terrifying. But on the bright side, there's no way that brat Ta Fam is escaping this either. To avoid getting noticed by the Ghost Face Hornet King, I'll just hide out here. Once the poison fog clears, I can find his corpse and vent my anger then." The hornet larva reported Nin Lian's exact location to the Hornet King. The Hornet King immediately fired a wind blade right at her. Hit by the surprise attack, Nin Lian groaned in pain, clutching her arm. Nin Lian, looks like we meet again, Ta Pham said. You've got fast reflexes. I thought that last blow would have taken you out. How does it feel to get blindsided, Nin Lian? Nin Lian clutched her trembling arm. Ta Pham, how did you find me? How did you pinpoint my location so fast? No wonder you could escape the Ghostface Forest, but instead of taking the chance to run away, you actually came to mess with me? You're literally asking for death. Nin Lian fired a flare into the air. The Ghostface Hornet King is hunting you. Once it sees this flare, it'll definitely come straight here. You want me dead? Even if I die, I'm dragging you down to hell with me. Just then, the Hornet King appeared. Nin Lian drew her blade and slashed at Ta Pham. The Ghostface Hornet King is here for you. Now let's see who dies first. Suddenly, a stinger cannon shot was fired straight at Nin Lian. She froze, utterly shocked, and unable to believe her eyes. It looks like the Ghostface Hornet King is taking orders from this brat. How is this even possible? How can a human and a peak grade A monster? This brat Ta Pham is too terrifying. Master was right. He's a major threat to Lord Bo Q. This is bad. I must inform Mok Pham so he can be on guard. But the Hornet King fired another stinger cannon shot. I already destroyed her communicator. Besides, my poison fog can block all of you human surveillance signals. Having the Ghostface Hornet King's help indeed makes things way easier. It seems this grade A monster is truly sincere, Ta Pham said. Nin Lian, you tried everything to kill me, but you never expected to end up like this, did you? Nin Lian let out a painful shriek and collapsed face down on the ground, dead. The system chimed. First time killing an advanced war general. You have received 10 attribute points. Detected grade A treasure waiting to be collected. Ta Pham took off Nin Lian's bag. Don't mind if I take these. The leaderboard updated. Rank 1, Mok Pham. Rank 2, Ta Pham. Rank 3, Hoak Lee. Duthan's group was astonished. The second spot on the leaderboard just changed to Ta Pham. What on earth happened? Back in the forest, the Hornet King looked at the body. It's a waste to just leave this corpse here. How about we? Grey Egg let out a sharp bark. The Hornet King quickly changed its tone. Right. We Ghostface Hornets don't eat humans. I was just kidding around. Hee. Then let's just leave the corpse here, Ta Pham said. The Hornet King felt a bit regretful, thinking it was a waste to let other monsters have it. Monsters are monsters after all. They can't be fully trusted. However, with the imprint Grey Egg left behind, at least the Ghostface Hornet King won't dare betray me. In this beast realm, a peak grade A monster is an incredibly useful helper. Ta Pham rummaged through her bag. She really has a lot of stuff. Oh, what's this? He pulled out a piece of lingerie and tossed it aside. I didn't expect her to have such weird tastes. What a creep. With Nin Lian's points, my score jumped straight to second place. Next up, time to go have a little chat with Mok Pham. As long as I deal with Mok Pham, I'll be at the top of the leaderboard. That way, those people's little scheme will fall apart on its own. Ghostface Hornet King, can you send out your Hornet Swarm to search for other trial participants in the Beast Realm? Master, sending my Hornet Swarm to assist you is absolutely no problem at all. Both I and the Hornet Larva are completely at your command. However, I have a suggestion. What is it? Ta Pham asked. Right now, nobody in the Beast Realm knows I'm your subordinate, since this is completely unprecedented. So, why don't you stay in the light while we stay in the shadows, Master? That way, your enemies will feel bold enough to come looking for you. It'll be much faster than us trying to hunt them down. Alright, let's go with that, Ta Pham agreed. The Ghostface Hornet King is seriously smart and cunning. Luckily, Grey Egg subdued it, because having a monster like that targeting me would have definitely kept me up at night. Chizen stared at the leaderboard, completely baffled. What on earth just happened? Why did Ning Lian suddenly vanish from the rankings? Could she have met with an accident? That punk Zuo fan is still alive, and he even swiped her gear. Du Qing smiled faintly. Deacon Chizen, it looks like your precious Ning Lian has met a grim end. Her points ended up being a total windfall for Zuo fan. Talk about completely unexpected. Chief Du, don't celebrate too early. The Ghostface Wasp King in the Beast Realm is notoriously difficult to handle. Now that Ning Lian is dead at the hands of the Ghostface Wasp King, Zuo fan is next. His name will definitely vanish from the leaderboard very soon. Just as he finished speaking, Zuo fan appeared on the screen, still very much alive. It looked like he wasn't even seriously injured. The Ghostface Wasp King was pursuing him. But wait. Why did it seem like it wasn't chasing him that closely? Qi Zhen muttered in frustration. Is he seriously still alive? That useless brat Ning Lian, even the Ghostface Wasp King is about to give up the chase. This punk. Du Qing burst into laughter. Deacon Qi Zhen, it seems your wishful thinking won't be coming true. Zuo Fan is truly an astonishing junior. Deacon Qi Zhen, remember that you and your close associates were all personally groomed by the Guildmaster. The Guildmaster basically made you who you are today. And now? Let me give you a piece of sincere advice. What goes around comes around. Chief Du Qing, what is that supposed to mean? I have always been loyal to the Mercenary Guild, and always loyal to the Guildmaster. That stubborn fool. Since ancient times, only the victors rule. What good is a debt of gratitude anyway? This brat Zuo Fan is indeed a threat. I must have him killed during this Beast Realm trial. Inside the Beast Realm trial zone, a specialized communicator buzzed. That lord is contacting us, and he's even using the secured communicator. Could it be an urgent mission? Kill Zuo Fan? Zuo Fan's points just skyrocketed to second place in an instant. If I remember correctly, this kid isn't even 20 years old yet. He's a rare genius. No wonder that Lord wants him dead. Hunting down geniuses. No matter how many times I do it, the rush is always the same. The three of them exchanged, knowing smirks before quickly heading off to hunt down Ta Pham elsewhere. Meanwhile, Hoak turned to Lu Hong and asked, is there something wrong with the leaderboard? You've been staring at it this whole time. Staring a few more times isn't going to change anything. With our current points, if we want to surpass Mok Pham and Nin Lian, we need to at least take down the monsters here. Hokla suddenly gasped in surprise. Wait, is the leaderboard lagging? Since the Beast Realm trial started, the leaderboard has never made a single mistake. How could it possibly lag? But wait, look, the second place spot just changed to Ta Pham. Did he seriously just shoot all the way up to second place? And what about Nin Lian? Why did her points suddenly vanish? Don't tell me, she was defeated by Ta Pham? Just then, there was a sudden movement in that mysterious ravine. Hoak lay. You were once guided by the guild leader. Do you have any idea what kind of monster is actually lurking inside this ravine? The guild leader didn't specify. He only said that if I wanted to push my limits, I should try entering this ravine. He also mentioned that if anyone manages to make it out of this ravine alive, they'll receive a massive amount of points, enough to instantly leap to first place on the leaderboard. I've gone through the guild's records, and there's barely any information on this place. It only says it's the most mysterious zone in the Beast Realm trial, and that it's extremely beneficial for those trying to break through to the Battle God realm. A shadow flickered past it was Mok Pham. Is he planning to risk his life in the ravine too? Suddenly, there was a sound from behind them. Who's there? Who dares to ambush us? They didn't even sense him coming. A hooded figure launched a surprise attack, catching both of them completely off guard. You're a peak high-level battle general, yet you resort to cheap sneak attacks? How utterly shameless. In the Beast Realm trial, you have to stay on high alert at all times. Getting ambushed is entirely on you, fools. It's just as well. I was already planning to head into the ravine to rack up more points and secure my spot at the top of this trial. You two will make excellent shields. Hoak Li and Lu Hong were blasted backward, but then they suddenly vanished. They vanished? I'd expect nothing less from two elites in the top 10 candidate battle gods. Looks like they used some life-saving escape trick to flee. To think I couldn't even register how they got away. Hoak Li and Lu Hong crashed down together. How did we suddenly end up here? Where did that bastard Mok Pham go? A moment later, Mok Pham scanned the area. Where on earth did they run off to? Buzzing softly, the wasp larvae whispered, the mysterious ravine in the Beast Realm. A mysterious ravine in the Beast Realm. Where exactly is that? The Mystic Slip Beast Realm, that's what we Beast Kings call it. It is the most mysterious place in the entire realm, and the beasts dwelling there are shrouded in secrets. Even the Beast Kings don't know its true face. We only know from our inherited memories that this is the very origin of the Beast Realm. Ta Pham broke into a cold sweat. The Mystic Slip Beast Realm is that dangerous, and you're telling me to go there? Aren't you basically asking me to commit suicide? Oh, Grandmaster, you only know half the story. While the Mystic Slip Beast Realm is mysterious, it's actually not that dangerous. On the contrary, there are countless treasures and benefits inside, which can immensely help humans trying to break through to the Battle God realm. Furthermore, according to the information my subordinates gathered, quite a few human experts have already headed inside. Ta Pham was stunned. What? Many of the trial participants have already gone in? It seems there really are massive fortunes hidden in the Mystic Slip Beast Realm. I guess I'll make a trip inside too. After running for a while, Ta Pham murmured, "Is that the Mystic Slip Beast realm up ahead? Why does something feel so off about this place?" Grey Egg poked its head out, sniffing the air. "What is it, little guy? Do you sense danger over there?" The little guy possessed an incredibly powerful bloodline suppression over other beasts. "If it senses danger in the Mystic Slip Beast realm, then I definitely can't go in." Grey Egg shook its head. "So you're saying everything feels fine over there? All right then." 3 figures suddenly appeared nearby. The wasp larvae buzzed a warning. "Someone is approaching." "Someone's coming closer? Are they coming straight for us to pick a fight? Or is it just a coincidence that they're also heading to the Mystic Slip Beast realm? Well, there's an easy way to find out. Let's change directions." "Wait, what? They changed directions too? Those 3 are definitely targeting me. But how are they tracking my exact location so accurately? Is there a tracking device hidden in those items?" "Wasp King, can you have the wasp larva release a toxic mist to lure them away one by one?" "Actually, never mind. I shouldn't waste too much energy since we're about to enter the Mystic Slip Beast realm anyway. Wasp King, have the larva cause a little distraction. Once I lure them into the Mystic Slip Beast realm, they'll make perfect meat shields for us." From the other side, the Wasp King replied, "Understood, Grandmaster," moving out immediately. "Oh?" The kid changed directions again. Did he realize we're tracking him? No way. At this distance, even a high-level battle general would struggle to sense us. Suddenly, a swarm of larvae launched an attack. Are ghost-faced wasp larvae pursuing Ta Pham? Ah, so that kid is just running away from these beasts. The stingers of those ghost-faced wasps are incredibly annoying to deal with. Let's not get tangled up with them. Hunting Ta Pham down is our main priority. Grandmaster, we have successfully held them back. Ta Pham stared at the swirling vortex ahead. Is that the entrance to the Mystic Slip Beast realm? I need to hide for now. Once those 3 catch up, I'll lure them right inside. Here they come. I knew it. There really was a tracking device hidden on Ninlian's gear. Wait, hold on. This is not right. What is this dark mist that suddenly appeared? Look, that brat is hiding behind the tree. It seems he has no idea we've been tracking him this whole time. Perfect! Let's team up and kill him right now. Wait. What is happening? The scenery is changing. Why on earth are we here? One of the guys stammers. Wait, what is that? An S-rank rare treasure? An S-rank beast core? Aren't those insanely valuable? Hold on, be careful. This is probably a trap. Damn bastards. You claim it is a trap, yet you are the first to run and steal it. Just because my speed technique is a bit slow, you think you can push me around? If I cannot have it, none of you will. There are only 2 treasures here. Let's take out one of these guys first. Then we can split it 50-50. Exactly, my thoughts precisely. With a sudden slash, a giant, wolf-like creature appears. Anyone who dares to hunt down my child's master must die. Ta Pham breaks into a cold sweat. Is this pressure coming from an S-rank beast? No. This is way more terrifying than any S-rank. The giant wolf speaks, "My child." Suddenly, Grey Egg leaps out from Ta Pham's pocket and runs toward it. Ta Pham is completely shocked. Is Grey Egg the child of a beast beyond double S-rank? Human, thank you for taking care of my child. As a reward, take this beast god essence. Once you drink it, you can instantly break through to the war god realm. Ta Pham is ecstatic. The beast god essence, the war god realm. If I can become a war god class powerhouse, I can finally rescue my father and clear his name of all charges. System, appraise the beast god essence and tell me its rank. The system alerts. Warning. No treasure detected. Wait, this is wrong. Something is off. That cry. It belongs to Grey Egg. But isn't Grey Egg standing right there? No, this is definitely wrong. There is a huge problem here. Ta Pham quickly activates his perception skill, and the surrounding scenery shatters like a broken mirror. Ta Pham shudders with fear. Was that an illusion? None of that was real. When on earth did I fall into an illusion? Meanwhile, the 3 pursuers are still deeply trapped in the illusion. Haha, all of these S-rank treasures are mine. You dare compete with me for the treasure? You all must die. One of them actually raises his sword and ends his own life. Are these illusions caused by the maze beast realm? To make living things fall into illusions without them even realizing it. What a terrifying place. Deep inside the maze beast realm, a mysterious voice murmurs. What is this? Someone actually escaped the illusion I created? Why does his aura give off such a strange feeling? The Wind King's voice rings out. An illusion? Could everything we encountered before entering the maze beast realm have been an illusion as well? Even a high-level beast like the Ghostface Wind King couldn't escape the illusion. This maze beast realm is too bizarre. Should I really go deeper inside? What is this mist? The path is completely blocked. Master of my master, I am afraid we cannot get out of here anymore. This must be the work of that beast king. The maze beast realm itself is a trial. You must pass it and reach the deepest part of the realm to leave this place. What the maze beast realm is interested in is probably not me, but Grey Egg. The Ghostface Wind King definitely knows something about Grey Egg's background, yet he hasn't uttered a single word about it. This guy is not trustworthy at all. On the other hand, this little guy is far more sensitive to danger than I am. Well, it seems the maze beast realm isn't as dangerous as I thought. I guess going deeper inside is my only choice now. Besides, this is the perfect opportunity to find Mufan and ruin their plans. It'll kill two birds with one stone. Ta Pham activates his perception skill to steer clear of the illusions. Ever since I reached the battle general rank, I rarely use this skill. Who would have thought it would be this useful? It truly is a skill rewarded by the war god system. There is an A-rank beast up ahead. Is it another illusion? Suddenly, Grey Egg uses its unique ability to wrap Ta Pham in a protective shield. A massive snake crawls down from a tree. Another A-rank beast? I can't believe it was hiding so well. It seems the barrier Grey Egg made can hide me from these beasts. With my current strength, fighting two A-rank beasts at the same time would be incredibly dangerous. I didn't expect you to have such an amazing ability. You are awesome, little guy. Great job. He silently wonders, did the little guy awaken this power because of the environment here, or is this just his natural growth? Suddenly, a loud roar echoes from up ahead. Ta Pham hesitates. Is this real, or is it another illusion? Nam Kien is currently surrounded by a massive horde of monkeys. There are too many of these beasts. I can't kill them all. If this keeps up, I will die of exhaustion. I have to find a way to escape. Ta Pham creeps closer to investigate. I've met this guy before. He must be trapped in an illusion too. You damn beasts. Are you still not done? I will slaughter every last one of you, the Wind King explains. These are the four-eyed monkeys. So, the master of this maze beast realm is the leader of the four-eyed monkeys. Knowing that Ta Pham lacks this knowledge, the Wind King explains further. During the Starfall Night, the earliest beasts to mutate were the high-tier beast clans like us. The four-eyed monkeys are one of those elite clans. They are highly intelligent and possess the power to create illusions. Master of my master, you must be careful. The leader of the four-eyed monkeys is definitely no ordinary beast king. No wonder I didn't even notice I had fallen into an illusion earlier. Ta Pham mutters to himself, damn it, the Ghostface Wind King only tells me this now. He really is completely unreliable. But if I want to clear this trial, I have no choice but to venture deeper into the maze beast realm. Then again, what the Ghostface Wind King said is indeed true. It seems the master of the maze beast realm doesn't hold too much hostility toward those taking the trial. If that is the case, no way. He should have been killed by the four-eyed illusion monkey back when he fell into that illusion. I can't just leave him here to die. The gray bugs unleashed sound waves, temporarily freezing the monkeys in place. Snapping out of the illusion, Nam Kien slowly opened his eyes. He looked up in disbelief. Was he saved? Are you Ta Pham, the young genius who got special admission into the Beast Realm trials? Nam Kien, one of the top 10 in the Kukuyet War God, is destined to be a future pillar of the Mercenary Guild. He couldn't be allowed to die in the Mijian Beast Realm like this. Nam Kien suddenly remembered something and said urgently, Ta Pham, we need to go back up Hoak Lei and Lu Hong right now. They were ambushed by Mok Pham. Do you know where he is? Honestly, I was looking for him too. Up on the slope, Lu Hong gritted his teeth. I can't believe that bastard Mok Pham chased us all the way here. Hokla spat in anger. That shameless coward. He only knows how to hide in the shadows. To launch an ambush. Looking at his tracking compass, Mok Pham sneered. Hoak Lei and Lu Hong probably have no idea that even in the Mijian Beast Realm, I can still track them down. Yeah. Since the mentors spent so much time preparing this plan, there's absolutely no room for error. Still, this place lives up to its name as the most mysterious zone in the Beast Realm, even with a tracking compass. There are still limits. Found you, Hoak Lei, and Lu Hong. You two have nowhere left to run. The bee larvae spotted him and reported back to Ta Pham. Once he got the news, Ta Pham muttered, Mok Pham is making his move. It looks like he's found Hoak Lei and Lu Hong. I'll let him lead the way through the Mijian Beast Realm. Even though Mok Pham didn't fall into the illusion, His senses seemed to be severely restricted. Nam Kian looked around frantically. You found Mokfam's location? How? I can't see anything at all. He stared closely at Ta Pham. In the Mijian beast realm, Ta Pham's senses didn't seem to be affected in the slightest. How was that even possible? Was it raw talent? Or did he have some secret trick? But regardless, he felt incredibly lucky to have crossed paths with Ta Pham. Mokfam positioned himself above Hoak Lei and Lu Hong, then dropped down right in front of them. Found you. Now, be good boys and die. Once I take all your accumulated materials, no one will ever touch my #1 spot on the leaderboard. With a thrust of his finger, he roared, Die. Fortunately, Hoak Lei and Lu Hong managed to dodge just in time. Mokfam, we've been expecting your cheap ambushes. But as Lu Hong looked down at his wound, his face paled. Wait, it's poison, you dirty coward. Mokfam walked over with a sinister sneer. As long as the enemy dies, who cares about the methods? You only ended up like this because you're too naive. Suddenly, a powerful strike blasted toward him. Huh? An ambush? He quickly raised his shield to block it. You? Ta Pham? Mokfam, I've got you now. Hoak Lei was stunned. Ta Pham and Nam Kian, they actually came, but Lu Hong was filled with worry. This is bad. We're already hurt, and Nam Kian looks like he's seriously injured too. How can Ta Pham handle Mokfam all by himself? Mokfam burst into laughter. You've got me? You say that like you actually have the power to kill me. Ta Pham, I admit you have incredible talent, but if you think you're any match for me, you're dead wrong. His tone suddenly turned malicious. Since you came all this way just to die, I'll gladly oblige. Once I wipe all of you out, the first place spot in this Beast Realm trial will definitely be mine. Lu Hong urgently warned them, Watch out, this mist is highly toxic, get back. Nam Kian immediately stepped in front of Ta Pham. I'll hold off this bastard Mokfam. You go save Hoak Lei and Lu Hong. You saved my life earlier, so let me return the favor this time. Get them out of here. We can't all die in this place. Ta Pham didn't say a word. Instead, he unleashed his battle sword art, casually sweeping his blade. Mokfam barely blocked it, his eyes wide with shock. What? How is this kid's sword skill so incredibly sharp? It looks just like that famous master's ultimate technique. Nam Kian's jaw dropped. What kind of sword skill is this? With just one strike, he forced back a peak high-tier war general like Mokfam. Hoak Lei was stunned. I never expected Ta Pham's sword technique to be this powerful, Lu Hong murmured. His cultivation is clearly only at the mid-tier war general level. Mokfam gritted his teeth. The battle sword art. So that old heavenly sword bastard actually passed his legendary technique down to this brat. Mokfam channeled his dark energy, causing his entire hand to turn pitch black. Do you think learning the battle sword art lets a pathetic mid-tier war general challenge me? Ta Pham, let me show you what a true peak high-tier war general can do. He lunged forward fiercely, thrusting his blackened palm out. Ha ha ha, die! Ta Pham countered with a slash, but the powerful backlash pushed him back. He didn't expect the strike to be this poisonous. Mokfam laughed triumphantly. You saw exactly what that poison did to Hoak Lei and Lu Hong, yet you still dared to take my poison palm head-on. Ta Pham, I guess I overestimated you. Aside from your talent, you're nothing but a stupid fool, Ta Pham thought to himself. Mokfam's poison palm is actually no threat to me. However, since I just broke through to high-tier war general, ending this fight quickly won't be an easy task. Not to mention, he's the disciple of the Mercenary Guild's vice president, so he definitely has plenty of trump cards left. I should pretend to be weak first, and then take him out when his guard is down. Mokfam suddenly spun around, aiming straight at Lu Hong. Let's finish off these two nuisances first. Hoak Lei and Lu Hong watched helplessly, completely unable to move as the poison paralyzed their bodies. Ta Pham rushed in from behind, delivering a heavy downward slash. Mokfam was forced to turn around and block. The sheer power of the strike pushed him deep into the dirt, leaving his entire body trembling. What? You bastard! You weren't poisoned at all. You were faking it. Ta Pham glared at him. I didn't think you'd be this pathetic, relying on cheap sneak attacks. But don't you dare look down on me. Meanwhile, deep inside the mystic slip beast realm, a monkey whispered, so boring. It suddenly waved its hand, causing a gray mist to swirl around its palm. At the exact same time, back with Ta Pham's group. What is going on? Why is the fog suddenly getting so thick? Is this an anomaly in the mystic slip beast realm? Sensing that things were turning bad, Mokfam immediately made the call to retreat. After running for a while, he stopped. I heard that once an anomaly occurs in the mystic slip beast realm, anyone inside the trial will surely die. It looks like Ta Pham and his crew are dead meat. He burst into laughter. With them gone, who else could take first place in the beast realm trial? Haha. Meanwhile, Hoke Lee and the others were completely lost. Why is the fog rolling in like a massive tidal wave? Did our fight earlier alert the monsters of the mystic slip beast realm? This crushing pressure. It is definitely not a simple grade A monster. Ta Pham felt as if something was calling out to him. Hoak Lee said, Nam Keen, Ta Pham, you two shouldn't have risked your lives to save us. Exactly. If all four of us get wiped out here, first place in this beast realm trial will definitely go to Mo Pham. Lu Hong said gloomily, we are doomed. We just let Mo Pham's dirty scheme succeed? I have failed Teacher Du Thon's trust. Nam Keen looked at his compass and said, the GPS has stopped working too. We are completely trapped here. Ta Pham pulled out a bottle of life water, handed it to Nam Keen, and instructed him, you stay here, detoxify, and heal everyone. I will go find a way out. Nam Keen said worriedly. Ta Pham, the dangers inside the mystic slip beast realm are completely unpredictable right now. Are you sure you will be fine on your own? Don't worry everyone. Just stay here. I will be back soon. With that, he turned around and dashed off. The source of this anomaly in the mystic slip beast realm was targeted at him. No, to be precise, it was targeting the little guy. If he didn't lead Grey Egg away, Brother Nam Kien and the others would be the ones in danger. But this beast's pressure is absolutely terrifying. It might even be a grade S monster. Am I being too reckless running in like this? The Ghostface Bee King sent a telepathic message. Master of my master, I can't take this pressure any longer. Let's meet up on the outside. Right after sending the message, the bee larva quickly took off. Ta Pham cursed. Damn it, you useless Ghostface Bee King, you untrustworthy coward. Up ahead, a mass of energy coalesced to form a portal, and an intimidating, terrifying voice echoed from within. Human, if you wish to leave the mystic slip beast realm alive, the little one by your side must complete the trial here. If you refuse, all of you will die. Ta Pham stepped up. I am Grey Egg's master. Let me take the trial in its place. Very well, then you shall die first. Grey Egg proactively jumped down. Ta Pham quickly called it back. Little guy, get back here. You can't handle this. He thought to himself, even though Grey Egg is special, this monster is at least grade A. It is not something the little guy can take on. Suddenly, the aura on Grey Egg burst forth. The beast stared closely, only to see that the energy was exploding out of Grey Egg's tiny horn. The energy gathered into a single point, shooting right through the beast's projection, causing it to shatter instantly and vanish. Wait, was that just an illusion? Was everything that happened just now a mirage? Once again, a dark mist began to gather up ahead. Ta Pham was startled. There's movement over there. Is it another illusion? The projection of the beast materialized once more. Human, what the heck are you so shocked about? This is no illusion. Little one, consider the first trial cleared. Keep moving forward. As they ventured deeper into the mystic slip beast realm, a massive horde of monsters began to appear. Ta Pham felt a massive headache coming on. With so many monsters, could this still be an illusion? No, wait. Are they telling us to walk right into this horde? Isn't that just a suicide mission? Walking straight into a heavy siege like this, the odds of survival are slim to none. But since we have come this far, we just have to take it one step at a time. Meanwhile, Grey Egg innocently trotted right in. Ta Pham glanced at the monsters as several of them lunged forward to attack. Grey Egg used its horn to sweep away the surrounding beasts. Just then, a monster hiding nearby whipped its long tail forward. Ta Pham was shocked. A grade, a monster. How did it hide so well? I didn't even sense it. Grey Egg fired a beam of light, completely shattering the tail. Terrified, the monster cowered and lowered its head. Ta Pham muttered as he watched. Is this grade A beast actually begging for mercy? I didn't expect the little guy to be this powerful. Even a grade A monster is terrified of it. Before he could celebrate, a massive wave of grade A beasts emerged. Grey Egg's aura instantly exploded, and its horn radiated a brilliant, blinding light. Ta Pham quickly dodged to the side. Little guy, your energy is insane. Strangely, Grey Egg's entire body turned golden, unleashing an explosive shockwave of power all around. Under the immense pressure of that power, the surrounding beasts bowed their heads and surrendered one after another. So many grade A monsters, and they were all suppressed in an instant. Little guy, what on earth are you? Watching from afar, the mysterious beast noted. So young, yet able to effortlessly suppress grade A beasts. There is no doubt about it. Its voice echoed out, "All right, little one, withdraw your power. You have passed the trial. As for the rest of you, disperse." Hearing the command, the beasts lost their ferocious look and became completely gentle and friendly. Ta Pham thought to himself, "These monsters seem so different from the ones outside. They actually look harmless." The mist slowly parts to reveal a hidden path, where the colossal beast sits waiting, anticipating the arrival of Ta Pham and Grey Egg. Instantly, Ta Pham feels a suffocating, terrifying pressure radiating from the monster. Could this really be the Beast King of the Mijian Beast Realm? An S-class beast? Ta Pham stares intensely at the creature. No, wait, this aura. It can't be. It is an illusion. But how can it feel so damn real? He quickly activates his perception skill. The illusion instantly shatters, revealing a bottomless abyss just 2 or 3 steps away. Oh man, that was definitely a trap. Talk about a close call. If it wasn't for the God of War system, one more step and I would have been crushed to pieces. Grey Egg finally snaps back to reality and lets out a sharp bark. Ta Pham looks back and sees the beast sitting there, completely unfazed. Was that hallucination really his doing? The aura coming from this 4-armed giant ape feels way more terrifying than any S-class beast he has ever faced. No, it is not just S-class. It is far beyond that. It is a beast emperor. The giant ape glares down at Ta Pham, seemingly lost in thought. It makes sense that the little guy can withstand my pressure. But how did this mere human break free even faster? It speaks. Impressive. You have officially passed the 3 trials. Come on up. The giant ape then begins to shrink its massive size. Grey Egg spots a bunch of juicy fruits scattered on the ground and immediately runs over, completely ignoring everything else. The giant ape tries to call out to Grey Egg, but the little guy just ignores him, stuffing his face with food. Ta Pham and the ape can only stare in utter disbelief. The giant ape points straight at Ta Pham, yelling at him, "Hey, how on earth did you raise this kid? Where are his manners? You disrespectful human." The foul stench blasting from the ape's mouth nearly suffocates Ta Pham. Ta Pham fires back. "Why are you yelling at me? Grey Egg was just born. He is literally still a baby." Suddenly, Grey Egg's body begins to undergo a strange mutation. Ta Pham panics, crying out, "Hey, buddy, what is happening to you?" A protective barrier of light wraps around Grey Egg as he drifts into a deep sleep. The giant ape says calmly, "Relax, human. There is no need to panic. The little one is just undergoing an awakening. Once the process is complete, he will wake up on his own. As for you, I will fight you with one hand tied behind my back." Ta Pham's expression turns deadly serious. "Looks like I do not have a choice. Let's do this." He draws his sword, instantly entering battle stance. As their forces collide, Ta Pham feels like his entire body is about to shatter. What kind of monstrous strength is this? He broke my entire sword stance with raw physical force alone. I cannot take him head on. The giant ape laughs mockingly. "Is that all you got, human brat? If this is your limit, get ready to be torn to shreds." Blown backward by the impact, Ta Pham stares at the giant ape with a grim expression. "Show me what you can really do, human. I have no choice but to go all out." Ta Pham pulls up his status window. With 78 unallocated attribute points left, he dumps every single one of them into agility. Ta Pham lunges forward, shouting, "Battle sword art, strike." This human got way faster. Was he holding back earlier? But if you think a little speed boost is enough to save you, you are dead wrong, kid. The giant ape claws at him, but Ta Pham pivots on his heel, spinning gracefully into the air, dodging the attack effortlessly. Meanwhile, after running for his life, Mok Pham finally stops and looks back. "I ran so far, I should be safe now." The Mijian Beast Realm is truly the most dangerous, mysterious zone here. Even if a God of War level expert wandered in, they would find it nearly impossible to make it out alive. His tracker indicates that Hoeklei's group is still trapped inside the Mijian Beast Realm, and so is Ta Pham. He grins maliciously. That absolute nuisance is finally going to be buried alive in there. This means our plan is a massive success. From this day forward, the entire mercenary guild belongs to us. He throws his head back, laughing hysterically, completely unaware of the wind larvae silently watching his every move. Meanwhile, the monitoring room of the mercenary guild is in total chaos. This is bad. There is a massive disturbance in the Mijian Beast Realm. Hokla, Lu Hong, and Ta Pham are still trapped inside. We are in serious trouble. Inside, Tatron is secretly celebrating. Perfect. A massive anomaly in the Mijian Beast Realm. And Hoeklei, Lu Hong, plus that thorn in my side, Ta Pham, are all stuck inside. Mock Fam did an amazing job. Our plan is practically complete. He turns to Duthan, sneering mockingly. Hey, Chief Duthan, what was it you were saying earlier? What goes around comes around, right? Now your prized student and Ta Fam are trapped in the Mejian beast realm. Tell me, did you guys do something to anger the heavens? Duthan remains silent, a heavy dread sinking into his chest. Hoak Lei, Lu Hong, Nam Qian, and Ta Fam are all trapped in the middle of that anomaly. This is a complete disaster. They are the future pillars of our guild. We cannot afford to lose them. Kids, you have to find a way out of there. Back in the realm, Ta Fam is locked in a brutal struggle with the giant ape. I have been holding back my true speed since the very start of this fight. But now is the perfect opening. Battle sword art. Burst. He roars, unleashing the full, devastating force of his ultimate move as waves of sword energy slash forward. The giant ape's eyes flash as it swings its massive fist, shattering every single wave of energy into dust. Ta Fam's jaw drops. It blocked my strongest, full-power attack that easily? How the hell am I even supposed to fight this thing? With my current strength, even an S-class beast would take some damage from a full-force battle sword art. But this guy does not have a single scratch on him. Is the true power of the Beast King of the Mejian beast realm way beyond S-class? How can I possibly win this? Hey, human brat, the giant ape rumbles, casually stretching its limbs. Stronger than an S-class beast? How is this even a fight? Human brat, the giant ape sneers, letting out a massive stretch. Oh crap, that last strike completely pissed off the four-armed giant ape. Is it actually going to kill me now? Zuo Fan breaks out in a cold sweat. There's no other way. At this point, he has no choice but to use the ultimate move taught to him by Senior Thien Kiem. But then, the giant ape just yawns and cracks its knuckles. Zuo Fan's face is a giant question mark. What the hell? Its body is actually starting to shrink. Scratching its head, it says, "Alright, that's enough. You passed this trial." Zuo Fan asks blankly, "Wait, what? I won? This old man said I'd fight with one hand tied behind my back. Since I had to use a second arm, I obviously lost." Zuo Fan thinks to himself. He thought the Beast King would take this chance to kill him, but he never expected it to actually keep its word like this. This Beast King seems completely different from other monsters. "Human kid, what's your name?" Zuo Fan awkwardly raises his hand and says stiffly, "I'm Zuo Fan." In his mind, he curses. Didn't he introduce himself with his full name when they first met? This old guy wasn't listening to a single word. "In all these years, you're only the second human to ever beat me." The second? Then, who was the first? The first was the president of your Waxia Mercenary Association. Zuo Fan is shocked. The president of the Mercenary Association? That's right. In fact, this very place was created because of that battle. Back then, when the president won, he asked me to open this place up as a trial ground for your association. But now, Zuo Fan, since you've won, you can make a demand of your own. Weapons, combat techniques, S-class beast cores, greater power, or anything else I can grant you whatever you desire. However, you must leave the little guy here and give up your ownership of him. Well, make your choice. Zuo Fan's face turns cold. Weapons, combat techniques, or even war god level power. And the catch is leaving the little guy behind? Precisely. You know very well how powerful I am. If I were to fight seriously, even the war gods of your human world wouldn't stand a chance against me. Name your price. I'll give you some time to think it over. The giant ape thinks to itself that with how selfish humans are, there's no way this young man could refuse an offer like this. He has no idea what he'd be giving up by letting go of his ownership. Zuo Fan lets out a deep breath. I've made up my mind. Your offer is incredibly tempting, Senior, but I refuse. Ever since it hatched, the gray egg has been by my side. It's my family. I won't sacrifice my family just to get ahead. So, Senior, please let me take the little guy with me. The giant ape chuckles warmly. You passed, kid. You're far better than that president of yours. Only someone like you is worthy of being his master. The giant ape turns and heads into the cave. While the little guy still needs some time to wake up, come with me to claim the real reward of this trial. Zuo Fan is dumbfounded. So the whole thing was a test from start to finish. Inside the cave, the two of them stand before a magma gate as it begins to open. Zuo Fan looks inside and asks, "Where are we? What is that fiery vortex? Is Fat Toy resonating with it? Why is his divine weapon acting up like this?" "No, it's actually the beast core on the weapon that's reacting." The giant ape explains, "Zuo Fan, you're the first person to ever set foot in here. This is the ultimate secret of this beast realm. Back then, even your Mercenary Association's president had absolutely no clue that a natural beast core forge existed right here in this beast realm. Zuo Fan adjusts his tone. Senior, what kind of place is a beast core weapon forge? A beast core weapon forge is where beast cores are refined into divine weapons. Only beast core weapons forged here can truly unleash their full, devastating potential. Zuo Fan is shocked. How is that possible? The Starfall weapon forging method was clearly invented by humans. Why would a forge like this even exist inside a beast realm? The giant ape looks back at him with a smirk. And who told you that the beast core weapon forging method was invented by humans? That's basic knowledge known by every Starfall warrior. The giant ape shakes its head, completely done talking to this idiot. Whatever. With your current strength, you don't need to know about any of this yet. Stop dragging your feet, kid. Do you want your reward or not? Of course I do. Put your beast core weapon inside to refine it. That will unleash its true power. Uncontrolled, Fat Toy flies in on its own. Those flames? It looks like something inside Fat Toy's beast core is changing. After a moment, Fat Toy automatically flies back to Zuo Fan. He examines the sword closely. At first glance, Fat Toy looks exactly the same as before, with no noticeable changes. Suddenly, Fat Toy unleashes a terrifying wave of energy, taking Zuo Fan completely by surprise. What is this crazy, overwhelming aura? Is this the true power of Fat Toy after being refined? A faint, spectral image of a fire dragon seems to swirl around the blade. This newly awakened power of Fat Toy will definitely become one of his ultimate trump cards in a tight spot. Still, why is the method to unleash the true power of Starfall weapons in the hands of a Beast King? The giant ape smiles. He didn't suffer any backlash from the refined Beast Core weapon. This kid's talent is actually impressive. Zuo Fan's eyes sparkle as he gently holds Fat Toy. The giant ape turns and gestures with its finger. Let's go. Counting the time, the little guy should be waking up soon. Senior, why is a place like this located inside the Beast Realm? Where in the world did the Starfall weapon forging technique actually come from? These secrets aren't something you need to know right now. Once you level up to the War God realm, you'll naturally learn the truth, including the origin of the Starfall Knight. Hearing this, Ta Fam's jaw dropped in shock. Just then, Grey Egg woke up, its ears twitching, and it jumped right onto Ta Fam. Ta Fam patted its head and said, "Hey little guy, you're finally awake? You haven't changed all that much, though you do look a bit bigger. Is this an awakening?" The giant ape replied. "You'll find out what kind of power the little guy has awakened soon enough. Now, get out of the beast realm. Don't linger here any longer. The trial is almost over. Right, I need to get out of here fast. I can't let Mach Fam and his lackeys get away with their schemes." The giant ape warned him. Becoming the master of that little guy is no simple task. You and him will face countless powerful enemies in the future, so you'd better get stronger and fast. Both you and the little guy need to grow stronger quickly if you want to survive the great dangers ahead. Ta Fam clenched his fists. Great dangers in the future, huh? I'll grow stronger as fast as I can, strong enough to face any enemy that comes my way. As the giant ape watched Ta Fam's retreating figure, it muttered to itself, "I can't believe the Beast Emperor's egg was successfully protected and actually hatched. And to think the little guy even accepted a human as its master. How surprising. The future of this planet might change completely because of them." Meanwhile, Mach Fam stopped right in front of the realm's exit, glancing up at the leaderboard. He was sitting comfortably at the top, followed by Hoak Lei, Lu Hong, and Nam Kiem. Those guys still have points on the leaderboard. Are they seriously still clinging to life in the beast realm, struggling on their deathbeds? They're surprisingly tough to kill. But first place in this trial is definitely mine. In the end, I'll be the one laughing. Tetron said smugly. At this point, I don't think anyone has any doubts about who took first place in this trial, do they? We might as well just end the trial early. The staff member looked at Du Thon in confusion, seeking his input. Du Thon retorted, "Tetron, there's absolutely no precedent for ending a trial early. Are you trying to violate the Mercenary Guild's regulations?" "Haha, Chief Du Thon, why are you being so stubborn? No matter what you do, the results of this trial aren't going to change anyway." Suddenly, someone pointed at the screen and shouted, "Hey everyone, look at that!" Nam Kiem, Hoak Lei, and Lu Hong appeared on the screen. Tetron's eyes widened in utter shock. What on earth is this? Those brats are still alive. The three of them rushed straight toward Mach Fam, roaring, "You shameless, cowardly bastard. Let's see how you like getting trashed." Mach Fam gasped in horror. No way. How are those three still alive? Nam Kiem yelled. Mock fam, you scumbag. You didn't expect us to be alive and kicking, did you? You used dirty tricks to ambush us before, so now it's your turn to get ganged up on. The three of them split up, launching a coordinated attack from 3 directions. Mock fam sneered. Me, a coward? You guys are pathetic. As long as I win in the end, who cares what methods I use? Besides, why are there only 3 of you? Did that idiot Ta fam sacrifice his own life to save yours? The 3 shouted in unison, Mock fam, you're dead meat. Mock fam smirked to himself. Perfect. Judging by their reactions, that punk Ta fam must have died in the beast realm. With that pain in the neck out of the way, these 3 are nothing. Die, you miserable coward. Mock fam's body erupted in green smoke, completely enveloping him before spreading outward. Shoot! We got careless and let him catch us again. Mock fam laughed. Wow, you 3 really have terrible memories, don't you? You got ambushed by me once already, and yet you still fell for my poison skill so easily. You 3 are complete idiots who deserve to die by my hands. Now, die. Mock fam charged forward with his sword drawn, but suddenly, he froze. The reactions of these 3 idiots seemed completely off. Before he knew it, a sharp sword slash ripped right across him. Ta fam suddenly materialized right behind him and smirked. Didn't expect that, did you? We're gonna let you taste your own medicine. Yes, it hit. Mock fam is done for this time. Suddenly, Mock fam's body exploded into a cloud of toxic smoke. Ta fam quickly grabbed the 3 of them and pulled them back. Looking at the corroded ground, they gasped. Who knew he had such a vile trick up his sleeve just to save his own skin? This poison is incredibly lethal. The 3 quickly pulled out healing potions and gulped them down. Did you really think we came unprepared? Hey, all is fair in war. Forcing him to play his trump card like this means he won't be able to pull off that escape trick again. Mock fam roared in absolute fury. Ta fam, how the hell are you still alive? You 3 bastards tricked me, forcing me to waste my absolute poison incarnation. He gritted his teeth. My master gave me that skill as my ultimate life-saving trump card. I can't believe I had to waste it here. I'll never forgive you. Ta fam pointed his blade straight at him and said, What goes around comes around, Mock fam. Today, I'm personally going to crush your little conspiracy. Mock fam scoffed as if he had just heard a joke. You want to fight me, Ta fam? Do you seriously think you stand a chance against me? I'm a peak advanced battle general. Only one single step away from reaching the war god realm. You think you can beat me? In your dreams. Mock fam unleashed his terrifying aura and lunged forward, moving too fast for Nam Kiem and the others to react. Facing this terrifying blade energy, Ta fam charges straight into battle. The 2 clash furiously, their swords and blades flashing in a relentless frenzy of sparks and energy. Is this punk's sword actually better than my own weapon? He really is a top-tier high-level general. Mock fam's raw head-on strength easily surpasses mine, but the power of Fat Toy, after being tempered, is more than enough to make up for my lack of strength. Ta fam swings his sword, shattering the blade in Mock fam's hand. Instead of panicking, Mock fam lets out a cold laugh. Haha, you fell right into my trap. Suddenly, Mock fam's fingers turn pitch black, shooting out dark purple threads that wrap around his opponent. This despicable bastard Mock fam really has a ton of dirty tricks up his sleeve. Ta fam snorts coldly. Battle sword technique, unleash. Mock fam is shocked. What? What kind of sword technique is this? Nam Kiem and the other 2 cry out at the same time. That's the exclusive sword technique of that senior. Chi Jen and Du Than are also stunned. The battle sword technique? How is that possible? That belongs to Lord Tien Kiem. Du Than is secretly thrilled to think Ta fam actually knows the battle sword technique. When on earth did Lord Tien Kiem teach him that technique? I didn't get any wind of this at all. According to the intel, during the Reserve War God trials, Ta fam did have contact with Lord Tien Kiem. Could it have been back then? But there's no way anyone could master the battle sword technique in such a short time, right? Chi Jen breaks into a cold sweat. The battle sword technique? That brat must have caught Lord Tien Kiem's eye during the Reserve War God trials, and he passed the technique down to him. It's barely been any time, and he's already mastered and can use the battle sword technique. This terrifying talent is nothing but a disaster waiting to happen. The 2 of them stare at the screen with completely opposite thoughts. Du Than thinks his future achievements will definitely rival those of the guild leader. On the other hand, Chi Zen is fuming. This brat is way too dangerous. We must eliminate him immediately. He sneers. Chief Administrator Du Than, I bet you're feeling pretty pleased with yourself right now, aren't you? Do you actually think that with this kid Ta fam around, First place in the Beast Realm trial is guaranteed to be yours? Deacon Shizen, do you honestly believe that in a 1-on-4 situation, ManhwaCapped still has any chance of winning? Or are you planning to abuse your authority and interfere in the Beast Realm trial? Chief Administrator Du Than, don't you dare frame me. I have always been fair and never used my power for personal gain. I'm merely reminding you not to forget who ManhwaCapped's master is. His skills go far beyond just this. Du Than is taken aback, turning his gaze back to the screen. Could it be? Ta Pham steps right up to ManhwaCapped. It's time for you to die. ManhwaCapped grits his teeth, his energy exploding. You bastard, you forced my hand. Ta Pham quickly leaps back. Is this ManhwaCapped's trump card? ManhwaCapped's voice echoes from within the thick shroud of poisonous smoke. Ta Pham, you goddamn brat. To think you'd actually push me this far. As the venom spreads, it melts right through one side of Ta Pham's shirt. Ta Pham unleashes a burst of sword chi to blow away the poisonous mist clinging to him. This poison is way stronger than the last one. He quickly yells to Nam Kiam's group. Everyone, get back. Stay away. ManhwaCapped roars. Like I'd ever let them escape. He hurls a blast of toxic smoke toward Nam Kiam's group. Die, all of you. Lu Hong looks at his corroding arm in horror. The antidote, it's completely useless against this. To think the poison is this potent. Is this really ManhwaCapped's trump card? Ta Pham replies with a grim expression. It's not just that the poison mist is several times deadlier. His aura has also skyrocketed. It's already surpassed the high-level battle general realm. ManhwaCapped emerges from the smoke, his entire body completely transformed. Ta Pham gasps. How did he turn into an entirely different person? Is this a battle technique? Lu Hong stammers. Could it be the absolute poison body? A war god level battle technique? That's Vice Guild leader Bo Kyo Fong's signature technique. But isn't a technique like this supposed to be exclusive to the war god level? Hearing this, Ta Pham turns his head to ask, the absolute poison body? A technique that only those at the war god realm can use? Hoak Lei quickly warns him, Ta Pham, watch out. That's not his own strength. His master, Bo Kyo Fong, sealed the power of the absolute poison body inside him. Right now, his strength is at least at the quasi-war god realm. Instantly vanishing, ManhwaCapped reappears right in front of Ta Pham, roaring, die, you miserable brat. Ta Pham quickly raises his sword to block. That hand, is his bare arm, actually as tough as Fat Toy? With a single punch, ManhwaCapped sends Ta Pham flying. To think the absolute poison body could withstand the sharp edge of Fat Toy with bare hands, ManhwaCapped's strength has spiked instantly. So this is the quasi-war god realm? ManhwaCapped glances at a small scratch on his arm, muttering, that kid's sword is insanely sharp. To think it could actually leave a mark on my absolute poison body. He brushes off the scratch, sneering, once I kill you, that divine weapon is mine. Damn brat, forcing me to unleash my absolute poison body. The price for making me use my trump card is far more than your single, worthless life can pay. Ta Pham, just lay down and die. I am going to tear you into 10,000 pieces. Ta Pham looks down at Fat Toy. Lay down and die? ManhwaCapped, do you seriously think borrowing someone else's power is enough to bring me down? Then let's find out. Ta Pham launches himself forward, relying on his battle sword technique to go toe-to-toe with ManhwaCapped. His aura is clearly only at the high-level battle general realm, while ManhwaCapped's current strength is already at the quasi-war god level. Nam Kiam remarks, it's not that surprising that Ta Pham can fight ManhwaCapped on equal terms. ManhwaCapped's absolute poison body is a power bestowed upon him by Bo Kyo Fong. On the other hand, Ta Pham's battle sword technique was something he mastered entirely on his own. That means it's his own true strength. Hoak Lei and Lu Hong suddenly realized, does this mean Ta Pham actually has a shot at beating ManhwaCapped? Suddenly, ManhwaCapped sends Ta Pham flying with a single punch. Nam Kian and the others scream in panic. Ta Pham, watch out, get out of the way. The poison is coming right at you. That poison is insane. Even without that, ManhwaCapped's current strength is already at the quasi-commander level, making him an incredibly tough opponent to deal with. What is even more terrifying and tricky is that his absolute poison body is the perfect blend of offense and defense. ManhwaCapped sneers. Going toe-to-toe with me? What a joke. You little brat, the only reason you have survived this long is because of how sharp that divine weapon of yours is. But this is where it ends. Now, I will use my real power to crush you to pieces. ManhwaCapped unleashes consecutive waves of toxic smoke at Ta Pham, completely engulfing the entire area in a massive cloud of poison. Meanwhile, other members of the Mercenary Association begin gathering at the entrance of the secret realm. What on earth is going on here? Wait, is that Mok Fam? Hoak Lei quickly warns them, back up, everyone, don't get caught in this fight. One of them accidentally breathes in the fumes and immediately coughs up black toxic blood. Terrified, the crowd quickly retreats. Ta Fam quickly deploys a protective barrier around himself. So, is this the true power of the absolute poison body? If we're just comparing raw power, I stand absolutely no chance. Especially since the scariest part of his absolute poison body is that the lethal poison can seep into every single crack. Trying to execute my battle sword technique while constantly fighting off this deadly toxin. If this turns into a drawn-out battle, there's no way my own stamina will hold out. But I have more than just my own strength to rely on. He suddenly smiles. This is actually the perfect chance to test the true power of retribution after its refinement. Mok Fam, you've had your turn attacking, now it's mine. Let's see just how powerful your absolute poison body really is. He charges forward and roars. Let's end this in one strike. Mok Fam flexes his muscles. You're just throwing your life away. If you're that eager to die, I'll gladly oblige. Die. Me, die? Don't hold your breath. Mok Fam's eyes suddenly widen. Wait, this isn't right. Ta Fam unleashes a massive sword strike. The phantom powers of the giant black python and the blue-armored winged scorpion erupt simultaneously, completely tearing through and severing one of Mok Fam's arms. Mok Fam screams in sheer agony. Watching from afar, Nam Keen cheers excitedly. Yes! Just what rank is Ta Fam's divine weapon? Could it be a god of war tier weapon? Ta Fam swings retribution, having completely severed Mok Fam's arm with that single strike. Is retribution really this sharp after its refinement? Is this what a Starfall weapon is like when its beast core power is fully unleashed? Ta Fam recalls that after the refinement, retribution felt completely different, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what had changed. The Great Ape had told him, wait until you face a truly powerful opponent to unleash the genuine power of the beast core. Under normal circumstances, avoid using it unless absolutely necessary. While fully unleashing the beast core's power makes you incredibly strong, it also drains the core much faster. Just like the four-armed Great Ape said, the refined power of retribution is absolutely terrifying. Mok Fam clutches his bloody shoulder, muttering, damn it, I can't believe this kid's weapon is so sharp. It actually bypassed my absolute poison body and wounded me. Is that a god of war tier weapon? Damn it. If I had known, I would have killed him sooner and taken that weapon for myself. Mok Fam, you're not the only one holding back a trump card. Now, get ready to die. Ta Fam, do you really think relying on a sharp weapon is enough to beat me? You're still light years away from being able to kill me. Nam Kian and the others mock him. Ta Fam might be relying on his weapon, but are you really relying on your own actual strength? The absolute lowest requirement to cultivate the absolute poison body is the god of war realm. Since when did you become a god of war, huh? You're absolutely right. My absolute poison body is a power granted by my master, but having such an incredible master is a form of talent in itself, isn't it? Besides, as his disciple, did you really think this was the limit of my power? Nam Keen sneers. That guy Mok Fam is just bluffing because he's backed into a corner. Ta Fam remains on high alert. Something is off. Mok Fam's aura isn't weakening at all. In fact, his energy is actually rising. Plus, he's way too calm to be bluffing right now. Mok Fam lets out a sinister laugh, and his severed arm suddenly shoots straight toward Ta Fam. Ta Fam quickly dodges, leaning backward just in time. Nam Kian and Hoak Lei watch with eyes wide in shock. What on earth? That flying thing was Mok Fam's severed arm. The arm loops through the air and flies right back to its socket. You've got sharp instincts, Ta Fam. To think you actually dodged a fatal blow. But your luck ends here. Ta Fam gasps in horror. Did his arm just reattach itself? I can't believe he can do that. This absolute poison body is truly terrifying. Hoak Lei breaks into a cold sweat. Master Duthan once told us that even high-level commanders who receive power from the absolute poison body can only unleash a tiny fraction of its true potential. Regeneration is an advanced ability of the absolute poison body. How does Mok Fam even have access to that? Don't tell me he's already reached the god of war realm? Nam Kian quickly replies, there's no way. Mok Fam definitely hasn't reached the god of war realm yet. Exactly. If Mok Fam were a god of war, we would have been dead a long time ago. There must be another explanation for this. Mok Fam's body begins to mutate once again. Ta, fam, since you forced my hand like this, I will make sure you suffer an agonizing death. Where the hell are you? This time, I'm going to rip you into 10,000 pieces. Come on, it's time to end this. Is it really time to end it? You sure know how to brag, you shameless bastard. Die. Mufan threw a devastating punch, but Zuofan quickly used his sword to block the incoming blow. Retribution couldn't slice through his arm this time. What's this? You little brat, did you really think you could hurt me with just the sharpness of a divine weapon? Dream on. Mufan reached out to grab him, and Zuofan quickly retreated. How did his speed increase so much? Suddenly, Mufan appeared right behind Zuofan. You thought that was fast? I can see right through your movements now. The two of them clashed fiercely. Nanjian quickly backed away, warning the others, "Get further back. If we get caught in that, we're dead." Their battle has already reached the level of a quasi-god of war. Can Zuofan handle Mufan now that he possesses the power of the high-grade absolute poison body? It's hard to say, but worrying now won't help. This isn't a fight we can interfere with anymore. Mufan caught an opening and threw a swift punch, sending Zuofan flying backward, but he did a flip and stabilized his stance. Mufan walked forward calmly. I have to admit, you do have some skills. I didn't expect you to hold out this long. But it's time to end this. Suddenly, Zuofan felt something strange happening to his body. I'll show you the true terror of the absolute poison body. Poison prison. Mufan used his poison to form a cage, trapping Zuofan inside. Oh my god, what kind of move is this? Zuofan, watch out. You little brat, did you really think I fought you because I couldn't handle you? I was only worried that you would tuck your tail and run if things went south. The battle just now was merely to trap the prey. Nanjian cursed. That bastard Mufan is so despicable. I knew something felt off. Zuofan, I admit you're a genius among geniuses, an extremely dangerous individual. That's why I must take this opportunity to kill you. Oh really? You think a petty trick like this can hold me back? Zuofan plunged Retribution into the ground, fully unleashing his beast core power. The energy surging from Retribution sliced the cage to pieces. Mufan watched him, making no attempt to stop him. What's happening? Why isn't my body listening to me? Is the poison gas corroding my entire body? How is this even possible? My body's poison resistance is naturally high, and I clearly purged all the poison gas earlier. Mufan pointed at him and laughed out loud. You little brat. Did you really think you managed to force the poison gas out earlier? In fact, our fight earlier was not only to set up the poison prison, but also to test your poison resistance. Knowing that Zuofan had an extremely high poison resistance, he gradually increased the intensity during the battle, waiting until Zuofan's movements slowed down before making his real move. That bastard Mufan is truly cunning. He was scheming against Zuofan from the very beginning. Zuofan propped himself up with his sword on the ground. Mufan, you are incredibly underhanded. Hey, as long as I win, who cares what methods I use? What's wrong with you now? Weren't you jumping around so confidently just a moment ago? Nanjian and the other two couldn't help but rush forward. Zuofan, we're here to help you. Mufan conjured a poison net to block them. Don't be in such a rush. Once I finish off this brat Zuofan, it'll be your turn. Are you guys feeling furious right now? I love seeing you so angry, yet utterly powerless to do anything about it. Now open your eyes and watch me rip you apart. Mufan charged forward, and just as his poisoned hand was about to touch Zuofan, Zuofan whispered, Unleash. A terrifying surge of power erupted from inside Zuofan's body, tearing apart everything in its vicinity. Mufan struggled to hold his ground. What kind of frightening power is this? Zuofan roared. Combat sword art. The devastating force struck Mufan directly, making him let out an agonizing scream. A sphere of energy floated in the air, shooting down beams of sword light like meteors. This technique is the ultimate skill of the heavenly sword, the advanced form of the combat sword art, the Tempest sword dance. Mufan was bombarded by waves of sword energy. Arg, how is this possible? Mufan, you're not the only one with a deadly trump card. Previously, the heavenly sword had implanted this sword energy into Zuofan's body. With this energy, he could perform the Tempest sword dance, the advanced form of the combat sword art. But you must use it with extreme caution. For a battle general, the power of a god of war is an immense burden. Besides, Bu Xiaofeng is a cunning schemer. Unless you have absolutely no choice, do not use this trump card. Once you unleash it, it must decide the match. Do you understand? Fan mumbled from the ground. So you were faking it from the very beginning too. You absolute bastard. Those who scheme against others will only end up being schemed against. Die. Fan swung his sword, and Fan shrieked. Let's end this. A voice echoed from the eye on his chest. You useless trash. I didn't expect you to be pushed to such extremes. In that case, unleash the final drop of power I gave you, and then you will become my puppet. And while we're at it, let's turn this annoying brat into a puppet too. Fan growled. Fan, it's not over until it's over. His entire body transformed into a monstrous beast as he snarled, let's fight to the death. Strange, his power has surged significantly once again. However, Fan smirked. Bring it on. Fan unleashed the Tempest Sword Dance, raining it down upon him. It's over. Fan's voice echoed out. Haha, over? Fan gasped in shock. He's still not dead? Fan, I'm going to make you understand what's worse than death. What it feels like to be a soulless husk. I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. Fan snorted. Fan, you. Pulling the same trick twice is useless against me. Divine Weapon of Judgment, show your true power. Battle Sword Skill, Tempest Sword Dance, Sword Intent, fully unleashed. Fam charges forward, but suddenly his entire body freezes. What is this? I can't move. A giant eye suddenly appears right in front of him. So young, yet already possessing this level of power. He truly is an absolute genius. Compared to that useless student of mine, you're far better suited to be my poison clone. Fam, I'll be taking this extraordinary body of yours. Fam grits his teeth. Shoot, my body is completely paralyzed. Whose voice is this? Calling Fam a useless student. Wait, is this poison morphing into hideous monsters and lunging at me? What kind of crazy monster is this? No matter what it is, this awful feeling tells me it's incredibly dangerous, and there's no dodging it. Meanwhile, in Tanhai City. Haha, I'm almost there. Fam, that absolute genius body of yours is truly the perfect vessel to forge my second poison clone. The Guildmaster and Duthan will definitely think my goal in pushing for this Beast Realm trial was to seize control of the Mercenary Guild. That was indeed my plan before, but the appearance of that brat Fam made me change everything. Once I seize his body and refine it into my second poison clone, I'll be able to break through to the advanced Battle God realm. When that time comes, what can that old Guildmaster even do to me? Only by becoming an advanced Battle God can I truly rule the Mercenary Guild. In this world, only when you are strong do you have nothing to fear. Fam, just be a good boy and become my second poison clone. Fam suddenly realizes something is wrong. This consciousness doesn't belong to Fam. I can't move. I have to. Gray egg. Burst out. A surge of power releases bolts of lightning, shattering all the poison around him. This is the little guy's power. You're awesome, buddy. I can move now. Fam lunges forward. Go ahead and squirm, Fam. You can't even move, can you? I'm going to tear you to shreds. Fam ducks to dodge the attack. Fong quickly warns him, you idiot. My binding poison has worn off. Retreat now. He's faking it. Fam is shocked. What? This brat? Oh no. Fam doesn't let up and chases after Fam. My turn to strike back. It's time to end this. Fam swings his sword in a sweeping strike. The system notifications keep rolling in. For the first time defeating a peak advanced battle general. Attribute points multiplied by 5. For the first time defeating a battle god's clone, attribute points multiplied by 50. Fam is stunned. First time defeating a battle god's clone? So the voice I heard earlier wasn't an illusion after all. Namkeen and the others run over, cheering. Fam, you won. Fam, you're so strong. Is everyone okay? We're all fine. Fam, now that Fam is dead, there's absolutely no doubt about the rankings for this Beast Realm trial. First place goes to Fam. That's right, first place belongs to Fam. Fam scratches his head in embarrassment. He had only killed Fam. The real threat was his master, the vice chairman of the Mercenary Guild. That terrifying aura of power from earlier definitely belonged to Fong. He is the true ultimate enemy. Outside the mercenary building. Did this skyscraper just shake? It scared the life out of me. Must be an illusion. You definitely had way too much to drink tonight. Inside Fong's room. My flesh and blood poison heart is destroyed. Just what did he? He wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth. Fam, you hide far more secrets than I ever imagined. He walks over to the window, clasping his hands behind his back. To think I would fail. A plan so long in the making, ruined by a mere brat. I admit I underestimated you, Ta Pham. Who would have thought the son of the former military tiger would be this formidable? He is far more outstanding than Ta Hui. However, this is only the beginning. Ta Pham, I shall recognize you as my rival. Just you wait. We will meet again very soon. The portal to the secret realm opens, and everyone starts to leave one by one. Ta Pham is about to step in, but suddenly stops. The wasp larva says, Master's master, please take me out of here with you. Ghost Face Wasp King, can you actually leave the beast realm? The giant ape says, Beast King level monsters aren't supposed to be able to leave the beast realm. Hey, I specially raised this clone just for today. Ta Pham remains silent. The Wasp King flies around, massaging Grey Egg to win favor. Master's master, please take me along. I can be super useful. Grey Egg lets out a bark of approval. Left with no choice, Ta Pham sighs, fine, whatever, let's go. Outside, Duthan is waiting with his men. It's almost time. Oh, they're back. Duthan smiles. This Beast Realm trial really exceeded all expectations. That absolute genius kid named Ta Pham will definitely become a pillar of our guild in the future. Huak Lei and Lu Hong greet Za Theng. Nam Qian raises his fist. Everyone, we've completed the trial. As soon as Ta Pham steps out, he is startled to see everyone around him cheering for him. He is dazed. What's going on, everyone? The Wasp King quickly warns. Master's master, watch out. Confused, Ta Pham instinctively reaches for his sword. Tetran charges forward, roaring, You little brat. Duthan's eyes widen. Tetran, what are you doing? Oh no, Ta Pham, watch out. Ta Pham raises his sword to block, the force pushing his entire body deep into the ground. Luckily, a fraction of Senior Thien Kiem's sword intent power still remained. Otherwise, I would have been in real danger. Tetran throws another punch. Ta Pham, it's all because of you, you brat, ruining our plans. You deserve to die. Du Qing steps in front to block him. Qi Zhen, conspiring to attack the champion of the Beast Realm trial is a grave crime. If you dare make another move, I'll arrest you right now in the name of the training camp's chief administrator and lock you up until you're punished. Conspire to attack? Chief Du Qing, you are slandering me. Both of my juniors died in the Beast Realm trial. As their elder, I simply lost my mind for a moment out of grief. Bowing his head, he says, I apologize for my actions just now. As Qi Zhen is handcuffed, he continues, as for everything else, I will report the truth to my superiors and willingly accept whatever punishment they see fit. Does that satisfy you? Once Qi Zhen is led away, Du Qing turns to warn Zuo Fan. You need to be careful. After this Beast Realm trial, Qi Zhen and the Vice President's faction will definitely come after you. Zuo Fan nods. I understand. Everyone crowds around to congratulate him. Congratulations. First place in the Beast Realm trial, you absolutely earned it. And not just first place, but surely the youngest champion in the history of the Beast Realm trial. That's right, the youngest champion of the Beast Realm trial in history, and the youngest reserve battle god too. Meanwhile, at the mercenary training camp, Zhu Liao and Yi Ying walk side by side. The Beast Realm trial is about to end, right? I really hope Zuo Fan makes it through safely. Zhu Liao, what's that supposed to mean? You don't have faith in Zuo Fan? Don't forget who saved your life. Zhu Liao scratches his head. The Beast Realm trial is completely different from the Reserve Battle God exam. They are on two totally different levels. Yeah, I actually wanted to check out the trial hall to see how things were going, but Chief Du Qing kicked me out. Zhu Liao spots Xia Dan and Xiang Han up ahead. In the distance, two mercenaries are gossiping. Hey, did you hear? That reckless kid, Zuo Fan, died inside the Beast Realm trial. Zhu Liao and Yi Ying snap angrily. Cut the crap. How dare you curse someone like that? Do you want to die? The two quickly defend themselves. Hey, we're not lying. It's the truth. The news leaked from the Beast Realm Hall half a day ago. It's totally legit. Yeah, a mid-level battle general entering the Beast Realm trial? It's totally normal for someone like that to die in there. Suddenly, a massive screen on a nearby building displays an announcement. This season's Beast Realm trial has concluded successfully. We will now announce the final rankings of the Beast Realm trial. Wait, the trial is already over? Who could have taken first place? Yi Ying looks closely, confused. Why isn't Zuo Fan in the top 100? Not even in the top 50. Don't tell me he really? Suddenly, Zuo Fan's name flashes at the very top, in first place. The crowd gasps. What? Zuo Fan actually took first place? No way. Xia Dan and Zhu Liao are stunned. How is Zuo Fan first? Even if his strength is impressive, his opponents in the Beast Realm trial were all high-level battle generals. Yi Ying smiles proudly. Little Fan took first place in the Beast Realm trial. He is way stronger than I ever imagined. The two gossiping mercenaries are dumbfounded. How is this possible? How did that kid get first place? Wasn't Mu Fan supposed to be the champion? Yi Ying glares at them, thoroughly annoyed. You bastards. Hey, what did you jerks say earlier? Something about Little Fan dying? What do you want? We were just repeating rumors. Unable to hold back, Yi Ying starts beating the crap out of them. Repeating rumors, huh? Let me show you what happens when you spread garbage. Look, they're here. They're coming out. Zuo Fan waves his hand. Brother Xia, Zhu Liao, Sister Yi Ying. Seeing Zuo Fan, Yi Ying's expression does a complete 180-degree turn as she flashes a warm, gentle smile. Du Qing appears on the screen, clearing his throat before announcing, the Beast Realm trial has officially concluded. I would like to congratulate Zuo Fan for claiming first place in the Beast Realm trial. He has also become the youngest champion in the history of this trial. Tonight, the training camp will host a celebration to mark the successful end of the trial. Now, let's all give it up for Zuo Fan. Zuo Fan's friends surround him, showering him with congratulations. Looking down at Zuo Fan and his friends, Du Qing sighs. Although they survived this ordeal safely, they have now completely made an enemy of Bu Qiaofeng. The turmoil within the mercenary guild has only just begun. But seeing such brilliant youth, there is still hope. As Qi Zhen is escorted to an armored vehicle, he sneers, Du Qing and that little punk, Zuo Fan. Enjoy your final days while you still can. Zuo Fan notices Qi Zhen. Are we really just going to let Qi Zhen leave the training camp like this? Du Qing walks over and replies, we have no choice. Regulations dictate that Qi Zhen must be sent back to headquarters for sentencing. But with Bu Qiaofeng protecting him at headquarters, he probably won't face any serious punishment. Little Fan, after your outstanding performance today, Bu Qiaofeng's faction will definitely keep a close eye on you. You must be extremely careful from now on. I understand, Chief Du Qing, but let's forget about all that for now, and enjoy the party tonight. We can worry about the rest tomorrow. Meanwhile, at the Zhu family manor in Zhonglin City, a stunningly beautiful middle-aged woman snaps at Zhu Nian. Ever since you became a master blacksmith, you've gotten more and more arrogant. Zhu Nian, how dare you show up late to a family gathering? Do you think you're too good for us now? Or do you just have zero respect for your elders? She smirked and asked. The gathering doesn't even start for another half an hour, so how exactly am I late? Besides, doesn't our truck family always show the utmost respect to forging masters? And right now, I am the forging master. Truk Lian, what makes you think you have the right to question me? Truk Lian was left utterly speechless, silently cursing Nidiem. She couldn't believe this low-born little brat actually dared to walk all over her now. And Truk Tan's death was definitely her doing. She swore she would never let this brat secure a foothold in the family. Truk Xuan spoke up. Nidiem, no matter what, Truk Lian is still your elder. You shouldn't have this kind of attitude. With a temper like yours, it's way too easy to offend the wrong people. If that happens, the family might not be able to protect you. He turned toward the approaching family head and said, Family head, don't you agree? The two men beside him sneered, thinking they absolutely couldn't let this brat find a foothold in the family. Before the family head could say anything, a staff member rushed over to report, Family head. Chief Manager Du Than from the Mercenary Guild's training camp has sent an invitation, requesting your presence at their banquet tonight. The crowd began to whisper in shock. Chief Manager Du Than, a God of War level powerhouse from the Mercenary Guild. The family head must have incredible influence for a God of War level elite to personally invite him. The family head opened the invitation and scanned it. It turned out to be a banquet for the winner of the Beast Realm trial. He suddenly said, Nidiem, go get ready quickly. You're coming to the banquet with me. Truk Lian asked in disbelief, Family head, why are you choosing Nidiem? Our Truk family has other forging masters. What makes her qualified? The family head snorted, raising the invitation card with Nidiem's name on it. What makes her qualified? The first place winner of this Beast Realm trial is Ta Pham, who is also the youngest reserve God of War in history. His divine weapon was forged by Nidiem. If she isn't qualified, do any of you think you are? Truk Lian was stunned. What? The divine weapon that made Nidiem a forging master actually belongs to him. The old family head walked over to Nidiem with a warm smile. You truly are a worthy child of our Truk family. Whether it's your talent for forging or your eye for people, Both are truly exceptional. Make sure to dress up nicely for tonight. No need to rush, just take your time. Truklian fumed with jealousy. She couldn't believe this lowborn brat actually got to attend the Mercenary Guild's training camp banquet. Ta Fam walked out to welcome Nidium, waving to greet her. The Truk family head smiled and said, "You must be Ta Fam, right? Truly a promising young man. Ha ha ha." Wearing an incredibly stunning dress, Nidium waved back, puffing out her chest with a playful pout. Calling him Little Fam is so sweet and intimate. Inside, Duthan stood in front of a sealed door and said, "This banquet is to reward the elites of our guild's Beast Realm trial. Your rewards are inside." The door opened, revealing countless priceless treasures displayed within. The crowd buzzed with excitement. As expected of the Mercenary Guild, they are incredibly generous. Duthan continued, "As for Ta Fam's reward, follow me to the vault in a bit to receive it. It is not something that should be displayed in public." Ta Fam thought to himself, "I wonder what the first place reward for the Beast Realm trial actually is." Duthan said, "Let's go. I'll take you to get your prize." Ta Fam asked in surprise, "Right now? Aren't we waiting for the banquet to end? The banquet is just a cover to keep eyes off us. Do you think I'm taking you there just to collect your prize? Aside from the first place reward, there's something else." Duthan didn't answer. He walked over to a bookshelf, found a hidden switch, and pressed it. A secret door swung open. Ta Fam gasped. "Chief Manager Duthan, where is this? A place like this couldn't possibly hold a reward, could it? Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough." What was going on? Ta Fam felt as if his entire body was floating, and then both of them vanished into a teleportation portal. "What is this feeling? It feels like my body is slowly fading away," the Wind King explained. "No need to worry, Master. This is just a teleportation device." The two of them appeared inside a cave. Ta Fam looked around and asked, "Chief Manager Duthan, where is this?" "This is the Crystal Palace, the most classified location in the mercenary training camp, and the most secret place in the entire guild. The true goal of Bo Q Fong and his people is actually to seize this place." Ta Fam was taken aback. "The most classified location in the guild? Is this the guild's treasury? Our guild's treasury is located elsewhere. In a way, this place is far more important than any treasury. This is a place that only the guild president has the authority to control." Ta Fam was puzzled. "Only the guild president has control over this place? Chief Manager Duthan, then why are you able to enter? You're very sharp." "The reason I can enter is because not too long ago, at a critical moment when he was about to break through to the advanced God of War realm, the president was ambushed. Now he is severely wounded and must hide in a secret location to recover, which is why he temporarily granted me access." Ta Fam was startled. The president was ambushed? No wonder. If the president wasn't severely injured, Bo Q Fong would never have dared to carry out his plans so blatantly. The president is one of the top 10 God of War level powerhouses in Wuxia. Anyway, let's put that aside for now. I brought you here to collect the special grand prize for the first place winner of the Beast Realm trial. Ta Fam, do you know the origin of this Crystal Palace? The Crystal Palace wasn't built by humans. It was discovered by the guild on the night of the meteor fall years ago. Duthan recalled, "In a very short time, the beast tide attacked everything. The world thought it knew everything, but only a handful of people know that other mysterious things actually arrived on Earth during the night of starfall. Back then, the president of the Mercenary Association got lost and wandered in here. Standing before a monster sealed inside a crystal, he gasped in shock. What kind of monster is this? This beast looked exactly like the four-armed giant ape that Zuofan had encountered in the Beast Realm. Suddenly, the giant ape opened its eyes and let out a deafening roar, shattering the crystal. It grabbed the president by the throat, lifting him off the ground, and demanded, 'Are you an intelligent life form of this planet? Let's strike a deal.' And just like that, the president and the four-armed giant ape made a pact, opening up the Beast Realm. Shortly after, the president established the Mercenary Association. The association's massive influence today is all thanks to this secret. In fact, it's their biggest, most closely guarded secret. Only now did Zuofan understand the shocking origin of the Beast Realm. He thought to himself, so, the four-armed giant ape isn't even from this planet, and maybe the same goes for Little Stork. Pointing at the Bee King, he asked, "Is this the monster sealed by the Crystal Palace?" "Exactly. The monsters kept here don't belong to this planet. However, none of them show any signs of life. So this ghost face Bee King isn't from this planet either?" "Master, even I am not entirely sure. Ever since I gained consciousness, I've been the king of the ghost face bees. This place. It's like a graveyard for alien monsters. Zuo Fan, as you can see, if these alien monster bodies fell into the hands of someone like Bu Chaofeng, the consequences would be unimaginable. An ambitious maniac like him could easily trigger a catastrophe that would plunge the entire world into ruin. You are far more outstanding than I ever imagined. You will undoubtedly become the backbone of our association in the future. The president asked me to present you with the grand prize of this Beast Realm trial on his behalf. As he pulled out a box, Zuo Fan asked, "What is this crystal metal?" "This is the key to the Crystal Palace. Aside from the president and myself, you are only the third person to ever possess it. The president has a personal request for you. If anything ever happens to him, or if the Crystal Palace faces any danger, he hopes you will step in to help. Of course, this metal is more than just a key. It holds an incredible power that you will discover on your own in due time. Zuo Fan, are you willing to accept this metal and the heavy responsibility that comes with it? If you accept, you will officially become the president's designated successor starting today." Zuo Fan felt like he was dreaming and stammered. "Me? If I accept this crystal metal, does that mean I'll become the successor to the Mercenary Association, one of the greatest Starfall warrior organizations in all of China?" "Yes." Pointing at the successor symbol on the crystal metal, Zuo Fan asked, "Are you really giving this to me?" "Indeed, and not just a successor, but the sole successor to the entire Mercenary Association. Zuo Fan, the branch president in Jining, once mentioned you to me. You mean Uncle Pu Hao?" "Yes, Branch President Pu Hao. I've had my eye on you ever since. Though you were so young back then, I figured no matter how talented you were, it would take at least 10 years for you to make a name for yourself. After all, over the years, I've seen countless geniuses come and go. Even someone with peerless talent like Tianjian didn't achieve true greatness and become a pillar of the association until he was 30. But I never expected you to grow this rapidly, conquering the Beast Realm trial in such a short time." He patted Zuo Fan on the shoulder and said, "Looking at your talent, your character, and your integrity, you are the most exceptional genius I have ever met. Only you can lead the association through the dark times ahead." He patted Zuo Fan on the shoulder, admiring his talent, character, and integrity. "You are the finest genius I've ever encountered. Only you can guide the association out of the crisis that lies ahead. Zuo Fan, your strong sense of justice and unmatched talent might just make you the greatest president in the history of our association." Zuo Fan blushed in embarrassment and replied, "Chief Du Qing, I only recently became an advanced warlord. Isn't it a bit too early to say such things?" "Actually, it's not early at all. If anything, it's a bit late. If only I had met a prodigy like you 2 years ago. You might not know this, but even if the president hadn't been injured this time, the Mercenary Association would still face a massive crisis very soon. Unlike other organizations in China, our Mercenary Association is completely independent. The president is getting old, and outside factions are eager to plant their own pawns to succeed him. On top of that, we're facing internal power struggles within the association. With all these unstable elements clashing, a single wrong move could tear the entire association apart. This is exactly why we need a genius like you to step up and guide the association through this storm. Zuo Fan, I sincerely hope you will accept this crystal metal." Zuo Fan hesitated slightly before speaking. "Chief Du Qing, if you've been watching me for this long, then you must know everything about my background. If I become the successor, my father's past grudges will inevitably catch up with us, and that might bring even more trouble to the association. Zuo Fan, if you become our successor, your problems become our problems. Every single top expert in the association will back you up with everything they've got." Hearing that he would have the backing of such a massive powerhouse, Zuo Fan made up his mind and said, "Chief Du Qing, I will accept the crystal metal. As for becoming the successor, let's worry about that down the road. After all, I just reached the advanced warlord level. A clash between war gods is not something I can get involved in just yet." He thought to himself, "Whether I become the successor or not, that Beast Realm trial has definitely put me on Bo Qiufeng's radar. Down the road, I'll have to face a war god level expert as an enemy, not to mention the bastard who framed my dad. The enemies I have to deal with in the future are truly terrifying. I need to boost my strength as fast as possible and get closer to the war god realm." Ta Fam laughed and said, "Chief Dathan, stop acting like you're giving me your final words. I'm sure the guild leader will recover and step up to handle this. You should smile a bit more, or you're gonna age overnight. This kid sure is optimistic." The old man laughed out loud. "I also believe the guild leader will be just fine." Walking out of the secret chamber, Du Than warned Ta Fam, "This is the guild's most top secret location. Do not speak of this to another soul. Don't worry, Chief Du Thon. My lips are sealed, the Wind King snorted. Not to another soul, huh? Well, this great Wind King knows now. Then again, I'm not human anyway. Oh, by the way, Ta Pham, when you get some free time, go pay a visit to the Heavenly Sword and squeeze out all of his hidden sword techniques. The Heavenly Sword isn't exactly a natural-born teacher. I know his temper all too well. You'll have to clash with him a bit and prove your worth before he'll agree to show you a trick or two. Hearing what Chief Du Thon said, it really did sound like Senior Heavenly Sword's exact personality. He smiled and replied, "Sure, I'll head over tomorrow. This is your reward for the Beast Realm trial. Bring it out to the banquet later so everyone can see it. That way we avoid any unnecessary suspicion." Heading downstairs, Nam Keen called out, "Chief Du Thon, you sure took your sweet time. Ta Pham, what kind of reward did you get? Let the guys see." Ta Pham popped open the box. The two stared in absolute awe. Whoa, talk about a massive haul. The guild is incredibly generous to a genius like Ta Pham. This is a serious jackpot. Du Thon raised his glass and cheered, a toast to the victors of the Beast Realm trial. Everyone clinked their glasses happily. Late into the night, Ta Pham was stumbling around, completely drunk. "Ta Pham, you really can't hold your liquor. Come on, let us get you back to your room." Uk An and Nai Diem instantly lunged forward, fighting over him, both snapping at the same time. "I'm taking Ta Pham back." Seeing the literal sparks flying between the two girls, Hoklay and his buddy waved a quick goodbye and scrambled to get out of there. Watching the two babes support Ta Pham as they walked away, the rest of the guys were green with envy. After tossing Ta Pham onto his bed, one of them sneered, "All right, you've delivered him. Shouldn't you be leaving now?" Uk An whipped around and snapped. "And why on earth should I be the one to leave? This is the Mercenary Guild, so a member of the Truk family like you is the one who should beat it." Truk Nai Diem wasn't about to back down. "Little Pham is my brother. Now that he's drunk, of course I'm the one who should look after him. As for you, do you have some kind of ulterior motives with my little Pham?" The two slammed the door shut, their bickering fading as they stormed off. "The one with ulterior motives is clearly you. Stop making excuses. Either way, I'm staying by little Pham's side tonight. Leaving him alone is way too dangerous." "Whew," the Wind King sighed deeply, just like humans always say. A guy out in the real world really needs to learn how to protect himself. Meanwhile, Ta Pham was completely dead to the world, fast asleep. The following evening, Ta Pham entered the Grey Nest Beast territory all by himself. Senior Heavenly Sword probably hadn't heard the news about the Beast Realm trial yet. I wonder if Senior Heavenly Sword will be thrilled to see my current strength and finally pass down all his ultimate techniques to me. Knowing his temper though, he won't just hand over his ultimate skills that easily. I bet there's going to be some brutal test waiting for me. Ta Pham stared into the distance. There were two faint glows of light, and something felt off about that spot. He flicked two leaves toward them. The moment they made contact, they were sliced clean in half and instantly dissolved. Ta Pham was startled. They were sliced in half on impact and then turned to ash. Those are condensed poison threads of wood magic. This is a signature wood magic trick. I never expected to encounter it here. Could it be the vice president of the Mercenary Guild, Bo Kyo Fong? This spine-chilling feeling. It's like being stared down by a venomous viper. I can't stay here any longer. He flicked and instantly vanished. Plumes of toxic smoke chased after him. I've been targeted. This deadly aura is terrifying. Is Bo Kyo Fong really hunting me down himself? Bo Kyo Fong is a war god level expert. If he were personally taking action, he wouldn't need to skulk around in the shadows like this. Since I've already been targeted, I can't afford to let my guard down. The only option now is to flush the enemy out. He pulled out a decoy puppet. Looks like I have no choice but to use this. At the source of the toxic smoke, the attackers spotted their target. Our long stakeout here is finally paying off. Drawing back his poison arrow, one of them smirked. The master was right. Lying in wait here actually brought the prey right to us. The one controlling the toxic aura urged him. The kid has already noticed. Make it quick. Relax, he's just a high-level general. At this range, anyone below the war god level stands zero chance against the power of my poison shadow arrow. The poison arrow ripped through the air and struck with a sharp thud, pinning Ta Pham right against a tree trunk. Ta Pham swayed for a brief second before going completely limp. The two attackers cheered in triumph. A perfect one-shot kill. Let's grab the kid's corpse. This is a massive achievement, and Lord Q Fong will definitely reward us handsomely. No matter how talented the kid is, he's still green in the end. Even a half-step general-level expert wouldn't stand a ghost of a chance at surviving a direct hit from the poison shadow arrow. The brat is definitely dead, but they quickly realized something was terribly off. Wait, this is a decoy puppet. The kid is still alive. Where did he go? The two scanned their surroundings in a panic. Damn it. We actually got played by that brat. He's definitely still around here. I can't get far right now. Ta Pham watched from his hiding spot, letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for that life-saving puppet Chief Duthan gave him. Otherwise, that arrow from earlier would have taken his head off. He had planned to use this chance to escape, but he never expected these two to show up so fast. Judging by their underhanded tactics, they must be Bo Q Fong's lackeys, and since they dared to set an ambush here, they must be completely confident they can take me down. What if it's a head-on fight, 1-on-2? The Wasp King spoke up. Master's master, those two are incredibly strong. Their methods are just as ruthless as Mach Fam's. If you go 1-on-2 against them, your chances of winning are slim to none. Ta Pham nodded. I figured. Facing enemies like this head-on is a bad idea. Ghost-face Wasp King, I need you to make a sacrifice and lure them away. Master's master, I'm just a clone, not the real body. Showing myself to lure them is basically a death sentence. Inside, it cursed. This jerk of a master's master wants my clone to commit suicide? Without this clone, I'm practically trapped in the beast realm. Ta Pham narrowed his eyes and said, it's just a clone anyway. If you lose it, you lose it. Unless you've got a better idea? The Wasp King quickly replied, Master's master, I just thought of a way. Ta Pham, you miserable brat, get the hell out here. Let's see how long you can hide. Suddenly, Ta Pham appeared and zipped away. Found him. The two hooded figures rushed after him. Brat, let's see where you can run now. Just accept your death. Ta Pham called out. I've never met you two before. Are you sure you've got the right guy? Ta Pham, do you really not know who we are? Playing dumb when you're on the brink of death? Just die quietly. Lord Q Fong is waiting for us to bring your corpse back to him. Suddenly, their feet were ambushed. Arg. What's going on? My body won't move. Is this poison? Impossible. We both possess toxic bodies. How could we be poisoned? Ta Pham smirked. I thought this trick would only buy me some time, but it seems I overestimated you guys. Now, the hunter and the prey are swapping places. It's my turn to finish you off. He had assumed the Ghostface Wasp King's stinger wouldn't do much against two guys with toxic barrier bodies, and that it would only stall for time. Who would have thought it'd be this effective? Ta Pham said, whatever the case, the tables have turned. Die, you two lapdogs of Bo Q Fong. The two of them quickly begged for mercy. Lord Ta Pham, please. We were only forced to do this because Bo Q Fong threatened us. Lord Ta Pham, please spare us. Spare you? Forced? Only a 3-year-old would buy that load of crap. Realizing begging was useless, the two lashed out in desperation. You miserable brat, even if we die, we're taking you down with us. Ta Pham calmly replied. Have you still not realized that I've just been stalling for time? How? How is this poison so strong? Ta Pham swung his sword, ending both of their lives. If you live by the sword, you die by the sword. The Wasp King flew over, trying to take the credit. Master's master, I did great, didn't I? I had to sacrifice 2 of my ghost-face wasp stingers for that. My strength is going to be severely reduced now, so I won't be able to do much from here on. Ghost-face Wasp King, thanks to you, we made it. I appreciate it. But wait. Did losing those 2 stingers really weaken you that much? Ta Pham used his system to inspect the Wasp King. Weakness level, 10%. Ta Pham was speechless. This ghost-face Wasp King sure knew how to hide its true strength. What a sly creature. My master's master is really something else. It's like he can see right through to my actual strength. No wonder he's the human the Ape King took a liking to. Breaking into a cold sweat, it quickly added, actually, I can still be of great help to you. Ta Pham looked down at the 2 corpses. His movements this time should have been completely secret, yet they were still leaked. But something was off. How did they dare to ambush him so close to the ancestral Thunder Spring? Weren't they afraid Elder Thien Kiem would notice? A sudden realization hit him. What if this ambush wasn't just targeted at him? In the distance, an explosion of toxic smoke erupted. Over by the ancestral Thunder Spring, was an intense battle taking place? This terrifying aura belonged to a clash between God of War level powerhouses. Could Elder Thien Kiem have run into Bo Q Fong? I have to go check it out right now. Chief Duthan mentioned that Elder Thien Kiem had been severely injured, causing his power to drop to the low-tier God of War realm. while Bo Kyo Fong is a peak mid-tier god of war. If those two clash, wouldn't Elder Thien Kiem be at a massive disadvantage? Fearing trouble, the Wasp King chimed in. Master's master, the powerhouse releasing that toxic energy is terrifying. It's way too dangerous over there. We shouldn't go. Let's retreat immediately. It's too risky. But Ta Pham wasn't one to run from trouble. Elder Thien Kiem bestowed precious treasures upon me and taught me his techniques. How could I just run away? Besides, his confrontation with Bo Kyo Fong is because of me. There's no way I'm backing down now. The Wasp King held its head in frustration. He knows he might die, yet he still wants to go? Isn't that just a suicide mission? Humans are so hard to understand. Then again, if this kid dies, won't I only have to follow my original master? I'd finally be free. Is this what they call the strange emotions of humans? The great ape once told it. Little ghost wasp, among all the young beast kings in the beast realm, you have the highest potential to evolve. But that's just a possibility. And in reality, it's extremely difficult. If you want to evolve, the ultimate key is to understand human emotions on this planet. Hearing this, the Wind King nodded, showing he understood. The Wind King stopped trying to persuade him and said, Master of my master, if you insist on going there, I have a way to hide your presence so no one can detect you. Ghostface Wind Power, Ghostface Veil. The aura from the Wind King enveloped Zuo Fan, turning his entire body completely transparent. Zuo Fan thought to himself, is this the true power of the Ghostface Wind King? I never expected it to be this incredible. With his personality, offering help on his own is definitely strange. The Wind King then spoke, Master of my master, this is the very last of my strength. I hope it can help you. After exhausting this power, I will probably remain weak for a very long time before I can recover. Zuo Fan stared at the system notification, showing a weakened state of only 11 minutes, and felt a wave of second-hand embarrassment. Seriously? 11 minutes is a very long time? Should I just pack this guy up and return him to the manufacturer? On the other side of the battlefield, Tianjian and Bo Chaofeng were locked in fierce combat, and Tianjian seemed to be severely injured. Bo Chaofeng said with a vicious grin, I didn't expect you to recover so much of your strength after guarding the Grey Ancestor Spring for all these years. It seems that if it weren't for this sudden crisis, you would have returned to the intermediate war god realm within 2 or 3 years. You truly are a genius, second only to me in the guild. Bo Chaofeng offered enticingly, I have a proposition for you. Join me and help me get rid of that old guild leader. What do you say? Once we succeed, you will be the second in command of the entire guild. With our forces combined, we can easily expand the mercenary guild into the top organization in the country. By then, we might even rule this world. Hearing this, Tianjian brought his fingers together to form a seal. Making a deal with a devil like you is just asking for death. Unleashing his sword art, the old man roared, combat sword skill, gale sword dance. Waves of sword energy burst forth, aiming straight at Bo Chaofeng. He snorted in disdain. Is this your final answer? Then die, go down to the afterlife and keep your genius disciple, Zuo Fan, company. A venomous serpent lunged forward. Zuo Fan thought, Senior Tianjian, please hold on. The venomous snake lunged directly at Tianjian. Bo Chaofeng sneered. A combat sword skill? Break. Unable to withstand the sheer pressure, Tianjian was sent crashing to the ground. He gasped weakly. How is this possible? Defeated in just one strike? Bo Chaofeng, have you reached the peak of the intermediate war god realm? Tianjian, what did you think my greatest asset was? It's my overwhelming strength, of course. Before long, once I break through to the advanced war god realm, I won't even fear the old guild leader, even if his injuries are fully healed. Since you refuse to submit, you can rot. Beams of toxic smoke shot toward him. Tianjian's eyes flashed with defiance. Don't celebrate just yet. Open your eyes and witness this. Combat sword skill. Burning sword stance. Bo Chaofeng gasped in shock. I can't believe he still has this card up his sleeve. A terrifying sword pressure erupted as Zuo Fan, hidden from view, dashed forward. He slung Tianjian's battered body over his shoulders and bolted. As the dust cleared, Bo Chaofeng was left floating in the air, his clothes shredded to tatters. Tianjian's ultimate technique, the burning sword stance. I never expected him to unleash such a terrifying move while only at the novice war god realm. In the past, Tianjian used this very stance to slay a high-level beast king. Its destructive power is truly horrifying. If he had unleashed that move in his prime, I would have been in serious trouble just now. He truly deserved his title as the guild's #1 genius. If he hadn't suffered that crippling injury in his youth, and had his cultivation plunge to the novice war god realm. Who knows how monstrously powerful he would be today. But to think he still had enough energy to escape after using the burning sword stance? Should I go after him? No, forget it. Tianjian was already gravely injured, and the backlash from the burning sword stance must have pushed him over the edge. He's practically a dead man anyway. Besides, if I keep hunting him down and corner him, he might just pull a desperate move to drag me down with him. But unwilling to just let him off, Bo Qiaofeng unleashed his mountain-ceiling poison domain. A thick, toxic fog instantly blanketed the vast area. Tianjian, let the Grey Ancestor Spring of Life become your final resting place. Now, it's time to hunt down that old guild leader. Meanwhile, Zuo Fan quickly carried Tianjian away from the area, pouring some of the life water down his throat. Tianjian slowly regained consciousness and gasped in disbelief. Zuo Fan? How are you here? Senior Tianjian, how are you feeling? You foolish kid, you shouldn't have risked your life to save me. Bo Qiaofeng won't stop until we're dead. The old man looked back and suddenly cried out in panic. Oh no! Bo Qiaofeng is using his poison fog to seal off this entire area. Don't worry, Senior Tianjian. I have an extremely high resistance to poisons. You don't understand, boy. Bo Qiaofeng's poison fog isn't just lethal because of its toxicity. It carries the devastating force of a war god. As the venomous mist surged toward them, Zuo Fan glanced down at his finger, which had been touched by a tiny speck of the poison. Just a single whiff, is this terrifying? Is this the absolute power of a peak intermediate war god? Tianjian urged. Get us to the cave inside the Grey Ancestor Spring. Zuo Fan nodded and rushed into the cave. Tianjian immediately used his remaining power to seal the entrance, blocking the toxic fumes from entering. Zuo Fan let out a sigh of relief. We got lucky with that cave barrier, or we'd be toast by now. Don't celebrate just yet. You're vastly underestimating Bo Qiaofeng's power. This cave's defense will only buy us a little time against that poison fog. The Grey Ancestor Life Spring is meant for healing, not neutralizing poison. How long before the Grey Nest Cave becomes a total toxic wasteland? Ta Fam broke into a cold sweat just hearing about it. Is this poison fog really that terrifying? Senior Heavenly Sword, when will your injuries heal? Is there any way we can break through this encirclement? My injuries are extremely severe, and they won't fully heal anytime soon. Ta Fam, we have to rely on your strength to break through. Rely on my strength? With my current power, even if I give it everything I've got, I'm afraid that. With your current level of power, of course, it's impossible. What I mean is, before the poison fog completely corrodes this place, with your talent, you still have some time. Time for you to master a new power. A new power? Can it really break through the toxic domain Bo Qiaofeng set up? Heavenly Sword didn't say another word, only waving his hand. Follow me. He pressed a switch, and a secret door opened up. What on earth is at the end of this passage? Heavenly Sword led him inside. Suddenly, Ta Fam saw a giant sword hurtling down toward him. A giant sword falling from the heavens. Ta Fam broke out in a sweat. If this giant sword strikes, I'll be crushed to dust. Oh no, I can't dodge it. No, wait, it's not real. This is an illusion. Ta Fam swung his sword, shattering the giant blade. Just as he thought, a total illusion. Ta Fam broke free from the mental realm. He saw a burning sword resting on an altar ahead of him. Why does this sword chi feel so familiar? The sword on the altar. It's literally on fire. Heavenly Sword stroked his beard and smiled, waking up from the sword chi illusion that quickly. Kid, it seems my eyes didn't deceive me. You actually have a great chance of passing the trial. Senior Heavenly Sword. Where on earth are we? Haven't you noticed yet? Since you already possess the battle sword technique, close your eyes and focus on the feeling. Ta Fam did as he was told, closing his eyes to sense it. It seemed that the sword intent, radiating from the burning giant sword, was indeed the battle sword intent. Senior Heavenly Sword, is this really the battle sword technique? Exactly. This is the sword altar, the very origin of the battle sword technique. This burning sword contains an even more advanced application of the battle sword technique, the next level of the battle sword technique. But this sword force. Ta Fam was shocked. This sword chi feels identical to the burning sword chi inside Senior Heavenly Sword's body. Once it erupts, there's no telling how terrifying it will be. Is this the advanced level of the battle sword technique? Heavenly Sword shot a beam of sword energy toward a boulder. Look, this is the sheer power of the burning sword stance. Once you master this sword technique, you can easily defeat opponents way above your level. During the King-class Beast Tide back then, with only a mid-tier war god cultivation, I relied on the burning sword stance to slay a high-tier Beast King. The power of the burning sword stance is absolutely terrifying, letting you unleash power far exceeding your own realm for a short time. Of course, executing this sword stance also has a terrifying side effect. Your power will drop below your original realm. To break out of the poison domain, you must comprehend the burning sword stance. That's your only way out alive. Based on how fast the poison domain is spreading, you have about 1 week. The burning sword stance. In just 1 week? Tafam muttered under his breath, then asked, Senior Heavenly Sword, how long did it take you to master the burning sword stance? Heavenly Sword replied softly, just around 7 months. Tafam stood there dumbfounded. 7 months. And I only have 7 days? With your talent, it's highly possible. Besides, given our current situation, you don't really have another choice. Tafam clenched his fists. I understand. Let's do this. In 7 days, I will master the burning sword stance, shatter this poison domain, and get you out of here, Senior. Good. Let us begin. Heavenly Sword blasted a stream of energy into the fiery sword. The flames parted, forming a passageway. Inside the sword, altar is extremely dangerous, so you must be careful. Tafam stared at the passage and asked, I have to go inside the sword altar again? That's right, go on in. Once Tafam had entered, Heavenly Sword leaned his back against the wall. That kid has a good heart. Even now, he's still thinking about saving me. His character is far better than that ungrateful wretch Bo Kyo Fong, who turned his back on the association president. It's just a shame. I don't think I can hold on long enough for him to save me. Ta Pham flew out from the passage. Is this the inside of the sword altar? A ruined city. This must be an illusion. The Wind King spoke. Master, the aura here is terrifying. It poses a fatal threat to us beasts. Ta Pham began scanning his surroundings. The architectural style of these ruins looks like it's from before the Starfall night. Suddenly, he spotted a figure standing in the distance. The figure suddenly charged toward him. It was a fireman. Ta Pham decisively sliced the fireman in half. The fireman dissolved into a stream of energy and surged into his body. Arg, it hurts so bad. Is this sword intent entering my body? Absorbing the blazing sword intent. The system notified. Blazing sword intent value is 1 out of 1,000. Blazing sword intent value +1. Does that mean once I reach 100,000 points, I can master the burning sword stance? But what does the consumed sword intent value mean? Ta Pham looked up at the sky, where a massive amount of sword intent was gathering. Countless firemen charged out of it. Ta Pham thought to himself, an army condensed entirely from sword intent? There's as many as a whole military division. Is this the trial to comprehend the burning sword stance? Ta Pham roared. Bring it on! After a short while, the firemen were quickly wiped out by Ta Pham, and his burning sword intent value steadily rose. I can feel the sword intent accumulating inside my body, beginning to transform as the burning sword intent accumulates. My body hurts so much. This pain is carving right into my bones. System notification. Sword intent depletion has reached 100. Ta Pham gasped in shock as the pain instantly multiplied by 100 times. Another fire fiend is charging at me. Damn it, I can't move. The flames inside the altar suddenly erupted. Thien Kiem muttered to himself. Has the trial of the sword altar officially begun? Back then, it took me a whole day inside for the trial of the sword altar to officially begin. I didn't expect this kid to trigger it so quickly. This isn't a good sign. The faster the trial progresses, the more violent the sword chi depletion becomes. This is extremely dangerous. I hope Ta Pham can pull through. The old man's body seemed to start crumbling. Inside the trial, the pain from the sword chi depletion grew more and more intense. I can't move. I'm afraid I'm done for this time. Suddenly, Grey Egg rushed out, using its horn to create a protective barrier around Ta Pham. Nice job, little guy, the Wind King said with respect, as expected of Master, to be able to unleash such power under the pressure of such immense sword ki. But cracks are starting to appear on the shield. There are too many manifested sword intents. This protective barrier won't hold out for long. Suddenly, the system chimed, detected that the host is paralyzed due to sword intent depletion. Would you like to consume 100 points of sword intent depletion value to remove this negative status? Ta Pham was stunned. So that's what the sword intent depletion points are for. Hell yeah. Do I even need to say it? Remove it immediately. The barrier shattered, and the Wind King let out a panicked scream. Ta Pham's eyes flashed. Shatter! With a shout, bursts of sword chi erupted. obliterating all the surrounding fire fiends. The system continuously issued 2 notifications: burning sword intent value +1, sword intent depletion value +1. The Wind King flattered him. As expected of Master's master, Tafam now understood that during the trial of the sword altar, while condensing the burning sword aura, he could be hit by the backlash of sword intent depletion at any moment. Sword intent depletion is the ultimate hazard of this trial. One wrong move, and I'll be meeting my maker. Thankfully, I've got my trusty system. By releasing the accumulated sword intent depletion value from my body, I can effectively bypass this danger. Later, when the burning sword intent value rose to 200, Tafam's body froze up again. He quickly spent his sword intent depletion points. As long as I can accumulate 100,000 points of burning sword intent, I should be able to master it smoothly. With time ticking away, Tafam went into a frenzy to harvest burning sword intent points. The points quickly climbed close to 2,000. Before long, a mysterious hand gripped the sword on the altar. Inside the trial, Tafam roared, "Combat sword art, Gale sword dance, obliterate them all." With the burning sword intent value nearing 100,000, Tafam pushed on with his slaughter. Soon enough, he reached the required points. Looking at the system panel, can I finally advance and comprehend the burning sword aura now? However, looking at the sword intent depletion points and his progress in the trial, his pain tolerance had steadily increased. Because of that, I've been using the sword intent depletion points less and less, which means I still have a massive stack left. But upgrading is a different story. I'll likely have to endure a terrifyingly harsh tempering process. This amount of sword intent depletion points should be enough to withstand the agony of the upgrade. Screw it, let's upgrade. Suddenly, a colossal beam of energy shot down from the sky. The Wind King panicked. This suffocating pressure. Watch out. What on earth is this power? Could it be that the trial of the sword altar isn't over yet? As the torrential sword intent crashed down, Grey Egg summoned a barrier to protect Tafam. Is this path formed by the burning sword aura? This terrifying sword intent? It seems even Senior Thean Kiem is far from matching it. The Wind King cried, "Master's master, this is too dangerous. Run." Tafam replied, "Our retreat is blocked. There's no escaping. Is the will of this path urging me to move forward? Well, there's no other choice. Let's give it a shot." Stepping onto the path of burning sword intent, Tafam followed the trail of sword ki. An altar appeared ahead. Does this city have a sword altar as well? Tafam squinted. Wait, that's not right. What is that? On the hand gripping the sword, a creepy eye suddenly opened. Tafam's face darkened. This aura is terrifying. The Wind King hid behind Tafam in fear. "Oh no, Master's master, we've been spotted by that horrifying entity." "Master's master, this thing is insanely powerful. Its strength has probably reached the high-tier battle god level. We need to run, now." "Shut the hell up. Can't you see the surrounding space has been locked down by a barrier? How are we supposed to run? Our only choice now is to go all out. Combat sword art, Gale sword dance, battle god system, consume all burning sword intent points, and upgrade me." The burning sword intent successfully upgraded, and a monstrous power erupted from the blade. Tafam gripped the hilt with both hands and slashed violently toward the altar. Burning sword intent, slash. The eye on the hand flashed, creating a crimson shield to block the strike. Tafam fell hard to the ground, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth as he panted heavily. Even after upgrading my burning sword intent, it did nothing? Well, I can't blame myself. This presence is just too overwhelming. Just as the ghost-faced Wind King said, it's likely a high-tier battle god. Right now, I simply stand no chance against it. Suddenly, his entire body stiffened. This near-death agony. Is this the pain of the sword intent depletion from the upgrade? What a terrifying pain. It's coming too fast. Good thing I prepared early. The War God system has consumed sword intent points to dispel a cluster of light. Shooting straight from that giant palm toward Tafam, a tiny sword materialized inside it. Tafam takes a closer look. What is this sword? Could it be an attack from that terrifying entity? The system chimes in. Special item detected. Burning sword pendant. Do you wish to bind it? There is insufficient information on this item and its effects are currently unknown. Binding is required for appraisal and confirmation. Tafam thinks to himself, insufficient information and unknown effects? This is the first time the War God system has ever given a warning like this. Still, if it can be bound, that means it's useful and won't harm me. Let's do it. Bind. The tiny sword merges into Ta Fam's body. The system chimes. Congratulations to the host on obtaining a War God grade item. The Burning Sword Pendant. War God grade item, currently damaged. Its first effect, halts sword intent depletion while comprehending the Burning Sword stance. Its second effect, holding this pendant, increases the power of the Burning Sword stance by 10%. Its third effect, holding this pendant, reduces the sword intent depletion when unleashing the Burning Sword stance. Who would have thought the effects of the Burning Sword pendant would be this incredible? And this is just a damaged fragment. It turns out that terrifying entity didn't mean any harm. Instead, this was the ultimate reward of the sword altar's trial. Right then, the altar begins to fade away. Fong Vuong suddenly realizes and says, "This sword altar isn't the actual entity. It's just a projection, or perhaps a spiritual clone." Now that the master has completed the trial and claimed all the rewards, this spiritual clone will naturally vanish. Lord Vien Vuong once demonstrated a similar power. It is highly likely the true entity of this sword altar is on the same level as Vien Vuong. So the sword altar here isn't the real deal? It's just like the four-armed ape king? Wait, what is this feeling? Why is there such a tragic aura? It's as if the burning sword pendant is trying to tell me what once happened to this city. Too bad it's damaged, so I can't access any of its memories. The surroundings are starting to warp. Is the trial over? Outside, the altar begins to crack. Thien Kiem gasps in shock. The altar is collapsing? What is going on? Did something happen to Ta Pham during the trial? No, nothing can happen to that kid. He's the future pillar of our guild. Even if it takes my very last breath, I must save him. Ta Pham leaps out from the altar. "Senior, I've passed the trial. I'm back." Hearing this, Thien Kiem lets out a sigh of relief. Ta Pham notices the senior's injuries and says in alarm, "Senior Thien Kiem, your wounds are so severe." Thien Kiem groans. "Ta Pham, just leave me. Bo Q Fong's poison domain has already penetrated this deep. It's so fast." "Senior Thien Kiem, don't worry. I've mastered the burning sword stance. I'm getting you out of here right now. Kid, you need to get out of here on your own. Since you've mastered the burning sword stance, you must know that the backlash from using such an advanced sword skill puts a massive strain on the body, let alone trying to carry someone with you. Just now, I used every ounce of my strength to unleash the burning sword stance. My sword intent is completely depleted, and my old injuries have flared up. It's fatal. I don't have much time left. So go, on your own." Tears well up in Ta Pham's eyes. "I'm sorry, but I can't do that." He hoists Thien Kiem onto his back and starts running. Thien Kiem cries out, "What do you think you're doing?" "Stop being foolish. Do you want us both to die here?" "Senior Thien Kiem, you might not know this, but the burning sword stance I mastered is a bit different from yours." "Out of my way, burning sword stance." Ta Pham roars. The sword energy sweeps away the toxic mist, carving out a path. Thien Kiem thinks to himself, he really isn't affected by sword intent depletion at all. I guess this means I've raised a successor who's even stronger than me. Seeing this before my final moments, I can finally rest in peace. This kid is just like I was when I was young, always doing whatever he wants. Once we're out, I bet his friends and comrades will celebrate like crazy. Huh? Friends, comrades. I haven't heard those words in so long. To think so many years have already flown by. At the very end, let me bask in the joy of reuniting with comrades after surviving a brush with death. Even if they aren't my own comrades. Haha. Outside, Hoak Lee is already waiting anxiously. Spotting Ta Pham, Hoak Lee shouts excitedly, "Fantastic." He broke right through Bo Q Fong's poison domain. Ta Pham calls out, "Chief Duthan, I'm back. And I brought Senior Thien Kiem back with me." Duthan hesitates, unsure of what to say. Ta Pham asks, confused, "Chief Duthan, what's wrong with everyone?" "Wait. Don't tell me." He looks over his shoulder only to find that Thien Kiem had passed away, a peaceful smile on his face. Later, at the Mercenary Guild cemetery, Ta Pham and his companions stand before Thien Kiem's tombstone. Chulu and Ukan break down in tears. "Senior Thien Kiem, why did you have to go? I was planning on visiting you in just a few days." With a heavy heart, Ta Pham blames himself. If only I had noticed how bad his injuries were sooner. Maybe I could have saved him. If only I was a little bit stronger, I wouldn't have wasted so much time in that trial. Duthan pats his shoulder to comfort him. "Ta Pham, don't blame yourself. Even if he hadn't been injured this time, Thien Kiem wouldn't have survived for more than 3 years anyway. During that beast tide years ago, Ta Pham, the wound he sustained when he killed the high-level Beast King was actually fatal. To slay a high-level beast king while only at the early war god realm and make it back alive. It sounds absolutely legendary. But making it back alive was basically no different from losing half his life. Only with the Guildmaster's help and the Spring of Life was Ancestor Thean Kiem able to hang on. But last year, the Guildmaster said Thean Kiem only had 3 years left to live. Don't beat yourself up too much. Thean Kiem's only wishes were to protect the Mercenary Guild and pass down his combat sword techniques. His first wish was fulfilled, the moment he slew that high-level beast king. As for his second wish, having an outstanding disciple like you has already far exceeded his expectations. So, Thean Kiem isn't leaving this world with any regrets. Ta Pham closed his eyes. Got it. I'll absolutely carry on the legacy of Senior Thean Kiem, and as for that bastard Bo Q Fong, I'm gonna make him pay for what he did. With your current strength, you don't stand a chance against Bo Q Fong. You need to level up and reach the Battle God realm first. But right now, that's not our top priority. What you need to do is team up with the other factions in the guild to hold off Bo Q Fong. We need to buy enough time for the Guildmaster to make a full recovery. Team up with the other factions? That's right. Specifically, the mercenary branch in Trung Lam City. Wait, is the Trung Lam mercenary branch not located here? Of course not. I'm just the chief administrator of the training camp. The actual branch president of Trung Lam is someone else. They're incredibly powerful. Bo Q Fong has tried to recruit them multiple times, but failed every single time. The only problem is, the branch president can't stand me and has constantly refused to see me. Ta Pham, in 3 days, the Trung Lam mercenary branch is hosting a massive auction. Would you be willing to go in my place? A talented young guy like you might actually catch their eye and help sway the Trung Lam branch's stance. Without a moment's hesitation, Ta Pham agreed, saying, I'll go in your place. Even if I have to walk straight into the lion's den, I must repay Senior Thean Kiem for training me. Great, I'm counting on you. 3 days later, a car drove Ta Pham over to the Trung Lam branch. He recalled Du Than's warning. The Trung Lam mercenary branch is the strongest branch in the entire guild, crawling with countless elite fighters. Since you're going there representing me, they might not dare do anything openly, but they'll likely try to make things difficult for you behind the scenes. Be extremely careful. The car came to a stop, and a few bystanders immediately started whispering and pointing. Who does this guy think he is, driving right into the Trung Lam branch? Doesn't he know the rules? Shh, shut up. That's the car of Du Than, the battle god and chief administrator of the training camp. The other guy scoffed. What, that old geezer Du Than is back again? Talk about shameless. Just because he's a battle god and a chief administrator, he thinks he can score with someone way out of his league? He needs to look in the mirror and check his age. Seeing Ta Pham step out of the car, the guy looked confused. Who's that? That's definitely not battle god Du Than. He's way too young. Why is he riding in Administrator Du Than's personal car? He must be someone pretty important. Ta Pham looked up at the building. No matter how dangerous this place is, I have to give it a shot. Walking inside, he asked the receptionist, Hello, I'm here on behalf of Chief Administrator Du Than to attend the auction. If possible, may I see the branch president? I'd like to deliver Administrator Du Than's personal regards. The receptionist smiled and replied, A representative of Chief Du Than? Certainly. I'll take you straight to the president. Right this way, please. Ta Pham was a bit taken aback. Wow, that was easy. I fully expected to get rejected right off the bat. But the vibe here was far from friendly, unlike what Du Than had described. The moment Ta Pham stepped into the elevator, the doors locked shut, and the receptionist flashed a sinister grin. Is this a trap? The elevator cage brought him down to a massive open courtyard. Ta Pham glared at the 3 figures standing ahead and yelled, What is the meaning of this, Trung Lam branch? I'm the official representative of Chief Administrator Du Than. Do you have any idea how seriously you're violating guild regulations by doing this? He thought to himself. Shoot, don't tell me the Trung Lam branch has switched sides and teamed up with Bo Q Fong. The receptionist from earlier sneered. Oh, we know exactly who you are. We wouldn't have locked you up if you weren't representing Du Than. That guy is so ridiculously persistent. Our president rejects him constantly, yet he still has the nerve to send a messenger. He's a total nobody trying to punch way above his weight. Ta Pham stood there, completely dumbfounded. Persistent? Punching above his weight? Are you talking about Administrator Du Than? Wait. Is the Trung Lam branch president a woman? Why didn't Du Than mention that to me? Exactly. We're talking about that ugly creep, Du Than. And if we're talking about breaking guild rules, Du Than is the one who did it first. We didn't even send him an invite to this auction. Who knows how he got his hands on one? Tafam quickly forced what he hoped was a friendly smile and said, "Look, everyone, there seems to be a huge misunderstanding here. How about you let me out, and we can sit down over some tea, maybe grab a bite to eat, and talk this through? Cut the crap. If you want to talk, you'll have to survive our branch's battle puppet formation first." Looking closely, Tafam thought, these metallic puppets actually look a lot like that guy's poison golems. Unleash the heavenly net puppet formation. The purple-haired fighter in the back warned, anyone below the battle god level will have a brutal time surviving the heavenly net formation, but make sure you don't kill him, or things will get really messy for our branch. Relax, I know how to hold back. I sensed his energy earlier, he's only a mid-tier battle general. Even if he's a genius, who knows how much of that power is actually real? Without wasting a second, Tafam unleashed his burning sword intent, completely obliterating the entire squad of puppets. The three fighters gasped in absolute shock. What? The heavenly net puppet formation was shattered just like that? Even a high-tier or peak-tier battle general shouldn't have been able to break it this easily. Tafam's expression turned cold. You guys are really something. The three of them panicked, thinking, how can a kid's gaze feel as sharp as a literal sword? Well, someone go and teach him a lesson. Just then, heavy footsteps echo. My apologies. Representative of Duqing, my subordinates have offended you. I apologize on their behalf. Are you the president of the Zhonglin branch? Just then, a gorgeous woman with a smoking hot, hourglass figure steps into view. This is the president of the Zhonglin branch, Nia Kuanye. Zuofan is stunned. Is this woman really the president of the Zhonglin branch? I can't believe she's so young. I honestly thought she'd be around Chief Duqing's age. Glancing at the flames dancing on Zuofan's sword, Nia Kuanye casually waves her hand, dispersing the fire completely. Zuofan breaks into a cold sweat. With just a simple flick of her wrist, she completely snuffed out his blazing sword aura. She did that so effortlessly. Nia Kuanye has to be at least a mid-level war god. She definitely lives up to her title as the president of the Zhonglin branch. Seeing their president arrive, the three men quickly cry out, President Kuanye, thank goodness you're here. This little punk was sent here by that worthless toad, Duqing. You got here just in time. Show this arrogant little brat what real pain feels like. Kuanye snaps, shut your mouths. You don't even know who the #1 genius of this year's Beast Realm trial is. What on earth do you slackers even do here all day? The three of them huddle together, whispering nervously. Actually, I did hear rumors that the champion of the latest Beast Realm trial is the youngest in history. But this kid doesn't even look 20. There's no way he could have taken part in the trial, right? It can't be him, can it? Kuanye glares up and barks, what are you waiting for? Get down here right now and apologize to Mr. Zuofan. Terrified, the three scramble over, bowing as low as they can to beg for forgiveness. Zuofan, I can't believe the champion of the Beast Realm trial is this young. Didn't they say this kid has the potential to become the youngest war god in Wuxia? He is definitely not someone we want to mess with. Zuofan runs a hand through his hair. Well, since they've already apologized, he might as well let it slide. Besides, the whole point of this trip is to meet the president of the Zhonglin branch anyway. I am Nia Kuanye, the president of the Zhonglin branch. Kuanye extends her hand with a warm smile. Zuofan, after hearing that you took first place in the trial, I've been looking for a chance to meet you. Zuofan shakes her hand. It's a pleasure, President Kuanye. Oh, don't be so formal with me. We're all members of the mercenary guild here. Just call me Sister Ye. This woman acts incredibly friendly, but she radiates a terrifyingly oppressive aura. She seems even stronger than Chief Duqing. To make up for their behavior, please allow me to invite you to our VIP lounge so we can talk. Zuofan replies, perfect. I actually have a matter I'd like to discuss with the president as well, but he quickly corrects himself. I mean, I want to discuss it with Sister Ye. She smiles. Now that is more like it. Follow me. Sister Ye, the reason I'm here today is to ask for your help in taking down Bu Chaofeng. Kuanye giggles, covering her mouth. Zuofan, the moment you showed up at the Zhonglin branch, I had a feeling what you were after. Still, I didn't expect you to be so blunt about it. You really are something else. Zuofan scratches his head in embarrassment. Man, I was way too hasty. I should have at least buttered her up and built some rapport before dropping the bomb, right? I can't believe I just let it blurt out like that. I guess I really am still young and inexperienced. Kuanye continues. But honestly, I actually quite like your straightforward attitude. Hearing this, Zuofan asks, Does that mean you're willing to help us deal with Bu Chaofeng? I must refuse, she replies. If I were on my own, I'd gladly join forces with you guys to take down Bu Chaofeng. But I have to think about my subordinates at the Zhonglin branch first. Within the mercenary guild, our branch has always maintained strict neutrality. It's solely because of this neutral stance that our branch has been able to grow and prosper in peace until now. If I rashly pick a side now, my people and the entire Zhonglin branch will be put in serious danger. As the president, their safety is my top priority. Listening to her, Zuo Fan realizes something. Back then, my dad probably accepted the court's verdict without a single objection for this exact reason to protect his own men. Sister Ye, I understand. However, Kuan Ye adds, of course, if the guildmaster were still here leading the guild, I would absolutely follow his orders. Zuo Fan sighs in disappointment. The problem is, the guildmaster's current whereabouts are completely unknown, and even if we find him, whether his severe injuries can ever fully heal is still a massive question mark. You know, Zuo Fan, our branch is hosting an upcoming auction featuring all kinds of incredible treasures. Among them is an incredibly rare, mystical treasure. Not only can it mend even the most fatal wounds, but it can also cure any poison in existence. Sister Ye, can you just sell that treasure directly to me? Zuo Fan asks eagerly. I'm afraid not, she replies. This treasure is far too valuable, and its owner hasn't even delivered it to the guild yet. It won't be brought here until the very day of the auction. Just then, a purple-haired girl speaks up. Even if this treasure were already at our branch, it would cost an absolute fortune. A top-tier, life-saving artifact like that will go for at least 4 billion. And honestly, just having enough money might not even be enough to get it. Before putting it up for consignment, the owner specified that they also want some top-grade beast cores and life-preserving meteorite gear as part of the trade. Zuo Fan, there's still some time before the auction begins. You should head back to the training camp and have Du Qing help you prepare. Zuo Fan rubs his chin, deep in thought. A starting price of at least 4 billion? That is a massive amount of money. Even if I pooled every single asset I own, I'd still be nowhere near that amount. But as for the other things the owner requested, well, I definitely have plenty of those. With a wave of his hand, Zuo Fan summons several rare items from his spatial inventory. My cash reserve is indeed a bit short, but if I put these up for auction, they should be worth a pretty penny. The purple-haired girl gasps in shock. Are those? Even Kuan Ye's heart skips a beat. Every single one of these treasures belongs to her own top disciples, and he's a key subordinate of Bo Q Fong. Looks like the intel was spot on. This kid is young, but he already has the strength to match a half-step war god. As expected, his constitution is truly unique. And as for these items, can you appraise them? The purple-haired girl quickly did the math. To her shock, the total value of these treasures added up to nearly 4 billion. This kid, no, this handsome guy is loaded. But is nearly 4 billion really enough? If he wants to bid on that rare treasure, this amount won't cut it. He needs more cash. Sister Da, I have one more treasure. Could we get the branch's master appraiser to take a look at it? What kind of treasure requires a master appraiser? Let me see it. Ta Pham was stunned. Sister Da was a master appraiser? What? Do I not look like a master appraiser? Tonda examined it and gasped. This is a Beast King tier treasure. On top of that, it's an incredibly rare stealth-type Beast King treasure. Ta Pham, where on earth did you get this? Ta Pham made up a story on the spot. I stumbled upon it during the Beast Realm trial. In reality, the Wind King had given it to him. Once used, the Ghostface Wind Sand could activate the Ghostface Veil effect. Not bad at all. You're even more impressive than the rumors say. I definitely didn't misjudge you. Tell you what. This upcoming auction is the largest one Trunglam City has seen in years. You absolutely must attend when the time comes. Who knows? You might walk away with some unexpected treasures. Ta Pham smiled. He hadn't expected this trip to go so smoothly, aside from the rocky start. Still, was it just his imagination? Why did it feel like President Tonda's attitude toward him had completely shifted? Ta Pham, do you find it strange that I'm looking at you in a different light? Sister Da, to be honest, I did get that feeling. Of course there's a reason, Ta Pham. I'm not looking at you differently just because you're a genius or because of your achievements. The main reason is that your constitution is highly likely the exact same as mine. Ta Pham was shocked. What? Sister Da, don't tell me you. He thought to himself, could President Da also have a system like mine? That would be insane. The system scanned Tonda's body and found no system, but it did identify her constitution as the Berserk battle body. Sister Da, Are you also a berserk battle body? Yes, my constitution is indeed the berserk battle body. It's an extremely rare Starfall warrior constitution in the world today. I looked into your battle records and made an educated guess. After meeting you in person, I'm even more sure of it. The berserk battle body allows for a rapid surge of power during combat. It makes you a genius among genius Starfall warriors. Since the Starfall night, there are fewer than 3 people with the berserk battle body in each country. In the Hua Nation, only Tonda is known to possess this unique constitution. So that's why. No wonder President Da is already an intermediate war god at such a young age. No wonder Chief Du Than and Bo Q Fong went all out to win her over. The only thing is, I rely on my war god system, not some berserk battle body. I can't let the secret of my system get out. If Sister Da wants to misunderstand, I'll just let her. With that in mind, Ta Pham said, years ago, I went through a life or death situation, and my strength suddenly skyrocketed out of nowhere. That's exactly how the berserk battle body works. Every time you're pushed to the brink, your strength surges dramatically. That's why those who have it can break through so rapidly and quickly reach the advanced battle general realm. But the greatest perk of the berserk battle body is that it lowers the difficulty when advancing to the war god realm. I assume you didn't know about this? Of course I didn't know. I don't even have that damn constitution, Ta Pham thought to himself. But he still had to act surprised. What? This constitution can actually make advancing to the war god realm easier? Tonda covered her mouth and giggled. Of course. Once you reach the advanced battle general realm, the berserk battle body allows you to condense a special power known as the battle domain. The goal of the war god realm is to unlock the war god domain, and the battle domain is essentially its prototype. Once you condense it, breaking through to the war god realm becomes significantly easier. Ta Pham thought to himself, condensing the battle domain while still in the advanced battle general realm makes the breakthrough so much easier. The berserk battle body is truly formidable. In terms of reaching the war god realm, it actually seems even better than the war god system. For me, all my stats must reach 999 points just to advance to the war god realm, and that's just one of the requirements. Judging by how dangerous it was to reach the advanced battle general realm, the breakthrough to the war god realm will probably be a 90% chance of death. Suddenly, the system interface flashed and vanished. Ta Pham noticed it immediately. Did the system just glitch in for a second? Tonda continued. It's not easy to condense the battle domain without guidance. Back then, it took me a long time to figure it out on my own. Ta Pham, since we both have the berserk battle body, let me show you the ropes. Tonda grabbed his wrist and pulled him along. Let me give you some special training. Ta Pham broke out in a cold sweat. Oh no, I don't actually have the berserk battle body. If we start training, won't my cover be blown instantly? He quickly scrambled for an excuse. Special training? Sister Da, this is a bit too sudden. How about we do this a bit later? Bring it on. Tonda winked at the berserker physique user and teased, this special training is a piece of cake. Right here, in this very spot, I have specially built the berserker hall. Ta Pham looked around. With only a few days left until the auction, it was time to start the training. Ta Pham, I am really looking forward to your performance. Tonda's figure gradually faded away. Ta Pham shouted, Hey, Sister Da, at least tell me what the training is about first. Since you have the berserker physique, you will figure out the purpose of the berserker hall in no time. This is bad. How am I supposed to figure it out when I don't even have the berserker physique? How strange. What is this sudden sense of danger? But why can't I sense any movement at all? A hand suddenly reached out and grazed Ta Pham's arm. He asked, Can you two smell anything? Grey Egg shook his head. Wind King said, Master of my master, I cannot sense anything either. This place is way too bizarre. Ta Pham shouted again, It is coming again. There are so many of them this time, but I cannot pinpoint their exact direction. Wind King realized and said, Master of my master, I think I understand what this berserker hall is all about. This place is enveloped by a special power, heavily suppressing the senses of anyone inside. This power must be the battle domain Nai-Ton Da mentioned. You need a corresponding level of combat power to sense any movement in here. But how am I supposed to form a battle domain without the berserker physique? You are a beast king, can't you sense anything at all? Wind King replied, There is nothing I can do. My senses are completely suppressed. That woman is absolutely terrifying. Master of my master, you can only rely on yourself now. Or maybe, you should just tell her the truth? Ta Pham cursed inwardly. Tell the truth, my ass. If I tell the truth and anger Ni-Ton Da inside this berserker hall, I cannot even imagine how bad the consequences would be. Is there really no other way? The system popped up once again. Meanwhile, Tonda watched and thought, oh my, little Ta Pham looks quite panicked, doesn't he? But since he has the berserker physique, as long as he finds the right moment to condense his battle domain, he will adapt in no time. Of course, before he grabs that opportunity, he will have to suffer a bit. I remember back then, I had to struggle immensely just to comprehend the battle domain. Now that the special training has officially begun, why isn't he reacting at all? Could it be that the difficulty of the berserker hall I set up is too high? Don't tell me he's already heavily injured right at the start. A sharp burst of sword chi shot straight up. How strange. His situation is completely different from when I condensed my battle domain. The system announced, Battle Domain Condensation Trial. Enduring the battle puppet's attacks. Hit count, 20 out of 1000. This strange vibration coming from retribution. Is it the power of the battle domain? I didn't expect the War God system to possess such miraculous power. To think it already triggered the Battle Domain Condensation Trial, the system announced, Battle Puppet Attacks Endured, 21 out of 100. As long as the number of attacks endured from the battle puppets reaches 1000, I should be able to condense the battle domain. This is just like the previous trial to comprehend the burning sword stance. As expected of the War God system, absolutely incredible. Tonda was shocked. How is this kid so relaxed? I remember when I first tested this chaotic battle puppet array, I suffered quite a lot. Annoyed, Tonda muttered, why on earth is he so at ease? Could his berserker physique actually be stronger than mine? No way. Ta Pham, let me crank up the difficulty for you. Ta Pham's expression grew serious. Even though I cannot pinpoint what's happening, this feeling of deep danger is crystal clear. The number of these untraceable threats has multiplied. Master of my master, be careful. Ta Pham put up a full defense. I just need to hold on until I get enough points. A giant hand reached out, looking to crush Ta Pham. Tonda gasped. Oh no! I think I raised the difficulty way too much. I need to save him right now. Even experts below the War God level would struggle to survive that attack. Please don't let anything happen to him. Just as Tonda was about to rush down, she suddenly froze. Wait. He is completely fine? Ta Pham smiled. Luckily, their numbers spiked so suddenly. It helped me reach 1000 attacks endured in the blink of an eye. The system announced, Battle Domain Condensation Trial. Battle Puppet Attacks Endured, 1000 out of 1000. Would you like to advance? Without a second thought, Ta Pham quickly agreed. Trial completed. Acquired the embryonic form of the battle domain. Passive skill, Eye of the battle domain, can be merged with perception. Active skill, Commanding battle domain, reduces the target's combat power inside the domain by 5%. Ta Pham activated the domain to test it out. Is this power the battle domain? I can't believe I comprehended the battle domain even without the berserker physique. As expected of the War God system. Now, let's activate the Eye of the battle domain. I can finally see everything inside the berserker hall clearly, so this is what you bastards look like. Now, it's my turn to counterattack. Ta Pham rushed forward, slicing the battle puppets to pieces. Get wiped out, all of you. Tonda broke into a cold sweat. That is the embryonic form of the battle domain. He learned it this quickly? Even for me, condensing the embryonic form of my domain took nearly a month. And that's including all the time I spent researching and experimenting. Yet, in just 1 hour, Ta Pham has already mastered it. His talent is just insanely monstrous. No wonder someone as proud as the Sky Sword thinks so highly of him. Ta Pham instinctively looked around. Are there no more war golems left? I was hoping to see if I could trigger the war domain promotion trial. Right at that moment, the door opened. Tonda smiled and said, Congratulations on grasping the prototype of the war domain. Your talent is truly beyond my wildest expectations. Ta Pham cupped his hands in respect and said, Thank you for your guidance, Sister Da. Behind them, his two pets whispered to each other, Master, look at this woman. The moment she saw your extraordinary talent, she immediately started acting so close to you. Grey Egg let out a bark, as if to say that all other females are like that anyway. Tonda covered her mouth and giggled. Ta Pham, there is still some time before the auction begins. Come on, let me show you around the Trung Lam branch and introduce you to my subordinates. There is a good chance you all will be seeing a lot of each other in the future. Ta Pham nodded in agreement. Is the branch president leaning toward my side? So this is the Trung Lam branch? It is absolutely massive. Our Trung Lam branch is not bad, is it? Ta Pham gave a thumbs up and said, "It definitely lives up to its reputation as the largest branch in the mercenary guild. It completely outclasses the King Nin branch. Of course, the Trung Lam branch is the largest branch in the mercenary guild, after all." Ta Pham smiled and replied, "That makes sense. Trung Lam City is the most critical defense line of the imperial capital, and it also serves as the headquarters of the mercenary guild. A vast number of top-tier experts are gathered here, so naturally, other branches cannot even begin to compare." Two people approached them and asked, "Lady Tone Da, we heard that the top ranker of the training camp's Beast Realm trial has arrived at our branch. I am Kung Lok, and I am Hok Long. In accordance with the Mercenary Guild's challenge rules, we hereby challenge you, Ta Pham." Ta Pham whispered, "Sister Da, what is the meaning of this?" Tone Da felt a bit of a headache coming on. These frogs at the bottom of the well have grown far too arrogant. To think they actually have the nerve to challenge a real genius. Tone Da replied, "These two are the reserve war gods of our Trung Lam branch." Seeing Ta Pham address their president so intimately immediately made them burn with jealousy. "You damn brat, hiding behind Lady Tone Da is no way to show your strength. If you have the guts, get down to the arena and trade some blows with us." "You little punk, how dare you call Lady Da your sister?" Tone Da snapped. "Shut up. Do you punks seriously think that just because you have a decent rank in the Trung Lam branch, you can act like hotshots in the outside world? Let me tell you, any random person from the top 10 of the Beast Realm trial could beat you to a pulp." She then grabbed Ta Pham by his collar and said, "Go teach them a lesson so they understand there is always a higher peak. After all, I am not even a member of the Trung Lam branch. Is it really appropriate for me to get involved like this?" Though that was what he thought, he still agreed out loud. "Fine. I accept your straightforward challenge. Let's head to the duel arena right now. There is no need for that. We can do it right here. And since I don't want to bully the weak, why don't both of you come at me at once? This brat wants both of us to fight him at the same time? Who does he think he is? Even if he is the top ranker of the Beast Realm trial, he is still just a high-level battle general. Come on, both of you come at me together. Otherwise you won't even stand a chance of winning. What a big mouth. You will pay dearly for your sheer arrogance." Kung Lok rushed forward first, yelling, "You arrogant brat. If you want a 1 versus 2 fight, I will make you understand that the price of your arrogance is total ruin." Ta Pham just stood there watching. With my perception paired with the eye of the war domain, even though he is also a high-level battle general, how is his speed so incredibly slow? Ta Pham effortlessly slipped behind the two of them. What? When did he get there? I couldn't see his movements at all. Ta Pham's eyes gleamed. "Let me test the active skill of my arrogant physique," he shouted coldly. "Domain Overlord." Kung Lak was suppressed by the Domain Overlord, while Hok Long was weakened by it. Kung Lak gasped in terror. "What is happening to my body all of a sudden?" Ta Pham tapped each of them with his sword, and both of them crashed face-first onto the ground. Without anyone realizing it, a huge crowd of onlookers had already gathered around. What on earth was that? He defeated Kung Lak and Hok Long with just one move. To think that two of our Trung Lam branch's top geniuses could suffer such a humiliating defeat. I didn't expect that Domain Overlord would not only weaken the target's strength, but the moment it is released, it can also stun the opponent with fear for a brief moment. Even if it is just for a split second, when facing a top-tier expert, that is already a fatal opening. But the war domain is still in its prototype form, and a coverage area of only 2 meters is a bit lacking. Tone Da stared intently at Ta Pham. Ta Pham is truly extraordinary. He has only just grasped the prototype of the war domain, yet he can already project it across 2 meters. Though I hate to admit it, his talent indeed far surpasses mine. Someone asked skeptically, "Lady Tone Da, is he really only 20 years old? Is it possible he lied about his age and just looks really young?" Don't make baseless accusations just because someone else is outstanding. What you should be doing is constantly improving your own strength and striving to catch up to those geniuses. It is true that within the Trung Lam branch, you are all outstanding young powerhouses, but as I have said before, there are countless geniuses in the wider world, so do not grow complacent. Let today be a lesson to all of you. If you want to stand above the rest, you must work even harder. Is that clear? Everyone shouted in unison, "Understood, President. If you want to rise above others, you have to work even harder. Is that clear?" Everyone shouted in unison, "Yes, President. And you, the ringleader who started this mess and offended our VIP guest, apologize right now. Starting tomorrow, triple your training intensity." Gong Lei and Huo Long quickly bowed their heads. You are seriously amazing. Please forgive us for being so rude earlier. We are truly sorry. Mr. Pham, that is enough for now. Let us get going. Gong Lei watched Ta Pham walk away and muttered, "It won't be long before the name Ta Pham is known throughout the entire nation." Kuo Long added, "Honestly, losing to a genius like him is nothing to be ashamed of. I have been wanting to teach those arrogant punks a lesson they would never forget for a long time now. I am just glad you are here today to teach them a lesson," I replied. "I am happy I could help you out, sis." Honestly, Gong Lei and Wo Long are actually considered top-tier fighters in the training camp. To become a true Stardust powerhouse, talent is only half the battle. Your mindset is what really matters. If you are constantly arrogant and full of yourself, you will never become truly strong. I could not help but admire her. She is truly worthy of being the leader of the Zhonglin branch. Whether it is her leadership skills or how she nurtures talent, her perspective is always spot on. Purple Hair rushed over in a panic and whispered in Tone Da's ear. She gasped. "What? They want our Zhonglin branch to escort them to the auction?" Curious, I asked. "Who is asking for an escort? Is it the client who put that rare treasure up for auction?" "Yes, it is the client who consigned the treasure. It looks like they are being followed." "Ta Pham, do you want to come with me?" "Of course, I would love to." Later that night in the city, I looked around and asked, "Sista, is this really where the client lives? It is so run down. I never expected someone with such a valuable treasure to live in a dump like this." Tone Da smiled and said, "When you possess a rare treasure, you have to hide your identity. And hey, do not blow my cover. Just call me sis." Blushing slightly, I muttered, "Okay, sis Da." Suddenly, I heard a sound. Near the base of the building, several dark figures dashed by, whispering, "Make it quick, capture the target. If he fights back, kill him and take the treasure." With a loud crash, they cried out in pain. "Watch out, it is an ambush." Who would have thought that Old Man would hire top-tier fighters to protect himself? Tone Da warned, "More attackers are coming from the other side. Hold them off here while I go protect him." I jumped down and replied, "Leave this side to me." Seeing the commotion, the other group rushed over, yelling, "Hurry up and back up the others. He has got help." Tone Da shouted furiously, "How dare you pull off such a blatant attack right under the nose of the Zhonglin branch? You have got some nerve. Who cares about the Zhonglin branch? Even if that guy is Niton Da's own relative, we are taking him tonight." On my side, the fight was already over. I stood over them and said, "There sure are a lot of you, but you can crawl right back to where you came from. Who on earth is this guy? Since when did the Zhonglin branch have such a terrifying swordsman? His strength is practically at the war god level." Gong Lei soon arrived with reinforcements. Tone Da quickly ordered him, "Ta Pham has the other side completely covered. Just drive them back. Do not go risking your lives." "Got it?" Gong Lei immediately took his orders, leading the charge as he roared, "All right, boys, let us go all out and show them what we have got." Looking back at Ta Pham, how is he this young yet already possesses the combat power of a war god? This is absolutely terrifying. Although I am only a high-tier battle general right now, with my burning sword intent and battle domain, I should be able to hold my own against a weaker war god level fighter. But my current strength is still far from enough. I need to break through to the war god realm as fast as possible. I made my move, coldly stating, "None of you are leaving." I slashed my sword across the necks of two attackers. Instantly, the system chimed, "Attribute points +2. The remaining enemies panicked. He is a literal god of death. Fall back. Saving our own skin is more important right now." Over on Tone Da's side, the cloaked men gasped in shock as they saw their allies fleeing from my direction. "What? There is another person guarding the main entrance? How is that even possible?" The mercenary leader was equally stunned. He is only about 20 years old, yet he already has the fighting power of a war god. It is impossible to even imagine how powerful this kid will become in the future. Realizing they stood no chance, the cloaked figures had no choice but to retreat. One of our guys asked, "Are we really just going to let them escape?" Huolong replied, "Just follow orders. As long as we complete our mission, that is all that matters." A moment later, we approached the client. "You are completely safe now, sir. You can relax." The old man let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Zhonglin branch, for sending people to protect me. I truly thought this run-down place would become my grave tonight." Tone Da smiled gently. "Do not mention it, sir. Protecting our clients is simply what the Zhonglin branch is meant to do." I looked at the old man, feeling quite puzzled. He was clearly suffering from a severe illness, so why on earth was he auctioning off his rare treasure instead of using it to heal himself? The old man pulled out a small box. "According to our agreement, I am handing over this rare treasure to the Zhonglin branch for safekeeping. Did you bring the deposit I asked for? Tonda handed it over. Here is your deposit. Honestly, I still think you should come and stay at our branch for a while. This place is far too dangerous for you. The old man nodded in agreement. The Zhonglin branch certainly knows how to do business. I just hope you can secure a spot for this treasure in the upcoming auction, exactly as we agreed. Tonda reassured him. Of course, you have nothing to worry about. Once we stepped outside the building, I finally voiced my curiosity. Sista, can I ask you a question? Is there some kind of bad blood between you and Manager Duthan? Tonda laughed softly. There is no bad blood, really. He used to hit on me, but I turned him down. I am not really into older guys. Actually, I prefer someone more like you. Seeing my face turn bright red, Tonda giggled playfully. Hey, I am just teasing you. She then added on a more serious note. Besides, turning Duthan down helps me keep my distance from the association president's faction, allowing me to remain completely neutral. Hearing this, I thought to myself, so that is the real reason. In the morning, at the auction, the host shouted out, "The auction has officially begun. Let's bring out our first item." A moment later, bids started pouring in one after another. Oh my god. The very first item has already reached 40 million. The opening item at the Jinning auction only went for a few million. The gap between them is just too massive. Sister Ye, didn't you say that besides that rare treasure, there would be other special items in this auction? Yi lay back on the sofa, looking incredibly smug. She yawned. Don't be so impatient. You'll find out soon enough. Zuofan's face flushed bright red at the sight of her, his cheeks feeling hot enough to fry an egg. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the two special items of today's auction, discovered inside the Grey Realm Beast Lair. Zuofan bolted upright. The Grey Realm Beast Lair? One of the 5 largest beast lairs in the country, located between Zhonglin City and Jinhai City. One of the 5 largest beast lairs in the Hua Nation. The host pulled off the red cloth. The first special item, the God of War armor. It has been personally appraised by our branch president. This is the life-saving armor of a mid-level God of War. Although this armor has sustained some damage, its powerful defense remains intact. It is on par with a mid-tier quasi-warlord defense item. The crowd below erupted in whispers. What? God of War armor? They're actually auctioning this off? Is this a joke? A treasure like this should be the grand finale, right? Why is it appearing in the middle of the auction? The starting bid was 100 million, but it was quickly hyped up to 500 million. 500 million for the God of War armor? Keep dreaming. 600 million. Sister Ye, who is that in the private room? Who else could it be? That's Zhong Wu, the #1 genius of the Zhong family in Zhonglin. Among the people who ambushed us the other night, some were from the Zhong family. Zhong Wu, 34 years old, at the quasi-warlord realm. He shouted out, 1.5 billion. I hope everyone can show the Zhong family some respect. Let's not damage our friendly relations over this, shall we? The old man who had just bid 600 million snorted. The Zongs only know how to use their power to bully others. Hey, keep your voice down. Do you want to get into trouble? Hey brother, is buying the God of War armor for 1.5 billion actually considered a good deal? Young Master Zhong, there are many others targeting the item we want in this auction. You should save some money. Don't worry. I came fully prepared for this auction. We will definitely secure the item we need. If you guys had sent more experts the other night, why would I even need to bid here? The experts we sent were no fewer than your Zhong families. We just didn't expect the Zhonglin branch to deploy so many of their own masters. Let's stop talking about the other night. This is the Zhonglin branch. Walls have ears. Little did he know that in the private room next door, Yi heard everything using her battle domain. Zuo Fan was a bit annoyed. Sister Ye, the way that Zhongai is acting is totally against the rules, isn't it? Aren't you going to do something about it? Don't be impatient. The real show is just getting started. Take a look at the second special item. Even I couldn't identify its specific function. Wait, something that even an appraisal master like you couldn't identify? The second special item has also been appraised by our branch president. This is an S-class treasure. Furthermore, even an appraisal master of our branch president's caliber was unable to determine its specific function, but there is a very high probability that this is a supreme treasure with mind-blowing effects. The starting bid for this special item is 100 million. Ladies and gentlemen, do not miss out on this treasure found in the Grey Realm Beast Lair. The crowd below grumbled in discontent. A starting bid of 100 million when you can't even tell us what it actually does? Half the time, S-class treasures don't even have any useful function. Do they take us for fools? She clearly wants to use her master appraiser reputation to make a quick buck. That woman does this all the time. Did she think we'd actually fall for it? Zhongwu stroked his chin. Ni Kuan-ye is clearly trying to cash in on this item. However, if I buy it, I'll have a perfect excuse to get closer to her. He licked his lips. That woman, not only the men in Zhonglin City, but even those in Jinhai want her. Every man wants to make her theirs. The person beside him warned. Young Master Zhong, there are many eyes watching this auction. If word gets back to the head of the Zhong family that you spent 100 million on what is likely a piece of junk, it will severely affect your succession rights. Zhongwu snorted and fell silent. Once I become a god of war and take over the Zhong family, Ni Kuan-ye will definitely be mine. This thing was found alongside the god of war armor, but even I couldn't identify its true function. Still, it is valued as an S-class treasure. Relying on my reputation as a master appraiser, there's bound to be some fool with more money than brains who will buy it. A system panel popped up. Gray Realm Armor Fragment, S-class value. Distance is too far to inspect specific functions. Just as Sister Ye said, this really is an S-class treasure, but at this distance, I can't gather any detailed information. What a pity. If I could have gotten close to it before the auction, I would have known everything about it. Buying an S-class treasure that might just be a decorative paperweight for 100 million is definitely a huge gamble. What's wrong, little guy? Do you want that? The little gray egg nodded. Zuofan's voice rang out. 100 million. The crowd below all looked up in unison. Wow, a fool actually bid on it. Sounds like a young guy. He probably has a crush on the Zhonglin branch president and is just throwing his money away. Tonda's eyes widened as she sat straight up. Ta Fam, why did you bid? From my assessment, this thing is highly likely just a decorative piece. If you had told me earlier, I would have just given it to you. Sister Da, you've gone to so much trouble to guide me, the least I can do is bid to support you. Besides, for better or worse, this is still an S-rank treasure. Who knows, it might have some special function. I'm willing to take a gamble, Tonda winked. Well, if you put it that way, I'll gladly accept this gift. A gift? What does she mean by that? There was a knock at the door, and a staff member walked in carrying the item, saying, "Here is the item you won at the auction." The system displayed the boundary armor shard. S-rank capability, material fusion. Trace detected. The host's strength must increase by another level to fully investigate this trace. Atratse? This is the first time I've seen this kind of notification. Needing more strength probably means I have to reach the God of War realm before I can find out what this trace actually is. I couldn't appraise the specific function of this thing either. If you find out anything in the future, be sure to let me know. Gray treated the item like a bone and chewed on it tightly. Tafam's eyes went wide. Hey, little guy, that thing is worth 100 million. Tonda smiled. It's treating this thing like a teething chew. Don't worry, for better or worse, it's still an S-rank item. This little pup won't be able to bite through it. This little guy is definitely not an ordinary dog, you know? He could only laugh dryly and reply, I guess so. The host continued to shout, "This is the final item of tonight's auction. Please, feast your eyes." The crowd went wild. What is that scent? Just breathing it in makes me feel younger. Finally, the grand finale. Just from the fragrance alone, it really is exactly like the rumors say. Our final item, the Emerald Jade Orb, an SS rank rare treasure, a miraculous medicine for healing and detoxification. The starting bid is 1 billion. From below, bids started ringing out. 1 billion. 1,300 million, 3 billion. The crowd glared up in anger. The Trung family is insanely rich. They almost doubled the price in one go. Even if the Trung family has immense power, they shouldn't expect to win this treasure so easily. The crowd kept bidding. 3 billion, 100 million, 3 billion, 200 million, 3 billion, 300 million. Tafam broke into a sweat. The price had already reached 3 billion. This was way higher than he had anticipated. He was afraid his current funds wouldn't be enough. Tafam, don't bid. Sister Da, what do you mean? You probably noticed what that old man was hinting at last night, right? I actually suspected the same thing. But if this miracle medicine really doesn't have any issues, we could also do what the Trung family did that night. Those people from the Trung family dared to cause trouble in the Trung Lam branch's territory. So, of course, I have to return the favor properly. Did they really think the Trung Lam branch was such a pushover? Tafam gave her a thumbs up. As expected of Sister Da, Trung Vu shouted, 5 billion. Anyone who dares to raise the bid will be making an enemy of the Trung family. Oh my god, 5 billion. This is a new record. Makes sense. Money is important, but your life is even more important. This miracle medicine is worth every penny. Is there any higher bid? No one in the crowd below dared to place another bid. Forget it. The Trung family is truly infuriating. Congratulations to our esteemed guest for winning the miraculous Emerald Jade Orb for 5 billion. Young Master Vu, successfully securing this item is a massive achievement. The Lord will surely help you fulfill your wish. Trung Vu laughed heartily. Pleasure doing business with you. My goal isn't just to reach the God of War realm, but also to become the head of the Trung family. The old man in the back of the auction house muttered. The Trung family successfully won the Emerald Jade Orb. Excellent. Everything is going exactly as I planned. After the auction ended, an armored vehicle quickly sped away. Trung Vu urged, "Go faster." Numerous figures flew out from inside the Trung Lam Guild. Tonda glanced at the crowd. Well, I didn't expect so many people to be targeting the Emerald Jade Orb. The Trung family is incredibly powerful, and while offending them carries severe consequences, it seems the temptation of the treasure is even greater. Having the Emerald Jade Orb is like having an extra life. No wonder so many people are trying to steal it. The armored vehicle was under constant attack. Trung Vu looked into the rearview mirror and cursed. Damn it! You dare to block my path right here in Trung Lam City? Once I find out who you are, I'll make sure you wish you were dead. Someone replied. You're all talk. Treasures easily arouse greed, especially when it's a life-saving miracle. Young Master Trung Vu, we don't want a conflict with you either. Just leave the Emerald Jade Orb behind, and we'll withdraw immediately. If you've got the guts, try and take it. The vehicle quickly veered into an alleyway. Let's go together. End this quickly. Purple smoke suddenly drifted out from inside the vehicle. Watch out, it's poison. Trung Vu, you sly bastard. The vehicle continued to speed away. Trung Vu sneered. Sly? Aren't you guys the ones who brought this on yourselves? Carrying a treasure as valuable as the Emerald Jade Orb, did you really think I wouldn't prepare a backup plan? The cloaked man urged. Drive faster. Get to the meeting point immediately. Yes, sir. Something's wrong. Steer away, quick. With a loud crash, the entire vehicle flipped over. It seemed the armored vehicle Trung Vu prepared was custom-made. Even a crash like this didn't do any damage. We just need to keep them here and watch the show unfold. Look, we don't even need to make a move. Besides, I have no interest in fighting someone like Trung Vu. Getting others to do her dirty work. This woman is truly terrifying. Ta Pham quickly gave her a flattering thumbs up. Sister Da, you're brilliant. That bastard Trung Vu is right up ahead. It's all or nothing, kill him and seize the treasure. That's right. I've already crossed the Chung family anyway, so I might as well go all the way. You really think a bunch of absolute nobodies like you can stop me? Today, I'm going to slaughter every single one of you. A chaotic brawl breaks out, and with the treasure in his hands, Zhong Wu gets some very special attention. Before long, he's pinned down, his grip slips, and he drops the treasure box. The Jade Secret Orb tumbles out of the box and shatters into pieces. Zhong Wu's eyes look ready to burst out of his skull as he screams, "No, no, no." Meanwhile, Zuo Fan's sharp senses pick up a bizarre vibration coming from the shattered Jade Secret Orb. The shattered orb unleashes a blinding flash of light. What on earth is happening? Oh crap, there is definitely something wrong with that Jade Secret Orb. This sudden dizziness. Damn it, it feels like I'm about to pass out. He quickly activates his combat domain to shield his entire body. As the blinding light fades, he slowly opens his eyes to find his surroundings completely transformed. Where am I? Isn't this Zhonglin City? Where did Sister Ye go? Is this an illusion? Have I fallen into an illusion realm? Even my domain perception and eye of insight can't lock onto a single direction. Looks like I really am trapped in an illusion realm. Sister Yi might not be too far away from me. Oh right, little guy, where's the Ghostface Wind King? Even as a powerful Beast King, the Ghostface Wind King is completely knocked out cold. He looks down and sees Grey Egg still happily gnawing on that iron rod. Did you seriously bite a chunk out of that Kui Realm armor shard? Is that even edible? Don't go giving yourself a stomachache. Right after saying that, he does a double take. Wait, did you evolve again? With wings that tiny, can you even fly? Grey Egg flaps its wings but fails to get off the ground, rolling onto its back and wiggling around. Okay, my bad. I was just teasing. Whoa, I can't believe the Great Wind King, actually lost consciousness and passed out without sensing a single thing beforehand. This power is absolutely terrifying. Master's master. The Jade Secret Orb is definitely not just some ordinary treasure. The Wind King suddenly shouts, "It's a sentient treasure. This is extremely rare. I've only ever heard Lord Ape King mention it once. It's called a secondary mutation." Zuo-fan is stunned. A treasure gaining sentience? Is that even possible? Yes, and it's highly likely to give birth to a terrifying monster. If that's the case, was this all a setup by that old man? To own something as terrifying as the Jade Secret Orb, just what is his true background? This means there's a good chance this entire place is an illusion created by the Jade Secret Orb. Either way, finding Sister Ye is my top priority right now. "Hey little guy, are you telling me to go over there?" Grey Egg gives a bark and starts leading the way for Zuo-fan. That's strange. I'm positive I've never been to this place before, so why does it feel so familiar? No, wait, I have seen these buildings before. To be exact, I saw the ruined ruins of this very city not too long ago. This place is actually that wasteland city back when it was still completely intact. But why? Is this illusion pulling from my own memories? An illusion of the exact same city? This is too bizarre. Suddenly, people appear out of thin air. "Excuse me, where are we?" The people all turn their heads to look at him at the exact same time. The Wind King quickly yells, "Master's master, watch out!" The crowd suddenly launches an attack, forcing Zuo-fan to leap backward. They're that fast? This speed is practically on par with a half-step war. God, this chilling, hair-raising feeling. I can't let them surround me. The Wind King quickly uses his ghost face veil to conceal Zuo-fan and urges him to run. With a soft swoosh, Zuo-fan completely vanishes. That was too close. Every single one of them is a high-tier or peak-tier battle general, and their speed is practically equal to a half-step war. God. Good thing you were there, Wind King. I can feel a terrifying, hidden power lurking in this place. It feels exactly like facing the Ape King. Then, Master, this place is way too dangerous. We should get out of here right now. Grey Egg lets out a bark. Wait, do you mean there's only a way in, but no way out? Looks like we are completely trapped in this illusion realm. Our only option now is to head deeper inside and see what we can find. Zuo-fan slips away. The crowd keeps growing in number. Did I accidentally trigger some kind of mechanism in this illusion realm earlier? The power these people possess is real. It easily rivals a high-tier battle general, meaning this isn't just some harmless trick of the mind. If I get surrounded, I'll be completely trapped in a corner with no way out. The Wind King says, "We can't underestimate the power of a secondary mutated treasure. Only a triple S-class Beast King could unleash an illusion that is half real and half fake like this. It's terrifyingly powerful, easily on par with Lord Ape King's illusion domain." Around the corner, a voice cries out, "A Neon, where are you? Please, you have to be okay." A gust of wind blows, scattering a stack of documents from the man's bag. "Excuse me, young man. Could you please help me pick up those missing person flyers?" Zuo-fan's eyes widen in shock. What? He can see me? How did my ghost face veil get deactivated on its own? Oh no, I've been spotted. Zuo-fan picks up the sheets of paper and hands them to the balding man. "Thank you so much, young man." But then, something strange happens as the man approaches him. The strange crowd around them suddenly stops in their tracks, completely dropping their hostility and returning to how they were before. Aside from the age difference, why does this man's face look so much like the old man who owned the Jade Secret Orb? He asks in a friendly tone, "What are you doing, sir?" "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Zuo-fan. I just got here." "Oh, are you new to Nanyin City?" "I'm Yuan Shi." "So this city is called Nanyin." "I've never heard of it before, which means it was probably wiped off the map during the Starfall night. Ever since I got close to Yuan Shi, that strange crowd stopped attacking me. On top of that, he is the only person here who actually has a face. Since this illusion is generated by the Jade Secret Orb, it's highly likely this man is the crucial key to shattering this entire illusion realm." "Who are you looking for, uncle?" The old man sighed and replied, "I'm looking for my wife. Things haven't been very peaceful around here lately. Lately, a lot of bizarre things have been happening in this city. It started one night when a blazing altar suddenly appeared in the sky over the southern city. Since then, that place has been completely cut off, and basically, no one can get close to it. Along with that, people started vanishing one after another, including my wife. Some say it's the end of the world, which is why all these weird things are happening. A blazing altar? Could it be a sword altar? Nam Am City is identical to that abandoned city, so there's definitely a connection between them. Could the disappearance of Ween Thak's wife be linked to the sword altar? This is getting more and more confusing. Anim has been missing for several days now, and the southern city is the only place left I haven't searched. No matter what, I have to go there and check. Anim must be there. Uncle Nguyen Thash, to be honest, I also came here because of a friend who went missing in Nam City. It's highly likely that whatever happened to my friend is connected to your wife's disappearance. Let me go with you to the southern city, okay? Ta fam, I can't let you come with me. The southern city is extremely dangerous, and many people have already vanished there. Don't say another word. Uncle, let's go. The southern city. That altar really is identical to the sword altar. What on earth happened to Namam City in the past? Ta fam, let me go first and see if I can get inside the southern city. Just as his hand touched the barrier of light, a fiery sword beam shot down from the altar. Uncle Nguyen Thach, watch out. Ta fam quickly kicked the old man through the barrier of light while he swung his sword to shatter the incoming attack. This raw power, it's definitely the burning sword aura. Ta fam, I made it inside the southern city, thank you. Suddenly, a battered Trung Vu appeared, sneering, so you're the one behind all of this. Ta fam, the #1 rank in the Beast Realm trial, right? Ta fam stared at him, saying nothing. Trung Vu snapped in anger. You little brat, how dare you scheme against me? Are you tired of living? He sneered. Once I kill you, this illusion will probably shatter. Trung Vu lunged forward, and the two clashed furiously. With a powerful kick, Trung Vu created some space, then drove a fist downward, shouting, Die, you little brat! Ta fam leaped back to dodge. With a loud crash, the ground shattered into pieces. Trung Vu is indeed the #1 genius of the Trung family. He's definitely a half-step battle god master. Without using my burning sword aura and battle domain, I'm probably still no match for him. I thought you actually earned that first-place spot in the Beast Realm trial. But you're nothing but a fraud. Though I didn't expect you to be significantly stronger than an average top-tier high-rank commander, you've exceeded my expectations. But now that you've crossed paths with me, this place will be your grave. Oh, really? Then I'll just have to see if you actually have what it takes. Burning Sword Aura, Sensory Battle Domain, Eye of Insight, Commander Battle Domain, fully activate. Ta fam charged forward, slashing his sword right across his abdomen. Trung Vu coughed up a mouthful of blood. Wait. Something felt off when my strike connected just now. Trung Vu ripped off his outer shirt and laughed maniacally. Impressive. Truly impressive. Too bad for you. I'm wearing Battle God armor. Let's see what you can do to me now. This is trouble. Even though I can suppress Trung Vu, killing him isn't something I can pull off in a short amount of time. An idea suddenly struck him. Wind King, can you still use the ghost face veil? Of course, Master. Then let's do this. Weren't you acting all tough just a second ago? Suddenly, Ta fam vanished completely from his sight. Trung Vu barked. Don't think you can get away with just abusing this illusion. Before he could finish, he froze. Damn it! What are these monsters? Ta fam stood high above, watching the ethereal figures ruthlessly beat down Trung Vu. The injuries on his body must have been caused by these strange entities. As long as we stay far away from him, he'll automatically trigger the defense mechanism here. We don't even need to lift a finger. You truly are my master's master. Even with that defensive treasure, he still can't withstand being swarmed by so many attackers. Before long, a battered Trung Vu lay motionless on the ground. For the top genius of the Trung family to die like this, what an ironic twist. Uncle Nguyen Thash, wait for me. Whoa, watch out, uncle. As Nguyen Thash stood there in confusion, the cloaked man who accompanied Trung Vu suddenly materialized right behind him. Pressing a blade against Nguyen Thach's neck, he threatened, Ta fam, deactivate this illusion right now. If you try anything funny, your friend dies. Nguyen Thach, unable to see the cloaked man, asked, Ta fam, what did you tell me to watch out for? There's no one here. Uncle Nguyen Thash is just a fragment of a memory, not a physical entity. However, if the illusion here is protecting Uncle Nguyen Thash, isn't this guy basically begging for death? Ta fam threw his hands up and said, Deactivate what illusion? I have no idea what you're talking about. You little punk, stop playing dumb and open it up. Do you want your friend to die? Do you think I won't actually do it? Just as he swung his blade to strike Nguyen Thash, the old man casually slit his throat with a quick swipe of his hand, killing him instantly. Ta fam's jaw dropped in shock. He was killed in an instant? Ta fam, let's hurry up and find her. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? It went exactly as I expected, Ta fam said. It's nothing, Uncle Nguyen Thach. Let's go. This building is where my wife works. She went to work that day and was never heard from again. I couldn't even reach the company. She's highly likely inside. Let's head in. This spine-chilling aura, if we encounter the source of this power. How on earth am I supposed to handle this kind of power? Suddenly, a creepy voice echoes out. Who gave you permission to bring him here? The surrounding scenery starts to warp and distort. Ta-Fam quickly demands, who's speaking? What's going on? The illusion shifts once again. Could that be Uncle Nguyen's wife? For real? His wife turned into a mutated treasure? Just then, Tone Da's voice calls out, Ta-Fam, you shouldn't have come here. Sister Da, I came to help you. Suddenly, the voice screams, foolish humans invading this place. You have violated the taboo, and now you must die. Jade-like spheres keep shooting down from the tree, manifesting into human figures. Are these bizarre creatures actually being born from the tree's fruit? I'm surrounded. Ta-Fam instantly unleashes his burning sword stance to fight them off. After clearing out the entire wave around him, he gasps heavily for breath. These weird entities are even stronger than the last batch. I had to go all out just to break through their encirclement. Just how powerful is this mutated tree? Master, a second-stage mutated treasure is incredibly terrifying. We're currently trapped inside its illusion realm, where its power is absolutely limitless. We have to find a way out of here. I want to escape too, but another horde of those things is already starting to spawn. This situation is way out of my league. Even a powerhouse like Sister Da is trapped here, and she's a mid-level war god. Tone Da shouts, Ta-Fam, there might be one way to deal with this. Really? There's a way? Right now, I'm only at the early stage of a mid-level war god, but there's a secret technique that can temporarily boost our power to the peak mid-level war god realm. That should be enough to slay this monster. A secret technique that breaks our limits and multiplies our power several times over in an instant. As expected of Sister Da, I can't believe she knows such an advanced combat skill. However, I can't pull it off alone. I need your help. This technique is called the Resonant Battle Domain. Whoa, that name sounds absolutely badass. Two possessors of the Berserk battle body must release their energy simultaneously to create a resonance, channeling all that power into one person. It creates a perfect 1 + 1 = 2 effect. By using the Resonant Battle Domain to funnel your power into me, we'll definitely break free from these shackles. Hearing this, Ta-Fam breaks into a cold sweat. He never expected such a terrifying combat skill to exist. But he doesn't have the Berserk battle body. Will he even be able to resonate with Sister Da? There's no time to lose. Let's do this. At this point, Ta-Fam can only bite the bullet and go for it. Resonant Battle Domain, my energy is actually resonating with Sister Da's. It feels like the two of us have completely merged into one. Tone Da's face flushes red. Ta-Fam, don't get any funny ideas. I'm not thinking about anything weird. Clear your mind and lend me your strength for now. We can talk about everything else once we get out of here. Wait, what does she mean by everything else? Ta-Fam begins channeling his power to Tone Da. It feels magical. The energy inside his body is completely draining away, yet he can still feel it merging flawlessly with hers. What's more, I can perfectly sense her power too. This power is so massive. Is this what it feels like to be a war god? The overwhelming power of a peak mid-level war god. Tone Da unleashes Ta-Fam's burning sword stance, slashing right through the tree trunk. The woman shrieks in agony. She quickly rallies her power, shaping the wood into a massive spear and thrusting it forward. Tone Da roars, shatter. With a horizontal swing, she slices the tree completely in half. The woman's form begins to disintegrate. With a loud boom, the entire tree bursts into flames. Is it finally over? Did we actually defeat a second-stage mutated treasure? The woman slowly emerges from the burning tree. She smiles gently and says, "Finally, a human has come to defeat me." Tone Da charges forward. "It's still alive? We can't let it survive. It's far too dangerous." "You're right. I am a monster. Just do it." Glowing fragments begin to drift from the tree, seemingly carrying memories. Inside them, Aniam is seen calling her husband. Then, a meteor plummets, piercing straight through her body. Are these her memories from the night she turned into a mutated treasure? Before the night of the meteor shower, strange phenomena had been occurring all over the world. Some said it was a sign of the apocalypse, but since such rumors were always floating around, barely anyone paid attention. There were even rumors of an entire city turning into a ghost town overnight. Nam Am City was one of those places. Inside her memory, Aniam screams in terror. "Why? Why am I turning into this?" An eerie voice echoes inside her head. "Devour those lower organisms. Gather enough energy to complete your evolution." "No, stop. Those are my colleagues. My friends? Run, a monster is attacking." Aniam cries out, "Stop, please." but the giant roots surge forward anyway, slaughtering everyone in the building before slowly retracting. Ania mutters, "Someone help me. Win, please run away. It's too dangerous here." Slowly, her consciousness faded completely. So this is what happened in Namam City before the meteor shower. Has the Earth already been stealthily invaded by the fragments of those bizarre meteors? So that's how it is. Sensing that the power of the resonant battle domain is about to fade, Tonda approaches with her sword drawn. "Though your past is tragic, you are still the source of this disaster." Aniam replies, "You're right, I've committed unspeakable sins, but you won't be able to grant me peace, because I cannot die here. An elite once broke in here, and killed me to set me free, but it didn't take long before I resurrected. In this place, I am immortal." Ta Pham was shocked. "Resurrect? Really?" Fong Vuong replied, "That's right, this illusion is both real and fake, much like the domain of Lord Vian Vuong. Lord Vian Vuong once said that being inside an illusion of your own creation is like being in your own personal world. Even if you're killed, you will always come back to life. The only way to completely destroy it is to break its mental state." Ta Pham asked, "But how do we break the mental state of something so powerful?" Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. "That's it. Buddy, hurry up and find where Uncle Win Thak is." Grey Egg gave a quick bark, leading the way. In no time, Ta Pham found Win Thatch. Without a moment's hesitation, he scooped him up and bolted. "Ta Pham, what are you doing?" "Uncle Nguyen Thach, it's an emergency. You'll understand in a second." Moments later, Nguyen Thach was brought to the tree, where he finally saw Aniam. Aniam quickly cried out, "Nguyen, why are you here? Don't come any closer. I don't want you to see how hideous I look right now." "Aniam, what nonsense are you talking about?" she sobbed. "You'll definitely be just like everyone else, calling me a hideous monster." Nguyen Thach held Aniam's hand and said, "Have you forgotten what I told you on our wedding day? No matter what happens to my Aniem in the future, I will always love you just as much as I do now." She smiled through her tears. "Nguyen, what are you babbling about? We just got married and you're already cursing me to look ugly?" "Aniam, I've finally found you. No matter what you look like or what you've become, my heart will never change." Suddenly, something squirmed out from behind Aniam, trying to flee. Ta Pham hurled his weapon, the Punisher, pinning it firmly to the tree trunk. "You piece of trash. You've killed so many people and you think you can just run?" The tree began to dissolve. Tonda murmured, "In the end, that bloodthirsty, monstrous seed was no match for the love between them. Is this what true love is supposed to look like?" As their bodies slowly faded away, they waved goodbye. "Thank you both so much." And goodbye. The illusion completely dissolved, and they were back. It turned out to be just midnight. I felt like we were trapped in that illusion for ages. The dark spot inside the jade stone had vanished, and the people below were finally waking up. What on earth happened? Trung Vu is dead. We need to retreat now. The Trung family's elite fighters must be on their way. Back at the guild, old Nguyen was staring up at the sky. "Uncle Nguyen Thach, don't you think you owe us an explanation about this jade stone?" "Mista, young man, you're back. Since you managed to purify the jade stone, you must already know its origins. Nam Am City was reduced to ruins overnight, and I was lucky to survive. But back then, something seemed to be calling out to me from beneath the debris. That's when I found this jade stone, and discovered that Anim's consciousness was trapped inside. She told me everything that had happened. To keep the evil seed's power in check, I took it and fled. For years I traveled everywhere, desperately searching for a way to free her, but nothing worked. The malice within that evil seed only grew stronger by the day, and now I'm old, with not much time left. A while back, I arrived in Trung Lam City and witnessed the outrageous, tyrannical actions of the Trung family. I planned to use the jade stone before I died to wipe out that cancer of Trung Lam City. It was what Anim wanted, too. I never expected the two of you to step in and set her free. As her husband, I cannot thank you enough." Ta Pham quickly rushed forward to support the old man. "Now that it's been purified, the jade stone is a true miracle medicine. I believe you two need it more than I do. As for this money, please take it as a reward for setting Aniem free. Finally, this old body of mine can get some rest." Deeply moved, Ta Pham softly called out the old man's name, but the old man just shook his head. It's all right. Just leave this old man alone for a bit." Once they left, old Nguyen Thach collapsed to the ground, whispering, "Aniem, are you here to take me home?" Outside, Ta Pham and Tonda stood looking up at the sky, hoping Uncle Nguyen Thach would have a beautiful dream, one where he could live happily ever after with Aniem once again. At the Trung Lam branch of the Mercenary Guild, Ta Pham was discussing their next move with the gorgeous lady. We've got the miracle cure for the guildmaster, but where on earth is he? I've already sent people to investigate every potential hiding spot, but we've come up empty-handed. Though, looking at it another way, that might actually be good news. Bo Q Fong is also hunting for him and hasn't found a trace, which means the guildmaster is safe for now. But he was poisoned by Bo Q Fong. If this drags on, is he really going to be okay? With the guildmaster's immense power, couldn't he just heal himself? Tonda thought for a moment before replying, I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Bo Q Fong's poison skills are terrifyingly potent. Once they invade the body, even a high-tier god of war can only temporarily suppress it. Completely purging it is nearly impossible. However, I can think of one place where he's highly likely to be hiding. Ta Pham quickly asked, where? Paradise Tower. After the Starfall Night, humanity utilized their most cutting-edge technology to construct a massive tower to fend off the beast tides. Paradise Tower is also widely known as the Impregnable Fortress. An impregnable fortress? I had no idea Trung Lam City had a place like that. If the guildmaster is truly inside Paradise Tower, then he's safe. However, getting inside is a completely different story, since he's the only one holding the key. Ta Pham, you don't need to worry about what comes next. Tonda glanced at him. Lately, you're probably exhausted, so make sure you get some good rest. Tonda leaned in close. Do you want Big Sister to reward you? Ta Pham's face turned beet red as he stammered. Sister. Yeah, I just need to sleep. Tonda leaned right next to his ear and whispered, by the way, I forgot to tell you, if two people with the berserker physique are together, both of us will get a massive boost. Sister Tonda, stop teasing me. I'm not teasing, I'm dead serious. The sharp crack of the gray egg broke the tension, and they both whipped their heads around to look. Taking advantage of Tonda being distracted, Ta Pham snatched the gray egg and bolted. Sister Tonda, I'm going to sleep. Bye. Hey, get back here. The Wind King praised, as expected of my master's master, saving him yet again. Back in the room, Tonda covered her mouth and giggled. He is so adorable. With some free time, Ta Pham pulled his spoils of war out of his pocket dimension to take inventory. He had gotten plenty of good stuff this time, but the most valuable piece was still the God of War armor he won at the auction. I can't believe it actually ended up in my hands. With this armor, my combat power is going to shoot up to a whole new level. This is perfect. Ta Pham pulled up his status screen to check his stats. He was just a hair away from reaching the half-step God of War realm, with only a small gap left before hitting the true God of War level. Only my agility has maxed out. If I want to break through to the half-step God of War realm, I need to push a bit harder and max out all of my other stats. He let out a yawn. Man, it's been a grueling stretch. I seriously need to crash and get some sleep. Meanwhile, at the Koi Realm Beast Den, one of the 5 largest beast dens in Hua Nation, Bo Q Fong asked, are the preparations complete? Everything is ready, Lord Q Fong. We are just waiting for your command. Then, what are we waiting for? Do it. Ta Tran bowed and took his leave. Bo Q Fong stared out into the distance. So, it has finally begun? This is going much smoother than I expected. Chairman, did you really think hiding in a place that can never be breached would stop me? You seriously underestimated me, Bo Q Fong. Open your eyes and watch. In front of him, countless beasts, both massive and small, packed the area. Chairman, you're old now. You can close your eyes and rest in peace. Before long, the Mercenary Guild will welcome its new chairman. Me, Bo Q Fong, will be the strongest chairman in the history of this guild. Back to Ta Pham, who is currently trapped in a nightmare. Is this Nam Am City? A voice echoed from an altar. My power cannot free you, so I can only preserve it for the future. Ta Pham stared at the altar in shock, before gasping awake and sitting upright. So, it was just a dream. Suddenly, a blaring siren rang out. It was the Beast Tide warning. What's going on? The Wind King warned, I feel the presence of a king-class beast. Ta Pham rushed out of his room and asked, is it a beast tide? It's way worse than a simple beast tide. An overwhelming number of king-class monsters are pouring out from the Koi Realm Beast Den. The outer city's defenses were breached in several layers in an instant. Ta Pham gasped in horror. Monsters from the Koi Realm are breaking out? This beast tide is insanely dangerous. If we aren't careful, this could trigger a disaster just like back then. A terrifying catastrophe that could engulf the entire Trung Lam City. A beast tide erupting from one of the 5 largest dens in Hua Nation possesses cataclysmic destructive power, capable of tearing heaven and earth apart. Years ago, Donghai City, the largest city in Hua Nation, was completely wiped off the map by a beast tide of this exact scale. The Koi Realm Beast Den is one of the 5 major dens formed after the Starfall Night, and the beasts here are far more terrifying than the ones from the Donghai Den. Someone shouted, "Who cares if they are from the Koi Realm? The powerhouses guarding Trunglam City are second to none. If those beasts dare to charge us, we'll make sure they never return." Exactly. Trunglam is packed with top-tier hunters. I was actually worried we wouldn't have any high-level beasts to hunt. I hope a few king-class beasts show up so we can strike it rich overnight. But in the distance, a massive horde was already charging. How is this possible? We are the 3rd defensive line. Does that mean the first 2 lines have already been wiped out? Wait, are those black steel tigers? How are they even here? And they are appearing in massive packs. The Black Steel Tiger is an A+ rank beast that lives deep inside the Koi realm and rarely ever comes outside. The defenders' faces turned pale with dread. Why on earth are Black Steel Tigers leaving the Koi realm? No wonder the first 2 defensive lines were wiped out so fast. The Black Steel Tiger's specialty is tearing down city walls. Everyone, charge. Meet those Black Steel Tigers head on. We cannot let these monsters get anywhere near the defensive walls, or this entire line will fall in a heartbeat. Their momentum is too terrifying. We can't take a head-on impact from a Black Steel Tiger. But we can't retreat. If this line falls, the citizens of Trunglam City are finished. Protecting Trunglam is our duty. Ta Pham rushed out from the city gates, roaring, "Defend the city! We fight to the death!" With that kind of spirit, you truly deserve the title of a Starfall warrior. Blazing sword stance. With a single slash, he annihilated a massive chunk of the Black Steel Tigers. The surrounding fighters gasped, "Who is this powerhouse?" He cut down Black Steel Tigers with just one strike. Ta Pham pressed his attack and shouted at the dazed defenders, "What are you standing there for? Get your heads in the game and fight." Shaking off their shock, the fighters charged forward once more. Staring at Ta Pham standing amidst a mountain of dead Black Steel Tigers, the defenders looked on in sheer awe. He's insane. Who on earth is this kid? His raw strength is terrifying. The elite squad, fully geared from head to toe, finally showed up. They just received an alert about a Black Steel Tiger attack, but they never expected the threat to be wiped out so quickly. Who on earth wiped out a whole pack of A+ rank beasts in such a short amount of time? Ta Pham turned around to look. The squad suddenly realized, "Ta Pham, it was you all along." No wonder the threat at the defensive wall was neutralized in the blink of an eye. Is this young genius a member of the Mercenary Guild? Since when did the Zhonglin Guild have such an outstanding young expert? I've never even heard of him before. Ta Pham asked, "Has Branch President Tonda already headed to the eastern outer defense line? Is the main Beast-Tide army concentrating in that direction too?" "Yes, according to the intel we received, that's correct." Without a second thought, Ta Pham immediately dashed off. The soldier shouted, "Ta Pham, be careful out there. Hey bro, how did our Zhonglin branch manage to hide a genius like him?" Upon learning why Ta Pham was here, the two were shocked. What? Ta Pham? The top-tier genius who ranked first in this Beast Realm trial? He's only 20, right? His strength is already close to the War God realm. This talent is absolutely terrifying. The other guy laughed. Of course, he's the star genius of our guild. In a few more years, Ta Pham will definitely become the youngest war god in the nation. When that time comes, the Mercenary Guild will reach a whole new level. Meanwhile, Ta Pham was already nearing Laiwan Tower. As expected, the closer I get to the eastern outskirts, the more monsters there are. Sister Tonda has also headed to the eastern outskirts. Laiwan Tower is located in the eastern suburbs, and the monster horde is converging right there. Sister Da went there too. Is this all just a coincidence? Behind him, pairs of glowing red eyes watched his every move. Ta Pham turned his head to look. This ferocious, murderous intent was far thicker than any beast pack he had encountered before. The beasts suddenly lunged out from the bushes. Wind King quickly called out, "Grandmaster, watch out! Don't let them surround you, or we'll be in big trouble." But these two beasts weren't beast kings. With a single slash of his sword, Ta Pham slaughtered them both. The system announced, killed 2 A+ rank beasts, plus 2 attribute points. Several Black Steel Tigers charged at him from all directions. Ta Pham immediately activated the Ghostface Shroud to conceal himself. To him, these A rank and higher beasts were just walking attribute points. I might as well take them out before heading to the eastern outskirts. Let's turn them into stepping stones to reach my War God realm. Ta Pham began charging in. glassing the tiger beasts as his attribute points skyrocketed. With so many A rank and higher beasts, if I kill around 100 of them, I'll become a half-step war god. Who knows, maybe I can even break through during this beast tide and truly step into the war god realm. Meanwhile, elsewhere, 3 people were surrounded by a pack of beasts. One of them barked, "Protect the young master." What awful luck. We haven't even entered Zhonglin City yet, and we're already running into a terrifying beast tide like this. Fong Liat, one of the heirs of the Fong family from Qinghai City, watched as his 2 bodyguards took down 2 beasts. Fong Liat rejoiced. "Awesome! We actually killed an A+ rank beast. We can totally brag about this achievement to Grandpa when we get back. We must escort the young master into the city as quickly as possible. It's too dangerous out here." Before they could make it very far, the group suddenly stopped in their tracks. Right in front of them lay several tiger beasts, stone dead and piled up neatly. The guard examined them and said, "The wounds on these dead blackhorn tigers and silver-striped tigers are identical. They were all taken down by the same person." Fong Liat quickly asked, "Just what kind of powerhouse could slaughter this many A+ rank beasts?" He called out to Ta Pham, "Hey there, did you kill all of these beasts?" The 2 bodyguards stepped forward, unsure if this person was a friend or foe, shouting, "Protect the young master." Ta Pham barked, "Get out of the way, quick." Fong Liat asked, "Get out of the way of what?" Just then, the alpha of the silver-striped tigers emerged right behind them. Ta Pham said in a low voice, "A quasi-war god-level beast." The 3 gasped in terror. This beast possessed strength rivaling that of a quasi-war god. The Tiger King raised its paw and swiped at them. "Shoot! We're doomed. We can't dodge it. Protect the young master. We have to block it." The 2 guards were instantly sent flying. Cold sweat poured down Fong Liat's face. "Is this the sheer power of a quasi-beast king? I'm dead meat," the guard screamed. "Young master!" With a loud crash, the Tiger King's claw slammed down. Fong Liat slowly opened his eyes. "Huh? Why doesn't it hurt? It's you." The 2 guards' eyes widened in shock. He actually blocked it. He blocked a strike from a quasi-beast king. Ta Pham grinned. "Looks like all that monster hunting earlier paid off. Now, I can block a quasi-beast king's attack using nothing but raw strength." Ta Pham frowned, looking down at Fong Liat. "Kid, get the hell out of the way. Do you really want to die?" Snapping back to their senses, the 2 guards quickly grabbed Fong Liat under his arms and retreated. "Thank you for saving our young master." Ta Pham shoved the Tiger King back. "Bring it on. I don't have time to mess around with you. Let's finish this." The Tiger King roared, lunging straight at Ta Pham. With a swift movement, he used his sword to slice a deep gash across its body. The Tiger King snapped its jaws, trying to bite him, but Ta Pham did a few backflips and landed safely on the ground. To think this guy can actually fight a quasi-beast king on equal terms. How is that even possible? No, young master. It's not just equal terms. He hasn't even gone all out yet. His true combat power goes way beyond this. I never expected a genius like this to exist in Zhonglin City. Why the heck have I never heard of this guy before? Seriously, a genius of this caliber should be famous worldwide. Ta Pham smirked. "All right, I've tested my current combat power. Now, it's time to end this." Burning Sword Force. Eye of the Battle Domain. Domain Overlord. All active. Ta Pham unleashed a devastating, world-ending slash. Fong Liat and his group struggled to withstand the aftershock. This guy is insanely strong. One day, I swear I'm going to become a powerhouse just like him. Something shot out of the dead Fox King's body. Ta Pham pointed and yelled, "Ghostface Wind King, grab that thing." On command, the Wind King bound the fleeing creature. A cute little beast fell down, completely knocked out. So, this is its real body after all? All A-rank beasts and above have similar ways to save their own skin. Wind King, don't kill it. Keep it alive. It might come in handy. The Wind King winked. "You got it, Master's master." Fong Liat then chimed in. "Hey there, boss. I'm Fong Liat from the Fong family in Tanhai City. Thank you for saving our young master's life." "Wait, is the Fong family the one that rivals Nan Nguyet's clan in Tanhai City?" Ta Pham replied. "So, you're one of the God of War clans in Tanhai City?" Fong Liat scratched his head. "Oh, so you've heard of us. Which family are you from, bro?" Just then, a few people flew over from Trung Lam City. "Master Pham, so here you are. Where is Sister Da? We just got word that the branch president is in the eastern suburbs, and the situation over there is extremely critical." The bodyguard whispered quietly, I know that guy. He's a high-ranking deacon of the Trung Lam branch. Even your dad has to show him ultimate respect. Yet, he's bowing down to this kid. Who on earth is he? Ta Pham rushed off. I'm heading out to back up Sister Da first. The deacon turned to Fong Liet and asked, Are you the young master of the Fong family? Hey, nice to meet you, sir. Who was that guy just now? After learning about Ta Pham, Fong Liet was in absolute awe. So his name is Ta Pham. Man, he is a top-tier genius. One day, I'm going to be a powerhouse just like him. The two could only shake their heads. This kid is dreaming. Wind King, did you squeeze any info out of the silver-patterned fox beast leader? Master's master, I got a ton of intel. What? This beast tide wasn't started voluntarily by the monsters in the puppet realm nest? They were provoked by humans? The strongest monster in this horde is a Beast King-level Blackhorn tiger. The horn of that leader can pierce through absolutely anything, no matter how tough. So, the goal of this beast horde is to destroy Loc Vien Tower? The Wind King aggressively massaged the Fox King as it cried out, I told you everything. Before this, in the puppet realm nest, Bo Q Fong's lackeys kidnapped the only child of the Blackhorn tiger leader. The two sides made a deal. As long as they destroy Loc Vien Tower, Bo Q Fong will release the leader's cub and lift the restriction. That's why the beast horde from the puppet realm nest is marching toward Loc Vien Tower in the eastern suburbs of Trung Lam City. Ta Pham grit his teeth. Bo Kyo Fong, just to feed your own ambition, you'd pull a stunt that outrages humanity? Do you even deserve to be the president of the Mercenary Guild? I will crush your ambition to pieces. Below Loc Vien Tower, Du Than roared. Use everything you've got to hold back the beast horde. Do not let them breach our lines. The defensive barrier was pierced by the horns of the charging tiger beasts. Crap, the barrier is cracking. Hold the line with everything you've got. Just then, the leader of the black-horned tigers appeared, a terrifying Beast King-level monster. I'll go take on the leader. Suddenly, the group was ambushed. We've got company. Who is that? They're not fighting the monsters, they're ambushing us. Du Than whirled around, shouting, Bo Q Fong, just to steal the president's seat, you'd resort to such dirty tricks as ambushing us during a beast tide. Du Than thinks we're dirty. History is written by the victors. The winner gets to decide who is righteous and who is dirty. A sound wave rumbled in the distance. Tatron's group turned to look. What was that? Did the beast horde run into a powerhouse over there? You two, go find whoever it is and wipe them out immediately. Our plan cannot have any slip-ups. Don't worry. Deacon Tatran. Working together, no one below the God of War level stands a chance of escaping. With the black and white poison duo on the job, failure is not an option. Still, why do I have this bad feeling in my gut? That aura from earlier was actually emitted by the gray egg. Ta Pham sliced down a tiger beast in front of him and charged forward. I didn't expect your aura to suppress these monsters like that. You just did me a massive favor, buddy. The Wind King chimed in, well, Master has a noble bloodline, so suppressing these low-level monsters is a breeze. I'll take this chance to eliminate this quasi-Beast King monster and carve a bloody path straight to Loc Vien Tower to reinforce Sister Da. Suddenly, Ta Pham sensed two surges of murderous intent closing in. Two sword slashes ripped through the air, but Ta Pham actually dodged them. You shameless scoundrels. How dare you ambush your own kind during a beast tide? Well, if it isn't you, Ta Pham, one of the top 5 geniuses on Lord Q Fong's hit list. Bo Q Fong's hit list? And I'm in the top 5? According to our reports, not long ago, Ta Pham's strength had only just reached the advanced God of War realm. How the hell is he already strong enough to suppress and bring down a pseudo-Beast King level monster? His growth speed is terrifying. Too bad for you. Punk, you're dead out of luck running into the two of us. Prepare to be buried here. We're taking your head to claim the bounty from Lord Chao Feng. Combined skill. Black and white grinder. Zuo Fan smirked coldly. 2 pseudo-God of War level experts, 1 pseudo-Beast King monster, and all these high-level beasts. Once I slaughter them all, my total attribute points will hit 999. I'm hitting the jackpot this time. Become my stepping stones to the God of War realm. Burning sword stance, slash. With a loud boom, the black and white duo was sent flying backward. They gasped in sheer terror. How is this possible? Just by himself, this brat actually pushed both of us back? Just how old is he to possess this kind of power? We shouldn't fight him head on. It's better to hide in the shadows and look for an opportunity to assassinate him. Suddenly, Zuo Fan coughed up a mouthful of blood and dropped to one knee, pretending to be injured. So the kid was already hurt. The duo grinned in excitement. What a perfect chance. Ha ha ha, you're at the end of your rope now, aren't you, Zuo fan? Die, you foolish brat. Still trying to fight while injured? You must really have a death wish. If it were us, we would have run at the very start. Now, die. Grey Egg let out a deafening roar, leaving the duo completely dazed. Zuo fan scoffed. Did you really think that last attack of yours could actually hurt me? In a flash, his entire body vanished, reappearing right behind them. With a single slash, his sword tore through their backs. Ah, you weren't hurt at all. You were just acting. Well, all is fair in war. When dealing with underhanded sneaks like you, of course I had to be prepared. Wind King, shoot your poison stinger into their necks. Yes, master, it is done. With 2 quick slashes, he finished off the 2 beasts. Now, tell me the exact details of Bo Chao Feng's plan. With Wind King keeping the duo under control from behind, they began to spill every detail of the plan. Moments later, Zuo Fan cursed out loud. Bo Chao Feng, just to satisfy your own sick ambition and greed. You absolute bastard. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed in the distance. What's going on? That intense crash. Could the defenses of the Lakvian Tower be breached? I have to back them up right now. Inside the Lakvian Tower, Iron Arm stood guard, saying, the guild leader's condition is getting better by the minute. It shouldn't be long before he completely purges the deadly poison from his body. Once that's done, we can finally settle the score with that bastard Bo Chao Feng. Wait, what was that explosion? Could the defenses of Lakvian Tower really be breached? No way. This venomous energy belongs to Bo Chao Feng. You're just the guild leader's dog, and you still dare to get in my way? Die. Suddenly, he was blocked by the steel domain. The guild leader stood up and growled. Bo Chao Feng. Bo Chao Feng sneered. Guild leader, of course you'd step in to save your loyal dog, but doing that will only make your injuries worse. What a merciful leader you are. But this soft, foolish mercy of yours is exactly what will bury you all. How could someone like you ever lead the mercenary guild to become the strongest Nebula warrior organization? You don't deserve to be the guild leader. The guild leader replied, Chao Feng, your blind lust for power has completely corrupted you. You reap what you sow. Chao Feng barked, shut up. Stop preaching your hypocritical righteousness all the time. Heh, guild leader, now I'll show you what true despair feels like. The miracle medicine to heal your injuries is currently in Ni Kuan-Ye's hands. Too bad she will never make it here alive. Guild leader, you must be feeling pretty hopeless right now, aren't you? Ha! Suddenly, Zuo Fan burst onto the scene, leaving both the guild leader and Bo Chao Feng in shock. That's Burning Sword Stance, the ultimate skill of the Heavenly Sword? Who is this kid? Bo Chao Feng gritted his teeth. Zuo Fan, the brat who always ruins my plans. Attribute points keep ticking up by 1. There are too many beasts here. I have to find a way to break through the horde. Ni Kuan-Ye screamed. Zuo Fan! Sister Ye! Suddenly, a stream of toxic mist blasted toward Zuo Fan. Watch out, Zuo Fan, get out of the way. What? What is this power? Boom. Zuo Fan, I've wanted to kill you with my own hands for the longest time, and finally, my wish is coming true. Even if you survive this blow, you'll be critically injured. Suddenly, his face turned pale. Wait, how is he completely unharmed? Zuo Fan thought, thank goodness for this God of War armor. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have survived a direct hit from a God of War level powerhouse. He said, Chi-Zen, you wanted to take me out in a single blow? You think way too highly of yourself. The guild leader gasped in awe. Is he really the rumored Zuo Fan? Bo Chao Feng burned with rage. How has his power reached this level in such a short time? I cannot let him live, he roared. What are you doing, Chi-Zhen? Go all out and eliminate this threat. The Beast Realm trial barely ended, yet this brat's power is already enough to block my absolute killing blow. A chilling possibility suddenly crossed Bo Chao Feng's mind. The sword technique the brat just used, it was the Burning Sword Stance. Just when did the Heavenly Sword teach him that technique? Could it be that the Heavenly Sword is still alive? No, I can't let this kid keep growing. Compared to the Beast Realm trial, his rate of growth is downright terrifying. Chi-Zhen, you must kill this brat at all costs. We absolutely cannot let this threat leave here alive. Even if we have to use our secret weapon. Yes, Guild Leader Chao Feng. Zuo Fan, since you delivered yourself right to our doorstep, today I'll avenge my disciple. Trash like your 2 disciples deserve to die. And you actually have the nerve to talk about avenging them? Like master, like disciple, you're all talk. I'll show you the true power of a God of War. I'm going to crush you to pieces. Tonda shouted in panic. Ta fam, retreat, now. Come to me. Is this the crushing pressure of a god of war? They say the gap between a quasi-god of war and a true god of war is paper thin, but only when you actually face it do you realize that chasm is far wider than anyone could imagine. But it's not like I'm unprepared. A massive wave of power crashed down on Ta Fam. That brat vanished? What's going on? Ta Fam slipped next to Tonda. Ta Fam, what kind of stealth skill is this? Bo Kyo Fong's lapdogs. Other than plotting schemes and playing bully, is there anything you're actually good at? Ta Fam, you little brat. Tetran conjured another massive hammer. I am going to slaughter you today. Tonda blocked Tetran's attack, sending him flying backward. Tetran, dare to make a move in front of me? You really don't know your place. With pathetic strength like that, don't you dare act cocky in front of me. Get lost. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, Tetran thought, Tonda has gotten much stronger since the last guild meeting, becoming a mid-level god of war at such a young age. What a terrifying woman. If we give Tonda and Ta Fam a few more years, who knows how powerful they'll become. The guildmaster once said, Bo Q Fong, even if I'm gone, the strongest fighter in the mercenary guild still won't be you. Whether it's Tonda or that young man, they will both surpass you in a few years. Shut your mouth, old man. Once I get rid of you and these two threats, the mercenary guild will easily be mine for the taking. He roared. What are you waiting for, Tetran? Ta Fam, even if it costs me everything, I will make sure you die. That flute is. As Tetran blew into it, a massive cloud of dust billowed in the distance. It really is the beast-taming flute. I can't believe Tetran has his hands on something like that. Is this really the beast-taming flute that can control a beast king? Tonda conjured a protective shield. Who would have thought Tetran possessed such a weapon? Playing a beast king level beast-taming flute is exhausting. But to eliminate these two, it's absolutely worth it. Sister Tonda, let me help you break through. No need, Ta Fam. You and I will team up and crush these wild beasts together. Sister Tonda, do you mean that move? Exactly. As the barrier cracked, Tetran laughed maniacally. It's over. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of energy erupted. Battle Domain Resonance? Tetran gasped in shock. This is Battle Domain Resonance, a move that can only be unleashed by two users with the Berserk battle physique. I can't believe this brat Ta Fam has it too. No wonder he's growing so fast. Bo Q Fong gritted his teeth. This kid has the Berserk battle physique. He's barely 20 years old and already on the verge of reaching the God of War realm. And he only rose to prominence 2 short years ago. If we give him 3 more years, I can't let this brat live. I must finish him with my own hands. Bo Kyo Fong silently channeled toxic gas toward Ta Fam. Tonda quickly shouted, Watch out, Ta Fam, get out of the way. Is this the sheer power of Bo Kyo Fong? I can't dodge it. Trying to block this head-on is suicide. What do I do? Bo Kyo Fong roared. In the end, I'll have to be the one to eliminate a menace like you. Tonda quickly triggered a reverse battle domain resonance. Is Sister Tonda transferring her own energy to me through the resonance? This is insanely powerful. Is this the true strength of the God of War realm? Ta Fam unleashed a burst of energy, pushing back the toxic cloud. The guildmaster was astonished. He actually broke through Bo Q Fong's poison domain. This young man successfully absorbed Tonda's God of War energy, even though he was only at the peak of the advanced battle general level just moments ago. When I read Ta Fam's profile, I thought I had rated him high enough. But it turns out, I still underestimated his potential. He is a once-in-a-generation genius. Kill. 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 I must kill this brat at all costs. A hand made of poisonous mist clawed forward. I need to find a way out of this, fast. Sister Tonda lent me her power, which means she's in grave danger too. The toxic hand slammed down with massive force. Borrowed power is still just borrowed. How long can you possibly hold out? Kid, go join the dead. Luckily, Ta Fam used his stealth skill to escape inside the building. That was way too close. Without the God of War armor, Bo Q Fong's strike would have ended me. Still, I achieved my goal, using his momentum to blast myself inside the tower. I just hope Sister Tonda can hold her ground out there. Grey Egg, use the tracking horn. Ta Fam immediately followed the signal to find the core of Bo Q Fong's plan and crush his conspiracy once and for all. The Tiger King roared, Where? Where on earth is it? We must find our cub. Inside the cage, 2 beasts growled. Shut up, you beasts. If you keep howling, I'll slaughter you right now. Hearing this, the two beasts trembled and whimpered. Anyway, Master Qiufeng's plan is almost complete. Why even bother keeping them alive? We might as well kill them now. We can still sell the cub's carcass for a fortune. A flash of a sword slashed through the two guards, let out a single gasp before dropping dead. Made it just in time. If the Beast King's cub dies, we're in deep trouble. Ta Pham had already learned Bo Qiufeng's entire plan from the leader of the Silver Pattern Tigers. Their first step was using the beast-taming flute to kidnap the cub of the two Beast Kings, using them to blackmail those beasts into swarming out of the Grey Realm Den and launching a full-scale assault on Paradise Tower. Once Paradise Tower is breached, they will assassinate the guild leader inside and pin the entire bloodbath on the Beast Tide. And step 3. Bo Qiufeng will seize the moment, using the excuse of avenging the guild leader to usurp control of the mercenary guild. That is Bo Qiufeng's ultimate master plan, and the key to it all is the Beast King's pups. We just need to break them out. But looking at them, they seem incredibly hostile and completely uncooperative. How the heck am I supposed to rescue them like this? Then again, it makes sense. I don't exactly have a soft spot for these monsters either, even if they are just babies. Master of my master, leave them to me. I can control them. Control them like last time? No, that won't work. If those two Beast Kings find out, we will have an even bigger mess on our hands. Grey Egg lets out a bark, gesturing for his master to leave it to him. Grey Egg releases an aura that instantly tames the two pups. Impressive, as expected of my master. What a domineering presence. This is the bloodline of the Beast Emperor. Grey Egg barks proudly at Ta Pham. Good boy, you are getting stronger by the day. Everything is set. Now, it's time to crush Bo Qiufeng's little plot to pieces. Over on Du Thon's side, the horde of monsters is growing by the second. If this keeps up, we are all dead meat. We have to find a way out of this. Tetron approaches, playing his flute. Du Thon, we've been at each other's throats for years. It's time to end this once and for all. Tetron, is that the beast-taming flute? The Beast King roars, whipping its tail to send rocks and debris flying at Du Thon's group, who can barely hold their ground. Du Thon, you finally got what was coming to you. I will avenge my students today. Now, die. Tetron continues to play his flute. From above, the guild leader lets out a cry. No. I can't lose my cool. If I step in now, all of our previous efforts will be completely wasted. We are so close to succeeding. Du Thon, I'm sorry. Tonda rushes in to help. We can't afford to lose another God of War class powerhouse. Otherwise, this place will become a graveyard for us all. Suddenly, a cloud of toxic gas blocks the path. Tonda glares up in rage. Neep Tonda, just sit tight and wait to die. After today, the mercenary guild belongs to me. Anyone who stands in my way dies. Submit and prosper, resist and perish. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Ta Pham appears right behind Tetron, driving a sword straight through his chest. Tetron gasps in sheer terror. The burning sword stance. Ta Pham, you're alive? Didn't see that coming, did you, Tetron? We'll see who ends up dead today. Tonda cries out in joy. Ta Pham, Bo Qiufeng's face turns pale. Ta Pham, how is a plague like you still breathing? Unbelievable. Ta Pham, you're alive. Tetron unleashes his inner energy, blasting Ta Pham back. He's insanely strong, as expected of a mid-tier god of war. Even with a fatal wound and so much energy drained, he still packs this much power. I will rip you apart with my own two hands. Tetron, hold that brat down so I can snap his neck. Bo Qiufeng charges forward. Surrounded by a massive beast army, you guys are completely outnumbered. No matter how hard you struggle, it's totally useless. If you surrender right now and kneel in submission, I promise to let bygones be bygones. Du Thon retorts. Do you honestly think anyone would believe your promises? But he's right. The number of beasts is growing by the second. If this keeps up, things are only going to get worse. Even if the guild leader manages to recover his strength, his chances of surviving this chaos are slim to none. If the leader of the Blackhorn Tigers joins the fray, we won't stand a chance. We are completely backed into a corner. Bo Qiufeng sneers. Even if you surrender now, it's too late. Every single one of you is going to die. Suddenly, the Tiger King charges in, ramming its horn directly into Bo Qiufeng and sending him flying. Du Thon's group is utterly baffled. Why is the leader of the Blackhorn Tigers attacking Bo Qiufeng? Bo Qiufeng roars in anger. What the hell do you think you're doing? Blackhorn Tiger leader, have you forgotten our agreement? Do you want your child to die? Bo Qiufeng, why don't you look over there? Bo Q Fong gasps in disbelief. Those are the Beast King's pups? How is this possible? Bo Q Fong, you thought they were dead, didn't you? Too bad for you, you miscalculated. You did this, didn't you, Ta Fam? You absolute curse of a brat. Bo Q Fong, while the guild leader was in seclusion, you poisoned him with a deadly toxin, preparing to seize power. But the fact that the guild leader survived completely ruined your master plan. So, while the guild leader was hiding, you activated the beast realm ahead of schedule, trying to force your way into the guild's vault. Too bad I ruined that plan too. And yet, you still came up with this sinister scheme. You used the beast-taming flute to hold the two Beast King pups hostage in the Grey Realm Den, blackmailing the Beast Kings into launching a beast tide to destroy Paradise Tower. Bo Q Fong, a vile scumbag like you has absolutely no right to hold the position of mercenary guild leader. The crowd chimes in, exactly. A despicable traitor like him doesn't even deserve to be in our guild. Thanks to Ta Fam rescuing the pups, the beast horde stops its attack. Free from danger, the crowd immediately surrounds Bo Q Fong's men. The tables have turned completely. The beasts turn their aggression entirely toward Bo Q Fong's faction. Veins pop on Bo Q Fong's forehead. I can't believe the meticulously prepared plan I spent so much effort on, which had absolutely zero loopholes, was completely ruined by a wet behind-the-ears brat. Q Fong, your conspiracy has failed. You have nowhere left to run. Surrender. Old man, who do you think you're telling to surrender? You really think I wouldn't prepare an escape route? Du Than tries to puff out his chest and mock his opponent, but Bo Q Fong throws those exact words right back in his face, warning him that even if he begs for mercy now, his life is forfeit. Just as two massive beast kings lunge to tear Bo Q Fong apart, two mysterious figures suddenly appear out of nowhere and block the attack. Du Than is utterly shocked, gasping, "What? They blocked the attacks of two beast kings? These guys are war god level experts. Who would have thought Bo Q Fong had such powerful experts backing him up?" One of them speaks, "Lord Bo Q Fong, per our agreement, we are only here to ensure your safety. As things stand, if you don't have a plan, you need to retreat immediately." Bo Q Fong clenches his fists tightly and snarls, "Retreat? Ever since I reached the war god realm, that word has been completely erased from my vocabulary. I am the new guild leader of the mercenary guild." With a crazed look, he pulls out a vial of dark fluid and jams it straight into his body. "How could I ever be defeated by weaklings like you? I am Bo Q Fong." Suddenly, his entire body begins to warp and mutate. "No one, absolutely no one can look down on me. This overwhelming aura. It is the level of a high-tier war god. Old man, you said my plan failed? Well, I am going to start by tearing you apart first." Bo Q Fong charges straight at the guild leader like a bullet. Du Than screams in absolute terror. "Guild leader." With a deafening crash, Bo Q Fong's eyes widen in disbelief. "You old geezer, how did you?" The guild leader had easily stopped the devastating punch with just one hand. "That is right. Inside the Paradise Tower, I did not just heal my wounds. I also used this lethal poison to force out my latent potential and break through to a whole new realm. Bo Q Fong, I told you before, your plan has utterly failed. Now, let us settle this once and for all." Two terrifying torrents of energy collide with explosive force. Ta Fam can only watch in awe, thinking, so this is the true power of a high-tier war god. It is insane. Suddenly, a voice snaps, "Where do you think you are looking?" Ta Fam's eyes are locked on the clash of the titans. "Are you fantasizing about reaching that realm yourself one day? Too bad you will not live to see that day. Today, you die right here." Ta Fam coldly retorts, "You have got it backwards, Taitran. I am the one ending you today. This time, my sword, punishment, is going straight through your heart. You think just because I am heavily wounded, I cannot crush you. You have not even touched the war god realm yet, boy." The old man injects the vial into his chest and roars, "Come on, let us fight to the death." Ta Fam's eyes widen. "Oh no." Taitran is fully recovering. "What on earth is that black liquid?" Taitran sneers. "Now that my wounds are completely healed, you miserable war generals actually think you can take me down? To me, you lot are nothing but insects waiting to be squashed." Ta Fam smiles coldly. "Is that so, Taitran? Even if your wounds are closed up, do you honestly believe your full strength has returned?" Suddenly, three massive beast kings lunge at him. Taitran rages, "Even you worthless beasts dare to look down on me. Get out of my way, you filthy mutts. Die." With a single savage swing of his massive axe, He blasts all 3 Beast Kings flying into the distance. Ta Pham breaks into a cold sweat. A single blow sent 3 War General level beasts flying. Even if he is not at 100%, Tatron has recovered at least 70% of his strength. But is that black liquid really some kind of miracle healing drug? No, there is no way it is a miracle drug. If it were, he would have used it the moment he received those fatal wounds earlier. That drug must have a horrific side effect. And right on cue, Tatron's skin begins to crack and rupture. Tatron roars, "Ta Pham, now it is your turn, you little brat. I am going to tear you limb from limb." Ta Pham calmly replies, "You want to kill me, Tatron? I am afraid that is just a pipe dream. With my current level of strength, standing toe-to-toe with a war god in a fair fight is practically impossible. However, if I just need to hold my own against one." Tatron violently swings his axe downward, screaming, "You have got 1 foot in the grave and you are still talking trash. Let us see who is going to save you now." Ta Pham raises his blade, bracing himself to block the heavy blow. Tatron gasps in shock. "You actually blocked it?" Ta Pham smirks. "Is it really that surprising, Tatron? You have barely recovered. At most, you are only operating at 60% of your peak power. With my near War God attributes, my War God tier skill, Burning Sword stance, and the assistance of my War God resonance, I actually have the chips to go head-to-head with a real War God. Even so, there is no way a worm like you can defeat a true War God," Tatron bellows, swinging his massive axe down once more. It is true. Even with all these trump cards, the gap between me and a War God is still massive. Even with Tatron severely weakened, winning this fight head-on is going to be incredibly difficult. But enough talk. Ta Pham, let me send you straight to hell. Ha ha ha, where are you going to run this time? Just die. If I keep fighting him head-on, I will definitely be overwhelmed. Ta Pham instantly activates his demon face shroud. Tatron blinks in confusion. What? Where did that little brat go? The old man desperately looks around. Meanwhile, Ta Pham completely slips behind him without making a single sound. It worked. Just as I thought. The demon face shroud is a Beast King ability. Even a War God level expert will have a hard time detecting my presence. With this edge, I actually have a real shot at taking Tatron down. As Ta Pham reveals himself, Tatron spots him and goes wild. "You little cockroach, die. I am going to kill you. Kill you. Kill you." He swings his axe, charging like a maniac. Ta Pham instantly vanishes again, using the demon face shroud, reappearing right behind the old man. He whispers coldly, "Burning Sword stance. 1 strike kill." But Tatron suddenly spins around with a wicked grin. "Did you really think the exact same trick would work on me twice?" Suddenly, pitch-black tendrils erupt from his back, piercing straight into Ta Pham's body. Ta Pham's entire body freezes, unable to move a single muscle. This paralyzing sensation. "Oh no," Tatron laughs maliciously. "Are you hurting, boy? Are you in absolute agony? Just wait until I recover a little more strength, and I will personally chop off your worthless head." Seeing this, Tonda screams in panic. Ta Pham. She lashes out at her opponents, roaring, "You bastards, get the hell off me. This is bad." Nothing must happen to Ta Pham, but a voice mocks. "Where do you think you are looking, old man?" Empowered by this toxic energy, Bo Qiu Fong now truly possesses the terrifying might of a high-tier war god. "Hey, old man, you're locked in a deathmatch with me, and you still have time to worry about saving that brat? But that tiny slip-up you just made exposed your little secret. The poison in your system hasn't been completely cleared out yet, has it? You haven't actually reached the advanced battle god realm yet. Ha ha ha, die." A massive explosion shook the air, forcing the guildmaster back step by step. Bo Qiu Fong raised his hand, sending a blast of toxic energy, slashing straight at the guildmaster, slamming the old man hard onto the ground. "Old man, you're on your last legs. Looks like I'm the one who gets the last laugh. Don't hold your breath just yet. If you want to kill me, you'll have to break through this shield first. Battle God level defense skill, Iron Fortress." Bo Qiu Fong is right. I used the lethal poison to force open my hidden potential and rank up, but the toxins are still eating away at me from the inside. I can't draw out the true power of an advanced battle god without proper rest. But damn it, I don't have that luxury right now. Bo Qiu Fong scoffed. "Still relying on your old tricks, I see. In that case, I'll go finish off that little brat, Ta Pham, first. I have to eliminate any loose ends myself to truly satisfy my grudge." The guildmaster screamed, "Bo Qiu Fong, you despicable bastard. Thanks for the compliment. Doing whatever it takes to get what I want is my golden rule." Wind King suddenly flew down to the guildmaster and said, "Ta Pham sent this for you. Take this antidote quickly so you can go save him. The old guildmaster was stunned. Is this a divine pill? Quickly pocketing the medicine, he roared. Stop right there, Bo Q Fong. Even if you win today and take over the mercenary guild, you will never get your hands on the treasures in the vault. So the old man finally cracks. Out with it then. What's your price to grant me access to the vault? My condition is, the old man thought to himself. I hope Ta Pham is doing all right. Can he hold on much longer? Meanwhile, Ta Pham was completely paralyzed, and even his vision was starting to fade. This poison is insane. Even with my high poison resistance, it's not doing a damn thing. Even the battle god system is completely silent. Man, this time I'm really toast. Tatron coughed up a mouthful of blood and slammed another injection into his arm. I can't die yet. Not until I get my revenge. His body mutated, turning him into a hideous beast. I haven't ripped that brat to shreds yet, so there's no way in hell I'm dying. Luckily, I kept a small piece of the Jade Sphere. I hope this works. With a sharp crack, Ta Pham's face went pale. Wait, is it not working? He slumped to the ground, whispering, Is it because the dose was too small? I'm sorry, old man. I couldn't uncover the truth of what happened back then to clear your name. Just then, the system interface blinked to life. Alert. Host has absorbed Jade energy. Do you wish to fuse it with the heavenly prison poison to neutralize the toxins and trigger the true potential of the heavenly prison poison? Damn it, of course. Yes, yes, yes. Wait, heavenly prison poison. Is that the name of that black liquid? So the system is saying this isn't just a simple poison. Fusing initiated. Come on, system. Hurry the hell up. Any slower, and I'm a dead man. Process can be accelerated, but the pain will increase exponentially. Does the host accept? Yes, damn it. I'll take whatever you got. I'm already on the verge of death, so what's a little pain? Ta Pham felt like his entire body was splitting open. Holy crap, this hurts so bad. I'm not gonna die from the pain, am I? Hey brat, are you in excruciating pain right now? Heh, I'll let you suffer a bit longer before I slice off your pathetic head. Staring at Ta Pham's lifeless eyes, Tatran sneered. Did you pass out already? Oh, that won't do. Cutting your throat while you're unconscious is way too easy on you. Tatron stomped his foot down hard. Wake up, you piece of garbage. I want to torture you until your very last breath. Suddenly, he froze. Ta Pham was pushing himself up with one hand. Hey Tatran, you piece of trash. Who are you calling garbage? A terrifying aura exploded outwards, sending Tatran flying. You little cockroach, how is this possible? Well, I don't care how you're still standing, this actually works out better. Now I can make you wish you were never born. Oh, really? Tatron snarled. My strength is back to 70%. I'm about to show you the true power of a battle god. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a sword pierced straight through his heart. What? This blade? How could it be this fast and powerful? Ta Pham coldly replied, Now that we're on the same level, I finally realize, among novice battle gods, you're absolutely nothing. Tatron broke into a cold sweat. What? Don't tell me. You've already?